Happy Open Line Thursday, radio listeners. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just go to cropmetcalf.com. You can join their team today. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops. If you're on the Instagram, I'm joined by Jason Bishop.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up?
Also joined by John Paul Flame.
What's up, Cakesy?
Hello, good morning to you. And to Eric Bickle, he's here too.
Hey, buddy. How are you guys?
Doing all right.
Rex.
All good?
Bickle's going golfing today, I can tell.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to play tomorrow. I was going to play today, but I got stuff going on.
It's supposed to be even nicer tomorrow, right?
It's going to be nice tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, good.
And then less wind.
Get it in while you can. It's November. You can still get out there and play. I was out just hitting balls yesterday. There's a lot, decent amount of people out there.
It was good yesterday.
Yeah.
A little windy, but it was
Getting
nice.
after it.
Yeah. Why not?
Late fall golf.
Pickleball and tennis, a little bit more inside this time of year, I would think.
For the most part, yeah.
Right? I would think a little bit more inside.
Right.
Correct.
But you could do it when it's like 0 degrees out. Golf, not so much.
Probably not.
There were a ton of picklers last night at Lifetime Fitness. They
Those are my
have
people.
3 courts, and there must have been 20 people waiting.
Sure.
They have some sort of system of rotation.
It's beyond the fad at this point. Pickleball is here to stay.
The haters
Definitely.
like to call it a fad.
Yeah, no,
The
it's-
non-picklers like to label it a fad.
It's beyond a fad.
I
It's
never
certainly- it's
hated
found a
it. I
niche.
just never got into it.
I'm not throwing you in that category. I'm just saying that there are some pickle haters out there
Oh, okay.
that aren't fans of the sport.
You know, Cakes, usually you start off Open Line Thursdays talking about hypotheticals, and for some reason
Love
last
those.
night I came up with a hypothetical.
Okay, I'd love to hear
I'll
it.
throw it out your way, and of course people can call in throughout the show at 1-800-636-1067. So my hypothetical was, if you could go back 10 years,
10
everything
years.
is not going to change in your life.
Okay,
Your
back-
kids are the same age.
2015. Okay.
Okay, one's in college, one's in grad school, and
Yeah.
one is a doctor.
All right.
So that's all going to stay the same.
Okay.
You get 10 years. So you were 55, you'll go back to 45.
He's still
But you lose all your retirement savings. Would you do that?
No. Of course
Oh,
not.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
I
I
go
would
back
do it in a
to
heartbeat.
I go back
So
to
live
ze-
another
I
10
get
years?
10 more years, but I go back to 0 in
Yes.
retirement savings.
But you're still working here. You're still
No.
bringing in the same salary.
No, I don't do that.
You just want to be younger.
I think I would do that. I
Go
think
back
I
to
100% would
0?
do it.
No.
He's got to split his retirement savings anyway, so.
I don't go back to 0. No chance.
I think it's okay because I think I want to live
You
another
wanna-
10 years.
100%. Who cares about
And-
your
and
retirement
10
savings?
pretty good years. Yeah.
I don't know why that popped in my head. I think because I went to the gym. Usually I don't go in the evening.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of older people there at that time, like people that are working. Probably a lot of people there going, "Yeah, I'm one of those older guys."
Yeah.
But there's definitely like an age bracket of, and it's right next door. They built a retirement community right next to the gym, and so you see a lot of these 65 plus, 70 plus, and they're living in an apartment complex, retirement apartment complex. Like, I'll take the 10 years.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get felted.
I don't see eye to eye with him at all. You're
I
a
don't
strange
get it.
dude,
It's
brother.
not just me. Be agreed.
I would do it.
We
Yeah, I
have,
think
we
he's
have a
dumb,
clear
too.
Put it on me.
We have a clear split.
You guys are
I could
weirdos.
Right
live
down the
well
middle.
enough. I got some equity in my house. I could be
Right.
fine.
You're still in your house in Olney.
It's fine.
Still got your big tree. You got everything you have going.
It's fine.
You just don't have your 401k.
Well, I need my retirement.
Yeah, what are you
done.
going to live on when you aren't working anymore?
you start building it at 45. You'd be 45 years
not
old.
gonna-
You have 10
you're not-
years to build
if
You
it.
think you're going to build a lot from 45 to
If you go to
59?
the worst financial advisor on the planet, the worst one,
Yeah.
he or she would tell you the money you build from 45 until whenever, it pales in comparison to what you started saving
fine.
like when you're in your
Correct.
It's
20s
fine.
and it compounds.
I could live in a little apartment, but live the extra. I'm with JP. I'd live the extra 10 years and like
See, that's the thing.
redo 45 to 55.
They want to
again.
live in a little small apartment, 1-bedroom apartment. I don't want to live in that.
I would be fine with that.
But also, you'd have
Alive.
10 years to figure out how you could make more money.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not that easy.
Yeah,
What is
I'm
it?
not saying it's easy,
You know what?
but I'd take the 10
Just
years.
to get 10 years?
you can go back in your
10
time.
years is still
You can go back in your
10 years
time
is
machine,
huge.
and Jason and I, we will keep the status quo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can do that if you want.
That
All
would-
right, well, we'll be going to your funerals.
That's fine. It's all good.
I'd be sized to live an extra 10
You'll
years.
go to my funeral, my platinum plated coffin.
Right. Yeah,
You can't take it
you'll-
with you.
You'll be going to my funeral in a Pinto.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fine.
It's a weird hypothetical that you came up with. But I did see. Remember we were talking about Gary Player and being 90 and so fit. And there was a viral video of him playing golf. I think with Bryson, and I think maybe even Trump was in the background. And Gary Player at 90 is like high kicking. Right,
Yeah.
Bryson put his hand out there and he's like kicking it like over his shoulders. There was another video that showed up on my feed yesterday of an 82-year-old guy doing 150 pull-ups. Now, not at one time.
Yeah.
But during his workout. And then he was doing those like peg things.
Oh, the pegs are
And then he
impossible.
was doing these, I'm not one of those guys that goes to those like wall climber things.
Yeah.
I don't do that. It's
The
not my
indoor
thing.
climbing spots.
Yeah, that's not my thing. But incredible fitness
Sure.
at 82. And you guy's all shriveled up and he looks like a prune, but he's got muscles underneath the little prune skin.
Sure.
And it's just inspiring.
I remember
He's
seeing
living his
that.
life. You know what,
it's
Evie?
inspiring.
When these guys are old, just sitting on their lazy boy chair, counting all their money in their retirement thing that they're not going to have
Yeah.
when they're dead, we're going to be doing stuff.
I'm going to try.
In your hypothetical world, you'll be doing stuff.
I'm gonna try. I've been walking around yesterday, and I was telling my buddies, like, I don't even know how I'm gonna play golf tomorrow because I'm fine, like when I'm playing, but after I play, everything just gets sore. Like my hip, I get a soreness in my hip.
Yeah.
Not when I'm playing. Everything loosens up. It's kind of
Right,
like
right.
I don't know what happens. Adrenaline kicks
Yeah,
in.
it
or
tightens
whatever.
up after you stop
But
playing.
then after you play, then I'm walking around like, damn, there's something wrong with my hip.
Maybe you have a fractured hip like Bradley Beal.
I don't think I have a fractured hip. I just think I have an old hip.
Yeah, it's
You do have an old hip.
You have banged up old hip.
Yeah, but like it's just
No wonder you want to go back 10 years.
yeah, of course.
Man, Bradley Beal. I mean, he's making a lot of money. All right.
Oh, he's made so much
He's
money.
made an absurd amount of money.
Yeah.
But ever since he left Washington, he
He's
left
had-
Washington supposedly for greener pastures.
How many
right?
injuries does that guy have?
So he joins
lot.
3 or 4?
he joins forces with Kevin Durant in Phoenix at first. And you think, well, this might be a championship team. And they just flop. And he has injuries. And now he's with the Clippers. And it's just over.
Yeah.
It's over.
It's pretty much over, yeah.
Much like it is over for the Washington Wizards, who lost for the third straight year. They have a 10-game losing streak. And they just got housed by the Rockets.
What were
last
they
night.
down? I just kind of flipped it on for a few minutes. What were they down at half?
81, 45, 44, something like that. Or
I think now's a perfect time to check in on Tankathon.com.
81, 54.
Tankathon.com,
Yeah.
number 1, 1-11. Though we are getting pushed by Indiana and Brooklyn, who are both 1-10.
Man, there's some bad teams.
Sorry,
the- the
sorry
le-
to good numbers.
New
Anyway,
Orleans is
whatever it's
there,
worth.
2-9. Sacramento's 3-9. Dallas is 3-9. What's going on with them?
Well, they just fired their GM. And
I know
Nico
they fired
Harrison.
Nico, yeah.
Yeah, when all their players are hurt besides Flag.
Unfunny Ben, how are you tolerating yesterday's loss?
He expected it.
No, I know he expected a loss,
Yeah.
but I mean, I feel like he likes them to lose a certain way.
Yeah, I do like them to lose a certain way, and yesterday definitely wasn't.
Wasn't it, right?
Well,
Wasn't
listen
it?
to a
They-
little of Locked On Wizards. You guys were talking about Brian Keefe lighting into him a little bit.
Yeah, 37 seconds into the second half, Keefe called a timeout and absolutely laid into the team. First possession for Houston. I forget who it was for us, but three-pointer went up. Nobody boxes the guy out. The shooter gets his own rebound, goes in for a layup, and Keefe is irate.
He's livid.
Calls
okay?
timeout. Anthony Gill, the longest tenured player in the team, is talking with them. And throughout the broadcast, like David Vanterpool, the assistant coach, was interviewed at halftime by Megan McPeak, and he said effort has been bad from us defensively. And it was a bit better in the second half, but
I mean, they gave up 81.
Houston was kind of sleepwalking through the second half because they were up by so much.
Yeah.
Did they respond to Keefe's?
Yeah, they
Tirade.
actually crashed the defensive glass a lot better. They were getting dominated on the glass in the first half. That's the best rebounding team in the entire NBA, though, in Houston.
It's a good team. Houston's
Really
good.
good team.
Sengun is baby Joker, whatever heck you want to call him. Kevin Durant.
Jeez, they
Even-
shot
you know-
53%.
There were thoughts when Kevin Durant tore his Achilles he'd never be the same. He's the same.
He's
came back.
remarkable. Yeah.
He's just a bucket.
Hey.
He's a walking bucket.
Big Tankathon game upcoming. Nets at the Wizards. That's 1-10 versus 1-11. It's a big one. It's a big one for the tank off.
Well, remember, you don't have to have the worst record.
I know. I understand. I understand.
They're pretty much locked up for these bottom records.
We're going to get hosed in the lottery again, and the Wizards will be picking like 4th or 5th.
Well, at least
I'm just resigned
Sarr
to that.
played well. I mean, I don't know if he played well, but he scored well. 25
His
and 32
numbers are
minutes.
good. I mean, 66% for the field, right?
It's
Yep.
just hard to put that much into numbers on just an awful team that's getting crushed night in and night out.
Yeah, but he's come a long way. I remember when we first saw him, we were like, "Ooh, I don't know." he's developed.
He's making some strides.
He's developing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
I was watching.
Their average loss, and look, they've only won one game. Mm-hmm. Their point differential is 16.2 points per game. Mm-hmm. Think about that.
You know, the
Your
Mavericks.
average game, you're losing by 16.
That's why the Houston Rockets were 17-point favorites last night. And I told Ben, I said, you don't see 17-point numbers that often.
Right. They knew something
I
was
mean,
up.
usually you'll see that when the worst team is playing the best team at their arena, but you rarely see high teens. But and they covered easy.
You know what? The Mavericks are officially the worst team in the league because that's the Wizards' one win. So I dubbed them the worst team in the league, allowing the Wizards to beat them.
But they'll start winning once they get Anthony Davis back in the lineup, eventually get Kyrie in the lineup. Like some people thought that Mavs team with Kyrie, Anthony Davis, Cooper Flag was a contender.
Right. Well, apparently not.
Well, I was watching probably the worst college football game of all time last night.
What was that? What was that offering?
It was Northern Illinois against UMass.
Okay. That is dreadful because I know UMass is always one of the lowest ranked teams in all of
And the only reason I was
FBS.
watching is because I like college football, but I was just watching it to
You got
see.
to really love college football to watch that
Well, I
draft.
didn't watch a lot of it.
You had money on it. That's why you were
No,
watching.
I didn't. I just wanted to see because UMass is 0-10, and they've been in FBS for 14 years, and they've got 28 wins total. All right, you do the math on that.
Yeah, it's brutal.
They've gone through about 6 different coaches. They need to go back to FCS.
That's fine. Just
I
relegate them.
I feel so bad for those kids. They get pummeled every single
They're
week.
just clearly outmatched. Like they shouldn't be in this level.
They shouldn't be.
Right.
Jason, do you still do college fantasy?
Yeah, I was in
College fantasy is such a pisser. Okay, it happens to me almost every year. Where this year I'm in the playoffs. I have 3 quarterbacks in my lineup, and they're all on bye. All of them.
Well, you got to go to the waiver wire.
No, but it happens all the time.
Yeah, well, you got to stay
the
on top of
playoffs
that.
always
Yeah.
start in a weird week where there's so many buys.
You got to be prepared.
I know. I picked up Arch Manning. I picked up Malik Washington.
You got to go do some work out there.
They'll give you about 90 yards passing against Illinois.
Best of luck to you. All right, coming up on an open line Thursday, of course, you can call us throughout the show. 800-636-1067 is the number. Brian Baldy joins us coming up at 7:20. We'll take a look around the NFL with him. Dave Richard is on at 8 because, week 11. Yes, week 11 of the NFL starts tonight as the Patriots host the Jets in Thursday Night Football, so he will help you with all of your fantasy lineup issues. And Brandon Duhame, Dewey, from the Washington Capitals.
Big one tonight.
He's on a 2-game goal-scoring heater. He's going to join us before the Caps take on the Florida Panthers at the end of their road trip. He will be on the show coming up at 8:45. We're the Junks on the Fan. We'll be right back. Open Line Thursday is brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. By the way, this is an old guy thing to drill down on. If the font gets any smaller on some of these reads, I know there's a lot of reads here.
There's
There's a lot of reads.
I mean, I understand you got to fit them all in like on one page.
No, maybe you have
But
to do 2 pages.
Like this is one where I need my. I
Can't,
need the
we
option
can't
on
do
my,
2 pages. 'cause-
option on my phone to expand the size of the
why?
font.
Why can't we do?
Because you guys will end up losing them and getting misplaced.
I'm
Well,
just-
then we're gonna have to start to use our readers.
This is not a critique. I'm just pointing out that if the font gets smaller, now my eyes are pretty silly from this range, but if it gets much smaller, I'm going to need a magnifying
with you on
glass. I mean,
No, it's pretty small.
microscopic.
I got to hold it out here.
I've expanded all of the headers on them too.
I understand.
Have you noticed that?
Yes.
You're doing what you can.
Because
You're
I
doing
put check
God's
marks
work.
on the side, and there's hardly any space on the side. You've expanded the borders.
I don't know. I just noticed it this morning. Maybe my eyes got a tick worse. Just
All right,
like
It's you know what? It's just the way of our lives right now. Everything is we're struggling each and every day on something.
yeah,
Well, it's
we're
only-
battling.
It's only Open Line Thursday when he has to throw in the Open Line Thursday read.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like we got a couple callers. Should we weave them in?
Yeah.
We could try to bang out a few. 800-636-1067. Your chance to steer the show if you'd like. Otherwise, we can carry on. No problem. Let's go to Chico in Baltimore. Chico, what's up? You're on with the Junks.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
What are you
great.
doing? What are you doing up in Baltimore these days? What are you doing?
Oh, no, nothing much. Taking care of, things and everything. I see you guys on there. Hey, so you think that the season's over now that Jaden Daniels is injured?
Are you serious? Is this a serious question?
I think it's way before that, but
Yeah, I thought.
Sure.
Yeah, it was over before that, but yeah.
It's so funny. I was driving
Now it's
around.
officially over.
I was driving around yesterday and I heard Doc Walker on the air, and he gets really offended. Maybe we should call Doc. He does not like people saying the season's over. There's still games.
Yeah, I can see it is. So, do you think that they should have canceled the game with Paul Tagliabue's passing? You feel they should postpone?
No, of course not.
No,
I mean, of course you honor him. He was a former commissioner, but you don't cancel games.
They should have when Rozelle died. To me, don't you think?
Well, when are they supposed to play it?
When they supposed to play?
yeah, when do you reschedule
Yeah, when do you
it?
reschedule
I mean,
it?
it's a lot.
What do you move it to the next day?
And it's
During COVID,
that's a
doing
logistical nightmare.
911.
Yeah, that was a
That was a little different.
nightmare, too.
So you think they should have
yeah.
canceled all the games?
Well, I think they should have out of respect.
Oh.
I think
You
a
know.
moment of silence, a shout out, something like that.
I mean,
that's
it's not
good.
like he died tragically. I mean, he
Well,
lived
no.
until he was 85.
Although
Yeah.
I did see something where somebody died at
Rozelle lived
82, and I
in
thought
70.
young.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Chico. Appreciate the call.
All right, Chico, enjoy your life in Baltimore.
Hey, when Paul Tagliabue passed along the other day, I've never seen someone celebrate a death quite like Valdez.
Why?
If he wants to jump in
He
and
was
explain
happy
a little
about
bit.
it.
Oh, yeah, I
You
was.
don't like Tagliabue?
No, because he
Because
told
of the
he told
Ravens or something.
he told the city of Baltimore go build a museum when they were trying to get an expansion team.
So you held that over his head for the
Of
rest
course.
of his life?
Of course.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Oh, he definitely was not
Oh,
sized.
he's like public enemy #1 in Baltimore.
Oh yeah. I think
that's fair.
they're trying in '93, and I think he was in cahoots with Jack Kent Cook because he was not sized for Baltimore to have a team.
Well,
He was not
it is. I
sized.
will
And then-
say it is insulting when you tell
and then-
football fans go build a museum
Yeah.
instead.
Those are
Tilt
that's
City.
legit quotes.
Yeah.
Go build a museum.
He was on our show when we did that first show
I
from
know.
now Northwest Stadium, then FedEx Field.
I'll see you in hell, Paul.
Jack Kent Cook Stadium.
Nice.
It was very briefly Jack Kent Cook Stadium.
It
Yeah.
was before FedEx Field.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. It was,
How long was it, Jack Kent?
Was it John
Less
Cook?
than a year.
It was Jack Kent Cook
Oh, it was
Stadium.
just a
Maybe
year?
a year or so, yeah.
Not even a year.
Yeah. Yeah, he was good. It was, that was kind of a surreal thing. We actually did the first broadcast from
We did. That's right.
Jack Kent Cook Stadium.
We thought it was a modern marvel too. We're like, look at this gleaming new stadium. We didn't realize it was a trash pile until later.
Yeah.
Still,
Basically
when I
what it
go
was.
there, it's okay.
But
I'm
still
not, but
is.
I haven't
Yeah,
had
we
the
thought-
stadium leak on my head or
Yeah.
anything.
Right, we thought it was great.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
because it was
It was new.
compared to RFK.
Yeah,
When
it was
I
new.
go, I've never really had a problem other than the egress, right? Other than getting
Yeah.
in and out.
It's always an issue.
And that's a little bit better.
Yeah.
It's become better.
Let's go to Paige in Charlottesville. Hey, Paige, you're on with the Junkies.
How you doing, guys? Good morning.
What's up, Paige?
Hey, what's up, bud?
We love you down here in Charlottesville, UVA. Go Wahoo!
Thanks, man.
I want to know why we don't see more dunking in women's basketball. It would enhance the game tremendously.
Well, first you would have to
And,
watch women's
it's-
basketball to see dunking
Yeah, I
happen.
mean, I don't even know. How often does it occur?
It's simple. They're not as athletic. They're not as big.
They're not
Not
as
as
tall.
tall.
If you have ever seen a woman dunk a ball, it's one of the most 7 wonders of the world. So I think we should see more.
I mean,
of it.
how often does it happen, honestly? Like in the WNBA,
can't
does
imagine
it
it
happen as a matter of routine?
Handful of times.
Yeah,
Handful times a year?
I don't think it's once a game or anything.
I
no.
think there's only a couple players who've ever done it.
Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea.
Well, why is that? Why is that?
It's just genetics. It's just hard.
Physics,
Yeah.
physiology.
Because a tall girl,
Muscle.
I mean, a tall girl is 6'4", 6'3", 6'4". A tall dude's 7'9".
Yeah.
How about the guy? The kid who's playing Florida, 7'9". Mm-hmm. So they're just not as tall, bro.
Well, and also they just don't jump as high.
And they- yeah, they don't.
I mean, it's hard to jump like that.
Here's the statistics according to Google. At the end of the 2024 WNBA season, a total of 38 dunks have been recorded in the league, with 8 women having successfully dunked in a game.
In what year? This year?
So that's the history of the WNBA.
Okay.
38 dunks.
Paige is a big WNBA mark down in Charlottesville, apparently.
Lisa Leslie was the first woman to dunk in a WNBA game. That was in 2002.
Right.
Did you see that Hannah Hidalgo last night for Notre Dame had 16 steals?
I did see that blurb. I didn't actually see it.
It's absurd. I didn't. I just saw the headline. 16 steals in a game.
That's pretty impressive.
Was she famous before that? Did people know who she was before that?
Who, Hidalgo?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's an All-American. She's one of the best players in the country.
Okay.
Speaking of UVA, a lot of times we'll get tweets and comments on social media. You guys talk about Virginia Tech. You never talk about Virginia. Virginia was
Yeah, we
ranked.
do.
They took it on the chin this weekend.
Yeah, they lost to Wake Forest. Well, their quarterback got hurt, but yeah, they should have won that game. It was a bad loss. Got to beat Wake at home when you're still battling for an ACC championship.
And what? Belichick has won 2 in a row now. They have Wake this week. Is that right? I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they have Wake.
It's my college survivor pick.
And if you actually look
You're
at
taking
it,
Wake.
I'm taking Wake.
Yeah.
I squeaked by with Carolina
Yeah.
this past week against Stanford.
if you look at it, Carolina's 2 games before their 2-game winning streak were really close. So maybe they've been
They
improving
might be
pretty
trending
steadily.
a little bit in the right direction.
Everybody was burying him after 3 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they're getting a little bit better. Their quarterback is playing a little bit better. The Lopez kid, he's been playing better than he did in the first month.
He was asked about the Giants job, and in typical Bill Belichick fashion, he was like, I'm focused on Wake Forest.
I saw a meme. I think you would call it a meme of Mike Loxley in an Arkansas uniform. Did you see
I
that?
saw that yesterday too in
Is it-
Arkansas gear.
Is
I
it
don't.
possible they're reaching out to Mike? Because it was one of those like bot
You're
accounts.
why are you falling for internet chicanery?
Not that I'm falling for it, but I'm entertaining it in my
Yeah, I
head.
saw it too.
I'm entertaining it in my head.
Yeah.
Is it possible they would reach out to someone like
I
Mike?
mean, I would be stunned, but
I would be surprised.
I mean, maybe they just want a great recruiter, and he does
I
recruit
think-
well. I don't
I
know.
think you're falling for S posting accounts.
No, I said it's probably a bot or some fake thing.
You got
or,
trolled
who
by the
knows?
Maryland burner community. That's what just happened to you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm entertaining the idea.
Hey, I'm with you, EB.
I'm entertaining the idea, and that look, some
Yeah, but
coaches
do
are
you-
really good at that. They get
I
ahead
know,
of the
but
ziggy.
don't you understand the absurdity in it though?
Yeah, why would Arkansas want him?
Well, like I said, for recruiting, maybe they touting his recruiting. Guy has coached for 30 years. I don't know.
Yeah,
to
but
me, it's a hard sell hiring somebody who's lost 5 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, if he's struggling in the Big Ten, he's going to go coach in the SEC and have success. I would find that a little far fetched, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Who knows where he's going to wind up? He
There's
could be
so
back
many
in College
openings.
Park next
He
year.
could
We
be.
don't know.
There's so many openings. Everyone seems like they want Lane Kiffin. He's like one of the top 2 or 3 guys.
He's
I
the
would-
number
I would-
one guy.
I would
Yeah.
just guess
Yeah.
Ole Miss is going to see whatever offers come his way, match it, and
Yep.
add a little
Is
sweetener.
Ole Miss good enough to
him there.
keep him though? If some of these jobs,
Oh yeah, I mean they're top
I mean,
5 in the country.
I would guess they have enough deep-pocketed donors to keep him.
okay. Let's
I'm
go
just
to
guessing.
Kevin in
But it
Atlanta.
depends. I mean, Kiffin moves all the time.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Hey, my fellow PG County residents, school, PG County school.
Well, what's up?
Hey, not much. Look, this tush push thing has been bothering me all season, man. Let me tell you this. They keep acting like they can't officiated, it can be officiated. The reason I'm bringing it up, I love what Dan Campbell said. If they added that play, then people need to learn how to stop it. What are you going to do now? Take away pads? You're going to make games 30 minutes? No. You're a $1 trillion industry. You have sensors in the ball now. They pick up first downs. You have replay assists when those bonehead referees mark us short for 3rd and 1, and the replay assist comes in and assists. They showed on Monday Night Football the replay of the tush push against Green Bay like 3 times. Both guards moved before the ball is snapped. So if
Kevin,
3 feet.
Kevin, calm down for a second. You have about a half season. You have about a half season left of the tush push, and then it's going to get voted out, and you're never going to have to see that abomination ever again.
No, don't vote it out. It's a football play. Learn how to stop it, but they need to learn how to officiate it. The referees are like, oh, my God, I can't officiate it. But then when Green Bay did it, I showed it back. I watched it back on TV. I was like, that's the same thing. The guards move before the ball snapped. It takes you 30 seconds to go back and look and or make the play and officiate it, make offsides or they let us challenge every play. Yeah, make it a reviewable play. It's not that hard. Y'all are $1 trillion industry.
I mean, he must be an Eagles fan.
No, I'm a Redskins fan. Come on, guys. I always call you guys.
But
I'm a season ticket holder.
So you do want to see it stay. You just want it to be officiated better. I don't know.
Exactly. I love football. I'm a Redskins fan.
But you don't love that play.
Football.
That play is horrific to watch.
It is, but I mean, after the scrum, they have enough time to review it. If you put a sensor in the ball now to pick up a first down,
no, that I agree with. You could make.
There's
it
been a lot of controversy with it though this year. I don't know if it's going to stick.
You could make it reviewable and eliminate some of that offside stuff.
I just think the league has had so much blowback about it. It's got so much negative PR that I just feel like the owners are going to band together and vote it out. I think they're just over it.
I felt like it was pretty close this year.
Yeah, I think they're going to get that. They're going to get that extra push at the next vote to get it fully eliminated.
Get a push over the line.
I would think.
Push over the line. Yeah,
I'd be shocked if it survives into 2026.
So I tweeted a little story and I clicked on it. I went down the wormhole a little bit of Bernie Kosar. Did you see how bad he's struggling right now?
He's going to have he's looking for a liver transplant.
He needs a liver transplant,
but
he's got an infection, so I think that's why they postponed it. I don't know if that's from decades of alcohol abuse. I think he had some alcohol issues when he was like sort of in his career and post-career, right? I think. I could be slandering him. I don't mean to. But, man, he looks like a shadow of himself. I mean, he looks like he's
a
really
big strapping quarterback in the NFL, and now he's really fighting for his life.
Fighting for his life right now. So,
is he in his 60s?
Bernie Kosar's got to be.
61, 62, and not like late 60s.
61.
Yeah. I mean, and you see pictures of him just a few years ago, and, he just, look, you're battling whatever he's battling. It's just sick, man. He just doesn't look good. So
no, he doesn't. He looks a lot older than 61.
Yeah, think good thoughts for Bernie, and hopefully he can get healthy
enough.
He
doesn't even look like him.
Oh, yeah, I know. It looks like he's lost 100 pounds.
In the
hospital, I think he's barely there.
It's sad, man.
Yeah. I guess he has liver bleeding. He has a liver infection he's fighting, and that's why maybe they couldn't do a liver transplant. They got to get that straight. Just awful.
Where was he drafted? He was a great college player, but I'm just thinking, and he was a good pro. Mm-hmm. But I feel like he wouldn't
draft.
Be. Okay, it was a weird bit because I'd feel like he wouldn't be drafted that high now based on the way he threw the ball.
Yeah,
with the way that scouting is now, they would probably
he never had like a big arm or anything. Yeah,
they'd probably toss him out and just he'd be
such a gamer,
way down on the draft.
Yeah, for some reason I always had a little bit of an affinity for him. Anyway.
But if he was coming out now, he would look different, and he would be throwing different. He'd be different,
bigger, stronger, faster. Yeah. Maybe training's better today. Mm-hmm. Who knows? Everybody has bigger, stronger arms.
But he was. You said he was 85 supplemental.
I think that's right. That sounds about right. He's at the one. Who was the one that when Dallas? It wasn't Bernie, was it? Bernie eventually did play in Dallas. But who was it that was
he played there for a year.
That was with Aikman? They were going back and forth. Was it Kosar?
No,
Walsh.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
right.
Steve Walsh.
Steve Walsh. Right.
Yeah. Also from Miami.
Now we're going down the old quarterback wormhole.
Right.
That's fun.
It is fun. Next, we're going to talk about who are we going to talk about? Who was the chubby lefty for the Lions? Scott Mitchell. We're going to talk about him.
Yeah. Scotty
Guy can sling it though.
He had a moment.
He had
about a 6-game moment.
I've been playing fantasy football for so long. He was definitely on some of my teams back in the day.
Right.
Like I've been playing fantasy for so long. We used to do hand
scores
by hand.
Yes.
Like out of box
we used
scores
to buy
in the newspaper.
software. a guy like Unfunny Ben and Mike Marr couldn't understand this. You'd have to buy software. You'd pay like $100. Company would send it to you, and then you put a little floppy disk in there. It would run the stats for you every week.
Blowing their minds. They don't
Well,
know
that's
what
more
floppy disk
advanced.
is.
Then you'd have a printout.
That's more advanced. My favorite was the first ever fantasy baseball league where Jason did it all by hand with Washington Post box scores.
Yeah.
And I think in the middle of the season he called it quits. I was in law school.
course.
And I, think
said it
the
was too much.
pickups when you'd have to like call each other because this
I'd
was
have to
pre-cell
call you
phone.
and tell you because there was I'd have to say, all right, you picked up, can't remember one of those old
Robin
players.
Yount.
Yeah, maybe. But I would have to call you and say, yeah, Bickle just picked up Robin Yount.
Yeah.
Right.
So who do you want next? And we would be on the phone for freaking hours.
Nightmare.
It'd be like a week just to make the transaction.
Speaking of nightmares, you think you're all caught up in 2025. Everything's obviously on your computer, on your phone.
Yeah.
I went to make a defensive swap in one of my NFL fantasy
I gotta
leagues
see
at
if I can do
Yahoo.
that. Yeah.
They're doing site maintenance until like 9 a.m. Pacific time.
Really?
What's that, like noon our time?
Yeah, it is.
I can't. I'm paralyzed.
Well, you just wait till after lunch.
What if I want to make the move now? What if I forget about the move, JP?
Well, that's on you. You just told me it was on me about my bye weeks.
Yeah, I mean,
everybody's dealing with it.
I guess I had to put it on my to-do list. Go back to Yahoo at noon.
What else is on the to-do list?
I actually do have a to-do list. I have I have to alter my fan tracks lineup because
Okay,
I have a
fantasy.
very pivotal college fantasy football matchup this
Okay.
weekend. I have to. I hate adulting like this. I have to set up some sort of account, like side financial account, and then I have to be on a Zoom at 1 p.m. about some inheritance
Stuff.
issues. Yeah, it's stuff.
Yeah, stuff.
So I actually have a few legit things on the to-do
Right.
list and a few fantasy things on my to-do list. But they're things that I need to do at some point.
I'm on Yahoo right now. It's not telling me. It's not blocking me out.
Try to make a move. Try to make a transaction. It's going to say this is a read-only site until
Oh, really?
9 a.m. Pacific time.
Gotcha.
And I'm on massive tilt.
Oh, the humanity.
It's rough being me. All right, don't forget Baldy joins us coming up at 7:20. We'll hit the Skins at 7, and Dave Richard is going to join us at 8 to answer all of your Week 11 fantasy football questions.
All right, guys, EB here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on tonight's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player actually scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/EB for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC, opt-in required, must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Junkies text line is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, boys, here's what we need to do. We need to scrape together all of our money, drain all of our accounts, dig into your couches for the loose change, put all that money together, and we need to start bidding on Dan Snyder's old house. It's going up for auction.
Well,
December 5th.
Is that the one in Potomac?
It is the one
is
in
this the one that's
Potomac.
worth like 20-something million? He never
It's
got
not the
it.
one. Yeah.
Huh?
Here's the address. 11900 River Road.
Yeah.
It was originally listed for over $49 million in
Right.
February of 2023.
You got no bidders, right?
The asking price dropped by $14 million in August after the family struggled to sell what would have been an all-time record high selling price for a Washington area residence.
They gave it away to charity, right?
They donated it to the American
Mm-hmm.
Cancer Society after it sat on the market for more than a year.
You got a tax write-off out of it.
Gets a tax write-off.
So now it's going on the market.
I mean, I don't like saying nice things about Dan Snyder, but I guess that's actually a nice thing. Like,
He did it for a tax
I'm
write-off.
sure he did it for a tax write-off, but like that's
He
It
did
wasn't his
because-
first option.
I know
No.
it
He
wasn't,
tried to sell
but
it.
They tried to sell it. Nobody wanted to pay.
Nobody's going to give you the...
Look,
we're not going to give it to you.
trying to give him the benefit of the
We're
doubt.
not.
All right.
He doesn't get it.
It's a semi-nice thing.
No, he just did
Anyway.
because it was good for him.
So now bids are
He
expected
doesn't do
to start.
nice things for anybody.
The bids are expected to start between $7.5 million
Jeez.
and $11.5 million.
All right, now give me the details on the property.
Let's see.
Yeah, how many acres?
25,000 square foot main residence.
All right,
Has 4 levels.
it's 20,000 square feet too big for me.
Right.
You can fit at least 5 of my houses, I guess.
Yeah, yeah,
It's got a professional theater,
yeah.
a club room with a bar and a wine cellar. Nobody's surprised by that.
I like that.
No.
I'd start drinking again.
It includes 3 structures comprising of more than 40,000 square feet. Also includes an 11-bay garage, 11,
Ooh, we could fit a golf sim in there, no problem.
a heated pool, and, this is a nice feature, automated snow melt system.
Well, I like that.
That's pretty swanky.
Let's do it because you got a long driveway. You don't want to be out there shoveling.
Well,
Yeah.
you think Dan Snyder?
Dan Snyder's not lifting a
you
shovel.
could you could walk up to Dan
No,
Snyder.
but when
with a
we buy the house.
yeah. Well, we'll hire somebody else out. So we'll be
We're not gonna have any money left.
We'll be house poor. Would Dan Snyder know what a shovel is?
No.
If you walked up to him with it in your hand and said,
He
"Name
wouldn't know
this
what to do
item."
with it.
He would know what it is,
Like,
yes.
I don't know what this implement is.
He wouldn't know what
I
to
don't
do
even
with
You
know
it.
would think
what
it's a
that
big
is.
spoon for his caviar.
he wouldn't know what a shovel is.
Yeah.
A rake, probably the same thing.
All
right, let's pool our money together and just buy it.
Why I couldn't afford to furnish a thing.
That's true. It'd be completely empty.
It's
Yeah.
true. It's a very good point.
It's all right.
So
We'd
I would have no use for
we'd
that
have
home.
an $8
Air
million
mattress.
house
Just
with
get an air mattress.
bunch of IKEA furniture in it.
When I advocated for buying Ted Koppel's home 20 years ago, it was because it was like in a reasonable range. It was like
Yeah.
$1.5 million or something, and I thought we could flip it.
I
It
wonder
was
how
like
much
back
was,
in the flipping
I
era.
wonder how much it was sold for.
I don't know. It was like 1.5, 2 million, something like that. It was in
Yeah.
a reasonable range. I think it was in Potomac, and it was like we should just buy that and flip it. Well, why aren't we doing that?
Should have listened to you.
Yeah.
Ted Koppel. Care to guess his age?
Is he still with us?
Oh, I didn't know.
Still
he was
with us.
89.
Close. 85.
85, not that bad.
He was awesome.
85?
He wore a toupee, right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
He had some big hair like up top.
No
Yeah.
clue.
Yeah, no clue.
I'm saying toupee,
All right, I'll agree with you.
but could be wrong.
They paid in 93, Koppel and his wife paid $2.7 million for 16 acres overlooking the Potomac.
Yeah. Is that,
Nah, that
maybe
would be
that's not
worth.
the
That'd be
same one.
20 million.
Maybe
now.
that's not the same one. That
Maybe
we were
that's
looking at.
after the one we were thinking of buying.
Well, the
way
one we were
back in
thinking
the
of
day.
buying was in the late 90s, early 2000s, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was post HFS.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it was,
By the way, it sounds like a bargain. $2.7 million for 16 acres of
totally.
riverfront property.
Are you
Yeah,
kidding?
that'd be 25 million now.
Oh, easily.
That'd be so silly.
I don't know. He either has a good look. Jason, would you say toupee or just a good head of hair? It's hard to tell.
I mean, that
He
could
had
go
this
both ways
big
on it.
kind of mop on top of his head.
Yeah. I never really thought about it.
So, you know,
He
when
was
we-
just really good.
when we did that that show from the G League spot, right, where the Wizards when they were opening their
Care
training
First
camp.
Arena.
Care First Arena.
Yeah.
I got a present in the mail. Apparently,
Oh, you did.
did you guys get one?
Not that I know of.
Damn
I know
it.
the
Is it
president.
some gear?
Speaking of,
No, he
it
means
wasn't
a ticket.
gear.
Yeah.
No, I got a ticket, and my wife was looking at it, and I knew immediately. I was like, "Oh, that must be me," because from the neighborhood. I was like, "That must be me." When I went to the Wizards game or whatever, the practice that day, and we did our show.
how much?
It was $100.
Speeding?
No, it was. I guess I did a because you could click on it. They said I ran through a stop sign, and I can remember leaving there. I think I had a tea time or something, and I probably was in a little bit of a hurry. It's probably fair. But we went through the thing, and I didn't blow off the stop sign. You could see the video, but I did do a rolling stop.
Right. You didn't stop
I
completely.
didn't stop 100%.
Right.
I did do a rolling stop, and my wife was adamant. You've got to appeal this. This is ridiculous.
It's gonna
She
be,
thought.
I guarantee it's hard to appeal, right?
I said it's not worth it.
You try to do the bit. The scammers always try to do the. Well, it wasn't me driving the vehicle. How can you prove it was me driving the vehicle?
I would never do that. I know that was me driving. I knew it was actually my daughter's car. When it was
Right.
my daughter's Jeep I was using that day. But I was like, I'm not going to win that. That's just prolonging the agony.
Yeah.
I just got right on the computer right away, paid it, got rid of it. She was mad at me though. 'Cause she was like, "You stopped. You just didn't stop. You know."
Does she ever get them? It's pretty much a
don't know.
one-way thing.
She probably gets him and doesn't tell me.
Now-
I don't think so.
I don't know
think
if
I'm the one.
100% stop at most stop signs, but like on the way into work, there's always a cop trolling like a half a block down. I make sure to 100% stop there.
Yeah.
Because
I
that's
think-
one where they can just come out and bust you for
I think-
rolling through the intersection.
I hope I didn't. I mean, it might be coming my way
Well,
too.
the thing is,
'Cause I
is
probably
that
did a rolling
what
stop.
I did is I did a rolling stop, which I know I should stop. I wasn't trying to be a jerk, but I think I did it a little past the stop sign too. Like it was one of those. I just was a little late.
You were definitely rushing because you were right in front of me in that parking garage, and you just left a different way than I do, which is probably fine. I feel like you took a left out of the parking lot, and
No,
I
I think
always take a right.
Yeah, I think I took the wrong way. I think I went the wrong way.
So that's probably part of the equation. You went the wrong way,
Well,
and then
it's
you're
just-
rushing.
You know how when you leave a garage or you're an air, like I do it all the time. I rent a car at an airport, in Boston or something. It takes forever for the thing to lock in,
Oh, yeah.
to navigate to
Sure.
GPS.
Yeah.
And I think that was happening when I was coming out of the thing. It was like going 100 different ways, and then
Yeah, but you've been there
realized-
enough, and you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of
I don't know my way out of there.
I need the navigation
personally
at
don't.
times, but I know that to leave, if I'm in that parking garage, I take a right turn every time.
Well, I didn't know. I was just following my navigation, and it was spinning, and then I went the wrong way, and then somehow did a rolling stop.
Man, I hope I don't get one.
I mean, whatever. It is
So I
what
probably
it is.
would do the same thing.
But my
I
wife
probably
is-
went to the same stop sign.
I was like, well, what am I going to say to the judge, the virtual judge or whatever, when I do this over Zoom? Like, you're right. I
got
actually
me.
didn't stop. I mean, what's my argument?
Yeah, you gotta
I mean,
pay
I
the
did
piper.
a rolling stop.
What was her counter to that?
She just said you tried to stop, you just didn't do a full
So
stop.
tell him-
Tried.
tried.
The judge says
I
there's
don't
no
know.
try.
I don't know. It's like it's just not worth the
Well, how many
agony.
people stop completely when there's no other cars at the
5%
intersection?
or less, I would say.
Nobody stopped completely.
I'd say
I don't
less than
know.
Unless you're
5%.
80 years old.
I think it was also the double whammy that I was a little bit past the stop sign when I finally did, whatever. I was trying to get out of the neighborhood.
I love DC. I love it.
You're the biggest fan.
Oh, I love
But you
it.
would-
I
you're
love
gonna
driving here.
You told me during one of the breaks you're going to move down here once
Yes.
you're retired because you
Correct.
love the city so much.
Yep, 100%.
You wouldn't have appealed it though, right? You would have just paid it.
No,
to be
'cause you're
done
gonna
with it.
lose either way.
You're going to lose either way, right?
Total 100?
Say again?
How much was the total again?
100.
Although I told you I got refunded for that $200 ticket when they flagged me for getting into the bus lane. Remember I told you that story?
No.
I do remember that.
They gave me a $200 ticket but I was making a right, but they said I got into the bus lane too early.
Yeah.
And
you
I
got out of
wrote a
that?
note with the check. I said, I'm not going to tell you what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you said.
Yeah. And they refunded me.
Oh, you cursed at him and they refunded you?
I was very pissed.
Hold on. And that worked?
They
So you
refunded me
might be the
$200.
first time in
You
history.
cursed at them.
I
On the
said,
little Post-it
I
note.
said, this is an effing joke. I was going right in a bus lane, and I was getting into the bus lane to go right at that light.
Yeah.
I used the F word, yes.
Yeah. And they
sent me
refunded you.
Yeah. So they must have looked at the video.
Stunning.
Maybe you should give it a shot, EB.
I already paid
Curse
it.
at the judge.
I don't. No, I paid it too.
When I get those things, but I didn't put a note.
Yeah,
And I just paid it online.
Well, it was a
doing
joke. I
business.
shouldn't have been flagged for $200 for that.
You're right.
No.
You should not
It
have
was a
been.
legal turn.
Yeah.
They're stupid bus lanes. They can go F their buses. That's what I said to them.
Sometimes I think the cost of doing business for speeding, but not for like a rolling stop at a stop sign. Just whatever. My fault. My fault.
I think
I just like to be done with it because I don't want to ever think about it again.
I think the last time I got a ticket in D.C., I was coming up underneath one of the overpasses, and I was speeding, and I was going to pick up Rom. So I told him after I got that ticket, I'm never picking you up in D.C. ever again.
Right.
It's just
I
never
do
going to
remember
happen.
that. I remember
His
that.
fault.
It was like a $150 ticket, too. I was super rich.
Oh, they don't mess around
I
in
didn't
DC.
even know they had cameras for stop signs.
Oh, they got cameras everywhere.
Like, I know they have cameras for red lights. I know they have speeding cameras. That's the first time I've ever gotten
They do
one
that so they
for-
can pay for the new edition at
Yeah, I
from
guess.
Comcast.
Should have sent it to Mayor Bowser.
Yeah, you
Like, can you
should've.
take care of this for me?
So send it straight to Ted.
Yeah, send it to Ted.
All right, coming up next here on the Junks, we will hit the Skins. And don't forget, Brian Baldinger joins the show coming up at 7:20 here on The Fan.
The Wizards dug themselves a 29-point first-half deficit and ultimately fell to the Houston Rockets 135-112. Alex Sarr led the Wizards with a game-high 25 points and 11 rebounds, while Keyshawn George chipped in with 16 points and a career-high 9 assists. Kevin Durant was one of 6 Rockets to score in double digits, finished the game with a team-high 23 points. Over in Major League Baseball, Tarik Skubal, the left-handed ace for the Tigers, won his second consecutive AL Cy Young Award last night. Paul Skeens followed up his Rookie of the Year season by winning his first NL Cy Young Award, and he won it in unanimous fashion. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Don't forget Brian Baldinger joins us. Baldy is on deck. He'll be on the show at 7:20. We'll talk NFL with him. But right now it's time to hit the skins. And, of course, it's sponsored. It's cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, premium cuts, grilled right at your table, a dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the fam. Oseo means come on in.
All right, guys. Obviously, big game. Been talking about it all week.
This is really a big game. I've noticed that your crutch.
Yeah.
You say big game every hit the skins.
Every single week?
Every week.
It's a big game.
It's not that big anymore.
It's not.
I don't know.
It's not for playoff implications, but just for storylines.
I don't know. In my brain, it's a big
Right?
game. Maybe it's a crutch. I
For
shouldn't say
storylines.
big game. Okay. Boring game.
Huge game.
Because what's
I mean, I don't know. For me, it's a
what's
big
the
game.
storyline for this one? For me, it's okay. Dan Quinn's taking over the defense. How much
Yes.
better is it going to look? Because if it looks poor again, then it was a pointless move.
Well, I just think the defense
I
at
don't know
this
if I would,
point.
Because
wouldn't
I
make that
guarantee you-
judgment after 1 week.
Okay, maybe. I just believe Dan Quinn approved everything Joe Witt was doing defensively because they talked to each other during games. They're in defensive meetings. There's no way Dan Quinn said, no, we're not doing that.
Right.
He said, whatever you're doing, let's do it. He approved everything.
I don't know how fixable it is when you're down 6 starters on defense.
He's the head coach.
Like, you
He
can
might
only
have-
do so much.
Yeah, I'm sure he approved the overall philosophy, but he listened to the calls, but he might have wanted to make different calls or have different ideas for certain coverages, and I'm sure they discussed it at times. But
They should have done it.
I feel like it's a grass
I don't know,
move
but that's
always.
for me. That's the storyline.
In our history, it's here in Washington, it's a Grasper move. Spurrier one time handed over the play calling.
Yeah.
It's almost like a raise the white flag. We can't do anything.
well, it's
Move
what happens
somebody
when
from the
teams
booth-
struggle.
Yes, move
If you
somebody
struggle
from the booth
offensively,
to the
you
field.
get a new coordinator. Or
Yeah,
you-
it's
fine.
Th-
Now,
that's-
look, if
But
they
I think it makes sense. I'm
But look-
glad they did it.
I agree. I think a move had to be made. I just don't know if it's going to work. If they win the game 24-17, it was a great move.
Yeah, it
Dan
was a
Quinn. All right,
fantastic
you should have
move.
been the
Yeah.
defensive coordinator the whole year.
But even if it goes, even if they throw a shutout, it doesn't mean long term it's going to work. You
No.
just don't know. It's 1 week.
I know.
But I do expect them to be a little bit better, a little bit sharper.
minor storyline, and it's kind of a Grasper storyline. We've talked about Cliff Kingsbury potentially moving on to a college job. I don't know if he's going to be a hot commodity for a pro job. I've seen some of these lists, and he's not even listed in the hot coordinators anymore. But Mike McDaniel made a big deal yesterday about his connection with Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn was really pivotal in his life when he became sober. You might be looking at your future offensive coordinator if Mike McDaniel gets fired. There's a lot of things that have to happen.
Yeah, who
Cliff
knows?
Kingsbury moves on. Mike McDaniel gets fired, which a lot of people expect. That could be your next offensive
He's a
coordinator.
really good coordinator. Now, he hasn't been a great head coach, but you'd love to have Mike McDaniel as your OC.
I don't think he's a terrible head coach. He's
He's
had some
okay.
bad
He's okay.
circumstances.
I mean,
What's his
I mean-
overall record?
I don't
It's
know.
probably
off the top of
very
my
Dan
head.
Quinnish.
I don't know, but the last 2 years, it ain't good.
No. I mean, there's a reason that Stephen Ross is on the verge of firing him, it seems like all the time.
Yeah.
But just for
28 and 28 is what I first see when
we
I
had
punched it
success
up.
early on, and then it's just been kind of weird.
Now, Tua has been dinged up with the concussions, but they just have not been good the last 2 years.
So you had 9-8 his first year, 11-6 last year, 8-9 this year, of course.
By the way,
3-7.
apropos of nothing, it has nothing to do with the Skins, but what is going on? I'm missing a lot of the. I know AJ Brown's been frustrated.
Yeah.
Right. He hasn't gotten the ball enough. But what else is going on personally? What's because then I saw people putting out a video of Jalen Hurts, this compilation of how he's like the godfather of one of his children. They've been best friends for 10 years, and it seems like there's a friction.
There's a rift there now.
And he,
between
I
the
guess,
two of them?
recently did an interview. I don't know if it was yesterday, where he was like, "Yeah, no, things ain't good," and he like wants out of there. Where is that stemming from? Is that simply from not getting the ball
I think
enough?
he's just frustrated with his role in the offense. In fact,
Simply from not getting the ball enough.
I think that's a big part of it.
Reading a lot of
Probably
his
the
quotes,
biggest part of it.
He also says, now he's trying to say it's not just about him catching balls. He's talking about winning. Like he wants to win, and he doesn't know that they can keep winning if the offense doesn't play better.
If the offense doesn't go through him.
I don't think it has to go through him. But he's a little weird because remember last year when they win the Super Bowl, he was reading the book on the sidelines,
Yeah.
and he said that he'd be happy for a day.
He's a weird cat.
What do you mean he'd be happy for a day?
Like you're happy for a day that you won the Super Bowl, but then it's the next day.
Well, yeah. I think that's kind of like what Scotty Scheffler was talking about.
Yes.
You win a major, you're happy for about 15 minutes,
Yeah.
and then you realize, all right, I got to go home, I got to feed the kids.
Similar.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. He was quoted on a stream a couple days ago where he basically said, "If you have me in a fantasy league, drop me." Was basically what he said. And he's pretty much right. Hard guy to trust.
Couple people been interviewed of late. We played those quotes from Marcus Mariota, where he talked about you have to be honest, and I don't think we are who we think we are. I know they asked Coach Quinn about it. He kind of danced around it a little bit, didn't have a lot to say. But then Mariota was asked more. A lot of these guys, Bobby Wagner, they've been asked, what it's like, to be there in Spain, etc. Mariota was also asked how far they were from being the team they anticipated. He said, "It's a great question. I don't feel we're close." So he's being pretty honest, right? Others have been asked. Dan Quinn talked about how, like in that Kansas City game, I think he was referring to, you see a little bit. He goes, it's a step forward, but then 2 steps backwards. That's kind of what's been the theme of the season, especially with injuries. Bobby Wagner, who's been around a long time, he's kind of talking about the whole situation. Says it's frustrating. We don't want to be in this situation. We got to get a win. And then when talking about Madrid, he said, "I'm sure it's a beautiful city, but who cares? We have a football game there, and that's what we're here for, to win."
I love that approach.
That's the focus you want.
If you're a fan going over to Madrid to see the Commanders, of course you care about the city and all the different sites, whatever. It's probably a trip of a lifetime. But if you're one of the players, that's a business trip. You fly over there, you get into your hotel, you go through your practices. You're not out there traipsing around in the city.
Well, kind of depends. Like I told you,
They might give him
18 birdies tells me that Tress Way played golf very quickly. But he's a punter, and they had a free day.
Yeah,
It's an off
punters and
day.
kickers are different.
but even if they're practicing here, I mean, they're not the facility 24/7.
Right.
I mean, they do have downtime.
Sure.
So in their downtime, they can go out and do whatever they want.
I go back.
You just wouldn't have no interest in that.
Probably
I go back to this. The season has fallen apart. They're 3-7. The simplest answer is Jaden Daniels has basically played half the time. If you compare Marcus Mariota and Jaden Daniels' work this year, all right, Jaden has 168 pass attempts. Marcus Mariota's at 110. So Jaden has played more than Marcus, but it's not that much difference.
The only counter to that is, I think over a season you would see it play out more, but I'm not sure they'd have one more win if Jaden had been there all year. So
That's
far,
fair.
The way it's
Because
played
the truth
out.
is, if you look at their rating, Jaden has only played slightly better than Marcus. His passer rating was at 94.4.
I think
And Marcus is at 91.9.
I think it's been a combination. I mean, look, the fact is, and these have all been documented. We all know this. We've lived through it. But, you lose your starting defensive ends at Dietrich Wise Jr. and Dorrance Armstrong. Lattimore, whatever you want, is a physical player, torn ACL. Trey Amos, we lose him last week. Will Harris, out. Deron Payne suspended a game. Offensively, McLaurin's basically not been there all season. Austin Eckler tore his Achilles week 2. You mentioned Jaden, our superstar. He's going to miss about half the games. By the time he comes back, it just everything last year in one-score games, we were 8-4. Okay, lost only one game by double digits. This year, we're 0-2 in one-score games. We've lost 4 by double digits. In fact, by 21 or more. Not like 11 or 12, by 21 or more.
That's just embarrassing. I mean, that's why Joe Witt Jr. no longer is the DC.
We haven't been in the lead in the fourth quarter since that loss to Chicago when we fumbled that game away in week 6. So we haven't even had a lead in the fourth quarter, Cakes, in 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah, when you were talking about one-score games, I can't even remember them. It'd be great to have a one-score game. I mean, it's been since the Bears game. Another thing, we've talked about this the last couple weeks, they can't run the football anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of disappeared.
Is the last game they had success running the football the Chargers game? Bill went off.
Yeah.
Probably.
And I'm talking about if you eliminate the quarterback. Because when you put in the quarterback runs, it vaults him to being one of the better running teams in the NFL. And here's something to look at, because I've just noticed the last couple weeks, and Jason can speak to this more. Brian Robinson.
I know.
He's averaging, do you know what he's averaging?
7 yards a pop or something?
4.9 yards per carry. What is Bill averaging? 4.5, which is not bad. But Brian Robinson right now, in limited work,
He had 9
is averaging 4.9 yards per carry.
He had
He's got
9 for 51 last week.
Yeah, he ran better than McCaffrey last week.
Yeah.
The Bill shares are dead. I can own up to that.
All that back padding, I'm telling you, we need a reversal.
He's done nothing over like I think the last 3 games. He's like at 2.7 yards per carry, and his share of the pie is shrinking at this point because Chris Rodriguez is emerging as the top weapon in their backfield. Now that's not great.
He's not doing.
It's not a great backfield, but right now he's running the most effective of him, McNichols, and Bill. So
McNichols. Now he only has 22 carries
on the year. Yeah, he doesn't get a lot in the running game. It's
Maybe
more
he
receiving.
should get more work.
He gets more receiving work.
Yeah.
Got to give a shout out to Hogs Haven. I'm just perusing this, but I want to steal their analysis. Christian Palantonio wrote this article. What to expect with Dan Quinn taking over the Commanders' defense? Kind of speaks to what we were talking about earlier. And I guess one thing they say you can expect is a higher man coverage rate. I don't know, for better or for worse. From 21 to 23, while he was in Dallas, they ran the 3rd highest man coverage rate in the NFL.
They also had Pro Bowl corners.
Yes. We're currently the 9th most man coverage team compared to the rest of the league. And I know that that's what Joe Witt wanted to run, but we just haven't been successful. We haven't had enough pressure.
Do they have men that can cover Achane and Waddle effectively? Because if they don't, that's a horrible strategy.
Who the starting corner? Sanders still and who this week?
I guess Noah I might get thrown in the mix, or Jones.
I think Jonathan Jones.
But isn't Jones banged up a little bit?
Yeah, but I think he's going to play. They say expect man coverage to increase with DQ taking over play calling as Quinn's defenses are known to challenge receivers with aggressive press coverage. And that's why they say, they targeted Lattimore. He's supposedly known for that. Didn't work out here.
I don't know if that's a great strategy.
I don't know if you want to do that
Dolphins.
when you got backups to backups.
I mean,
you've got guys Hamilton might be playing a lot. Antonio Hamilton.
Yeah, I see him number 1 on the depth chart.
Yeah, I mean, you want to try and cover Waddle with Hamilton?
Well,
all right,
Waddle and Achane are both super explosive, and I would guess that
Hamilton
they're
and Jones.
Here's another one. They say expect more creative fronts / exotic blitz packages. That's what I've been asking for weeks. I've been asking for that.
But they've tried all that.
Well,
hey, maybe they can rattle Tua. Tua's not the greatest with pressure.
If you remember, DQ was asked a few weeks ago, and it was one of the rare times he sort of openly, I think inadvertently, criticized Witt when he said he expected more stunts. Remember, he said that after a game. He expected to see a little more
I heard
stunts.
him say that, and I don't get it. When you're the head coach, you go to Witt and say, I want to do this. Let's do it.
Yeah, but I guess during the flow of the game, sometimes you got to give them some autonomy. I mean, a little bit. You can't oversee every single detail, right?
Well, if you're the head coach, you call the shots. You have the final call. If you don't like the way someone's game planning your defense, you change it.
Well, that's what he did.
Yep.
I know, but he should have done it weeks ago.
They just put up 30 on Buffalo. With Hamilton and Jones as your starting corners.
I mean, on paper, doesn't look great.
No.
And then the last thing is, will Dan Quinn find a better way to utilize Frankie Louvu than Joe Witt has so far this year. Luvu maybe flashing a little bit more of late, but obviously was much better last year. And they kind of compare him. Can he be their Micah Parsons?
Right.
You know, which they're always asking for. Which, by the way, remember I said they were going to try Jamin Davis in that role? Jamin Davis, I believe, did get signed off the practice squad.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
By who?
I can find that for you, but I just...
All right, you can look that up. We need to take a break. When we come back, we'll take a look around the NFL.
Baldy.
Brian Baldinger, Odyssey's NFL Insider. He'll join us next.
All right, guys. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, that's tonight, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player actually scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. How great is that? All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/EB for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost tokens on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline and say good morning to our friend Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. What's up, Baldy? Good morning.
Well, good morning to you guys.
Hello,
how are you?
Hello, Baldy.
Baldy, I was looking at your Twitter and your Instagram, and you have a lot of videos of film breakdown of the Lions game, and you kind of were focusing on the Lions offense and how it's multiple and creative. But what do you see from this Commanders defense that now Dan Quinn is taking over the play calling?
Well, I mean, it seemed like they were and have been caught in way too much man coverage for a team that's not very good at playing it. And I think that's part of it, and they're not, when Dan Quinn was the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys for 3 years, over that 3-year span of time, they led the National Football League in takeaways. Nobody had more total takeaways over 3 years. There's a big reason why they won 12 games each year for those 3 years. And so they're not taking the ball away, and then they're getting caught in man coverage repeatedly, and it's really hurting them right now. And so I think that's – I don't know exactly, what Joe Witt Jr. did wrong or, didn't do wrong or whatever, but I think those are some of the things that Dan Quinn might be pointing to that even though we've had, our share of injuries at corner and at defensive line, we've got to be better against teams like Detroit. James Williams had his best day all year in that breakout game against him. And they got caught in a lot of man coverage against him.
What do you say, Brian, to guys that say, well, okay, so DQ obviously he's got the defensive coordinator chops, the resume, right? That's his superpower. That's what got him to be a head coach of this league twice, take a team to Super Bowl, whatever. So he's got that resume. He's on the – explain to me how he can make an impact. I'm not suggesting that he can't, but explain how he possibly can, because he's on the headset. He hears all the calls.
Yeah.
He's in on the meetings. I got a guy here, my partner Jason. He's like, if he didn't
like something, he changes it.
Change it mid-game. How is it going to be different with him in charge?
I don't know. I think, this happens quite frequently. Guys give up play calling duties or they take it away. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's just a feel. It could be just a sound. It could just be the way the calls are, sent into Bobby Wagner. Or, it could be just... It could be no change at all. It could be the same things, just a different way of doing it. It could be just a feel that he has on a particular blitz or a particular coverage at a particular time, and he's just feeling that, or he's seeing things differently than Joe is. So I don't know how much different it can look, to answer your question, because you are right. I mean, he does know the call sheet, and he does know what they've talked about and worked on all week. All that has gone through him, to be able to be used by Joe. So sometimes it could just be semantics at this point. But I think we have to, they have not played well on that side of the ball. And I think everybody thought that they would be better than they are right now.
Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. So I'm at Baldy NFL on Twitter, looking at your breakdown of Devon Achane and his huge game last week against the Buffalo Bills. You praised not only him, but the offensive line opening up holes for him. Talk about how the Commanders are going to try to contain Achane, kind of in the same mold as Gibbs, and they had a rough time with Gibbs last weekend.
Yeah, they did. And Achane's got the same type of speed that Gibbs has. I don't know if he's quite as explosive, but he's their leading receiver and he's their leading runner. So, you got to defend him in both ways. But I thought Mike McDaniel here, on this little win streak of theirs, I thought he's gotten a lot more creative with the motions, the formations. They'll use two backs at the same time. They'll put Achane at receiver. They'll put Ollie Gordon or Jalen Wright at running back. They do a lot of misdirection, a lot. I mean, we call it, like, in football terms, this is not deep thinking or anything. But it's like they throw you a lot of cheese. And if you take the cheese, there's something big that's happening. It could be Tua's play fakes, sending everybody one way and the play's going back the other way. They've had a big play the other day for a touchdown where they didn't block the defensive tackle. They just influenced them. and he wasn't even blocked, and they're going a different direction. And so there was a lot of that, I thought, and that's kind of what that's how Mike McDaniel actually got a head coaching job. He did this in Cleveland, Atlanta, and in San Francisco for Kyle Shanahan, and they were a great running team. They kind of have lost their mojo a little bit in some of the creativity that he brought to those organizations when he was the run coordinator. And I felt like he got back to some of that these last two games, and they run the ball a lot better. But you've got to keep your eyes on on Achane, because he's going to get 30 touches. If they win the game, he's getting 30 touches, and so you've got to. And he's a hard guy to tackle. He was like that at Texas A&M, and he's been like that for 3 years in the NFL.
Baldy, one of your breakdowns that's on Twitter and Instagram is about Caleb Williams and the Bears and what this offense is doing. I know you told us you knew Caleb a little bit. He really is coming on, and statistically his numbers maybe don't jump off the page, but he had a bunch of drops in that game. You show one throw, which is 40-yard throw, corner of the end zone that's dropped. What are you seeing on film?
Well, I see a couple things. One, he is winning from the pocket on time, routinely. I mean, he didn't do that before, but he's trusting his protection, and they are protecting much, much better up front. So he's hitting his third step, his fifth step, hitching and throwing it. He does that. Now, doesn't always. I mean, the Giants got good pass rushers. Brian Burns, was winning a little bit out there, and they were blitzing him. And then his ability to escape, unbelievable escapes, like Houdini-type escapes. He has Brian Burns draped all over him. He's got Kayvon Thibodeau draped all over him, and he escapes, and then he keeps his eyes down the field. He ran for a 17-yard touchdown on a play like that, which was a big part of their comeback. And then he made a number of big throws. And then the relationship that he has with second-year player Rome Odunze, he's their leading receiver, and they find a lot of different ways to get him the ball. But he's still missing throws that you think he should make. That's why his completion percentage is down at 60% and not 70%. So he's still missing too many throws, and that's a little bit of a mystery, because it's not, let's just say in that category, maybe 3 throws a game where you go, he should make that throw. He's not, the pocket is clean. He's got a good sight lines to the receiver, and he's bouncing it off the turf, or he's sailing the ball. So I think there's still room for improvement, but he sees the field, and his athletic ability is as good as it is.
Baldy, there's some big games this week, especially in the 4 o'clock window. Seattle at LA. Now, Seattle's on a 4-game win streak. They haven't played the toughest schedule, but they are dominating their opponents, especially what they did here to Washington. Yeah. But the Rams, man, they are just rolling offensively. Stafford is squarely in the MVP talk with the numbers he's putting up. But Seattle gets after the quarterback. But man, this is such a good offense. I know. I think Devontae Adams is questionable, but I think he's going to go. You would know more than that. But talk about the Seattle Rams matchup. Big one.
It's for first place.
Yep.
2 7-2 teams. Both teams have lost. The Rams lost by 3 to the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, and they had 2 kicks blocked. To lose that game. And they lost by 3 in overtime to San Francisco. Otherwise, they're undefeated. So, I mean, they play great, but they're interesting because they actually play 4 tight ends. Most teams don't dress 4 tight ends, but they play 4, and they play 3 tight ends more than any other team in the league. And they use that in the run game. They use that to protect Matt Stafford. All 4 guys have caught touchdown passes. They were a big part of their win last week. The blowout win. And so that's interesting to me because a lot of teams are going to that. The Commanders play a lot of 3 tight ends if they're all healthy. But that's the direction of the league right now. Seattle has probably got the league's best receiver in Jackson Smith and Jigba. It didn't take long for them to connect last week against Arizona. They were up 35-0. It wasn't halfway through the second quarter. I mean, they destroyed them. And Arizona was coming off their best win in years against Dallas. And they made it look like they didn't belong in the same division. This should be great because Mike McDonald is a real defensive wizard. They play a lot. Their defense front is very good. They play a lot of matchup zone behind it, like he did when he was in Baltimore when they led the league in sacks and in takeaways 2 years ago. They're playing a lot of those style of matchups. And then this Nick Emmanwori is sort of like their Kyle Hamilton. He's their chess piece that they move around. So I might actually do a breakdown on him this morning just because he's really coming on. He's a talented kid out of Virginia Tech. But this should be a classic Sean McVay against Mike McDonald matchup. Great offense against great defense. And then you can't, the others, if you flip that script, Seattle's offense, their offense line is vastly improved with Gray Zabel at left guard, and they're healthy right now, except maybe the center might be out, but Olu is a good player, smart kid out of Michigan. So this should be exactly what you're describing as. This should be like a precursor to what the playoffs might look like this year in the NFC.
Sticking in the NFC, another great game, Lions at the Eagles. I'm guessing that you might be at that game. There still is this ongoing tension there between A.J. Brown and really the organization, I would say, in the offense. What do you expect to see Sunday night?
Well, I'll be at the Tampa-Buffalo game, so
Okay.
I won't get to that Sunday night. But unless I have a super fast plane that wants to get me back to Philly, there's not one right now that looks like it's taken off. But anyways, look, Detroit played. You just saw what they could do. If you don't affect Jared Goff, if you don't affect Goff the way you didn't, like he'll just carve you up. Like there's just too many options. He has too many home run hitters. They convert third downs at a high rate. They're very tough to stop, and the Eagles have the ability to affect them. The addition of Jalen Phillips, Nolan Smith coming back healthy, a healthy Jalen Carter, bringing back Brandon Graham. Like they've got depth on the defensive line. They've got pass rushers everywhere. And so that they have an ability to affect Goff in this game. And they have the corner that can really lock up on Amon-Ra St. Brown and Quinion Mitchell. So I think they can keep the score down in the game. It's just a question of your point. The offense, takes a long nap during stretches of games, and they don't get the ball to A.J. Brown. And the quarterback doesn't particularly care about it. I mean, the quarterback is the godfather to A.J. Brown's daughter. Like, they're close.
Mm-hmm.
But you wouldn't know it by watching how they play.
Right.
And so the quarterback is not going to throw the ball if there's any chance that it could be intercepted. He's not going to make the throw. So he doesn't throw the ball into tight windows or a lot of 50-50 balls. He just doesn't do it. But they win a lot of football games. And so this is going to continue as long as they win and A.J. Brown is not heavily involved. The post-game conversations and things that he did just this week with the press, it's going to continue.
Baldy, enjoy your trip to see the Bills and Bucks.
That's
and
a big one, too.
We'll talk to you again next week, my friend.
Look forward to it, guys.
Yeah, man.
All right, thank you, buddy.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. When we come back, we'll get into the Junkies Blitz. And don't forget, Dave Richards going to join us coming up at 8 to answer all of your Week 11 fantasy football questions. Commanders fans, this is for you. Level up with the brand new AAA Commanders MVP membership. You get all the benefits of AAA, such as 24/7 roadside assistance, plus chances to win game tickets, access to exclusive team events and experiences, along with 15% off Commanders gear at the online pro shop. Already a AAA member? Add the Commanders MVP membership for free. Head to AAA.com/Commanders to upgrade today, or join the squad and put your fandom in drive. Time for the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season is here. Cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit. Warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carry indoor and outdoor saunas. EB uses his every day.
So usually do a true false Thursday, but I want to do something a little different here. I'll give you a couple stories real quick, and then I'll get to free agents, and I want to hear you say yay or nay for next year's Commanders.
All right, okay.
But just a couple stories. Ravens kind of in the news. John Harbaugh had to say his team isn't doing anything shady. The Vikings are accusing the defensive players of mimicking snap counts and J.J. McCarthy's hut.
What do you mean mimicking the snap counts?
That they were, I guess,
other guys were doing it.
The running back Aaron Jones, who's now with the Vikings, said the Ravens players were making sounds to simulate Minnesota's snap count.
Gotcha.
Which is against the rules. You're not allowed to do that.
Quote was, they're making moves, calls up front, so sometimes it sounds like it could be JJ saying hut. They're making move calls, and you see them stem, so they're trying to get them to jump as well.
Speaking of rules...
And Harbaugh said they're not playing those games.
Let me ask you about the USC issue where the backup quarterback came out and the punter's jersey number.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. I followed that a little bit peripherally. What I didn't understand was, is it a number they were both issued, or did he change number mid-game? What, you know what I'm saying? Like, did he go in at halftime and change jerseys, or were they both issued the same number?
Don't know.
I mean, that's not his number usually. He's the backup quarterback, but he changed it for that game.
Just for that game at the beginning of the game, before the game even started.
I don't know when he put it on, but yeah.
In other words, I think...
But the problem was the real punter came in with the same number later in that game.
Sometimes that happens.
That's why the Big Ten should have said, no, you can't do that.
Well, the problem is, though, I see plenty of college games where the guys have... Two different guys have same number,
which is weird. I don't understand why that always happens.
That happens because they have more.
They just have more players.
More players.
Dude, when I went to
but you can't have the same guy with the same number have two different guys with the same number play the same position. That's against Big Ten rules.
Okay.
Yeah. So if they're playing different positions, that's one thing.
Okay.
But they can't both play the same position.
So he did come out in that game with that jersey the whole time. He wore 80 the whole time.
I mean, I don't know when he put it on, but he wore it for that play.
I think it's definitely shady if at like a halftime he changed.
Seems shady.
Well, no, the Big Ten came out and said it's against the rules. They should have been flagged.
Yeah.
But the officials didn't catch it.
Right.
Yeah. When I went to the Maryland-Georgetown game, basketball game, what's the name of Maryland's five-star kid, the freshman?
Hoops?
Hoops. He's point guard, whatever. He changed his number at halftime.
Why?
Like, I'm telling you, I was looking, I don't know why. I'm looking at the program the whole game, like, okay, this is the five-star kid. And he changed his number in the second half.
Maybe he did.
Believe you're allowed to do that.
Maybe he did something to his jersey.
Maybe he had blood on his jersey.
Tore it or
I don't
something.
know.
Hey, you know what? You can't count on much, especially jersey numbers, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
All right, let's play around with this free agency list. This came out on ESPN, the early top 25 ranking and predictions. We don't need to go through their predictions. I just want to see if you're interested in these free agents. I believe the Commanders are going to have a lot of money in cap room, and we know they need to upgrade the roster. All right, the number one guy is Trey Hendrickson.
I just don't know.
I mean, he's just been
He's
banged
getting up there now. And
He's like 31. I'm going to say no, too high dollar. He's going to be like $30+ million a year. No, thank you.
Number two guy they have is from the Ravens. I don't know if he'll be available. It's Tyler Linderbaum, center. Got Biotic has been solid.
Isn't that the kid they drafted a few years ago in the first round? Is this a stud?
Yes.
Bazzelli.
Is he from Iowa?
Yes.
He's going to make so much money.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
I'd say no, too pricey.
I'm going to skip over Daniel Jones. You already got a quarterback.
I need some offensive skill position
Here
players,
it is.
JP.
They're
Let's
number
go.
4, George Pickens.
I like Pickens.
How old is he?
He's young, but
He'll be 25 next year.
He's a nightmare to deal. He
that's
doesn't
the problem.
He doesn't strike me as a Dan Quinn guy.
Has he still
but
been
he's
an
been-
issue this year?
He's always an issue. Yes,
I don't think he's been an issue this year too much.
He's always doing something. Like he's putting the ball in somebody's face, or he's
Yeah,
like
okay.
taunting people.
Well,
Just-
Lattimore does that too.
Here's what he has, though.
I
Big
don't think
play
he's
potential.
Yeah, he's good.
he's a really good player, but I don't know if he's worth the headache.
But he wears out his welcome wherever he
I'm
goes.
gonna say pass.
12 receptions.
I would say in.
12 receptions of 20 yards or more. That's third most in the league. He has 6 touchdowns. That's tied for fourth.
I can't.
If you want a splash play guy, if you're assuming you've got Terry
I
as
think I'm
your
interested.
if you've got Terry as kind of your consistent receiver, probably not bringing Debo
I
back.
can't give a guy like that
I think they might be
30
bringing
plus
Debo
mil.
back.
I can't give him $30 million a year. I just
They
I have
definitely
got
got to get younger at that position.
All right, I think you skip over this one.
Just for the record, I'm
Yep.
in on Pickens.
Number
I'm in on
5,
Pickens too.
they've got Braden Smith from the Colts. He's a tackle. I know Connerly's statistics are bad, but you're invested in him. Tunsil's had a good year, so I don't think you go there. I think Cake's going to be intrigued with this guy. Brees Hall, running back, Jets.
He wouldn't cost you a lot of money.
25.
He's 25. He's blown out his ACL at least once. I am kind of if you get him at the right price, he does.
I wouldn't
intrigue
think
me
he would
because
cost you a ton.
He's a big upgrade over everybody they have in the backfield right now.
Yeah.
And he's a
Consider-
home run hitter and can catch the ball.
Consider me intrigued by him.
Wide receiver Alec Pierce from the Colts.
He's good,
Now
man.
he's tantalizing too because you know what? He is George Pickens without all the headaches because he's a big play threat down the field.
He's
I'd
averaging-
be more interested in him than Pickens.
He's a deep threat and he's tall.
He's 6'3", averaging 20.9 yards per catch.
And
He made
this-
a great catch this
This
past
is
week.
wild.
I know.
He's a whitey wideout. That's,
Whitey
that's a
wideout.
deep threat in the NFL in 2025.
Yeah, you don't usually see that.
Which is kind of weird.
I might be out.
Number 8, they've got Travis Jones, defensive tackle from the Ravens.
Do we want all the Ravens guys? Is that what this is? You got like 3 or 4
There's
Ravens
definitely
guys.
another one. Number 9 is Isaiah Likely, tight end, Ravens.
You know what?
Oh, they definitely got to get a tight
I'm
end.
kind of intrigued by him.
What about your guy Ben Sinnott? He finally got in the end zone,
Well,
Cakes.
he got in the end zone in complete and utter garbage time. I'd be intrigued by Isaiah Likely.
You just
But
heard
there are going to be a lot of suitors for him.
You just heard Baldy talk about this guy. He's going to make a lot of money. Comes over to the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Phillips, edge.
Need an edge.
27 next year.
Well, he made a big impact in the Monday night game against Green Bay.
And you
And
take away from Philly. I might like that.
might be
I might
potentially
be in
interested.
on that. Might be in on that one.
I mean, we know that the Commanders are desperate for young pass rushers.
6'5".
Mm-hmm.
He's making $13.3 million this year.
That's nothing. In the grand scheme of things, that's
Well,
not. That's
Free agent. He's going to probably make 20, 25.
okay. Well,
all right.
Do you
We got-
want,
we
do you
got
want
cap
12
room.
sacks? I'd like to have 12 sacks. That's kind of the going rate.
We have to generate more pressure.
Do you pick up another corner? Number 11. They've got Alontae Taylor, corner, New Orleans Saints. He'll be
I'll be
27
honest,
next
know
year.
nothing about that person. I couldn't tell you.
Our
That's on
last
Adam
Saints
Peters.
quarter didn't really
He
work
must be
out.
pretty good if he's ranked 11th.
Stay away from Saints corners.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
You're definitely going to need one.
I pretty much know the answer here. You can get the buzzer or dinger ready. This is going to be based on age. Mike Evans.
Too old. I mean, that guy's a walking hamstring. Now he's a Hall of Famer, but he's also a walking hamstring waiting to pop.
Rest of the list is not going to get you super excited. Number 13, they've got a defensive lineman for the Broncos, John Franklin Myers. I don't think you need interior defensive linemen if you bring back Payne and you got Kinlaw and you drafted Johnny Newton. Seems like a lot of money for that interior.
I don't know
gotta-
if Payne's going to be here next year.
That
Payne
may be
might,
true.
He might be a walking.
I could see Payne moving on. I disagree, Cakes. I think they have a hankering for Debo. I think they like Debo. And just, it's been a little nicked up.
I don't know what you like about him so much,
He's
but
played in every game except one.
Yeah, but it just hasn't been quite the same as he was the first few weeks.
He also hasn't had a starting quarterback for half the games.
Yeah.
What I think they like about him is his toughness, his versatility.
I mean, he was
and
so good in his first 4 or 5 games.
oh,
Yeah.
he was killing it.
Yeah,
But
I
you're just
think they
not going
like
to
him.
you're just not going to give him a lot of money.
As
And he's
good as
looking for a lot of
Marcus
money.
Mariota
Yeah, he
is
is.
playing as a backup.
Yeah.
He's still in every game averages less than 150 yards passing. It's just not much.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's just on the receivers. I think that's on Marcus. All right, they've got a linebacker at number 14, Quay Walker from the Packers. He's only making $2.6 million this year. He'll be 26 next year.
Oh, he's young.
We know they're going to eventually have to move on from
I'd be-
Bobby
I'm
Wagner.
gonna move on from Wagner now.
Like immediately.
I would say yes on him. If you can get a 26-year-old linebacker, athletic linebacker who's 6'4", 240 pounds.
They say he's fast. They've got a corner at number 15 from the Chiefs, Jalen Watson. Rasheed Walker, a tackle from the Packers at 16. Here's another edge guy making $18 million this year. He'll be 35.
Oh,
no.
Khalil Mack.
No.
They would.
I mean,
couldn't they have signed him this year or no? Wasn't he one of those names that we were talking about in the offseason? Or no?
It just feels very Von Miller.
He had a 1-year deal with the Chargers.
Yeah, I think there was a guy like that we were talking about.
So he returned from an elbow injury in week 7. He's got 3 sacks, 4 total this year, 2 forced fumbles.
No.
But he's 35.
I'm out on that.
Past his prime.
Yeah, the oldest team in the league doesn't need to sign a 35-year-old.
You already did that with Vaughn.
You got a corner from the Seahawks listed at 18, Reek Woolen. All right, here's another one for Cakes because he just likes offensive skill players.
This is what I love.
Would
yes.
you be intrigued by Travis Etienne? Turns 27 next year.
27.
He has 16 rushes this year of 10 yards or more.
I'd be
21 catches.
I'd be more into Brees Hall than I would ETN.
All right.
If I had my druthers.
Look, you're only going to be able to sign like big name free agents, 2 or 3.
Yeah, the rest of these are kind of nubs. Romeo Dobbs.
Romeo Dobbs is actually pretty good.
All right.
He just got hurt, though.
He's been
EB,
one of their top receivers.
Listed at number 21. We talked about tight end before. He's making $11 million this year. He'll be 25 next year. That's it.
Yep.
Kyle Pitts.
Oh, I like him.
I'm always tantalized by his skill set.
He's got all the talent in the world. So, I would be in on that.
Anyway,
I'm just not giving him a lot of money. Sorry.
I would be in on that. Yeah, I don't know what the money is. I'm less
He's
concerned.
making $11 million this year.
He is
doing nothing.
Got so much ability.
He never scores touchdowns.
No. Maybe
How many touchdowns does he have this year?
I don't know.
At least 2, I think.
I mean, he's
not a lot, but
guy was a top 5 pick in the draft.
Look, right now they don't have a ton of draft choices, so you're going to have to pick up some guys via free agency.
Yep. That's what Adam Peters is going to have to do in the offseason to upgrade this old roster here with the Commanders. The number is 800-636-1067 on an open line Thursday. You can call right now and get in line to ask Dave Richard all of your fantasy football questions. He will join us coming up next on The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here for FanDuel. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on tonight's action, all you have to do is very simple. Place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. Then if your player actually scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/EB for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Houston Rockets were up by double digits for most of the game and had a 27-point lead at halftime. The Wizards outscored the Rockets in the third to cut the lead entering the final period, but they couldn't complete the comeback. Final score, Rockets 135, Wizards 112. Alex Sarr had 25 points and 11 rebounds for the Wiz, who have now fallen to 1-11 this season. Keyshawn George added 16 points, 9 assists, and 6 rebounds. And the NCAA placed Michigan State's football program on 3 years of probation following violations committed by former staff members during Mel Tucker's tenure. The program also needs to vacate 14 wins from the past 3 seasons, including all 5 victories from the 2024 season, which was Jonathan Smith's first year as head coach. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Time to head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to Dave Richard from CBSSports.com. As always, Dave Richard is delivered by our friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Fantasy moves? Ask Dave. For all of your other moves, let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do the heavy lifting and take it to the house. Check them out at DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
We're getting critically close to playoff time, right? Or no?
Very close.
What about another week or two?
Most leagues, they want
14 probably.
They want to end on week 17.
Yeah.
So usually playoffs start
15.
week 15, 16, 17.
Oh, so you still have-
Some leagues go to 18,
We
but
still have
not a
another
lot.
if
Not a
you-
lot.
If you are in a league where they play the fantasy championship in week 18,
Yeah.
you need to get out of that league as soon as possible.
Yeah, I know.
Because
I think
your
I'm in one.
commissioner doesn't
I'm
know
in one, but I'm not going to make the playoffs.
what
in that
he or
one.
she is doing.
Dave.
I know Dave agrees with me wholeheartedly.
Hello, Dave.
Dave, are you there, buddy?
I'm here. You got me?
Yeah.
How many more weeks before the playoffs for most leagues? What, 3 or 4 more
You
weeks?
have it right. You've got it right. Most leagues start in week 15 with their playoffs because they want to end it in week 17 before all the shenanigans of week 18 go down because there are so many teams that rest their starters. I mean, imagine getting to your fantasy championship with Jonathan Taylor and the Colts have the number 1 seed locked up and they rest Jonathan Taylor and you're forced to start Amir Abdullah for your league's championship.
Yeah, it's
not
doesn't
good.
seem right to me. So week 17 is when it usually ends. Teams do not rest their players on week 17 and 18 unless they're injured. This is a simple case where you do fantasy logically. At least when you're building a league, you have your championship in week 17. You want to squeeze out as many weeks as you can, but you don't want to play into a week where there's going to be all sorts of chaos.
Hey, I'm just on the Yahoo site, and I got Debo on my bench, but he's projected at 16.6 points. Why do they project? He hasn't had 16 points since the Charger game, like 6 weeks ago.
I mean, I don't know if you know this, Bish, but I work for CBS Sports.
All right.
I could call up some of my pals at Yahoo. You know, Matt Harmon is
There's
there.
no way he's going to get 17 points.
I mean, he might in 2 games.
Right, exactly. All right, real quick. Goff or Love this week?
Goff is who I prefer, but neither one of them are top 12 quarterbacks.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm in a situation.
This is an interesting week at quarterback. There are a lot of quarterbacks that have some tough matchups. The obvious guys, they're obvious. You're going to start them. But Jared Goff, Jacoby Brissett has become a must-start quarterback. Bo Nix, Sam Darnold. I don't know if these are top 12 options this week due to the matchups that they have. And because of that, other names have kind of popped up and percolated toward the top 12. Aaron Rodgers is in my top 12. This won't surprise anybody, except it would have surprised you back in August. Joe Flacco is in my top 10. Tua Tagovailoa against the Commanders. I mean, the Commanders can't rush anybody. Their secondary is beat up. This is a perfect setting for Tua Tagovailoa to have a good game. So there are definitely some moves you could make at quarterback where you can actually feel good about your team going into this week without having to take one of these quarterbacks that has a tough matchup on.
Dave, I'm going to throw you a curveball. I know that your colleague at CBS Sports, Jamie Eisenberg, does his start of the week. I want Dave Richards' start of the week for Week 11.
You know, I was actually thinking about that this week, and I think my start of the week would be Woody Marks with the Texans. I was so impressed with his film last week, and now he's taking on Tennessee. It's an easy matchup. I'm not sure if the Titans are going to be at full strength on defense. Does that really matter? Is there a full strength that would scare me anyway? Look, it was the first time this season that Woody Marks had over 60% of the snaps for the Texans. He had some unbelievable pass blocks. You don't get points for that in fantasy, but that keeps you on the field. He also had some great runs. He had some good bursts. He's given Houston something they haven't had since Joe Mixon, which feels like it was 5 years ago, but it was really just last year. It's a 3-down running back. And so I've got him as a top 20 running back this week, and I'm wondering if I've got him too low. There are so many other running backs that I would sit for Woody Marks. I would sit Quinshon Judkins, Breece Hall for Woody Marks in a heartbeat. It's not even a question. Kenneth Walker, are you kidding? He's done nothing. Mm-hmm. So I'm easily going to start Woody Marks over those guys.
All right, there you go. Start of the week.
What's Drake London's status?
He's amazing.
No, I mean,
what's with these questions today from you?
Well, no, what's his stat? His injury
ask
status.
Me next about should I start Josh Allen? I'm wondering where you're going with.
No. What's his injury
his
status? His
injury status. He meant.
Oh, I think he's expected to play. I thought you were meant like, where is he on the fantasy echelon?
Oh, was I born yesterday? I know he's good. I got him on 3 teams. All right.
Oh yeah, good.
All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067 if you want to ask Dave a question.
All right, let's go to Pastor Jacques. Hey, buddy. Going with Dave Richard.
Hey, guys. What's going on today?
What's up? Man. How are you, bud?
Hey, good. Quick question, Dave. Half-point PPR. Is it time to believe in Jameson Williams as an every-week starter now? Or do I swerve in maybe Tedero McMillan or DeMarcado if Bam Knight is out because he's going to get maybe all the touches? So which way would you go in that situation?
So I'm going to start him over those guys. I've got like 1 foot in on Jameson Williams and 1 foot out, and it's the matchup why it's not 2 feet in. If he weren't playing at Philadelphia, I would be all about Jameson Williams this week. But I love the usage last week. The changes that the Lions made on offense, they did some things schematically that they haven't done yet this year, and that's a byproduct of Dan Campbell taking over and leaning into things that his players are simply good at, and it worked out great. You can read about it all over X. People have posted about it. I'm not going to recite it here. But long story short, Jameson Williams was running routes a little bit differently than he was last week. His timing with Jared Goff was outstanding. He's not just a downfield guy that's opening things up underneath. They're using him for all the great receiving traits he has and not just for his speed. And then once he has the ball in his hand, that's when the speed comes out. And so, yes, he is a must-start number 2 fantasy wide receiver. I don't want to get too excited about him this week because I really do believe in that Eagles defense. I think that they're going to play great. I think they're going to make it hard on Jared Goff. I can't call Jared Goff like the 15th or 16th best quarterback in fantasy and have 2 wide receivers in the top 12. Can't do that. So because I can't do that, Amon-Ra is down a little bit, and so is Jameson. Well, Jameson's up, but he's not as up as high as I would normally make him.
Good luck, Jacques.
Thank you, Jacques. Appreciate it, bud. Let's go to Nick in Vienna. Nick, you're on with Dave Richard.
Good morning, Junks. Good morning, Dave.
What's up?
What do you got?
So I got 4 pretty strong running backs. I got Bijan Robinson not getting the end zone carries, and then I got Javonte Williams, Breece Hall, and Rico Dowdle. I got to sit 1 half PPR.
It's Breece Hall all the way, and he plays tonight against New England. That Patriots run defense is really, really good, and he's the only thing that they've got. You would not even be calling into the station and asking this question if Breece Hall was tackled at any point on his 41-yard catch and run against the lowly Browns last week. If he had ended that game with 100 total yards and 1 catch, you would know that Breece Hall would be a sit. So unless he gets very lucky tonight against the Patriots, I would not trust him ahead of those other running backs.
All right, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it, Nick. Let's go to Jimmy at Woodbridge. Jimmy, go with Dave Richard.
Hey, good morning, Dave. Good morning, Jones.
Hey, bud.
Hey, Bo Nix or Sam Darnold? Half-point PPR.
Well, half-point PPR for the quarterbacks. It's important. I think that Darnold is who I would roll with just because I'm expecting that game to be more high-scoring. The Rams' defense has been great this year, but they've really beat up on bad quarterbacks, and I refuse to call Sam Darnold a bad quarterback. Last week, he didn't have to do much. So he really let us down in that game against Arizona. If the Cardinals had not turned the ball over so much early on, I think it would have been a much different game for Sam Darnold, maybe even had 3 touchdowns in it. So I would go back to him. I would trust him over Bo Nix, and I would hope that he can find a couple of touchdowns. It's tough, but I don't think it's going to be so bad that he's going to have like a 0 touchdown, 3 interception game against the Rams.
All right, let's go to
I actually
Heather.
think the Seahawks are going to beat the Rams.
Ooh. Heather in Manassas. They're playing well. Heather, you're on with Dave Richard.
Hey, Dave. Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey, it's what's up? I'm in a full point PPR, and I need to sit one Warren, Swift, or Chase Brown. And is it time to get rid of Terry McLaurin?
Well, listen, I don't want to talk about getting rid of Terry McLaurin because I think when he's healthy and when he's right and when this offense is right, he's amazing. I just don't know when that's going to happen. So in the event that you need to pick up somebody, you're got a bye week replacement or something, and he's your most droppable player, I would do it on a Saturday so you have a chance to get him back the following Tuesday. But I refuse to stop believing in Terry McLaurin. As for the running backs you have, here's how I have them ranked this week, and this is in PPR, Heather. Warren is first. DeAndre Swift is second. Chase Brown is third, but they are all top 13 running backs for me this week. And by the time I'm done with my rankings this week, they all could be top 12. Love the situation for all 3 of them. Warren especially, going up against Cincinnati. Steelers coming off of a game where they lamented after the game that they wish they had run the ball more. And he's their best running back. Should have had a touchdown last time he played against Cincinnati. He did have over 150 yards in the game. I think he gets fed. I think the Steelers take their slow-pace offense and run it through Jaylen Warren this week.
All right, thank you, Heather. Appreciate it. Let's go to Fred. Fred, you're on with Dave Richard.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much. How about Tua or Rodgers? And can I ask you about that tight end for the Chargers, Gadsden? Is he going to play? Because the only thing I've got is Hunter Henry.
I think Gadsden's going to play. The move that you should make is to drop Hunter Henry before tonight's game and then pick up a different tight end just in case Gadsden doesn't make the game. I would recommend Pat Freiermuth, who's another Steeler in that game against the Bengals. Theo Johnson against Green Bay. Colston Loveland against Minnesota. All 3 tight ends I have ranked ahead of Hunter Henry anyway. As for the quarterback question, I think Tua is the pick. I really like the matchup against the Commanders. I think the Dolphins beat Washington, and I think that Tua Tagovailoa has a pretty good game doing so.
All right, good luck to you, sir. Well, time is running short. It's speed round time. No small talk from the listeners. No dumb questions allowed. No trade questions allowed. You're limited to 1 question. No Bluetooth or speakerphones, and do not argue with Dave. Those are the rules.
All right, here we go. John, speed round, go.
PPR, Cade Otton or Harold Fannin?
Otton.
Go to Dickey. Speed round, go.
Half point PPR, pick 1. Tyrone Tracy, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Kareem Hunt, Malik Washington.
Kareem Hunt.
Jake, speed round, go.
Half point PPR, Kyle Monangai, Amari DiMercado or Tony Pollard. Need to sit one.
I'm going to sit. I think I'm going to sit Monangai, but it's close between him and Pollard.
All right, let's go to Jack. Speed round, go.
Marks or Kenneth Walker, boring standard league.
Marks.
Bernard, speed round, go.
Stafford, Goff.
Stafford
or Goff? Is that what
Goff's pretty good. Borderline dumb question. Borderline.
No, I'm not going to call it that. I thought it's close enough. Stafford's the pick.
All right.
Let's go to Jason. Speed round, go.
Go.
Chiefs.
He got thrown a little bit by the
It probably would have
banter.
been the Chiefs because I think Dave's got him ranked like 6 on defense.
Jeff, speed round, go.
Standard League, Jerry McNichols or Kenneth Walker?
Walker.
Kind of stumbled, but you let him get away with it. Let's go to Greg. Speed round, go.
PPR, Woody Marks, Travis Etienne.
I have Etienne over Marks as of now, but I'm not sure if I'm going to stick with it. So check the rankings back later in the week. For now, it's Etienne.
All right. Jim Bob, speed round, go.
WCAC, good.
All right. Let's go to John.
Good counsel or
Is DeMatha
is
still in
DeMatha
it?
playing good counsel?
I don't know. They might be. John, speed round, go.
I have a
Too
Said,
wordy. So
that's it.
so many words.
We're gonna leave on a bad note.
Yeah,
It
we
is-
can't.
it
We
is what
shouldn't do it.
That's all we got.
It's a bad taste in our mouth.
Hey, Dave, just out of curiosity, where do you do your studio show? Is that in Florida?
From our office in Fort Lauderdale.
Gotcha.
Very good. Dave, best of luck in your leagues this week, and we'll talk to you before Week 12 kicks off next week, my friend.
Thank you, buddy.
Get some wins, everybody. Let's kick some butt this week and make the fantasy playoffs. That started in Week 15.
All right. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you,
Appreciate
buddy.
it. That's Dave Richard from CBSSports.com. When we come back, we'll get into EB's entertainment page. And don't forget, coming up at 8:45, Brandon Duhame, a.k.a. Dewey from the Washington Capitals, joins the show.
DeMatha plays St. John's tomorrow.
All right, so they're in the semifinals.
I think Good Counsel
guess.
plays. Excuse me. I think Good Counsel plays Gonzaga.
All right,
according to the WCAC site.
One of the best conferences in the country.
Where did Diggs play?
Good Counsel.
Good Counsel.
It was Good Counsel. Did you see? Maybe on this entertainment page that he's got another girl pregnant.
He does?
Yeah.
Even while he's been dating Cardi B?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Getting it in.
And I don't know if this is confirmed, but I saw on one site 4 kids, 4 moms.
Look, there's a reason why years ago when he was with the Vikings, you guys have all seen the video where I think it was Adam Thielen who was going around and asking all of his Vikings teammates, which of your teammates would you least like your sister
Just
to date?
date. He
And
said
the runaway
Diggs.
winner was Diggs.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I mean, not everybody named Diggs, but a lot of the guys in that locker room named Diggs.
Yeah.
And Diggs got interviewed at He's like, why? He's like, I'm a good guy. I'm a nice guy.
I thought he got rid of that Cardi B because of the smelly butt or whatever
No,
that
he's
was.
still with Cardi B.
Because of the BBL?
Yeah, didn't she? Valdez, didn't she
Yeah,
have
but then
smelly
she
butt?
went on air and said that was all bogus.
That she doesn't have smelly
Yeah.
butt? Yeah. Somehow there's like some sort of like BBL. I don't know, is there a leakage or something? Something happened.
I don't think there's a leak.
And it causes
She
smelly
sprung
butt.
a leak?
Yeah, it causes smelly butt.
No,
That's a technical
here's
term.
a story from page 6. Cardi B's NFL boyfriend Stephon Diggs has been confirmed as the father of Instagram model Aileen Lopera's baby. The paternity has been confirmed. Mr. Diggs is the father of the child. I feel like I'm
Diggs
doing
he
Maury.
does not want to go on Maury for those paternity
Yeah.
tests. Stay away from a 20-year-old
Well, I mean,
TV show.
He's going to be bust, though. Stephon Diggs is going to be bust.
I
though.
mean, there's
So
if you already
I
have
wouldn't
4
be- I'll
kids
just say
with
I
4
wouldn't-
different mothers,
I wouldn't be
Not
surprised.
confirmed.
You're
I
gonna
saw
be
that on
bust,
one
though.
I
site.
wouldn't be surprised if I see that headline in
It doesn't
10
look
to
good.
12 years.
That doesn't look good. Doesn't bode well. Hey, real quick, let's go to it is Open Line Thursday, Kate.
It
Your
is.
chance to steer the show. This is a unique first name, Witherspoon. Ever heard of Witherspoon as a first
As
name?
a first name, it sounds very fancy as a first name.
Yeah.
That's the impression
Are you
I'm
some, like
getting.
some fancy rich guy?
Yeah, you like a silver spooner? Witherspoon?
Witherspoon's the last name. My
Okay.
name's Jameson.
Oh, Jameson Witherspoon.
All right.
Joining
That's
us.
actually a nice name.
It
J
is.
Dub.
Sounds dignified.
Absolutely.
Everyone calls you J Dub.
They call me Spoon.
Oh, they
Spoon.
call
All
you
right,
Spoon.
I like that.
All right, Spoonie.
What do you got, Spoon?
Man, I mean, I've been a Redskin fan since I've been played Buddy Maynard quarterback for the Redskins. You know what I mean?
No.
And I've been a Redskin fan for life. I'm 62 now.
Okay.
I'm sitting here watching that game against the last game. Well, the games before that. Our DBs don't got no heart. I'm going to tell you that right now. They don't have no heart. They miss tackles that they should make. They miss tackles. They throw their body.
They're not
at
the only
man when they
ones,
should
but
be-
yeah.
They should be laying pads on the man instead of trying to hit him with the side. They're too little.
That's a Quan Martin
They're
move.
too little. Your DBs need to be at least 6'2". They can run a 4.3 40.
Those are hard to
There aren't
find.
that many of those guys out
Yellow
there.
jackets.
Yeah.
They're hard to find,
They're
those
not-
guys.
They're not hard to find. It's you got to look in these places where these kids didn't have the grades or have the school. They go to these small schools, and then they don't get looked at.
He's got to go to the TJ
But I
Maxx's
tell
and
you
Marshalls to
what.
unearth
All right.
the gems, EB.
All right.
If I was a coach for the Redskins doing spring training, I would have them down at Camp Darby, and I have them do some infantry training where they can get physical.
What do you do? Let me ask this. What do you do about the corners right now? Because Marshawn Lattimore tore his ACL, so he's out for the year.
Well, he
Trey
ain't no good
Amos.
anyway.
Trey Amos broke his fibula. He's gonna probably be out the rest of the season. They're down to a bunch of backups.
Well, I play golf with J.C. Horn, daddy.
Okay.
All right.
I play
Jason
with golf
Sehorn's
with I
dad?
play with Horn
No,
every day. He
J.C.
plays for the
Horn.
Saints, right?
He plays for the
J.C.
Panthers.
Horn. Oh,
He
okay.
played for the Saints, and
All right.
J.C. Horn's his son played for the Panthers. It's like this right here. If you're going to D up on somebody, then D up on him. Let him know you're there.
Hey, Spoon, let me ask you a
From
question.
Time to time.
How did you stumble onto this show? You live in North Carolina. How'd you stumble onto it?
I was in at Andrews Air Force Base playing some golf. At Andrews Air Force
He's
Base
one of us,
playing some golf.
Valdez.
And I ran up on some friends down there that you know, and so we were listening to it, and they called into your show.
I got
And so I was really pissed about how the Redskins do things. They should have kept a couple of people that they let go.
What do you think he does for a
They
living?
should have kept a couple of people.
Stay on hold for a second.
Yeah,
hold on
hold-
for a second. Hold on for a second. He's just kind of
He's
intriguing.
62.
I mean,
He might be retired from
No, I
whatever.
thought he
he's-
said 52.
No,
No, I think he said 62.
62?
I think he's retired military.
Sounds like he's.
I mean, he's playing at
military.
Andrews Air Force Base, playing
Yeah, I'm
golf.
just-
All right, it's hard for me to argue that.
Let's ask him.
All right.
Spoon.
Spoon, you retired military? Is that what you are?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Oh,
Gotcha.
thank you for your service.
Yeah,
Yes,
thanks
thank
for your
you.
service, buddy. We got to run.
All right now.
He didn't say anything. All right, let me tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood
Yeah,
entertainment.
I want to be entertained.
All right.
That was entertaining.
I thought it was entertaining.
He was mildly entertaining.
Right.
The
He thinks 6'2" corners that run 4'3" growing
Yeah,
trees.
they're just everywhere.
Yeah.
Driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW of Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager, don't you know? Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. When you get there, mention me. They're going to treat you like a rock star. Promise. All right, so I guess this Sydney Sweeney movie, Christie, the biopic about Christy Martin is bombing.
Really?
Only 1.3 million at the domestic box office. Now
Nobody wants to see her not hot.
Must have been though like in no theaters because that's like
No, I think it was in a bunch of theaters. That's the one that
movies in general right now are not doing well.
Kevin was interviewing her about that movie. But do people want to see Sydney Sweeney not attractive and looking like a boxer?
I don't know, but the Christy Martin story seems to be intriguing to me. Like that's a movie. I don't care who's starring as Christy Martin. I think that's a movie I would be interested in.
But like the star
Did you go
power,
see it?
I don't see anything. But I'm saying that one is mildly interesting to me at least.
the star power of Sydney Sweeney and The Rock are not propelling some of these movies into the black.
Well, the other thing is Sydney Sweeney is just hot, but I don't know if she's ever been proven to be like a box office draw, right? She's just hot. Everybody likes to see her like for free on Instagram or something, right?
I think she's
don't
a
know.
box office draw.
She is? Okay.
I think she's had a couple flops in a row.
Yeah, I don't know. But
Man, she's
people are taking
doesn't
shots
look like
at
it doesn't
her.
look like Sydney Sweeney though in this playing this Christy Martin.
Yeah,
Can't even believe
she's
it's her.
banged up. She put some photos out on social media, like in the filming of it, when she got like bloody nose and everything.
Yeah.
You know, you're taking her shots. She's been photographed. I guess she's dating the Scooter Braun guy who used to be. I guess he's most famous for being Justin Bieber's manager. Also, he was involved in that whole Taylor Swift debacle, right?
The
About
Swifties hate that
They
dude's
hate
guts.
that dude. Yeah,
He
They want
owned
him burned
he
at
owned
the
the rights
stake.
to all of her
Right.
tracks.
Remember, she re-recorded all
Yeah.
the music, etc. So who knows what's going on with that? The housekeeping Olympics.
What?
I don't know.
That
Now I
made
know
the
none of us
EP?
would qualify for it.
No.
Jason might.
Maybe Jason.
No chance I'll make the podium.
Jason might make it with his little handy
Yeah.
vac
Hey, you
skills.
got to watch these
The
videos.
Dustbuster trials.
They're hysterical. They're
So
going
this is
on
happening where in Vegas?
in Vegas,
Okay.
and like they have these events like speed
Mop
vacuuming,
the floor.
making the bed.
Hmm.
So it's like the regular Olympics with different events, but revolved around housekeeping, like folding clothes.
I wouldn't qualify for any of them. By folding clothes, I'd finish
I
dead
can't
last.
believe they have housekeeping Olympics.
People are so bored.
We were
It's the
off.
39th annual, apparently.
They've been doing it for 40 years.
We were off on Tuesday, right, for Veterans Day, and my wife had to work, and my daughter had school. So I was home. There was a bunch of laundry that needed to be folded. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be a champion today.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save the
You're going
world.
to be a gold medal of laundry
I'm
folders.
gonna be husband of the year.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna tackle that laundry.
Yeah.
And I tell you,
Did you Quan Martin the laundry? Try to tackle it and didn't succeed?
I am so bad at folding, especially like sheets, like fitted sheets. This is what I
Well, you
basically
can't fold a fitted sheet.
I don't know how to do it.
The ones with the
Yeah.
the elastic on the ends?
Correct.
Yeah.
Those are unfoldable.
I think they're unfoldable. I'm sure some people
They're
have
not unfoldable.
have a talent. I just basically ball it up.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the only move.
I don't
It's
know
the
what
only
else to
move
do.
you got.
And then the other stuff, I mean, I fold everything a different way. And then I told you, my rule is I'm out on all female underwear and bras.
Yeah, all the undergarments.
I'm out on my teenagers' underwear and my wife's. I'm out on all
They have
that
to.
stuff.
They have to deal with all that.
That's your guys' stuff.
Yeah.
You
Yep.
guys deal with
I
that.
agree
don't
with
know
you.
whose thong is whose. It's not my thing. It's
Yeah,
so
it should not be your thing.
And I don't know whose bra pads
Yeah, you
this is.
stay
I got
far
bra
away.
pads everywhere. I don't know where they come from. I literally don't know where they come from. These pads. I don't know if you've ever seen them before. They pop out of the laundry.
It's because you don't want certain things to pop, right?
Yeah, I guess they don't want your nipples showing
Covers.
or something. Yeah,
The covers.
I get the bra covers. They're all over the dining room table.
I think this is a bit.
I don't know where they go.
I mean, maybe they've done it a lot. It's mostly a bit. It feels like the recycling games. It's just taken to another level.
I wish I had got an invite
Yeah, but
to
he's Matt saying
recycling
they've done it
games.
for how many years?
I just said I saw 39,
40
or maybe, I don't
years?
know, 35, something like that.
The one, listen, I don't want to go down the recycling games. We always tell the same stories, but I have to say, so
I
when
know
we
you
did
don't
the
want to talk
recycling
about
games
Mark
20 years ago,
Mosley.
Mark, they were doing
Every
all
time.
kinds of bits. You're throwing the water bottle, you're trying to land it,
Yeah.
all this. They had a field goal kicking contest, and Mark Mosley literally was so serious. He was off to the side, and he was practicing toe boning the water bottles.
Yes. He was kicking water bottles through the
You
uprights.
had to win the water
Did he
bottle
win?
kicking. I don't know.
Not sure.
Jason, you should submit Lourdes to this.
Lourdes.
She'd be the odds-on favorite.
She was at my
You could
house.
bet on her.
She was at my house yesterday.
So your cleaning lady does your laundry.
No, my wife.
Your
does that.
cleaning ladies do your laundry.
Yes.
Ours do not. They just basically clean. Our cleaning
But they
ladies, they're one of
started.
the biggest scam ever. Because my wife goes to work. I'm home by, if I'm not going to the golf course, I'm home by 11 at the latest. They're gone. By the time I get home, they're gone every time.
They're gone.
They're there maybe 2 hours. I don't know what they're doing. They're doing some fake dusting, some fake cleaning.
That's
And
fast.
they're out. They're out.
How much do you pay them?
No idea.
That I believe.
I mean,
Well,
I, don't
I
know.
can say
$100, I have no
my
idea. what you pay.
my girl,
I have no idea.
she brings 2 other girls. They're pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, I have a
so we-
team. I have a team.
So I can tell when I get in the house, I can tell that they've been there.
I can tell too because they mop the floors and
Yep.
things
Vacuum
sparkling a little
everything.
bit. But I mean, they're not doing that much. They're barely there. I mean, I
would
get
say-
home at 11. There,
Hey, maybe they're super
gone,
efficient.
No sign.
What time do they get there? 8?
I don't know. I leave.
If they get there at
4:30,
8,
I don't know.
If they get there at 8 and they're there till 3 hours. I mean, it's not like your house is the White House.
I used to. I know, but I used
I
to
mean-
have. We used to have the cleaning ladies. They'd be there probably half the day. It'd
Yeah.
be like a half a day gig.
Hey, they got other houses.
Well, if it's
clean.
one lady, yeah. But if you have
It's
3,
not. We have like 3, but it's not. It's a drive by.
oh, yeah.
They're barely. They're.
You know what? They're not that good.
You can't tell the difference?
I could tell a little bit, sure. But I also could tell because my wife cleans before the cleaning ladies come. Like every family goes through that. Oh, cleaning ladies are coming. We got to clean up.
They probably think your house is like an ATM. They just go there, do a couple little dusting, go take your money.
100%. 100%. Definitely an ATM.
We don't
My wife
clean
was
up
telling me,
before.
You know? We
our-
always do a cleanup before.
Now, the cleaning lady that we have comes every 2 weeks, and Jess knew her before we got together, so she's been with Jess for like 15, 20 years or whatever. But she changed her days. She asked, could we change the day? And a lot of times she brings her daughters with her. Sometimes she comes solo. When she comes solo, it's actually a better job because she's there for a long time. When she comes with her daughters, I think they have other gigs.
Yeah.
And
The
they come in a
daughters buy
car.
daughters, they skimp.
It's fast. But she changed her date. She said, "Could we come on Mondays instead?" And I said, "Okay, that's fine."
What's
but
the
like
difference? What
Monday,
do you care?
because by the weekend when you have people coming over, it's
already
not that
dirty
nice.
again.
Like it was much better when she was there on
Thursday.
Thursdays
I
or
had that
Fridays,
problem with-
and then you
yeah.
have people come over and your house looks silly.
Right.
I have that problem with the landscaping because they mow the lawn and then by the time the weekend comes, it looks nubs.
Right.
They said they mow it on a Monday or something. It rained. By Thursday, it's whatever. It just never seems to work out when they only do it once a week.
Hard knock life.
I'm not saying it's a hard knock life. I'm just saying though, it's hard to make it work.
But I hook her sometimes because like again before we got together, this was Jess's cleaning lady. She's in Virginia, so a lot of times when she doesn't come with her daughters, she takes a bus to then take the metro to get to the house.
Yuck.
So a lot of times I'll drive
You
her
have to
at least
go
to the
pick her up?
metro. No, I don't pick
How
her
does
up.
she get from the metro to your
I
house?
think there's a metro stop. Then she takes the bus to the metro stop and then walks a little bit
Oh, jeez.
in the neighborhood.
I think Steve Martin and John Candy travel by less routes and planes, trains, and automobiles.
It's an old reference case.
It's a good one. It's a solid one.
I
The unfunny
feel-
Ben has no idea what I'm talking
I do
about.
feel bad when my wife's doing all the laundry, though. I mean, I just kind of watch her, and
Do you
she's.
feel bad enough to do it yourself?
I mean, she doesn't ask me.
Yeah.
What you're,
But I
you're
don't
very
ask her if
involved,
she
though.
needs help.
I feel like of the four of us, you're the most involved. You're
Oh,
the
I
vacuumer.
don't-
What else do you do?
I would venture I do more. I do most of the laundry.
Anal.
Oh, if you do more, I don't do any laundry.
I do probably 75%
Cakes and I have
of
a
the
battle
laundry.
off who does the least.
The least laundry or least
Around the house?
stuff around the house?
My wife would say least everything.
Okay.
You don't do anything.
I think I've got you beat.
I do.
I folded. I was the champion. I'm
First
Superman.
time in
I'm
10
wearing
years.
a freaking cape this week,
But
dude.
the one thing I do is I do a lot of the outside stuff. My wife doesn't pick the weeds, and she doesn't.
I
doesn't kill
blow
the
the
wasps.
leaves off my golf mat so I can hit.
Dude,
balls.
this wasp nest.
That's the size of this table.
This wasp nest I told you about yesterday,
Yeah.
was freaking massive. It was as big as that light.
Did you take it out?
No, it's too high up.
It was the Dan Snyder
Too high up for
house
you?
of wasp nests.
Dude, it's like 40 feet up. I mean, the tree is huge. It's way up there. I
So
can't
what do you have
reach
to
it.
do? Can you throw a football up there?
Slingshot.
Well, then they're going to come
That's
out
not
like
gonna-
crazy.
Get him a
There's
slingshot.
no way that
Knock
they're
it
in
down.
there. There's no way the
No,
wasps
it's too
are in there.
cold. It's too cold now.
But I don't know. Do they go in there and just hibernate until it gets warmer? I don't
I have
even
no
know.
idea what
I'd love
they
to
do.
see Jason try and climb a tree.
Dude, you can't climb this tree. You die.
Yeah.
Surprised you can't reach up there. Big lurch.
No, it's too freaking high. I'm telling you. But
what do
it's huge.
So what do you
And
do?
I can't believe I didn't see the freaking wasps
Here's what you do.
when it was warm.
I have your solution.
What?
Call Cowboy Todd. He'll come shoot that thing out.
I really think it's dead.
Yeah, I don't think you can be firing
probably
shots
can't
at
do
it
that in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Probably get arrested. But maybe he does it in the middle
Maybe you
of the
could
night.
do it with
I mean,
like a bow and arrow or something.
Someone
Sure.
from a pest company would have to tell us. There's no way that wasps are in there when it's 30 degrees.
I wouldn't think so.
But I don't know.
Is it by a bunch of other trees? Could you light it on fire?
No, it's not just one
I
tree.
like our solutions. Our solutions are shoot it
Oh,
and
and
light
arson.
it on fire.
Throwing
No.
a football at it is the solution.
Or just chop down the tree.
Could do
Do you
that.
need the tree?
You-
Yeah, it cost you
it's,
10
it's,
grand. to
it's
cut those trees down.
technically my neighbor's tree.
Who cares? It's their tree.
Yeah.
Well, because he's
problem.
getting stung.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know. That thing was massive.
Finally, last but not least, Cakes, don't do drugs. I know you like some drugs, but don't do drugs. Especially
Okay.
don't do
Cautionary
cocaine.
tale. Okay.
Paris Jackson says they've ruined her life, and she has a perforated septum now in her nose, big hole in her nose from all the blows she's done all the years.
Not
she
great.
could actually run. She actually said she could run. like
Dental floss?
dental floss between from one side to the other. So be careful out there.
I will stay away from the nose candy
Yeah.
because of Paris Jackson.
Yes, good.
Thank you for that.
Cautionary tale.
All right, coming up next, Brandon Duhaime, a.k.a. Dewey from the Washington Capitals. He will join us. They take on the Florida Panthers tonight. Brandon Duhaime next.
All right, guys, selling your home shouldn't feel like a constant waiting game, people, or guessing match. That's right, my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Team with Keller Williams, they take the stress and the uncertainty out of the process, and they bring you real results. When your home doesn't sell, which happens all the time, people hire agents, they can't get it done. Every week on the market costs you time and money. Well, the Reynolds and Power Home team steps in with aggressive marketing, real buyer connections, and a history of turning homes that sat on the market into happy closings. And they usually do it fast. Whether you're relocating, upgrading, downsizing, or your previous agent simply fell short, they have a solution for you. And here's the best part. They're so confident in their services that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah are just going to buy it themselves at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. So call Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. Memorize this number. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or check them out at debbieasthebuyers.com.
Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to Brandon Duhame, a.k.a. Dewey, from the Washington Capitals. They're in Florida tonight to take on the Panthers. What's up, Dewey? Good morning.
Good morning. How we doing?
Back in his home state. What's the temp down there right now? About 78?
Oh, I'm sitting on a balcony looking at the ocean right now. Nice ocean breeze, probably like 75, maybe 70.
So nice.
So jealous. So what do you do when you're back in your home state? You got the beautiful weather. What do you do leading up to puck drop tonight? Take us through the quick sked.
So we got in not yesterday, but the night before. So yesterday we had practice. Right after practice, my mom picked me up and then went home from probably like 2 p.m. to like 8 p.m. Came back or had dinner there with my family.
Ooh.
Oh, cool.
Home cooked meal.
My family and friends, so it was nice.
What was the home cooked meal by Mama Duhame?
Last night I actually cooked it. We went with a skirt steak. I marinated it up and then threw it on the grill. It was pretty good.
How many people? How many family members were there for dinner?
Just mom, dad, and sister. We kept it small.
Oh, cool.
Hey,
how far away is the arena from where you grew up?
So the game rink's probably like 15, 20 minutes from where I grew up.
Gotcha. Wow.
Was your sister a hockey player?
She was not. No, I think she might have tried it, but no, she played some soccer growing up.
Hey, Dewey, let me ask you a question. I'm looking at a post from a dude who co-owns Russian Machine Never Breaks, which is a hockey blog of note in this town, Ian Oland. He said that Al Koken, who covers the Caps for Monumental Sports, who we've known forever, he said flying to Raleigh from Tampa Bay was the quietest plane ride he's ever been on with the Capitals. He said, quote, there were no card games for the first time I can remember while traveling with this team. Were you guys just like locked in, conscious decision, like we've lost like 6 or 7, we need to lock in heading into Carolina? What was that plane ride like?
Yeah, I mean, it was all business. I think anytime you're on a little bit of a skid like this, you don't get quiet, but, you get a little less jokey and just a little more, business-oriented. Guys are watching film, stuff like that, where it's a little tighter for sure.
Hey, Dewey, what does it feel like being the tone setter goal-wise in the last 2 games? And you've got your personal assist concierge in Ethan Frank, who's giving you the assists you've scored in the last 2 Caps games. That has to feel good.
Yeah, for sure. It was instant chemistry when Frankie kind of hopped on the line, and I thought the past 2 games we had good chemistry and we're moving the puck well. So it those are 2 great plays by Frankie and Dowder that I found the back of the net on.
Coach Carberry really talked about your special teams units playing much better. What has kind of gone into that? And I know it can fluctuate throughout a season. Has it just been a bigger point of attention lately?
Yeah, for sure. I think, the obvious struggles of, our special teams were probably the glaring issue for us. I think our 5-on-5 has been solid, but I think our special teams really needed a kick in the butt where we, I thought the past, game or so we were solid on the kill in Carolina there. So definitely something to feed off of.
When do you start looking at the standings just to make sure you're still kind of in touch with the teams around you?
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely always aware, and kind of the big stressor for us is, 2 points right now is the same 2 points that, you're going to need down the stretch when it's, crunch time and playoff pushes and all that. So,
right.
Getting, just right in the ship right now is super important, and aware of it, but,
you're not obsessed with it.
I mean, there's only 5 points that separate Carolina all the way down to Columbus. So that's what, 7 teams?
Real tight.
Yeah.
Hey, Dewey, I didn't know that your teammate, Marty, I didn't know he could throw fists like he did in the Carolina game. Now, there are a couple asterisks there for his fight. He was fighting a dude who I believe is 5'8" and like 165.
That's all right. A win's a win, Case.
Now he bloodied his face, which is good, but I think it was his opponent's first ever fight. But Farivar doesn't drop the gloves a lot either. Were you surprised by that?
No, I wasn't surprised by Marty chucking him like that. I know he's a tough dude, big, strong dude. as far as the guy he fought, sometimes it's honestly harder fighting a guy a little bit smaller like that. It's just sometimes it's harder to grab them, or they're a little bit slipperier, a little faster. So it's sometimes it works in different ways.
Hey, you got a new coach this week, right? Patrick Weller. What's he like?
Yeah, he's awesome. He's been with us since camp, and I know a lot of guys had him in Hershey and loved him. Heard nothing but good things and seen nothing but good things out of him right now, and he's been a big factor for us.
He's on Team Bald Cakes. He's another like Carberry guy with
is it really
really shiny, clean dome from what I've seen.
Yeah, I don't think Carb. I think Carb shaves that dome like every 12 hours.
You don't think he has a guy? He's got to have a guy, right?
No, he said he does it.
He's his own guy.
Wow,
does it on his own. It's impressive.
Hey, Dewey, I was looking at the standings again. I know you don't like to look at the standings too much, but I was just kind of surprised that Florida also has 17 points. They're 8-7-1.
Same record as the Caps.
Same record as the Caps.
Yep.
And I would assume Florida would have been near the top of their division, but are they struggling a little bit?
Yeah, I know they got they were banged up early. They lose their captain and two of their captains, and maybe that's been a point of struggle for them. I know they're a little bit injury riddled, but we're still playing the back-to-back champs, and we have to we're going to treat it just like that and put our best foot forward.
All right, Dewey, I need you to be brutally honest here.
All right.
From 143 feet away, empty net, like Ovi scored on against the Carolina Hurricanes. You have 10 shots in an empty net. How many do you bury?
From 143?
Like 8, maybe.
8 out of 10? That's pretty damn good.
8?
I hope, maybe.
Yeah.
I'd say 7 or 8 would be a safe bet.
Nice.
143 is how far away from
it's like almost the entire rink.
The entire
it's
rink.
pretty close.
I think these guys are so
Yeah,
good.
no pressure, no one on me. I'd say I'd hope I can get 7 or 8.
7 or 8's pretty good.
What number did you expect, Cakes?
Well, I didn't have any idea.
What do you think
for me, I would make
0.
0.
Right.
I'm not going to have 100 shots. I'd make 0.
Right.
Maybe 1 if I was lucky.
Right.
All right, Dewey, best of luck against the Panthers tonight. I know you guys are road weary. Let's get another win and then head back home. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank
Enjoy
you,
that
buddy.
balcony view, my friend. That's Brandon Duhame, a.k.a. Dewey from the Washington Capitals.
That's better odds than the bit they do at the Terps games for basketball.
Which
they do
is-
the full court putt.
Yeah.
And you got to putt it into
good luck.
it's like a space
hole.
like this.
Yeah.
Somebody just made
It's like a
one
little
last
mouse
week,
trap.
right? Where was that? Kansas or something? Do you see
I
that? Some
didn't-
kid
I didn't
just
see
made
that.
one.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Full court? You made it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it seems
Impressive.
impossible. Yeah. I don't know how the hell they do it. The Barstool guys did a bit where they were hitting tennis balls and golf balls through a hole that was literally like just barely bigger than the hole, and they did it in about 3 hours.
That's what it looked like at the Terps game. I was
Yeah.
like, guy gave it a run. I mean, it's how long is the basketball court?
Oh, Jesus.
I should know that, but I
96 feet?
90.
Is it 96 feet?
Yeah,
Is
it's
that right?
almost
Something
100.
like that?
It's almost
I think so. Something like that.
Yeah, guy got within, I don't know, a foot.
All right, the callers
That's
are
not
welcome,
bad.
welcome to call us on an Open Line Thursday. The number is 800-636-1067. Open Line Thursday is brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live.
All right, here's your no-huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders, is putting $200 in your pocket when you open your first checking account and meet a few easy qualifications. No trick plays and no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free cash. So get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200. Take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required.
Tarek Skubal has once again won the AL Cy Young Award. The BBWAA announced that Skubal won his second straight award. He's the AL's first back-to-back Cy Young winner since Pedro Martinez accomplished the feat back in 1999 and 2000. Paul Skeens followed up his 2024 NL Rookie of the Year campaign by unanimously winning his first NL Cy Young Award. He is the 16th unanimous NL winner and the first since Miami's Sandy Alcantara back in 2022. Moving over to the NBA, the Wizards lost last night 135-112 to the Rockets. Alex Sarr led the Wizards with a game-high 25 points and 11 rebounds, but Kevin Durant was just one of 6 Rockets to score in double figures. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just go to cropmetcalf.com to join their team. Later this hour, we'll give you a chance to win a $50 gift card to Oseo Korean Barbecue. Also, we have a pair of tickets to the Final Frontier Tour, an evening with Journey at Capital One Arena. We'll give those tickets away later as well, so keep listening for your chance to win, to be a winner.
I hesitate to give him more attention dollars because I think you mentioned him earlier in the show, but Rom's tweet made me laugh.
Did not see it.
So earlier we said on Open Line Thursday you can do hypotheticals, right?
Yeah.
And I had hypothetical about would you give up 10 years of your life? I mean, would you gain 10 years of your life? Be 10 years younger, but you got to give up all your retirement savings. There was a split amongst the Junkies. EB and I, we'd want the youth.
Mm-hmm.
Cakes and Jason, they're holding on to every dollar.
They want the money.
I'm not going to be a brokey.
I mean,
So
10
you wouldn't
years.
be a brokey. 10
I'd
years.
rather be- I just
you
wanna be
wouldn't be a
alive.
brokey.
Yeah.
You're still making your income.
Yeah.
You're just
not
losing your
gonna save.
retirement.
You're not going to save as much.
You'll be broker.
You know what? We're team
I would be
savers
broker.
over here.
And we put it up as the Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise, hats, hoodies, and more. I wear my Surfside hoodie all the time. Use that code JUNKS, store.statesidevodka.com. So that's the poll of the day. Well, Rom saw that poll of the day, and he said, he put his picture, I guess from 2015. It's just, to me, it's the biggest cut I've ever seen.
Okay.
And he always does it with the side-by-side
Yeah.
of his glory year pictures.
Sure.
But that gut is just so prominent.
Well, isn't he still enormous? I mean, I haven't seen him.
I haven't
Yes.
seen Ramen
Yeah,
forever.
Yeah.
I haven't
Maybe
seen him.
even bigger.
It could be. Yeah, I don't know. I've not seen him in the flesh. And there's
Where does
a lot
he
of
live?
the flesh
Does he
lately.
Did he move to a
I don't
single
know.
family?
He's in
Thankfully,
the process.
I don't know exactly where he lives.
I don't think the house is going to be ready till
I
December.
think he's literally dumping his entire life savings in the house so he doesn't blow it on gambling.
Oh, okay.
It's a huge house.
Yeah, that's what I
You
heard.
can't,
Like
go,
his-
to, you can't
his-
go to any casinos though.
His shower is the size of this studio.
Every casino is banned.
I mean, it's so dumb.
And he's got one of them swim spas.
I know.
Will
know.
he use it? Probably
No,
not.
I told you,
course
your
not.
daughter could be freaking Michael Phelps, Michaela
Right.
Phelps.
Hey,
Whatever.
speaking of that, that's basically the next topic that we want to get into about raising youth prodigies and youth sports, and the fact is youth sports becoming too intense in the United States.
Youth sports right
I think
now.
it has been for years.
Yeah.
It's a $40 billion business.
I didn't
in this
realize
country.
it was that big.
A $40 billion business.
That's a huge dollar amount, obviously.
I mean, youth sports have been a huge part of our lives, so I don't know. We love it.
What I'd say is it has become far more intense. Like Kelsey's 25. She played travel soccer. Isabella is 8. She plays travel soccer. In just that period of time, in 16 years, I've noticed a big time ramp up. Now she's playing on a different club than what Kelsey played for, but Kelsey played on a pretty good travel soccer team until she played high school soccer. It seems way more intense. I remember when we joined the Bethesda Soccer Club, the coach had a Zoom meeting, and he started ripping through all these tournaments they're going to play in, and it's a lot.
It is a lot.
Yeah, you said your daughter played a lot of softball
Both of
tournaments.
Both of them. I mean, Now, we were lucky because the fees for the teams, now they fluctuated as they got older and started playing better with better teams. It got it more expensive. But, it might have been for the year, it might have been, or for the season, so spring and fall, it might have been $500. But then you got to factor in travel.
Sure.
You got to factor in all the hotels. And with Bickle, he was going cross country. He was going flights.
What I've heard
I don't
is
think
the
we ever
worst.
we never had to take a flight anywhere.
This
we could
year,
just drive.
Where we're doing Florida, we're doing Atlanta.
Yep.
We're doing Utah. We'll do Nationals wherever that is, and then there's some more regional ones like Philly and stuff.
Yeah,
So
that's
a
a lot.
But Talker research.
It's so fun.
This survey.
It's fun, but man, it's expensive.
It is.
No,
It's
luckily, I didn't have to travel like you, but
It is expensive.
yeah, There's
There's no
hotels
doubt.
for 2 nights, for a weekend, and wherever we were down in Richmond, Virginia Beach, South Carolina. Did we ever go to Florida? Might have gone to Florida once, but
Now, these
it
results
gets pricey.
and numbers are coming from a survey, a Talker research survey of over 4,000 athletes, parents, and coaches reveals that 1 in 6 parents believe they're raising the next pro athlete.
That's crazy.
Even more telling, 2/3 of parents think their child performs above average compared to peers.
They need to do some studies on the percentages of high school, just college athletes that make the pros.
Oh, it's
let alone
such a small
let
number.
alone a 12-year-old who they think is going to be a pro.
Parents invest 8 hours weekly and $313 annually per child in equipment alone. Some spend over $500 treating youth sports as a professional training ground rather than recreation.
If you I just think it depends on your philosophy. So I never raise our kids thinking you're going to be some pro athlete, but we raise the kids to play sports because it teaches you how to win and lose, how to work hard, consequences, being part of a team, all those things, and then do it at a high level, and then do something that's like good for you, healthy for you. And then if it reaches a point where you no longer want to play, fine, but then you got to find something else to do. You know what I mean?
But what Cakes is bringing up is there are a lot of disillusioned parents.
Yeah.
And I can speak to this. Look, I've been coaching for basically 20 years, whether it's soccer, basketball. I've kind of continued because my kids are spread apart. I coach Kelsey, then Dylan, and Isabella, and even Isabella recently because I just coached in the fall. But I remember going to a team meeting once. Kelsey made a travel team, and the coach, now paid travel coach, wanted to ask everybody the expectations, and she was probably 10 years old at the time. And it goes around the room, and I was probably like the 11th person, and I just was shaking my head because by the time it got to me, at least 7 had talked about they want their kids to get a scholarship. I'm like, they haven't even hit puberty.
Yeah.
They haven't hit puberty.
Yeah, you don't know what the
They
rundown
are.
is
What are
going to
you
be. And the,
thinking?
and the
They are
numbers
delusional.
are so
Just have
against
some
that
fun.
happening.
They're delusional.
Like, have fun.
800-636-1067. We're discussing our youth sports too intense.
Like, I think to EB's point, it depends.
I think it depends on the parents.
1-800-636-1067. But I'll say it's a lot different than we were kids. Like, Cakes and I played on a travel team. We traveled to North Carolina. We traveled to Richmond. Now it was mostly East Coast.
Yeah.
I think the furthest, like, our teams in South Bowie would go to, there was a tournament in New Rochelle, New York. Okay, so it was just East Coast. That said, so that's me playing. Then, like I said, I've seen my daughter. It is way more now because I don't know if it's keeping up with the Joneses things, and it might be local. We didn't grow up with specialized coaches.
No, of course
that
not.
didn't exist. There's a whole cottage industry of speed coaches.
Yeah.
Strength coaches.
Probably nutrition coaches.
We didn't have any of that.
Yeah, I do all that strength training, all that stuff.
I know, but it wasn't in existence
It wasn't
in
like
the
that back in the
70s
day.
and 80s.
I wish you did. I might have been silly.
Like if Jason you didn't have a shooting coach, did you? You just had your high school coach or your youth coach.
Well, yeah, it was totally different back in the 70s and 80s.
According to the survey,
There wasn't travel hoops back then. It was county hoops.
Yeah.
And in high school, it was summer league.
yeah, you didn't have AAU teams and
wasn't no.
bankrolled by NBA superstars.
Those weren't there yet.
Like that didn't exist.
No.
I love it. So I don't like the negativity surrounding it. I love it. I just think you just have to have reasonable expectations.
Right.
And you should be doing it for the right reasons, not doing it so your kid could be LeBron James.
I will say that
why are you doing it?
Because I enjoy it. I told you why I do it. So my kids, first of all, they have to do an activity. They can't just do nothing. All right, and then I want them to do it to learn how to win and lose. I want them to be part of the team.
I know, but
all of those things.
why are you hiring a strength coach for
Well,
your
because
kids?
I'll give them opportunity. If they like it, they pick the sport they like. If they like it and they want to continue to do it, we'll give you the opportunity to do more. Do you want to do the training or whatever on Thursday? Yeah, I want to do it. Okay, I'll do it for you. Sure. I'll support
Have any
you.
of them said no? I don't want to, or
No, but they've quit sports and tried other sports.
Now, that's where burnout comes in. According to this survey, it says strikes twice yearly for athletes and parents, while coaches witness their players burning out 3 times per year from physical exhaustion and mounting pressure.
I think the difference is, let me finish this, is that if you set unrealistic expectations and you start pushing, you're going to have all those problems.
Yeah.
But if you do it in a healthy way, just support them and encourage them and cheer them on, I think it's great.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
It does depend on the parents.
But if you're
I don't
like
know how much
on there
pressure.
to be some pro or
if
something.
you're the next Marv Marinovich,
I don't think
you don't want to be that.
When my oldest daughter was 14, she played with this girl who was a freaking stud. Okay, she was a catcher. She could play shortstop. She could play any position. She didn't pitch, but she was a stud. And I knew at 14 she was a college player. And I don't know how bad her. I didn't know the parents that well. The mom was cool. I don't think she put a lot of pressure. The dad might have a little bit.
Yeah.
She quit 2 years later.
Really?
Yeah, well, the
she
average
she would have been a college player.
Yeah.
She couldn't take it anymore.
I've studied this a lot because I've coached a lot. The average age that kids quit sports is 12. And the number one reason they quit is because they're not having fun. And then this is kind of a trick question, but they say, when do kids most quit sports? And the natural answer is usually an age, and I just gave you an age. But they say the car ride home. It's when your parents get more into it than you, and kids can separate wins and losses, bad performances from good performances, and then 5 minutes later they're talking to their friends and having a good time.
Totally.
But when the parents get in the car and then they start rewinding every play or every swing or whatever. But and I'm not involved in this sport. From what I've heard, the 2 most intense sports, and EB's been very intense with volleyball, but travel baseball, they'll play hundreds of games.
Yeah.
And then travel hockey, particularly in this area, it's just a lot of driving and going, the games. I have on the travel soccer team, one of the dads has a son who plays hockey, and I know this from my nephew who played travel hockey. He's driving to New Jersey every weekend for league games, not tournaments, league games. You're driving 4 and 5 hours.
Yeah, but if the kids love it,
right?
Then you
But
do it to
but he's
support
talking about
It's
it
a
being intense.
Huge commitment
It's a
and
huge
sacrifice.
commitment. But I would rather. I know for me. So we have a huge commitment. We fly all over, right, to watch our kids do stuff and support them. But we love it too. But I think where the difference is we don't go crazy. I am an elite fan in this sense. I just sit there.
Right.
I just sit there. I was at a game last week. Parents were going bananas, and I was actually having it was psychological warfare, me and the other parent, because they were literally acting like idiots when they would win a point, and my team would win a point, and I would just like this, a little thumb,
Fist pump.
Elite fan behavior, elite fan behavior, total composure.
Yeah.
But if you act like a maniac, and then you grill the kids in the car, that's where your kid's going to hate it. And that's where you're going to get the disconnect, and that's where everyone's going to.
You gotta have
way
have
too
fun.
much pressure.
The only time I would grill my daughters is if I knew they weren't giving 100%. If they were jogging down the first on a ground ball, or weren't hustling after, then I would grill them. But I wouldn't grill them if I knew they were giving 100% and they didn't play well, I would never grill them.
Yeah.
I have 3 rules. I say it in the car a lot now that I'm not coaching her. But even when I was coaching her, I'd say I got 3 rules. Try hard, which is what you talked about. Listen and have fun.
Totally.
That's it.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
All right, 800-636-1067 if you want to weigh in on the discussion of our youth sports becoming too intense.
All right, let's go to Willie in Richmond. Willie, what's up?
Hey, guys, long time listener, first time caller.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. My oldest daughter's 32 years old. She's was playing soccer since she was like 5 years old, never pushed her. Went through high school, got a full ride, and she's still playing soccer in Europe. In 10 years, she's been playing pro soccer.
That's really cool.
She loves it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And, she's
You're probably a
Never pushed
healthy
her,
parent.
never had
You weren't a
to-
maniac. She
A lot
just
of kids just have it.
Yeah.
You know, they got the drive to do it, and like you said, other kids have their parents just needling the shit out there.
Your phone's terrible. Sorry, you can't
Thank
curse.
you for the call. Don't curse. I think if it's all comes down to the parents. Can it be too much? Absolutely. It can be insane.
But it did ramp up. I'm telling you, even in just the last 15, 16 years, it's ramped up. I don't know when the personal coaches start getting in the mix. Again, look, I played, soccer growing up. I played travel soccer, and it just didn't exist. When did the shooting coaches in the AAU start happening in basketball? When did again, baseball I'm not as familiar with. I'm just kind of around it, that they're in a million tournaments. A million.
I don't know. I always felt like if you want to do it and you want to do it well, you unless you're some freak, unless you're like literally like a genetic freak, you're probably going to need extra help.
I follow
reps.
I follow this account on Instagram called, I think it's Pure Athlete or Pure Athletic, and it's a former pro. I think he played for the Braves. For some reason I'm not remembering it. And he goes, you got to be crazy if you're a parent if you change your vacations before they're like 14 or 15 years old. He's like, but coaches nowadays are always telling you this tournament's the most important. You can't miss this tournament. And then there's like the summer baseball schedule. They're in like 10 tournaments and they're playing all these games and they try and convince you that you can't miss these games. It might be Jeff Francoeur. I can't remember exactly who it
Maybe,
is.
yeah. Sounds
And he's like,
familiar.
you got to be crazy. He's like, do your vacation and your kid is still going to be fine.
We'll take more of your calls next at 800-636-1067. Are youth sports too intense? Some of the quick numbers. 17% of parents believe their child is destined for sports stardom. Parents invest 8 hours weekly and at least $300+ annually per child in equipment for youth sports. We'll continue to take your calls on this next here on The Fan. Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe or buying season tickets so you never miss a game, or maybe it's spoiling the grandkids every chance you get. Whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain. No two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They'll build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline. And here's the best part. Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the daily headlines, because markets shift, laws change, inflation happens, but your dreams shouldn't have to. It's never too early or too late to get a plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, one thing I wanted to add on this discussion, because you're using the word intense, and that's what the study talks about, youth sports becoming too intense. What I've seen over the years is there's more specialization. And I went to that Instagram account, which I follow, Pure Athlete, and Greg Olson has a quote. He goes, the second a coach tells you that your kid can't play multiple sports, you should be out. But there is a lot of pressure, especially if your kid's good and plays on a travel team, whatever the sport it is, that they don't really want your kids playing other sports. And we grew up, Jason played college basketball, but he played baseball growing up.
Well, that's the coaches being selfish. They want you to specialize to stay
Right,
great. And
but to use your word intense is there is that pressure kind of like that they prefer you to like special. There's more specialization, 100% more specialization.
That's where the burnout comes.
Sure.
Right. So like, my kid's on a travel soccer team, but she also does RMSC, which is a year-round swim. So it's a lot, but she's also playing hoops. But a lot of coaches don't want you to be playing a lot of sports.
Yeah, but at her age, it's fine. Where it really starts to hit is when you get about 14, 15.
High school.
Yeah, but they will pressure you at 7, 8 years old.
Well, then that you need to roll. That's where it's crazy.
Yeah, according to this survey, 72%, that's a pretty high number, say youth sports feel more professional than recreational, with 80% of families considering their child's sports club a second home. So some pretty high numbers there.
I don't know. It's been awesome for our family. We've loved it. We've loved every second of it. And my daughter has 2 more years left of club volleyball, and I'm going to miss it immensely when it's gone. I miss lacrosse. I miss it. Miss it big time.
I already missed.
But you're
I told you I'm going to be back in coaching flag football at some point, even than my kid. I'm still coaching soccer, but just for the school.
Yeah. All right, you want to bang some of these calls?
Yeah, let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067 on an open line Thursday.
Let's go to Paul in Gaithersburg. Hey, Paul, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Well, I will say that I think it's natural for a parent to feel like their kid's going to be the best, right? But something that JP said there, I was talking to my wife's nephew, he was a first-round MLB draft pick, right? He had a lot of disappointment.
Stud.
Majors to minors, things like that. And one of the pieces of advice he would give kids is don't let them tell you to stick to one sport. Don't play year-round. Do the opposite of what exactly. Well, no, do the exact thing that JP is saying. Don't just stick to one sport. Play many sports. You're going to filter out. If you took 5,000 kids, at some point, the best athletes, doesn't matter how hard you work, there'll be 500 of them. And eventually that'll filter out. Because you think about how many pro baseball players there are in the world, actual major league. Same with basketball. You're going to filter out, by height, by athleticism. You don't want to disappoint your kid by telling them they're going to be a professional when the kid's 5'8" and he wants to be a pro basketball player. That's kind of what I got to say.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. I think it's all about expectations and stuff. I don't think anybody should play a sport because they think they're going to be a pro at it. I mean, literally nobody. I think you should do it for all of the team benefits, winning and losing, working hard, all that.
Yeah, do it for the life lessons that are going to last you.
If you want to succeed and push and be the best that you could be, that was always our goal. Be the best that you could be. Like, whatever. Pick something, and we'll support you. Let's see, reach your potential.
But it has gotten more intense. And I do think the specialization thing is a big thing. I'm looking here. Taylor Twillman, soccer player. Here's a quote. He goes, "Parents, did you know what you wanted to do when you were 11? He goes, so why are we forcing our kids to in sports?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's the same thing with college choices. And it happens not only just with young athletes, but just like kids. 16, 17 years old taking the SATs, and all of a sudden they're applying to college. And it's these kids are committing to colleges, at 15, 16 years old. They don't even know if they like chocolate or vanilla ice cream. How do they know what college they want to
I know,
go to?
but for the youth sports factor, when we were all 11, okay, and I can speak to the three of us because we grew up in the same neighborhood in Pointer Ridge and Bowie, but we played for South Bowie Sports.
Yeah.
And some of us, like Cakes and I, played travel soccer. You played travel baseball for a while.
It wasn't a mature.
But we played county basketball.
Yeah.
But we went from one season to the next.
Yeah.
And now you're seeing, look, I know there's a bunch of kids that I know that are just playing soccer. That's it already at 8 years old.
But that for them, that might be
and
right.
it's fine, but it's
for them,
more,
it might be right.
But there's more of like that pressure, like to use Cakes' word from the article, intense. It's undeniable. It is more intense.
Yeah, well,
I'm not saying
a
it's
lot of that
not,
has to
but
do
I
with the
think-
parents and
I
the
think
coaches.
It's the parents, though. Like you could filter out. We found like a lacrosse club that would work with us because he also played high school soccer.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You find clubs that will work with you. If you want to be the very, very best, top club, which we never chased in anything, then you're going to have a lot of those issues. All right, let's go to Nick, Great Falls. Nick, what's up?
Hey, Junkies, long-time listener, first-time caller. I'm taking in a lot of stuff right now. Kind of what I'm hearing, there's a lot of merit to maybe putting the kids in these systems, getting them all fed up, like trained with the discipline through the NCAA cycles. But I'm also hearing you guys say that, everyone thinks their kid is awesome. So why can't we resurrect like the grassroots, the house leagues? Can't we save a lot of money and maybe get like our local teams a lot better?
Sure.
Yeah, just that the competition just isn't going to be as good.
The problem is it's less sustainable. Again, I know more from the soccer level, and we just made the jump to travel this past season and could have made the jump a year and a half ago. And I went to see some of my old kids that I coached, and they're having to combine teams because as they get older, there are less kids that are doing like a sport on a recreational level.
Right.
So there are less options.
Yeah.
But it does get to a point
that's
where
what my daughter started out in house leagues, but that's when they're tiny.
Yeah.
And then you if you want to ramp up and start getting better coaching and playing better competition, then you go to the travel leagues.
Yeah, but do you really need to travel more than an hour away to play better players?
You might
or
not.
better teams.
You might not.
You
It
don't
just depends
have
on
to.
depends
It's
on
You don't
the
have
sport.
to. It just kind of
It's just
depends
what's
on where
developed.
Yeah, it's just where the tournament is.
You might not have to. Just depends. Look, if it's not important to you, don't do it. Just have them in the house leagues forever. I know my son, he was playing that in like sort of the house lacrosse league for a couple of years. And it was my wife, not even me. She's like, we got to get him out of here.
Right.
He's just running around with idiots.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
No
you got-
structure, nothing like-
Well, it's just like, it's time to,
Right. He's outgrown it.
He's too good for this league. He needs to play in a better league,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so it was her idea, not mine.
Right.
And then you just kind of go from there. Like, let the kid kind of figure it out.
Sure.
For others, no, it's perfect.
Yeah.
It just depends.
I mean, so Matt, just kind of answering your question, we would go to Glen Burnie every year and play a really good tournament.
Yeah, that's
over where the jail
Hey,
is.
trust me,
by
we
Bachman.
could go to Oxon Hill and get smoked.
Yeah, I know,
we didn't go very far.
but
We
do you
play
really-
there every year.
Yeah,
and
but do you really need to travel to Florida to go
No.
find a team that's
No.
similar to you?
No, but in softball, I don't know about others. In softball, the better players and teams are in the Southeast.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends. If you just want to play and push yourself, look, you could play for recreational and for fun. That's one thing. But if you want to play and push yourself and just keep kind of pushing yourself, you just end up traveling.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
Look. We just had a tournament a few weeks ago, and it was in Virginia, so it wasn't far for us. But we played a team in the finals. This is U9 soccer from Texas.
Yeah,
What the hell are they doing?
I know.
That's how intense it's gotten for
that's it.
under 10-year-old kids.
It's a little
They're traveling
And
halfway
I
across the
think,
country.
and I'm pretty sure they were an academy.
right.
Yeah.
So they already are specializing.
Sure.
8 and 9 years old. These things didn't exist. The IMG academies and all that stuff. Where, I know this a little bit from my nephew. My nephew played hockey and he plays lacrosse at Villanova now. But he played hockey, and when he was 10, 11, 12 years old, they wanted him to move to a boarding school because that's what guys like Brandon Duhaime do to make it into the NHL.
I'm kind of doing a bit here, but if we're doing all this specializing with soccer, especially on the male side, why isn't the U.S. Men's World Cup team silly at this point?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
if there's all this specialization happening from 8, 9, 10 years old and up, why don't we have the best soccer team in the world?
Because they're doing that in the other countries
It's
too.
not anywhere near as intense as it is over there. And they're
It
training.
sounds like it's pretty
and their
intense.
It is, but it's next level.
Yeah, we just
over
don't
there.
know. We have no idea.
It's next level. The training.
I'm expecting better results. Maybe not in this World
And
Cup,
they
but
should
soon.
be. Theoretically, the U.S. players, they have a ton of players now that play in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're definitely better than we were 20
Christian
years ago.
Pulisic is
Yeah, but he's a rare bird.
Yeah.
They just have better training techniques, better knowledge, better IQ.
Well, it's
better
cultural.
everything.
It takes a long time.
Have you seen the shots of the facility that the commanders are
Yeah.
training for
Real
Real
Madrid?
Madrid? I
Yeah.
mean, it looks ridiculous.
Yeah, it pones Ashburn.
Yeah.
Go to the guy next.
But you should
about
see. I mean, I'm
the
part
three
of
boys that
I'm
play.
part of Bethesda Soccer Club now. They built a facility, 5 indoor fields, their own facility, which is based on, I don't know if it's Manchester United or something like that, basically mimicking that.
All right, let's go to Rick in Gatesville. Hey, Rick, what's up, buddy?
Rick.
Hey, guys, what's going on? What's going on?
What's up, man?
What's up, buddy?
I have 3 boys.
Yeah.
By the time my youngest turned 8, I was easily spending $10,000 a year on baseball. But they all play baseball.
Yeah.
They all got offered scholarships. They all played at the high level. One thing that parents never ask, and I coached as well, will my son ever make the high school team? No one ever asked that question.
Well, that's
our goal.
That was going to
Our
say
goal when they were younger was always
play
make the
high school.
Play high school.
That's the thing that suffered, and it sucks because I love high school sports. Is that other than like football, like soccer, high school, club way over it. Travel baseball teams way more important than high school baseball.
Yeah.
Volleyball, club volleyball trounces high school volleyball. Not even close.
Same thing with softball.
Yeah, the only one that retains it is football because it's not really club football. Maybe in Texas there is.
You know what I learned the other day from a parent is that now playing on your high school team isn't good enough. Now you got to be on varsity as a freshman or sophomore. That's how some of the parents think.
Maybe
I would tell everybody I talk to, I preach, don't do what I did. It's not worth it. Your son does not need to really even play travel anything until they're 12.
Yeah.
I'm a big
So
believer.
all 3 of your boys received scholarships. Did they all play in college, or are they?
Well, one of them, my oldest, decided not to. He said it was too much. He was 5'8", second baseman, really good. Nice. My middle son decided he didn't like baseball, wanted to play basketball. He played at a high level. In high school, he was like top 5 shooting guard in the state of in Northern Virginia, Prince William County, Northern Virginia, actually state of Virginia.
You got athletes.
He went to play basketball. My youngest was just playing right now. He's a pitcher at Lynchburg and he got D1, D2 looks. Didn't want that pressure. Just wanted to play, and he was best pitcher in the state. One of the best pitchers in the state, all region, all district.
Did you play? You had to have played, right?
No.
Oh, you didn't play at all.
Baseball my whole life. I
Sleeper
learned from a lot of guys.
genetics.
That's awesome.
What that guy
You know
has.
what? The mom.
Yeah, it's probably could be it.
No, I actually talked to Jason about this.
Yeah.
I talked to Jason about this 15 years ago. He used to hang out in Ashburn, and when his daughters were young, my sons were young, we used to talk back and forth, and he asked me, how the hell do you afford it? I don't know how I afforded it.
Yeah.
Probably why I'm still working and not retired yet.
Yeah.
All right,
thanks,
there, brother.
Thank you, Rick.
There are a lot of people who make the choice not to pursue the travel sports because of cost.
Sure. I mean, you can
And
only
the
do it if you can
odds
only
are
afford
their
it.
kids are going to end up in the same spot as the kids are in travel sports.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Well, yeah, I mean,
with these travel softball leagues,
99% aren't going to be pros or anything. Yeah.
I mean, one of the girls that I coached at Briar Woods High School 2 years ago, stud, she's at UConn now. She's playing at UConn. But she would go play with these travel teams where they never practice because all the kids are from different parts of the country. And they would all just meet.
All-star teams.
Tournaments?
Yeah, for tournaments.
Yeah.
They never practiced together. They just played tournaments.
That happens.
Yeah.
Happens even in lacrosse.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Let's go to Jason, South Riding. Jason, what's up? Going with the Junks.
Hey, how are you doing, Junks?
Hey, Jason. Great.
Hey, so I coach travel baseball down here in South Riding, and I heard you guys talking about the specialized part of it, and you guys seem to have a negative view on that. But
at an early age,
you
I don't
gotta
think
keep-
it's necessarily the right thing. I would expose them to
you got to
many
keep up
sports.
with people that are around you. If everyone around you is trying to get faster and stronger and better,
Yeah.
you're going to have to try to do that too, or you're just going to get left behind.
Yeah, but don't need to do that at 8, 9.
And
I don't
what's
think.
the down? What would be the downside of being left behind?
Well, you might
They're not
not
gonna
be
make
able
they're not going to make
high school.
teams.
Huh?
If you wanted to play teams, if you wanted to play at a higher level or
Yeah.
a competitive high school,
That's true.
or a competitive club, you have to put in the work. Or
But there are a lot of people. I don't know if that's true. There are a lot of people pros, like the Chipper Jones, who would disagree with you.
Well, he's a Hall of Famer. He's like,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay,
he's like
but
the greatest of all time.
There's this perception of being left behind. You might be left behind if you have a very good athlete, let's say, that's playing 13 years old, playing travel baseball, and then they want to play basketball for a few months. There's a perception they're going to be left behind, but if they're an elite athlete, they're going to pick it right back up.
The
in a
elite
couple
athletes,
weeks
but
later.
the elite
Right.
athletes are rare. Most athletes, mine included, who are all going to play Division I sports.
You got to work
They're
at
all
it to
average.
stay with
They're
it.
good athletes. They're not elite.
Yeah.
The elite athletes can get away with anything.
Yeah.
They're
If you're elite, there's only a
But
few of those.
there are a handful of
Yeah.
elites. Yeah.
All right, when we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win a $50 gift card to Oseo Korean
Chipper Jones.
Barbecue. And we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Journey when they come to Capital One Arena next March. So keep listening for your chance to win. All right, we're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a $50 gift card to Oseo Korean Barbecue. That first sizzle says it all. Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Bold flavor, premium meats, and house-made Korean sides that make every bite better. Oseo means come on in. That's O-S-E-Y-O. 10th caller at 800-636-1067. You will win.
I got to tell you, I am blown away that the poll of the day, which was a hypothetical, would you give up your retirement savings to be 10 years younger? Everything else stays the same. So your kids, same. Your job, same. Home, same. Everything else. I'm blown away that right now 63% are siding with dish and cakes. They want to hold on to their dough.
Yeah, you've worked to sock that money away for
years.
like 20 plus years. You're just gonna
I'd rather be.
You're gonna light that money on fire.
I'd rather be alive and broke than dead and rich.
Absolutely.
It's only 10 years.
there's
If you
no
would have told me
guarantees.
30
Only
years.
10 years.
Are you,
Okay.
So if you go back 10
10
years,
years.
then are you guaranteed to make it the next 10 years to your current spot?
Well,
You're
I mean,
not.
I don't know.
That's
if you're-
impossible.
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't
That's
know.
up to you.
These are things we don't know.
Boom, you just turned 45.
What do you mean? Like you're not going to hit a?
You don't have one
Is that
cent?
what you mean?
Yeah, like
Oh,
are you going to have a heart attack? Or are you
just-
gonna-
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, that could happen at your current age.
Sure.
And you never get to use those retirement savings. Like there's true. You might not use it. I agree. This person tweeted us. He tweets us a lot. Matthew Miller. He said,
Somebody
without a
would.
question, to be 10 years younger and my life stays the same, but I get to spend it with my kids, family, and friends as a younger man. A no-brainer to me. I thought it was a no-brainer.
To me, it's a no-brainer too.
And he says, I'll make more money. Time is far more valuable than money.
"Yeah,
I guess not for you
You're not
guys.
going
To
to
you,
make more money.
money is more valuable.
You're not going to
than
make more money in the market. You're
Who
not going to.
cares?
Obviously, you don't. But you're going to have to live off something.
We care. This side
You're not
cares.
going to be making what you're making
This
for
side
the
cares.
rest of your life.
Right, I'm saying
you're going to have to
I think
rely
what
on
he's
that.
saying
So make an
is
adjustment.
He's willing
What's your
to
adjustment?
Maybe you'll live in a smaller house.
Yeah, I could admit. Look,
Okay, that's what you guys want to do. You want to live in a one-bedroom apartment. We don't.
I'd rather be
say
in a
one
one-bedroom
bedroom.
apartment.
I could live in the house that
If you got no money in your retirement, you ain't living in a silly
I
house.
think I'll have some money. I'm a successful person.
Well, because you have a 401k.
Well, but if I started from scratch, I think I could build
Right.
a wealth again. It
Right.
would maybe
How?
not be the
Yeah,
same
but you
How?
would be kinda
Where are you
nutty.
going to build it?
I don't know. I have work ethic. I have a brain. I don't know.
You'd have a
There's-
goal.
No one's going to hire a 65-year-old
I can start my own
He's
business.
not 65.
Oh, okay.
He's 45 now.
Yeah, he gained 10
Well,
years.
what's the business?
but
We
it-
started our own business.
You could keep working until you're 65, 70. That's fine.
know, but we'd
I'm
be-
not.
we
I
would
don't
be-
have dreams of retirement. I guess that's different.
Yeah, we'd be
I don't have dreams
45.
of just.
Well, it's because you know it's not coming anytime soon.
I
But
just
as you
know
get
that
older-
my whole life I've never dreamed of waking up and doing nothing.
Oh,
Like,
I've got visions. I've got some visions of that.
I just never.
You don't want to wake up and just go play golf every day?
I do it.
Near the
I
beach?
do it right now. I'm doing it in about an hour. Yeah. I don't know. It's fine.
I'm with
whatever,
you, B.
whatever people want to do. I don't hate you. If you want to make
Yeah.
$100 billion, be you.
Hey, most
you
people
can
are
do-
siding with you. I'm surprised that most people
I
aren't
would
with
think
me and
most
EB.
people would want the fountain of youth. To me,
Right.
that's worth
It's only
$100
10
million.
years. It's not 20 or 30 years. It's 10 years.
I would be butt tight.
My body was hurting when I was 45.
All right.
Yeah, it's not like you're
Come
going
on.
back to 25. You're back at 25, then we're.
You know what? You know what,
Why is
EB?
everyone so angry? I'm happy.
I'm not angry.
This is rare.
He's the one that's angry.
I'm not angry at all.
Yeah.
I'm siding with EB, and I think this is a rare point when he's optimistic. His point is he'd be a
I think it's rare
45-year-old
that you guys
optimist.
are siding on something together.
And you guys are just so pessimistic that you got to hold on to that retirement.
Oh, yeah.
Like if it went away,
I'm a pessimist.
Well,
there's
because
no
you've
doubt.
got people
you'd
relying
be
on that.
fine.
You got
You'd
people.
be- Who's relying on it?
Your family, your wife.
Okay, but you'd
you're
still
gonna
be
help your kids
living. You'd still be making your
with
living
less
and live in the
money.
house.
With less money.
Okay.
Less resources. You don't want resources.
I don't even know what I have. I don't even care.
No financial advisor would tell you that that's a good plan.
People that value their life an extra 10 years would.
Find one. Find one.
Find that guy.
Find that guy.
Well,
You know what you're
financial
sleeping
advisor
on?
is different than a.
What are we sleeping on, Valdez?
Jason has a fear of being poor.
Yeah.
Like money means a lot to Jason. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but
It's not just money. It's being able to pay your bills, living comfortably.
Well, it's financial freedom.
If you
Yeah.
work your ass
Yeah.
off for 30, 35 years, you should be able to live comfortably and not worry about money when you're 65 years
Let
old.
me ask you this hypothetically. I think you had a happy childhood, right?
Sure.
Okay. You grew up a happy childhood. So let's just say You could be 10 years younger. Your kids are still in your life. Everything else is unchanged. You get to make your $31 bets.
You're gonna put them back
every
at
night.
Lanham. I know what you're doing. You're gonna put them back at Lanham.
I'm going to put you in that Lanham home. Aren't you fine?
No.
Not
You'd
now.
be unhappy.
In Lanham home?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I didn't love where I grew up.
I don't care about the house and stuff. I'd be perfectly
So that's
fine.
the difference.
I'd be perfectly fine in the house that I grew up in. One level house.
No, my
Less
basement
As you get older,
sucked.
less stairs.
Less
That'd be
stairs.
silly.
My house was about as big as this room.
I kind of dream. I do dream of a rancher.
You do like rancher?
I do dream of a
setups?
rancher.
We had a rancher. It was small. Probably doesn't even fit in your basement.
Oh, I definitely fantasize. If I ever did move, I can't move now because I got all the accoutrements.
Sure.
But if I did move, I would move to a rancher.
Big ass moving truck.
Hey, if you move to your house in Bowie, you got that shed. You empty it out. That's perfect for your sim.
Too small, actually.
That blue shed.
You need more footage.
Yeah, I need 10-foot high ceilings.
But it's a pointless discussion because it can't happen.
I'm
So
just saying.
it's-
Well, put it this way: I would
I don't
give
understand
you.
arguing
I would,
about it.
if it was. I know it's a hypothetical. I would give you my 401k right now if you said there's a fountain of youth right in there and just jump into it.
100%.
I say you could have
if you could live
It
forever.
would be
No. 10 years.
10
I'm
years.
saying I would do the 10 years.
100%.
You could have it for me to go back to 45 and silly.
45?
100%.
You weren't silly in 40
No,
to 45.
No. I hit the wall somewhere between 45
You're
and 55.
sillier
I
than
don't
you
know.
are right now.
Yeah. I smashed
I'm right
the
there
wall
with you,
somewhere,
EB.
but I don't know where.
100%. If you push the button,
About 48.
I don't even know what's in my 401k.
Oh, I know what's in mine, and I'm not giving it up.
When did you have your knee surgery?
I've had 5.
When was your first one?
32.
32. How many did you have when you were 45? 2 or 3?
1. I had them about every 5 to 10
This
years.
guy was having multiple knee surgeries, and he wants to go back to 45.
I'm just saying, I would take it. It's better than 45 greater than 55.
It literally makes 0 sense, but that's okay. You guys can feel that way. To not have any money in your retirement. The people who probably agree with you probably don't have any money in their retirement.
Okay. How much money of your retirement money have you used right now?
None.
You can't.
How much
use
will
it.
you? Okay. How much will you use tomorrow?
Zero. But
Exactly.
I'll tell you this, if I went back to 45 and I opened up my 401k and it's at 0, I'd have a heart attack at 45.
Right,
Dead.
right.
That's
Dead
you.
on arrival.
Point is, you don't use it on a daily basis.
I know,
it is there for you if you need it when you're older.
Of course, you're going to need it when
Okay,
you're
but
older.
if I'm 45 and I start from scratch, I can build that up if I really need to.
You can't. No, you know nothing about finances. You're not going to be able to.
I do know. It's not going to
You can't
compound.
bu- you
I know
can't
everything
build up
about
what you
finances.
have now
You don't know
from
more about
45
finances than me.
Well,
or
it sounds
EB.
like it.
No.
If you just want to build it back up, you can't do that for what you have right now.
You have a different perspective.
I think
Okay,
it's
your
more,
perspective
Like
is
EB
different.
said, you could start a business. You could do something else.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, start a business. Is there a lock that the business is going to do well?
No, of course
you
not.
start
This is
10
a
on
huge
and hope
risk.
one
Is it a lock that you've got money in your retirement to live on right now?
It's not actually a lock that
Depends.
you're going to have the
Hey, you know
retirement
what?
savings
If
in
it's
10 years.
If it's a Roth, it's not
course
your
I'm gonna have
401k.
it.
No, there are countries
I mean,
that
I
go
could-
bankrupt and then retirement savings go gone.
Really? That's happened here?
It hasn't
Has that-
happened here, but
It's-
I can name countries where it's happened.
Well, those are
my
countries
God.
we won't be
don't-
living in.
Yeah, I don't live in Ecuador.
Yeah.
Why is everybody so
we don't live
rich?
in, like, Nicaragua.
I'm happy. I'm not getting involved in this.
Because
I'm happy.
he just sounds stupid. The discussion sounds stupid.
I don't know.
He thinks I'm stupid for not
I
believing
didn't
the
say
way
you're
he believes.
stupid. Just surprised. I said
All right.
surprised.
Got to do a giveaway.
All right.
10th caller right now at 800-636-1067
Yeah.
wins a pair
why are
of
you
tickets
so, Rick?
to the Final
You're
Frontier
the one
Tour.
attacking.
I'm not attacking.
800
I'm just telling you you're wrong. I'm sorry.
I can't do the giveaway. 10th caller
apologize.
wins tickets to go see Journey at Capital One Arena. 800-636-1067 is the number. The tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. So 10th caller right now, you will win. Coming up next, B. Mitch and Finley right here on The Fan. Got a question for you. Do you have an old 401k? Good topic. Sitting with a previous employer, be honest, a lot of us do, and here's the problem. Letting that money sit there could actually be costing you more than you think. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRA, janwealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors can help you take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm so their advisors can focus on your needs, not someone else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth potential, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Don't leave your hard-earned money on the sidelines. Call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Jets have ruled out wide receiver Garrett Wilson for Thursday Night Football tonight against the Patriots. Wilson missed 2 games with a knee injury before returning for Sunday's win over the Browns. But in the third quarter, he exited the game, underwent some imaging on Monday. The Jets have only ruled him out for this week, but ESPN is reporting that Wilson is expected to miss at least 3 to 4 more weeks. And San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy getting closer to making his return. That's per head coach Kyle Shanahan. Coach Shanahan said Purdy should have a chance to play if he continues to make progress this week, but he's been out of that lineup since September with a toe injury, so they are still being very cautious with his return. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west, including across the Atlantic Ocean to Madrid, Spain, where you find B. Mitch and I live.
4 p.m.
4 p.m. here in Spain.
4 p.m. Yes.
4 p.m. here in Spain. And, you know, we've talked about these international trips are really cool, and it's a great opportunity for the league and everybody involved to grow the game. But for us, it is a boatload of work because you end up working a Spanish day, like the day here goes on, right? And then we end up working an East Coast day. And now we're starting our East Coast day with the radio program. I've been running around. B, I know you've been running around. How you doing, dude?
I'm good. Good. Yeah. I started off this morning around 9:30 with 100. Well, it was supposed to be 190 kids at this camp. They had, I guess, kids ranging, I would say about 9 to about 12, 13. And then right midway through the camp, about an hour and a half in, all of the high schoolers came out. The most rowdy bunch of kids but they wasn't participating in the clinic. They were just cheering us on. Then after those kids left, every elementary school kid you can name came out with their little uniforms on. And they got louder than the high school kids.
How long were you there?
Total of about 3 hours and a half. And then left there.
How many autographs did you sign?
Oh, bro. I think every kid that was there. One kid.
I mean this
respectfully. Talked me out my hat.
Those kids probably don't know who you are, but they're so damn excited.
Well, the kid told me, I saw you on Google and then went out, just committed to naming every stat I ever had.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, wow. Google.
You
and
gave him your hat?
I gave this one kid, he actually, after like the 100th time, I'll say, okay, here. Then the kid said, well, can I have your sweater? Nope. Miss Monica made this one for me. I can't give it to you.
And it's raining.
How about can I have your ring? I say, no. Oh, man, it's beautiful to be great on my finger. I say, yeah, just like it is on my finger.
Did you challenge any of the kids to a dance fight?
No, I had no dance off with anybody, but I did have a little tossing contest with the guy. He told me he could throw a spiral. I told him, I said, that's a duck you're throwing. And then I threw a spiral right-handed and left-handed. You know, just show him a little. So they say, wow,
I love
that's
that.
how you became an athlete? Yes. Throw it left-handed.
The most important question. Yesterday was tough. Neither of us had slept. It was a lot. I slept like a baby last night.
8 hours and 19 minutes of sleep last night.
Dude, I went
9 hours and 30 minutes in the bed. That's what Aura Ring told me this morning.
That's great.
Yeah,
I wanted to FaceTime with the kids last night, and so I got home from dinner, and Lauren's like, okay, call you in 10 or whatever. And I sat on the bed ready to talk. Fell asleep.
Fell asleep before
But
you could talk.
I had the lights on, and like a TV was on, so I woke
Daddy's
up.
tired, Mom.
I woke up like 45 minutes later to my phone with a missed call, and Lauren texted me, "Did you fall asleep?" So I was like, "Yes, I'm awake now." So I got to talk to him, but I was in straight zombie mode. As soon as I talked to Shelby and Ainsley, lights off, dog. I never sleep straight like sound. I usually wake up, toss, turn, whatever. I was out like a rock. I slept, I think, 10 hours straight. I woke up at like 9:30, and I feel like a different human today.
Well, Ryan told me we're picking you up at 9 so we can get to this.
Yeah, so what all did you do
What I'm
today?
learning, college and university is totally different here.
I think college is like high school.
Yeah. So they were like, we're going to this college. And I was expecting to go to a college. Then I got on campus. I found out a lot today. Santana was proposed to by a 13-year-old. She thought he was 20. Santana said, no, I'm 46. She said, oh, man. But we went to the college, and then he said pick me up at 9. When I finally looked at the clock, it was 8:27.
You got to shower. You got to iron your clothes.
So I went in. Clothes were already ironed. You know, I'm always ahead of time. When I was in, got out. I said I got to get breakfast. So I was able to get breakfast, and I was walking out of the hotel eating, and I dropped the little salsa right on the table before I walked out the what's called. But it was cool. Then I just left this place. What's the name of it? San Hennis. It's not Guinness. It's Hennis.
So it's spelled S-A-N.
And it's a chocolatier.
G-I-N-E-S.
She told me. So we did churros or porous.
What's porous?
Porous is like a churro. It's a little bigger than a churro.
Okay.
And it's softer. So it's kind of on the thing of like a
Twinkie?
No, it looks just like the churro, but it's more like the texture of a beignet.
Okay, I think I'd like that more.
But like here, they don't have in the United States, everywhere that has a churro or whatever, they have all of the cinnamon.
Yeah.
So they don't have all that on this here.
What's on it?
You could put it on if you want, but the way it really happens, they don't put all that crap. What me and Santana has found out since we've been here, everything we have in the United States, they add sugar. They add extra stuff. That's why we overweight in the United States.
Well, dude,
and that's why everybody around here look like they just finished running the damn track.
One thing I found last summer when we were in Italy is, you go out to dinner at home, you get pasta, you walk out of there feeling full, like
at home,
like you don't feel great because you eat all that pasta. When we were in Italy, you eat the pasta,
you eat pasta
drink
all
wine,
damn day.
you feel good.
Yeah.
Not to walking around here, people are just fit. Like you don't see.
They
I
walk.
don't think I've seen a single fat person.
Bruh, they walk everywhere, and I don't care if they have on 7-inch, 8-inch heels, or not. They are walking.
I sampled Zero Nightlife last night. Did you?
I
went out to dinner.
I said the lobby bar.
So I went out to dinner.
7 glasses of wine.
Attaboy. You'll like this. So we went out to a really cool dinner. Shout out to Jenny Cushman, who was just here on vacation with her husband, I think. She sent me some recommendations. Jenny's cool. I work with her at Channel 4. And one of her recommendations was like on the way home. So we went to this restaurant. That was a vibe. Now, it was definitely like kind of a date spot or like a hip spot.
Hipster.
Not hipster, but like hip. Everybody was dressed well, looked good. There was good-looking people, right?
Yeah.
And then me and Tischler roll in, and I got my backpack from work.
Yeah.
But they were cool. They were very nice. I do wonder how many people in the restaurant thought me and Mitch were on a date, because it
you look like a nice couple.
The only people sitting where it was two tops were clearly dates.
Let me ask you a question. I'm gonna
Ask
go back.
me anything.
You and Mitch back to last night. You all left out of here way before I did.
How long did it take you to get an Uber?
Well, no, my Uber came like 20 seconds after y'all's left.
We didn't order it.
Why were y'all still there when I got there?
I've been having some Uber trouble. I'm starting to rely on taxis more. We were just waiting on the Uber. We called it when we got down and outside.
That's when I called mine. I
called the same thing with Tana yesterday. Remember Tana called his after we called ours, and then Tana got his, and then we had to try 2 more before we finally got a taxi.
I was in here doing this deal, and I get downstairs. I'm like, why the hell is Mitch and JP still here?
Dog, my Spanish Uber luck isn't great. Now, it was fine after dinner. Have you been in one of these Ubers yet where the car is called a Seal?
No.
Dog, they're cool. Like,
why do they call it a Seal?
It's just a different brand over here, I guess. I don't know. It's I'm gonna try to pull it up. It's a
I
cool
haven't
looking
seen any of
car.
those.
Seal car. I don't know what I'm gonna find. Yeah, it's the BYD Seal. It's
Yeah.
pretty cool, dude. It feels like a Tesla-ish. I don't know if it is
electric.
I don't know if it's electric, but the whole ceiling is sunroof.
It's glass.
It's glass.
All right.
So that's the car that drove me home. It kind of looks like a Tesla.
That's
right?
nice. That's nice.
It was cool. So shout out to BYD. I don't know much about them. I assume it's a European car. But the dinner, what you would like about this spot last night, B. So whatever you would order, right? I ordered a vodka soda.
Mm-hmm.
They just walk over with a cup of ice and the bottle and a bottle of club soda.
The bottle of vodka?
Just like the full-size bottle of vodka from behind the bar.
And you pour?
No, the dude pours.
Oh, okay.
But they kind of just pour until you say stop. So, like,
I like that.
You can get a drink, dog.
So you can get a drink like you get it at your house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Now, I don't know if that's everywhere or if that's just the restaurant I went to last night, which was called Quentin. But it was good, dude. The food was good, but I was just so gassed. I had nothing in me. Tonight, I think I got a little bit of energy. And, like, what I could tell, so we get done here at 8. Took me a while to get to Uber, as you said. Say I got to the restaurant at, like, 9, roughly. When we were leaving at, like, 10:15, 10:30, it was, like, filling up.
Oh, yeah.
This is a late town.
They don't really go out until they go to dinner and out. They get there around 10.
Right.
Here we are trying to get home by 10. They're just starting. So, hey.
Yeah, man. I feel so significantly better today than I did yesterday.
Yesterday I was, dozing a little bit. if anybody saw me dozing on the stream, forgive me. It was this.
Yeah, dude.
1 hour of sleep is not much, brother.
Yeah, and you know,
like you said, we finished the day and then we tried to do another day.
Right.
And that second day got me.
Well, and yesterday, what's crazy today is yesterday we got the taxi finally because we couldn't get an Uber from the same place, and the taxi driver didn't know where we were going. So today I was smart. I set up with the people. So I just taped all ears. Like we just did a live all ears. And that got done at 3:30. And I know I got to be on the air at 4. So the people that Real Madrid is so impressive, and the people that run that are so impressive. So at like 2 o'clock, I asked them. I was like, "Hey, can you have a taxi for me at 3:30?" And the lady was cool. She's like, "James, right?" I was like, "Yes, James."
Oh, they don't forget.
Dog, I walked out, said goodbye to Kerwin, walked out that front door, taxi just waiting for me.
Well, I just thought I wasn't going to be here on time.
You made it?
I did, because when I got to I went to the taxi stand because it was right across from the place. So I went over there and it said, I pulled it up on I always put the thing in when I'm riding with people.
Yeah, especially.
And it said, it's going to take me 41 minutes. And it was 3:24.
Damn.
And we went through this
about
tunnel,
right.
and we came out the tunnel, and it dropped 10 minutes.
Oh, wow. So you must have avoided some
I
traffic
guess
or something.
because, I think one of the guys, Jason said, there's a under the city highway.
Because I've gone through some pretty significant tunnels. That makes sense. It's been fun. It's been a whirlwind.
Everything is 1.8 miles away, and everything is 1.8 miles is 15 to 20 minutes
Dog,
away.
everything is an Uber ride. It's a really big city. You know what I mean? And they got you running around like crazy. For me, I just had to get to the Real Madrid practice facility. Got to hear from Cliff Kingsbury today. Then we got to watch some practice and then talk to some players later. Okay, so apparently BYD are Chinese-made electric cars.
Okay.
That's interesting because I've heard China's making like significant inroads in the electric car market. Maybe that BYD is one of their top sellers. It's pretty dope. I don't know if they sell it at home. I know that American-Chinese relations may not be at their best, whatever's going on. But those BYDs are cool cars.
They were cool.
I gotta nothing really bad happened, so I feel like I can tell the story.
Okay.
Your boy Brian Colbert. So we're at Real Madrid, and the setup where we all hang out is there's the big media room, like the podium room with all the chairs. Then there's like the food room, which apparently you still haven't found.
Yeah, I haven't been over there today.
Right, but then where you walk in, like the lobby is this huge building.
Yeah.
It's like a huge open space. The ceilings are probably
They're up
60
there.
feet
They're
tall.
way up there, yeah.
Right. And it's all glass, and it's kind of loud in there because it's kind of echoey. So BC, everybody knows Brian Colbert. He does all the command center, all the pre and post with B. Great guy. So BC's sitting there with one of the Commanders' media staffers, and he and I chatted for a minute. And so we're all just kind of like lingering around, and Brian had just gotten some food, and he's sitting. You know how they had those little couches where you were sitting yesterday, and they had those big glass tables?
Yeah.
So I guess he tried to pull the table closer to eat his food.
And he pulled the top.
Bang!
The top?
Just the top part. So it's like a little, not little, like a very large glass table, but it just rests on like these two things.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday that those things don't move. The table moves.
So imagine how loud that was.
Yeah.
Now, thank God it didn't break.
So that
if it
happened.
broke would be a whole
So we
big
have
thing.
two things on Brian now.
Yo, so it happened, and everybody, it was so loud, and then it echoes all over that room, and then everybody's just like, oh, because the Real Madrid security does not mess around.
Yeah.
Everybody's got guns.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there are people everywhere
I
with
saw that
guns.
yesterday. Yeah.
And it was a funny moment. You could tell BC was like,
So
but nothing happened. So
he
all's well that ends
almost shattered a tabletop. so you know, like I mess with everybody about dudes drinking mimosas together.
Yeah.
Well, last night, this is what I heard happened with BC. So BC was out with the dudes and stuff, hanging out at this spot, and he pulled his camera out, and he would say he was taking a picture of this creme brulee. Creme brulee?
Yeah.
Because his boy loves creme brulee. And you know London didn't let that go. So now we got him with that. So we're not taking pictures of creme brulee to send to our dudes, guys. We're not drinking mimosas with our friends, unless it's a lady. And we cannot pull glass tops off his stand in the middle of a damn lobby. Brian is going to help us out with all that.
I had a flan last night. I love flan. My plan is any sit-down restaurant I'm hitting this week in Spain, I'm going to get some flan.
All right.
Last night was interesting, though. Do you like flan?
Never had it.
Okay. It's like a custardy thing.
Nah, won't eat it. I'm a texture guy, dude.
So this texture you might have liked better. I like it kind of like jiggly.
Most custardy things I don't eat.
This one was firmer, like a cheesecake. It felt like it was made with like Greek yogurt or something. So it was good, but it wasn't my favorite.
Greek yogurt and I are not good friends. I told you this yesterday.
You told me that. I had yogurt for breakfast.
Yeah, I told you this yesterday.
I went to there's a little lounge at the hotel this morning. I went in there at 9:30 or so. Shout out to the couple that was just drinking wine at 9:30 in the morning. I was kind of jealous of them. They're enjoying their vacation. They were vibing. All right, we have a packed show. We're going to kind of get into business now. We got to do Bleep You Thursday early. So the phones are going to be open at 11 a.m. for Bleep You Thursday. We're going to talk to Ben Standig at noon. We're going to talk to Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports at 1, Peter Rosenberg at 1:30. There is a Thursday night game tonight that looks incredibly one-sided. Jets-Pats tonight. We'll try to take a look at that.
Those are the type of games that will amaze you.
Everybody thought the Dolphins were going to get trounced by the Bills last week, right? We're just getting warmed up. Me and B-Mitch live in Spain from the Radio Marca studios. You're listening to us on 106.7 The Fan. You're watching the stream on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, or you're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Joey continues to just flood my phone via text message with really unimportant
You know how you have to
facts.
handle him? Just don't respond, and he stops.
Okay,
You notice
big
he
dog.
keeps responding to you.
Joey entertains me. What can I say?
I just don't respond to him very often.
I just found this out, and if people want to mock me for just finding this out, that's fine. Do you know what the Sui celebration is? Sui.
No.
So I just found it out. It's Cristiano Ronaldo's famous celebration from when he played.
Well, he
for
stole
Real
that from
Madrid.
the Arkansas Razorbacks. They've been doing that for years.
I think that's the Woo Pig Sui.
No, they do Sui.
All right, well, maybe I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, but it's
Okay.
this like elaborate jump up, cross your hands. If you remember,
But the word Sui, that they were doing that in the Razorback back in '86.
do you think Cristiano Ronaldo stole it from Arkansas?
Yeah, because he wasn't born way back. He's not older than Arkansas.
He's not. My question was, do you think we'll see some Sui celebrations Sunday?
More than likely.
I think so.
Yeah.
These
Yeah.
players know who Cristiano is. It was cool. Cliff Kingsbury actually talked about Cristiano Ronaldo.
Mhm.
Cliff said he's been to Madrid a bunch because I get he played in NFL Europe, so I think he has a good understanding of Europe. Cliff said he's been here a lot, loves this city. Not, this week is about business. How much fun do you think Cliff had in this town in his time?
Lots. I found out today, though, Jay, that Austin Mitchell is known.
Your cousin?
My
Or your
nephew
nephew?
that plays in Spain, in
Paris,
Paris. The guys that play for the Madrid team, they know him.
I bet
they said that dude can run. I
Yo-
say, yep.
There was a young lady at practice today that's a European journalist that was kind of giving us the lowdown of all the football here,
Mhm.
of the American football here. And there's like multiple divisions.
Yeah.
Like kids play, but they have like a seniors division, which would be kind of fun at home. Maybe they haven't. I just am unfamiliar. But
You should play.
well, yeah, I don't think I should. All right, we're off and running on a Bleep You Thursday. It's B. Mitch and Finley live from Madrid.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must supply a profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Commanders just announced that they hired HKS as their lead architect for the team's new stadium. This is the same architectural firm behind Los Angeles SoFi Stadium, the same people that did AT&T Stadium, home of the Cowboys. They designed and built US Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, and among many others. So safe to say this firm knows a thing or two about building a good stadium. And the Nationals, they just announced home game times for the 2026 season. Evening games, 6:45 p.m. start time. Saturday afternoon games will start at 4:05 p.m. And like we saw for the past 2 seasons, Sunday games, 1:35 p.m. starts. Most weekday afternoon games will start at either 12:05 or 1:05 p.m. But we also got some confirmation that the Nationals will still host the Pirates for a special 11:05 a.m. start on the 4th of July. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. You can stream us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, or just listen. You listen to the podcast wherever you get your podcasts. B, I don't know if you heard Savannah there, but we got breaking news on The Fan.
What's that?
The Nats have announced first pitch times for their whole schedule. And so you know what you and I check immediately.
How many times at one?
When are we getting off early?
Yeah.
You ready?
Let's go, baby.
This is about as exciting as it gets.
This is breaking news.
Home opening day. So they open on the road in Wrigley. Home opening day. Dodgers, April 3rd, Friday, 1 o'clock.
Ha!
Bang.
Hey, golf.
Yes, sir. All right. April 23rd is a Thursday, 1:05 start. We're probably cooked that day, though, because that's the first round of the NFL draft. I'm guessing we're both going to have to work.
But
I know I'm going to have to work.
I mean, I'm going to work until we get off the
Siri is
radio.
picking up everything we're saying.
Yeah. Siri, stop. Siri,
cut it out.
Siri knows his hell.
I got another good one, though.
What's you got?
May 7th is a Thursday, 1 o'clock start.
Day after my daughter's birthday.
Bang. Which daughter?
No, that's my sister's birthday. That's my daughter.
All right.
My sister's 6.
Wednesday, June 17th, 1 o'clock start. Kansas City
70,
Royals.
boy. She ain't gonna want to hear that.
July 29th, the Blue Jays come to town, defending AL champs, 1 o'clock start.
At this point, I say let me know when we get to June. July 29th, Jay?
June, we got one. June 17th, 1:05. Ooh, I missed one. June 3rd, the Marlins in town for a 1 o'clock start.
Yeah, it's a little bit far away, dog.
B, take the wins. Thursday, August 27th, Colorado Rockies, 1 o'clock start. Ooh, I like this one. Wednesday, September 2nd, B, Atlanta Braves, 1 o'clock start.
Huh.
And that's before rainouts. So we'll see. Shout out to the Nats. More 1 o'clock starts. Also have breaking news. This one a little more relevant, frankly. Commanders have selected an architect for the new stadium.
Oh, who that?
It's who I thought they would go with. I think this is truly exciting. Washington announced they've selected HKS as the lead architect for the new world-class stadium site at RFK. HKS has built SoFi. HKS built Jerry World. HKS built Lucas Oil, where the Colts play in Indianapolis. HKS built Minnesota.
When they were in SoFi, I remember when we went to L.A. for the
Charger game.
Rams, the Rams before.
Mm-hmm.
There were so many people they had with them. And the enthusiasm that I talked to a few people that they had, I kind of felt whoever had built that stadium would be around.
That's who I wanted. Now, I don't have much say in the matter.
Yeah.
But that's who I wanted just because Jerry World, avant-garde, best in class at its time. SoFi Stadium, avant-garde, best in class, probably in the NFL now. Now, SoFi is unique in that you need Southern California weather to pull in a true indoor-outdoor feel like that off. You're not going to have that in D.C. You can't have it outdoors in February. But Minnesota, to me, Minnesota and Atlanta are kind of the guiding light for what I want at RFK.
Two
where
sweet stadiums.
You truly feel like you're outdoors, but you are indoors. So that is just really exciting. I think, this stadium, the Bernabeu, I've kind of learned, it also is exciting. I mean,
I just learned that's only 0.8 miles from my hotel.
Really?
But when I got in that damn Uber the other day, it looked like it took us 40 minutes to get there.
Madrid traffic don't pump.
Yeah, I think that they just drive around sometimes.
Today's traffic was way better than yesterday. I guess today's Thursday.
I don't know.
I wonder if Wednesday here is like Tuesday for
That
us.
rain was
Everybody
killing
goes
it
to
today,
work.
dog.
Sunday, there's a media shuttle. You're probably taking the team bus, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm going to
probably a
The
different.
team's not staying at your hotel,
The team
though,
is
right?
not at my hotel, but they have another bus that only brings us from our hotel to take us to where we're going.
Okay. I'm going to take the media shuttle Sunday. I haven't been able to take it yet just because the media time is one time and my times are very different. B, I did get to go watch practice today, and obviously things are different for them here. I think those guys, they took basically the red eye Monday night into Tuesday morning. Tuesday they got an off day to get their bearings, and then yesterday's practice though didn't have like a real high tempo, high energy to it. Today's did. They did the bags drill today, and you could see and feel there was a real
That first day here is a bear, dog.
Right.
It's hell. Because if you can sleep for the majority of that trip over here, it may work out for you. But if you can't sleep, you're gonna have problems. Like I said, I got about an hour, and hell, I was fighting it, man. I think I was trying to do the rope-a-dope, and I got knocked the hell out.
Yeah, dude.
Sleep got me.
The amount of screen grabs yesterday of people catching you dozing or me with some serious yawns, like yesterday was rough.
Hey, before we started, I told him.
Right.
It's gonna be that last hour is gonna be hell.
Thank you to Mitch Tischler for joining
You
us.
catch me sleeping today, I'll pay you $10.
Ooh, throwing the
for
gauntlet.
everybody that give me $10. Don't send what you had yesterday either.
Apparently, we also got it wrong with the Ronaldo celebration. His is the CU, not Sui.
All right.
So Ronaldo's got his own thing.
So in other
I'm
words,
sure he's
you
worried about
screwed that
us.
up.
Fine. Yes.
Yeah.
Left hand up.
Because the way he spelled it, SIUUU, should have been CU, but you spelled it like
I have a
Sui.
touch of dyslexia. What do you want from me? You're supposed to be nice to me.
No,
This is
man.
a safe
I mean,
space.
every time you make a mistake, you have a touch of that.
Yeah.
I'm starting
touched.
to realize that touch is just a lie.
It's just all out.
Yeah.
Some news today. Frankie Louvu, Quan Martin in the non-contact jersey. What do you make of that going into Sunday's game?
They're playing. Just trying to get them to the game this Sunday. That's all it is.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think I got asked this question on All Ears. What do you think the chances are Miami doesn't have to punt? Washington has forced one punt in the last 2 games.
Miami going to punt. They're going to punt.
This is a different team you're facing. And
Yeah.
I know everybody gets so caught up. It's such a week-to-week league. But, Miami had been terrible for a while. And so I think to grade Miami solely, if you're grading either of these teams solely on last week's performance, the Dolphins are going to run away with this thing without question. But I think it's a mistake to gauge this just
You can't
based-
judge it. And the thing, again, is we've seen Washington, we've seen Dallas, we've seen Philly, we've seen the Giants be the absolute worst team there is and go out and beat somebody in their division. That's what you saw with Miami and Buffalo. Miami plays Buffalo twice a year. Miami gets up for Buffalo. Buffalo's the best team in their division at this point, and Miami was the worst. They got up for that game. That's their Super Bowl. You can't judge those type of games.
Okay, I completely agree with you. But how do you judge Miami? So Washington's last month has been awful.
Yeah.
They've been awful. What do you judge of this from the Dolphins? Their last 4 games. At Cleveland, 31-6 drubbing by the Browns, who are
Okay.
god-awful.
Yeah.
The following week, they bounce back. At Atlanta, they win 34-10. Nobody had them winning that week. They did. All right, maybe there's some momentum, right? The following week, hosting Baltimore, 28-6 at home, drubbing. Oh, Miami's awful again. The following week, 30-13 win over the Bills.
Yeah.
They're
Atlanta
2-2 in their last 4.
Yeah. And what you look at, they lost to the teams that were horrible, and they got up and played the teams that were good tougher. Maybe they weak to lose again.
I kind of like that.
Just saying, brother. Just saying.
Nothing is written in stone. If you look at the Dolphins, some of like the numbers, it's all subpar. Offensively, they're 26th in points scored, 25th in yards gained. Defensively, they're 24th in both points allowed and yards allowed. They turn the ball over a lot. Washington hasn't done a great job of creating turnovers. But, dude, Tua has 13 interceptions through 10 games.
Damn.
That's a lot.
Totally.
And I'm sure he has.
And listen, man, like the thing about it, listen, any quarterback we name, I don't care if it's Brady or Orlovsky, pressure makes him throw more interceptions.
You'd love to see some pressure.
And I said Orlovsky because he's the only guy who ran out the back of the end zone.
Tua has 13 interceptions and 6 fumbles on the season. Not all of those fumbles have been lost, but still,
That's
every
a lot.
fumble's an opportunity.
That is a lot, Jay.
That's 19 turnovers in 10 games.
Hey, could be that game.
Please pressure this dude.
Yeah. Well, I think he will. I think Dan will. I think he'll give it an opportunity. He'll give it a try.
They haven't, and it's driven me crazy, but maybe things look different. I think there's some level of bump with DQ calling plays. I don't know what that is because it's not like DQ hasn't been on the sideline, but I do think there are players that will just try to make sure they're on their keys a little bit more because they know it's the head guy.
Yeah, and I think,
Because you know what the
listen,
head guy can do? Cut you.
You can also, but I think people get human nature takes over a lot in professional sports and just in life. These players understand who is getting all the blame. Okay? DQ gets up there and start calling. Naturally, people are going to give the play caller more credit because he has the experience doing it. They're going to either now flip and say the players are making mistakes or the players aren't good enough. Both of those teams get players released, right?
Yeah.
Okay? Maybe they get off their ass and play some real ball now.
Phone lines open at 11 a.m. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley live from Madrid. Hey, it's JP Finley, and if your garage door isn't working, needs maintenance, or you're ready to upgrade your home's look, do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. These guys do it all. Maintenance, repairs, replacements, new installations, and openers handled by techs who actually know what they're doing. They did it for my house. They're locally based. Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years, keeping garage doors running smooth for homeowners like me across the region. And look, if you've been putting off that repair or replacement to try to save some cash, now's the time to act and save big. Schedule your appointment today and get a $0 trip and inspection fee on service calls, plus free estimates on a new garage door. Check them out, Door Pro America, doorproamerica.com. While you're at it, ask about the Door Pro Advantage membership. It's the smart move for homeowners who want discounts and annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Trust me, upgrading your garage door doesn't just make life easier, it boosts your curb appeal and adds serious value to your home. So if your garage door is due for a little TLC or you're ready for an upgrade, level it up and score big with Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO, that's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. And be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Streaming live on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. My wife's watching right now, and she texted me. She's like, I see more of you here than I do on FaceTime. It's different hours, babe.
Hey, Lauren, he left the toilet seat up in the basement. Say, need you to go put that down.
It might be accurate. A fair question here from Landfill on the show sheet. Should we check in with the boys? How's everybody doing back home? We got everybody? Is Jeff at work today?
Yes, I'm here.
What's up, Jeffrey?
What's up, Jeffrey? How you been?
I was good till I looked at my Airbnb this morning.
What's wrong with it?
Oh, yeah, you're still coming here.
What's wrong with your Airbnb?
So I told my boy to book the Airbnb in the Shamartin area, and instead of him booking it in the Shamartin area, he booked it 35 minutes away from the stadium. And I'm like, dude.
But hold on, Jeff. 35 minutes from the stadium is probably 2 miles.
Nah, but see, I'm
serious, dog.
I looked
Listen.
with a.
Not if it's 35 miles is very
He
different.
said
than
minutes. He said minutes.
Yeah, 35 minutes. But the thing is, where it's at, I'm like, dude, we don't know no one around here. We barely know any Spanish. So why would you go as far away?
How many miles does it say it is?
Man, I don't know. I didn't look at.
I bet you it's no more than 4 or 5 miles.
Yeah, but
but travel out there is hard, bro.
It does. It gets, like, even just from the view of my hotel, looking, I think I'm looking east.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm looking west because the sun doesn't come up that way. It gets rural. Like, because I'm up on the 15th floor and I can see out, like, the city ends and then there's a whole lot of nothing. So,
I'm
Jeff,
serious.
don't be out there.
No, I'm serious.
It's 12 miles away.
12 miles take
12
you at
miles.
least an hour around here.
Depending on where you're at, and if you come through the little under the city. But Jeff, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Everybody I've spoken to, they may speak Spanish, but a lot of them speak some level of English.
See, I've been surprised. I feel like the language barrier has been a little higher than I expected. People can speak a little bit of English, and I can speak a little bit of Spanish, but people speak Spanish way faster than I can comprehend. It's been a little more
I
disjointed than I
speak
expected.
no Spanish, and I've been communicating my butt off.
How am I supposed to think about this when I'm lit because I'm partying in Madrid and then I got to think?
Well, you have to think about that if you were close.
Man.
Makes no difference.
The area,
I'd rather be
I don't
walking
think-
distance.
Dude, I don't think you should. You're only here for Saturday night and Sunday night?
Into Monday evening.
Doug, the neighborhood I was at last night was cool, and I think I would try to get an Airbnb in the Salamanca neighborhood.
You better hope if he already got it, he already got it.
You can cancel it.
Yeah, I don't care.
You don't
about,
get your money back today.
Yeah, I
when
don't
you
care
cancel
about
it.
that.
I think you might. He's still 48 hours away.
Man, you cancel that thing today. Nothing gives you your money immediately.
Well,
nothing.
Jeff, it's not his money; it's his buddy's.
No, it's both of ours.
He gave his
I
buddy
don't
the
care-
money.
I don't care about spending more money for a spot closer.
Salamanca is a cool neighborhood, and the stadium's just north of that. That would be my vote for you. I don't know where.
All right, since I was standing in my hotel lobby for about 8 hours, you could do the same thing. They think you're gonna be getting the room later.
I don't recommend you being out in the country, though, Jeff, because Ubers are kind of spotty in the city. I don't know what it's like out in the country, man.
Yeah, I just came from like a little place where I was. It was kind of older, like an older town, like a little inner city type thing.
That's what it was. I wonder if that's where I was last night. It's like cobblestone streets,
Yes.
and a lot of restaurants and
Yeah,
bars, and
exactly.
shops.
Yeah.
That's the Salamanca area.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Jeff's got Airbnb trouble.
It's gonna work out great for you.
No
Jeff. Don't worry
trouble.
about
Oh
it.
no, I'm looking for a new one right now. I don't care. I'm gonna be straight.
You know, Jeff, he doesn't care. Landfill has a good question on here I wanted to ask you.
What's that question?
They played 10 games. Even in the wonky 17-game schedule, they've certainly reached the halfway point.
Mm-hmm.
What is at stake for the Commanders in the second half of the season?
What's at stake?
What's at stake? That's an interesting question.
People could well, although I think they wasn't as far ahead as people thought anyway. I think people could start thinking that they weren't as far ahead as they showed last year. You'll get some people starting to jump off the bandwagon and questioning things. But you know what? They're ready to jump right back on it.
I don't care about that. I mean for the team.
For the team, I don't know if they really have nothing that's seriously at stake. Especially if Jaden comes back healthy and ready to rock, I don't know what's really at stake because that's the key to what you're going to do for the long haul. A lot of fans are going to look at stuff game to game, play to play. But the people that really are invested in this thing, they understand this is a long-term play. Number 5 is what's going to make the difference.
I agree with that. I think for coaches, there's more at stake in the second half of the year. I think defensively, listen, DQ is not going to be the D coordinator next year.
No.
They're going to hire someone for that role again. And I think folks involved, as much as this is a continuity group, I think the way the defense performed this year, like you really need to see some positive results going forward. I think there are plenty of players on one-year deals that, whether it's in Washington or not, you got a lot at stake. Like, there's been a lot of bad tape this year.
But look at this, though. There is somebody out there as a coach on another team who's looking at a guy on a one-year deal saying, if he was in my system, I'll make him play better.
Sure.
So I think we always think it's more at stake than what's actually there. There are some guys on the one-year deals that were fringe players anyway.
Right.
And there are guys that are older. So those guys may be already on that next step to being out the league. You know, I don't know if it's like they could play so well that they could be in the league for the next 2 or 3 years. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Some of those guys going anyway.
But I think for free agents, guys that aren't necessarily old and maybe on a last contract, but think about a dude like Debo. Debo's undoubtedly playing in the NFL next year.
Yeah.
But how these next 7 games go could impact if that's 3 years with 2 years guaranteed with really real money, or if it's another 1 year you got to find a spot for him.
I think
those are the kinds of things that I think matter.
I look at that, but I don't think Debo is going to go from what he was last year, this year, to a guy you got to find a place. Debo's going to get a deal.
He's going to get a deal, but I'm talking about guarantees into a second season.
And see, that's the thing about it, though, Jay. You got to realize there's not a job out here paying him what he's going to make if he doesn't get that, like you say, real money. If he get 18 or 14 or 10, he's still making way more money than he's making out the league.
But he wants to be, if you look at Debo's production, it has dropped off a cliff.
It has. But what I'm saying is guys get to the point in your career, it's not necessarily always being the top dog. It's making enough to make sure you can maintain what you're trying to prepare for afterwards. If he's making $18 million or $10 million, I think he's happy. We sit up there, oh, man, he's making only $10 million, and he's making way more than us. But that's just the whole thing. Like, guys sometimes are not as worried because of the astronomical amount of money they make naturally compared to what they might make if they're not playing at all.
Sure.
Now, if you're on that point where you're about to be completely out the league, you're really thinking about it. The guy that got another 4 or 5 years of making that fringe money, he's not caring at all.
So a dude to that point, like Noah Brown.
Noah Brown may be on his way out because he's been injured so much.
Right.
But he was injured in college. He's been injured in the league. He's not going to get many more guaranteed deals. He's not going to get a guaranteed deal.
Right.
His deals now are going to be 1 year, or you're going to be working to prove it type deals.
Right. But you know who a dude that if he was going into free agency off of last year versus how it's looked this year, Luvu.
Yeah.
There are people where Luvu's not out of the league whatsoever. He's a really good player. But last year, he looked like a great player. Last year, he was named to an all-pro team.
But
this year, it hasn't gone that way.
This team has not performed like it did last year. And if this team were performing like they did last year, naturally the players would have been playing better. But if a lot of these players were playing just like they're playing this year and the team was performing better, guess what? They still have to face that. Because when it comes down to it, what the team does means absolutely nothing to that next guy that want to sign you. They're going to look at all of your film and look at you. They're not looking at the fact that it was Kinlaw that made it happen or it was this person. They're looking at you every play, and they're going to watch you.
It's kind of similar to how Washington signed Kinlaw.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are like, what are you talking about? We got a break. When we come back, phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time for Bleep You Thursday.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The Commanders have selected HKS as their new architect for the team's stadium at the old RFK site. HKS is the firm behind SoFi Stadium, home of the LA Rams and Chargers, US Bank Stadium, home of the Minnesota Vikings, and the AT&T Stadium, Jerry World, home of the Cowboys. So they know a thing or two about some really nice stadiums. HKS said the stadium is going to be designed with football at its core, but also they want to honor the city's historical significance. They also plan to host a series of community meetings this month and in December with city government to get some feedback from local leaders and community members about what they want to see out of the upcoming stadium. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Oh, girl, Monica loved that.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from Madrid, Spain.
Madrid.
We're at Radio Marca. Thank you to the Radio Marca folks. They've been very hospitable towards us. Right now, though, it's time for Bleep You Thursday. The phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Whoever you're mad at, whatever's gone wrong, this is your chance. I'm sure Charlie and Jerry will call up, yell, and insult one another. This is the time for it.
That's fine.
Le'Veon, I'm looking at the show sheet, assuming this is accurate. My guy Jupe is on the line, ready to kick us off on a Bleep You Thursday. What's up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, listen, this is for Jared. I heard what you said, Jared. Well, my man Tay called him Skeletor. I'm calling Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Hey, what's going on, B. Mitch and JP? Hey, listen, I see he on that Diddy stuff. He want my lips on his ass? Whoo. Yeah, I think he made a major investment in that Johnson & Johnson baby oil, huh? So listen, I see he on his nursery rhyme stuff, Dr. Seuss. So I got one for you. Roses are red, violets are blue. The Dallas Cowboys suck. Thank you. That's all I got for y'all.
Thanks, dude. Good stuff.
Good stuff there, brother.
I got one via social media from our guy Curtis. He says, my Bleep You goes to Jeff Too Funny for complaining about where he's staying in Madrid while people were going to be stuck back at home, like Nightdale, North Carolina. Jeff, you're getting bleeped out here complaining about your vacation, dog. Jeff has disappeared.
I'm answering the phones.
Okay. All right. I kind of like that. People are insulting Jeff and he can't even talk.
Yeah, that's good.
You got any bleeps?
Nah, I'm good. I've been having fun, man.
If they asked me yesterday, I would have had some bleeps.
Yesterday, I would have bleep you for the hotel. I'm saying that. Just say it like that. You know, because all these damn people come in, have a room ready.
Yeah, man.
It was 27 of us waiting.
Damn, really?
27 people in one group. And then I started watching other people. Every time I walked through the door, I was like, if they go that damn elevator, we about to have a problem. And then all of a sudden, I'll see them find another little chair or sofa. Find a chair or sofa. Go to the breakfast spot.
It's tough because flights from the U.S. get here so early that I understand hotels can't have stuff ready at 7 a.m. But, like, you also have all these people coming
But you
early.
knew they were coming. You knew that. You knew way ahead of time you had a block of people, which is they have more than 50 rooms in that hotel.
That's a small hotel, huh?
No. It's more than 50 rooms that were reserved by the group.
Oh,
that was
gotcha.
in that hotel. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
knew these people were coming, you know. But I sat and talked last night to a dude named Doug. Doug is an ump for the MLB.
Oh, cool.
He was with the Seattle Mariners and Blue Jays.
Oh, in the
He
playoffs?
umped those games. And then he was talking about the World Series and stuff. So real cool dude, man.
That's cool. Yeah, because, I mean, the other part of it of not having rooms ready if you have a big group is like, say you can make sure you have 10 rooms ready out of 30 people, then at least people can drop their bags off. And, like, if it's your boy or, like, if it's some friends traveling, like, you can change in somebody's room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, maybe you just try to have something available. We're going to keep the phones going, 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. Whoever you're mad at, this is your chance. All right, he's ready for his. Charlie in College Park.
Let's go, Charlie. What's up, brother?
Good morning, gentlemen.
How you doing?
Let's get Jared out the way. I'm not going to zone on Jared. I'm not going to get hysterical or be nasty to him. Jared, you and I should get married. Who do you want to marry? Now, Jared and I, we going to bury the hatchet. I'm going to bury mine in Jared's neck. Jared, where are you going to bury yours? Now, let me ask you this. Jared, the only thing I got against you is, Jared, you don't know what you're talking about, like a lot of us are calling. I said us, me included. A lot of people call in and don't know what they're talking about. That's what I'm bleating about. People get hysterical, man. B-Mitch, you know this, and taking all these calls and being calm. People, stop. Relax, okay? The team's not good. They're not playing well. It may be a lost year. But don't be hysterical, man, about coaching and about this player, about that player, okay? Relax. It is what it is. Yeah. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Charlie. Yeah.
I don't like the nice Charlie without Jared. I want him to be mean.
He did say he wanted to marry Jared.
They did say you and I should get married. I did hear that.
That was interesting.
If you hate somebody, marry him.
And then he said he's going to bury an axe in his neck.
Yeah. So in other words,
so
he's
I
not let you
married
know.
an axe murderer.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you.
That was curious. That whole call was curious.
Yeah.
Let's go to Craig in Baltimore. What's up, Craig?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm good here in Baltimore, but not as good as you are over there in Madrid.
Madrid's happy.
It's fun, man. It's fun.
Yeah. My bleep you today is contingent upon what these two guys do. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. Now that Justin Tucker is eligible to come back to the NFL, if they don't at least call him in and let him kick a field goal over 50 yards, see if he still got it, then bleep you to them for not at least making this thing a competition.
All right, man.
Listen, I don't think Justin Tucker's the guy. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of questions there. That's not to say they couldn't bring in somebody, but I don't think it would be Tucker. Do you agree with me there, B?
Yeah, if he's cleared on stuff, let's say he says he's ready to come back in the league. If he's clear, he's clear. And I think you can take that chance because right now, your guy is not consistent at nothing.
I agree on that portion.
Yeah.
Right? They've been steadfast in not having any competition for Gay.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's coming. I don't know exactly what will happen. Phone lines remain open, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. People stay mad at the kicker. I don't know that it's exactly the kicker. You know what I mean? Like, the kicker hasn't been an issue in weeks because the whole defensive operation is so bad.
I understand that, but the kicker should if he's hitting over 50, that's a right to have a concern. But you shouldn't be worried about him missing the sharp ones, kicking it out of bounds, and everything else. He has too many things to worry about. That's all I'm saying.
With the kicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's kind of remarkable. Jeff, did you want to respond to Jupe, or do you have a bleep you of your own?
Well, Jupe know why I'm bleeping him because he was wild what he said on the phone, and I'm not even going to repeat that. So
what he said to you
we need to know. We need to know, Jeff.
I answered the phone, and all I heard was "let me clap." I said, "What, yo?" I said, "What?" I said, "Bro, don't say that to me." And then I got a serious bleep you for the fans of the team that are just their takes are just outlandish. One guy is saying, "Yeah, Terry McLaurin is not a leader because he's not on the sidelines at games." I said, "Dude, you don't know what's going on in the background."
They don't know me. Let the injured players be right there all the time.
Exactly. And DQ even said early in the season, anybody with a leg injury is not standing on the sideline. So I'm like, yo, how can y'all sit here and say this man is...
That's, Jeff, that's when you just have to give them the quiet treatment.
Oh, no, that's why
when
I'm giving them this bleep
When a person's a dumbass, let them be a dumbass.
That's why they getting this bleep you. Because y'all staring up the internet for no reason. Saying this man not a leader, and he done been a leader for what, the past 5 years?
Yeah, specific to McLaurin, I think that's nuts. I don't know. I think maybe it's just in a down season, I've gotten better at just ignoring the dumb noise, especially on social media. It was funny, dude. So when you were traveling early on Tuesday, B, so Zabe was sitting in.
Yeah.
And Zabe was telling me as he kind of transitioned to covering, the Packers more and like being a Wisconsin guy doing the Milwaukee show, a lot of Skins fans from back in the day were kind of giving him a really hard time, like an aggressive hard time about being a traitor, this and that. And I was like, really? Like, I don't see it that way. And he was like, dude, when we do the phone segment, we'll see. Nobody that called in. One dude busted his chops and said, it's all good, though. We love you. Like,
but if
a lot of the internet is bots. Just
see,
nonsense.
that is what I try to get people
People
to
don't do
understand.
it in real life.
That's why we have to stop allowing the internet to move you, because there are people who are on there just to cause issues. Most people that have any level of sense, if Zabin got offered a job to cover the Packers making more money, why the hell is that a bad move?
Right.
It's like, that's why people will come up to me and, oh man, why'd you go to Philly? I'm not going to answer that question. Because, I have to do what I need to do for me.
I think especially your Philly situation, the team cut you.
But I don't have to explain all that.
Right.
Because like I always tell them, if you work for Coke and you get fired by Coke, you damn sure go work for Pepsi.
For sure.
And whatever other company that's a competition. I don't want to hear that crap.
Let's let Wildcard Scotty go nuts. Wildcard Scotty, it's Bleep You Thursday. Who you mad at?
He want to bleep you for saying flan.
Yeah, you and that flan. That sounded disgusting, man.
The word flan? The word flan?
What's up?
You don't like the word flan?
I mean, the word's fine. Words don't really offend me too much. I said the way you were describing it, it sounded pretty, it didn't sound too enticing.
It's banging,
I got an up, maybe, different strokes for different folks. I'm more of a creme brulee guy. I guess.
Flan is basically creme brulee without the hard topping.
Eating flan with a hard topping.
Yeah. They're not that different.
But that hard topping goes a long ways, man. It changes the consistency.
So,
I don't know.
Jeff, write that down. Wildcard Scotty likes hard topping.
Listen, I got an update. From a few weeks back.
Oh, that dude's dog pooping all over your yard.
Not only did his wife come and apologize, he's raked up the leaves. He must have heard on the radio straight up. He
had to be listening.
That's how we got Daniel to give us the cookies.
He raked the leaves. His wife apologized to my wife, saying, "Oh, it won't happen again." I mean, I can't believe this is hilarious. Anyway, I got to believe you. I'm up in Baltimore last week.
I think this should be a thank you to me and B-Mitch for getting your dog poop problem fixed.
It's a thank you, but then I'm up in Baltimore watching the girls flag football championships last week. Had to represent Calvert High School, and your boy, he ghosted me. I texted him, I'm up here trying to,
Charlie, I didn't go. I mean, not Charlie. Scott, I didn't ghost you. I got there at 7:30, fool. You were there at 5-something.
The best part of Wildcard Scotty's call is that he called in to bleep you about ghosting him, and then his phone ghosted him.
Yeah, your phone ghosted you. I was supposed to be there for, man, I keep forgetting the team. Whitman and...
The Whitman Vikings.
I told you the school that ended up winning it.
Clarksburg.
Clarksburg.
Yeah.
I went there for that game. I wasn't there at 5 o'clock and wasn't coming early just to say what's up to Scotty.
I believe we have an
So
NFL
bleep you, Scotty, for trying to bleep me for my time was 7:30 to show up.
Mongolian reversal with bleeps. There's a billionaire on the line. He's currently involved in multiple natural gas projects, and he wants to get some stuff off his chest. Hello, Jera. How do you do?
I'm doing fine, Finley. And, for you and B. Mitch, when you're over there, do as the Spaniards, not the Commanders. Hey, listen, Charlie, the only thing you're going to get buried, or the only thing that's going to get buried, is your old crippled little ass. And plus the pens that they got to put down in the damn landfill. You ain't burying nobody, and you ain't marrying me. I told you I ain't from Brokeback Mountain. I ain't your type, you sorry bastard. Now, Mr. Jupiter, I'm just going to take care of you real quick. How about this? Keeping it in the solar system. Take your head, put it between your ass, and kiss Uranus, you stupid bastard. Don't come into the big boy's house trying to get funny, because you ain't funny. And maybe while you're bent over, the commander's kicker can kick you and shank you left. Hey, y'all have a great day. I got to go.
What the hell? Thank you, Charlie. Jerry.
He
That
told me
was
he could
aggressive.
kick him and flake him and left.
There was a planet reference.
That was a weird one there.
Yeah, that was a lot. Do you know? I believe I have this right, Brian.
Right.
Do you know that Uranus was the first planet discovered by telescope?
Okay.
Just facts about Uranus.
Okay.
Like, who named that planet? Bleep you to that dude. Like, come up with a different name, man. And bleep you to the nerds that now try to call it Uranus. Like, they realize that it's a nonstop punchline.
Yeah,
what is that?
It is definitely a
The
punchline.
Uranus Defense League? Like, they named it that. Let us call it that.
Yeah, you'll call it what it is.
Seriously, they discovered it with the telescope in like the 1600s or something. Call it something else. Mars 2. Jupiter 3. I don't know.
Uranus.
All right. We're going to do our best to guess how the Commanders are going to finish this season. They got 7 games left. What will the final record be? Coming up at noon, we're going to talk to Ben Stanek. At 12:30, we got audio of Amon-Ra St. Brown talking about being the puncher or the punchy. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you guys have heard me talk about all the wonderful work Paul Henry and Paul Henry's team at Paul Henry's Window Installation did for me and my family. They changed our house when they helped us build the porch out back. It was just an outdoor porch. It was screened in, but it was certainly not livable in the winter. Now we got a full, huge room out of the back of the house, and when I get home, that's where I spend my time. I sit out back, I got 3 TVs, and I relax. Paul Henry can do whatever it is you need. They're your clear home improvement choice, and they can do your windows, they can do your doors, but you should call them for all of your different home improvement needs because they can take care of you. All November long, you can receive $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
Yeah, I reached out to Paul. I had my windows were very, very leaky. They had all kind of the wind was coming through. You could feel that little cold air in the winter, and I got tired of it. So Paul rolled in, changed all the windows. I don't have to deal with that anymore. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
This sports update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. Baylor's athletic director, Mac Rhodes, is taking a leave of absence while an internal investigation is done by the school. According to Yahoo Sports, the investigation is unrelated to the alleged confrontation of a football player during a game that took place earlier this season. Not related to that, but they have not released why he is being placed on that leave of absence. But it's also important to note Rhodes is a CFP committee chair for the 2025 season, so no indication of whether or not he will be taking a leave of absence from that position as well. And some news around the NBA. Knicks guard Jalen Brunson injured his right ankle last night. He wasn't available to speak to the media after the game, but he was seen by multiple reporters leaving MSG in a walking boot and using crutches, so not a great sign. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. Downtown DC, holidaymarket.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to the Guapos in Fair Lakes. That has B. Mitch and Finley on every TV in there.
There we go. Keep it showing. Let Ben get that free sangria. If he drink it with a lady, yes. I mean Ellen. If he drink it with a bunch of dudes, he got to pay for it himself. That's just like drinking. What's it called my little drink there?
You love mimosas.
Nah, that's like drinking mimosa if you got a sangria with all dudes.
I think sangria is a little more. In Spain, you can drink it with all dudes. This is the home of sangria.
No.
What are all dudes allowed to drink? Only beer?
Bourbon. You see all the pretty ladies walking around here? You can't say one of them come sit in between you and your three buddies, and drink a damn sangria. 5 dudes, no. Can't do it.
I guess.
I'm just throwing it out there.
All right, speaking of just throwing it out there.
What of a transition is that?
B has a lot of specific rules for when you can and cannot drink specific drinks and with which people.
Yeah, right.
First half of the season has been abysmal for Washington. They're riding a 5-game losing streak. 4 games have been terrible.
Yeah.
The best they played was week 5 in L.A.
Second half.
And everything's been crap since then.
Yeah, it's been horrible.
But here's the thing. They got 7 games left.
7.
What do you say to the people that are like, I hope they lose them all for the better draft pick? Tank.
Fall face first into a concrete floor. That's the dumbest thought process in the world. I don't ever think nothing like that. First of all, there's no one that's want to just lose all 7, okay? And you should never hope for your team to lose all 7 because that's one thing in life. If you learn how to be a winner, you be a winner. You learn how to be a loser, you can keep being a loser for a long time. And the person that hopes that and it starts happening, you don't have a right to be mad ever. Because if they were to do it and then draft somebody and that person don't end up being what he's supposed to be, the person that wanted them to lose all the games is going to blame everybody else, not themselves, for putting them in that position.
I don't. If you're one of the people that wants them to tank and lose all the games, like I'm not mad at you. B's mad at you.
I am.
I just that is not at all logical in the NFL. I go back to your guy, David Culley. The Houston Texans had nothing to play for and won a Week 18 game, and everybody screamed that it cost them the first overall pick. Well, they ended up with Stroud instead of Bryce Young. Like the world, the universe works in its own way.
Yeah, man.
And if you really want tanking,
man, one thing about sports, don't ever wish, hope, or pray that your team becomes a team that's familiar and fun, having fun with losing. Don't ever pull for that because over the last 5-6 weeks, I would ask everybody that's a Commanders fan, are you happy in any damn way? So why would you hope that they become something worse than that? Never be happy about your team losing.
But their logic would be we're thinking big picture, long haul. Where I land, I don't care about getting caught up in that fight.
You know what's big picture, long haul? Picking a guy that proves already that he's all that guy. We don't know what the next pick would be. We've chosen 2nd, We've chosen 5th. We've chosen all types of positions, and none of them were the next best thing. It's not a guarantee first round is going to give you the best thing.
I agree with that. There's undoubtedly greater value in the higher the pick is. But again, I think it's just so far. My point remains NFL players do not tank. They're not on guaranteed contracts. They're going to play hard to the end.
I don't think
that's
no
why
players,
Jaden's going to play again.
Yeah.
I think Terry's going to play again.
I don't think any professional athlete tanks. I think the front offices tank.
I think in other sports you see perhaps the Wizards. There is a greater directive from on high how you're going to handle the team.
But it's not the player.
Right. The players on the field do not tank. And I don't think this front office is going to put a situation together where there's tanking. Now,
I just know, bro, Jay, the people that say, let's get the best pick. I've seen too many first rounders flop from first to 32nd. Flop. Okay? And let's just go back through the draft and think about how many of them failed. You can't put all your money on that.
But agree with that. But the thought that, like in the NBA, you could put a bad team together to ensure a bad team.
Mm-hmm.
NFL teams, maybe they're starting a rebuild, but by and large, that stuff just doesn't happen because it's such a finite game with so many players.
Yeah, so many players, so many parts, because your defense can suck.
Right.
Then you can have a damn good offense.
Think about the Bengals.
Vice versa.
Right.
Your offense can suck, and you can have a great defense.
Right.
Hell, the Ravens won a Super Bowl like
it's
that.
hard enough to put a team together.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
So don't ever hope for that bad stuff,
So this is interesting. John Lynch, 49ers GM, got asked about Brandon Ayuk, who hasn't played yet this year. A question came from Marcus Boucher. He said, is there a scenario where you guys play it out like a red shirt year for Brandon Ayuk? John Lynch said, that's not the intention. The intention is to get Brandon back. We're not there yet. We just got to get him to a place where we're comfortable opening that window and see if he can make it back on the field. That is the intention, but we'll see. No absolutes there. That's how the NFL operates.
Yeah.
If he gets back and is 100%, then you play him.
I'm with that, 100%.
Now, the only kind of scenarios I could see specific to Jaden, this elbow injury is probably 4 to 6 weeks, just because you got to get it right. Now, he's going to miss 2, then the bye. Is there a chance maybe he's back for Denver? Maybe, but I think it's less likely. I think you're talking December football. If Washington loses every game between now and whenever Jaden can come back, and that puts them, let's just hypothetically say they're at 3-10 by then, 3-11. Maybe there's a scenario then, considering the importance of Jaden Daniels and the long-term future everybody wants with him, and the fact that there were 3 different injuries this year, that you say, you know what, Jay, you're not coming back this year. That's the only potential situation I see. Terry, when Terry's healthy, he's going to be on the field.
Yeah. But
I think it's too early to have those
no
conversations.
matter
about
how it
shutting Jaden
happens,
down.
it should always be the team who says we decided.
Right.
Because I'll be honest with you. I go back to, what was the kid that was in quarterback? The Bears.
Cutler?
Remember he got hurt, and the team stopped him from going back in the game. But they basically, the rumor was he had taken himself out the game, and they let that flow. The team should have came out and said, we took him out of the game. We refused to let him play again. Because Jay Cutler never rebounded from that mindset, what people thought he was. That reputation killed him.
Right.
Because he got hurt. He had a concuss. He was concussion. And they acted as if he just took himself out the game.
Right.
Teams, if you're going to decide that Jaden or whoever else is not going to play, team has to fall on that sword and say it.
I agree with that. Like DQ comes out and says, we're shutting Jaden down.
Yeah.
He wants to play. Because I also know he does want to play.
Oh, yeah.
So Washington has 7 games left. The NFL went through this exercise of what do they think the final season's going to look like, right? Commanders' midseason report card. According to NFL.com, they had a projected record of 4-6. They're 1 game under at 3-7. Who wrote this? Edholm again? All right, so this is from Ali Banpori, who apparently picked 7 games correct for how Washington would play so far. So he missed 3. If I had to guess, the misses were Atlanta, Chicago, Dallas. Those were the games that Washington lost that really tipped this season.
Atlanta, Chicago, Dallas. I don't think I think he missed. I think San Diego he missed. If he did it at the beginning of the season.
Yeah. He had them beating Seattle, which they obviously did. When I look at the first 10 games of the year, I look at Atlanta, Chicago, Dallas. Chicago, they should have won. They fumbled late.
You saw the games, and then right now, looking at it, you know they should have won that. Are these people taking this before the game?
This was before,
yeah. So
I don't know. When you look back, which games do you look at?
But looking back,
Dallas, they had no chance.
Yeah, none.
But Atlanta and Chicago, I think they should have won.
True.
So his picks for the second half of the year, he writes, the Commanders are unable to collect enough wins over the final 8 weeks to compensate for their underwhelming first half of the season. He has them finishing at 4-13.
He got them winning one more game.
He got them at 1-6.
Who he has them beating?
I don't know that. What do you think over these final 7?
I see about 3 to 4.
Do you?
I think they're going to shock somebody. I think the shakeup is going to be one of the Philly games.
Week 18 against the Eagles might be a lot of backups.
Win is a win.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to really project the rest of the year, I think you got to win this weekend.
Yeah. I think that's what we need. That's what the focus should be on, Miami.
And I think if you start to extrapolate from there, getting Jaden back swings everything. When you get Jaden back, what the hell is New York going to have week 15? They fired their coach. I think at this point, now that is a long way away, right?
Yeah.
Today is November 13th. Washington doesn't play the Giants for a month. That's December 14th. But I think if you can pull this week off, I think you can get to 3 wins. Like,
you already had 3 wins.
No. I'm saying
over
over the finals
okay.
of the final 7. If you beat Miami, I think you sure as hell could beat New York.
Yeah.
Like, the level of stability Washington has should matter, and the level of destabilization in New York, those things matter. So, like, that's 2 out of 7. And then to your point, will there have to be an upset? Yes. I think Minnesota's offense is incredibly volatile, assuming it's JJ. If JJ gets nicked up again, like he has now through 2 seasons.
That was going to be my next comment. Any of these teams down the stretch, we don't know what injuries they're going to have.
Right. Dude.
It could be one key player that happens on 2-3 of these teams, and all of a sudden things change drastically.
Well, dude, I don't want to speak anything into existence. I'm never rooting for injuries. Dak Prescott's a guy that's gotten hurt
I'm not
a
rooting
lot
for
in
it,
his
but,
career.
hey, it's something that happens in this sport.
Is Dallas unbeatable without Dak? I don't know. You know who the backup is right now in Minnesota? A fellow by the name of Max Brosmer.
Never heard of him.
He's a rookie out of Minnesota.
Never heard of him.
So I'm just saying, like, things could change dramatically. I think they get, it's just crazy to say, I think they go 2-5, 3-3. No, it'd be 2-5 or 3-4. It's just crazy to think, even if they say they go 3-4 over the last stretch here, you're talking about 6-11. Not very good.
Nope.
Quote the OBC.
5-11.
No, 6-11 now.
5-11 in.
I know, but I'm updating it. The modern OBC. It's crazy to think how much this thing is falling apart. My guy Drew Cohen, he hit me up for mailbag in all ears. He said, Washington ran the table in 2012. Nothing says they can't do it again.
Never know.
You never know. I kind of think we know, at least as far as running the table. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to talk a little Commanders MVP, and Ben Static joins us at noon.
Hey. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday's touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think the exercise Landfill put us through with guessing how many wins over the next 7 is kind of interesting. Jeff and Landini, what do you have them at? I said I think 2-5 is pretty reasonable. That gets them to 5-12 on the year. B, you landed at 6-11 or even 7-10, right? You said 3 or 4 out of the last 7.
Yeah.
What about you, Jeffrey?
I'm just hoping for a win, JP. I'm just hoping. I'm just focused on this game, bro. I don't even want to look ahead. We got to see some type of improvement because we haven't seen any type of improvement before I can even look ahead to that many games down the road.
I love that mindset, and I certainly think it's the mindset the team needs to have this week, is to not be focused on anything but Miami. But, Jeff, you're not on the team. You know that, right?
Come on, JP. You know I'm a fan. You know, in our head, we are a part of this team. We are the 12th man on the field.
I'm glad you think like I think you think a little differently than the average fan would, though, Jeff.
What does Landy think? 7 games left, Professor.
They probably win 2.
God, 5-12 is so bad, and I don't think you're being snarky with that. Like, I think that because of the way this defense has performed, if they don't play better defensively, period, it might be over. And I think that's why DQ had to make the move, because it's been bad to a level that you cannot win.
But I said, and I had a conversation with a person earlier today, and his exact words were, people sitting up here talking as if somebody else was calling the plays on the game that we just saw against Detroit. It wouldn't make a difference. So, man, it wouldn't have made a difference. Who was calling the damn defense?
No.
Wasn't going to make a difference in that game. And he said that you're going to have to improve the quality of players to compete. And I think we have to look at that also compared to last year. And I know people have called into it and we shut it down a lot. But you look at the games we won down the stretch, 5, 6 in a row, last play of the game. You go back to expectations, could they have been overblown? Because we all knew the facts of everything that happened, but we didn't want to face it.
Well, dude, Barry Svrluga had a really good column where he basically asked, with the way things have gone this year, and looking back now with the ability of hindsight at last year, was last year a fluke, or is this season the fluke?
Listen,
it's an interesting question.
It's an interesting question, but I'll answer that question by saying this. You got last year, which probably should have been happening this year. You got the 2 years in the incorrect order. But what if next year ends up being closer to last year? Does it really make that big of a difference?
I think I was having a conversation with Nikki Jabvala from The Athletic and Tom Shad from The Post as we were waiting for Kingsbury to talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Nikki had the specific numbers about how few games, and not even games, but like snaps, how few opportunities what was considered the first team offense and defense has played together. I don't think you could discount the injuries in this season and how significant they've been. Nikki posted this stat, the Dorrance Armstrong effect. From weeks 1 through 6, the Commanders generated a 40% pressure rate, 4th highest in the NFL. Since week 7, their pressure rate has plummeted to 27%. Like, players matter. Talent matters.
But see,
Jimmy's and Joe's, not X's and O's. Like,
and
to have the cluster of injuries at the defensive end position, where your depth just gets wrecked, and they're not able to generate pass rush, then they get shredded on the back end. That's just so impactful.
But when you see that, I would ask this question: how often do you actually see the articles written in that way? That's facts.
I think when we've had the conversations, you acknowledge injuries. And you can say next man up all you want,
you acknowledge
but they
them a
lost
lot.
4 at the
But
end.
I think the injuries play a way bigger part than what's all led on. You could have injuries that takes players off the field. And instead of people saying the injuries, because the mindset is don't make excuses. But these are facts. So you go to the coach, you go to the player, this, that. Going to the players might be the facts, might be the end-all, be-all. When you have a guy who was supposed to be your third teamer and he's now starting, even a guy that's supposed to be your second teamer and he's starting, he is not that first team guy.
Totally.
And you lose a little something. And what happens naturally on a football field or any sport, if I'm next to you knowing how you can play and now your backup is there, I know how he plays. So automatically, what do? I start trying to help him. And in turn, in essence, what I do, I hurt me. So you're not playing great because you're not the guy that was there. And now I'm playing less than what I am. So we both playing less, which automatically the team didn't just get hurt by one person. Now it's hurt by two. And when you start looking at that across this team, a lot of that is going on right now.
Absolutely. I think that's really well said. You cannot – this team, I think you can question a lot of moves in the offseason. Then the injury bug hits them hard. Like you talked about when they got hot last year. You know what got them hot? Jaden Daniels being outrageous.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden's missed a lot of time. He's missed about half the year.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to have a huge blow. The defensive end injuries, the secondary injuries, they all do add up. And it's not nobody's making excuses. I'm not on the freaking team. I don't have to make excuses for anybody, but it is a layer in the proper context of what is a lost season. It's not just like, oh, these guys suck or, oh, these coaches suck.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is more to it. Helping us break down what else there is to it, our friend Ben Static joins us next.
Tonight's Thursday Night Football matchup is Jets at Patriots. Wide receiver Garrett Wilson and cornerback A.Z. Thomas have both been ruled out for the Jets. Now, for the Patriots, their list a little bit longer. Running back Ramondre Stevenson, wide receiver Kayshon Boutte, both ruled out, along with tight end Austin Hooper, who's in concussion protocol, and linebacker Christian Ellis. All of them out for tonight's matchup. Running back Terrell Jennings, who has a knee injury, is questionable for the matchup. And around the league, Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy was limited in practice yesterday due to an injury on his throwing hand. McCarthy injured his hand on a follow-through from a throw in last week's game where he smashed his hand against someone's helmet. When he was speaking to the media, he made sure to keep his hands inside his pocket, so no one's gotten a good look at it. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
You ought to know by now. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. Right now, time to us to go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV, and talk to our friend, Mr. Ben Standig from the Standig Room Only Substack. What's up, Benny? How you doing?
I am doing well. I'm getting a little FOMO here talking to you guys overseas, but otherwise I'm doing well.
Yeah, dude, it's cool here. Like, the experience is cool, but it's a ton of work, dude. You would know it.
It's fun though, Ben. Don't let JP fool you.
Tonight, I'm looking forward to relaxing a bit. Yesterday was a zoo, and it's been all work today. Not all of us got to go to a chocolateria today.
Hey, man. Had a little fun.
Benny, our AAA poll question of the day is an interesting one. 7 games left for Washington. How many of those 7 will they win? The AAA poll question of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. They got 7 games left. Benny, how do you think this goes?
Well, just thinking of this off the top of my head here, I mean, it's amazing that I don't think they're going to win this week, which is crazy considering how we've just been sort of chalking up the Dolphins game as a victory. But right now, with the way the Washington defense is going, I don't know. After the bye week, they've got the last 4 games are against division opponents. We know how those things kind of you throw out the record. So, I don't know. Give me 2 and 5 the rest of the way. That doesn't sound great, but considering they're currently 0 for the last 5, maybe that doesn't sound so bad.
So I said 2 or 3, which sounds right to me. And honestly, say you go 3 and 4 over the last 7, you could kind of spin that as a positive. But damn, if that is what happens, you're talking about a 6-11 season. How did we get here, dude?
Well, look, I mean, there's obviously football reasons. I think you can't. It's undeniable though that the injuries have been just a huge factor. Now, the injuries exposed their limited depth in certain spots, right? When you lose Terry McLaurin, they just don't have another outside receiver that could replace that. When you lose Dorrance Armstrong, your sack leader, you don't have somebody else who can fill in at the pass rush level. And then, of course, obviously the quarterback, Jaden Daniels. I mean, Marcus Mariota has done a fine job, but you're just the ceiling is lower when it's not Daniels. And then that's just like the tip of the iceberg with the injuries, as we know. So that's been a huge part of it. But again, I think it's just exposed the lack of depth, and on defense in particular, that's been highly problematic. I think the offense, for the most part, has been able to get by and at least be competitive despite the injuries, but the defense obviously just a complete disaster, and it's only gotten worse as the injuries have piled up here.
Looking at the injuries, and I understand, no one wants to ever just use that excuse that the injuries caused the problem. I don't think the media wants to do it. I don't think fans look at it. I don't think the team does. But when you really look at it, the injuries are the problem. And then the next people that come out and say, well, this team had injuries, that team had injuries. But if that team has been building 5, 6, 7 years, they can withstand those injuries a little better because now they've had guys that might have been in their system 3 years, 2 years, 4 years that can play better than the guys that were in your system 1 year. They had, 30-plus new players last year and then 30-plus new players this year? That's not very much chemistry going on. And I think that we overlooked the possibilities of what could have gone wrong last year if we hadn't won those games at the last second. And then when you come into this year, I just think that everything went against you. And, hell, what we could have seen last year, we see this year.
Yeah, I remember last year, the last sort of few weeks of the season when they kept winning games at the last, on the last play or it wasn't decided until the last play. I kept asking myself, my podcast audience, my cat, anybody who would listen, are we sure this team is good? Like I could, they kept winning these games. Just like how is this happening here? But then they go out into the playoffs and pull off 2 huge road wins, including the big shocker in Detroit. And just like, okay, well, I guess maybe there's more to it here. But ultimately, kind of what you were just saying, they were fortunate last year, as we know, with injuries. Not too many. Certainly not in the waves like this year. Jaden was healthy, and just the breaks went their way, and that's fine. It's not a negative. That's just things went their way. You got to put yourself in a position to take advantage of it when things go your way. They did last year, and this year everything is just the opposite. And it is only year 2 of this new regime, and you're right. The depth has not only is there lack of historical cohesion, but there's a lack of depth. I think, though, the concern here is, and this is what I think the last 7 games for me is going to be really about, is do these 2 draft classes under Adam Peters show more? We've obviously seen the quarterback, and there's been, moments for some other guys, but I don't know how many of these draft picks we're saying here right now are definitive starters in 2026. And that's where I think this gets a little more concerning because you need these younger guys to fill in and show they're ready to go. And I don't know that we're there yet. And that's, I think, part of what's going on here.
What did the cat say?
Lenny is Lenny's a believer. He's a believer in Jaden Daniels. He thinks we're fine.
All right.
It's a really good point to think long haul what is here. You know what I mean? Not just, all right, can you finish maybe 4-3 over the last 7 and find some positivity? But, like, what does this look like 26, 27, 28? But the centerpiece of it all is what's most important. And I think knowing that Jaden's here can mask a lot of deficiencies, but at some point you'd like him to not have to mask deficiencies all the time. This is also, I looked this up. So Washington last season had their bye in week 14. All right? So they had 4 regular season games remaining. The Saints game went down to the last play where they broke up a 2-point winner that would have won it for New Orleans. The Eagles game that they won at home went down to the last minute when Zach Ertz caught that touchdown. The Falcons game went to overtime, and they won on the last play, touchdown throw to Jamison Crowder. That clinched the playoffs. The Cowboys game, they won on the last play of the game, Mariota to Terry. The Tampa game, last play of the game, the doink around the world. I mean, that's 5 in a row, last play of the game. Yeah. That's crazy.
And I think as it was going on, greatest thing in the world, we were excited. And as Ben stated, he was asking, what happens if that doesn't happen like that? And I think by watching this year, we have to revisit last year and just realize, as great as the record looked, were they that good? Or we were just that lucky?
Yeah, I mean, look, even in the Detroit game, right? I mean, they get all the credit for the win. The Lions turned the ball over 5 times while gaining over 500 yards of offense. It's not too dissimilar to what's happening now, except that teams aren't turning the ball over 5 times. And then simultaneously, Jaden's not throwing downfield missiles to De'Ami Brown and to Terry and all that. So, they're just missing a lot here. I think we talk a lot about the defense, and obviously that's been a huge problem. I think on offense, the first 5 games, even when Jaden was out, they weren't performing poorly, right? Mariota was in there. They put up over 40 against the Raiders. I know the Raiders are not good, but still. And then that Chargers game, that was the best game they played, I think, all around all season.
Yeah.
And you look at that game, right? Bill had 150 yards of total offense. Debo was a monster for most of that game. And then the next week, Debo pops up on the injury report with a heel issue. He's not been the same since, and it felt like at that point it was just too much for the offense that, as we've discussed, they just don't have enough playmakers. Even with with Terry and Debo healthy, even if Bill is running as well as he has at times, they still lack those explosive players. And at receiver in particular, it just became impossible to scare the defense at all down the field. And I think that's just all led to these problems. But again, at least I think the offense, to a degree, has shown enough. It's just that the defense, boy, I mean, it's just to say it's been a mess the last month would be an understatement.
For sure. Talking with our friend Ben Standig on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Benny at Ben Standig. Check out his Substack, Last Man Standing. I want to circle back to something you said early, that you don't like this matchup. You're worried about them losing to the Dolphins. I mean, I can understand it the way the defense has played over the last month, but expand on those thoughts if you can.
Well, I think for one, I mean the Dolphins come in here having won 2 of 3, so they're actually based on results. I mean they beat the Bills last week. I know the Bills are a little bit more up and down than expected this year, but so what? Miami was being viewed as an easy win, and now they're pulling off some good games. Their defense has improved just statistically in the last few weeks, and then offensively, this is sort of the thing with compared to Washington. At some point, it isn't even about talent on some level. It's like, do you have the athletic capability to scare other teams? And the Dolphins have Jalen Waddle and Devin Achane, 2 of the faster playmakers in the league. Both had huge games against the Bills. Just sort of get them the ball and let them make plays. Washington does not have that right now capability. And, as much as Tua Tagovailoa gets, ragged on for being, having a terrible contract and not being worth it, it's not like he's a garbage quarterback. He can still make plays. It's just the value for what he does is not worth it. And, they're obviously also all under the hot seat. They just fired their GM. Is Mike McDaniel going to stay on as coach? So, they have plenty to play for. Not that Washington doesn't, but it's sort of a different deal. So, I just fear that Miami is a team coming in here looking at Washington as a bit of a get-right game, and they're doing it with the momentum coming off the Bills with these playmakers against the Washington defense that has not stopped anybody. So, that's my fear. If Washington doesn't get turnovers or the breaks don't go their way, this may be another track meet where they're on the wrong end of it.
I wish every player goes back to high school and just think about it. When someone played you in homecoming, they were telling you that you were not good. When people start looking at you as that get-back game, that's them telling you you're not good. And I hope they come out with that level of pissed-off activity and pride. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I mean, this is how you know that
you're right. This is a get-right game. That's why people be looking at our defense. Get right. Get stats.
Yeah. I mean, it is crazy how, it wasn't even that long ago. I think before the Kansas City game, I was looking at it like the next 4 games as if they can go, if Washington go 2-2 and then get some of their guys back after the bye, they could still be in this thing. Then they lose 3 in a row, but automatically the Miami game was viewed as one of the wins. They just had to win one of the other 3. Now, here we are a month later, the Dolphins are favored in the game because Washington's looked so poor and Miami's at least looked a little better. So, yeah, things can change. Maybe it'll change for Washington this week with Dan Quinn taking over as defensive coordinator. Obviously, that's the big unknown variable. If that matters or if that changes things for this team, hopefully for their sake it does, and for our viewing sake it does. That's right now obviously they're in a tough spot.
I kind of like them in this spot. I think Miami is so up and down that they could just have a clunker on Sunday, and I think. In a lot of ways, man, I think what Miami did last week against Buffalo was they responded for their coach. Pretty obvious how much pressure's on Mike McDaniel, and he might still get canned at the end of the year anyway. But I think Washington needs to show up for Dan Quinn. We've heard the players week after week say we're a well-prepared team. We just have to execute. Do you think that message gets hammered home a little bit more now that there has been, even though it's it doesn't rank in the significant changes of someone getting fired, but the fact that Joe Witt has been demoted, DQ has to take more on, that is a pretty major change.
Yeah, I mean, the saying always is you can't fire the players, you can fire the coach. So they didn't fire the coach here, they demoted him. That still puts, now it puts the onus more on the players and to a degree Dan Quinn as well to say, okay, we changed this piece. Now what? You can't, you can't put this on the defensive coordinator. I'm not saying that the players were doing that at all, but just saying, from the perception of it all, that was taking place. And now it's going to be on the players. And, I don't know, it's the weirdest thing, seeing game after game, defensive backs run into each other, defensive backs just giving up gobs of yards to receivers, seeing players in the back seven seemingly confused as to where they need to be. If you go back and look at that first Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown catch last week, Jordan McGee is ultimately on him, but he was kind of like moving around all over the place because there seemed to be some confusion. So why is that happening? And does Dan Quinn make that a little bit easier, let them feel more comfortable with what they need to do? Hopefully that happens. But it needs to. I mean, whether they win another game or not, they've got to look a lot better. They've got to be competitive. They can't be down 28-0 before some of the people stuck in traffic into the stadium. So that's the bare minimum, and we'll see if that starts this week against, again, like you said, JP, a Miami team that's not particularly good this year. They've been playing better lately, but they have the same record as Washington, 3 wins. This is not a good team, but so can
they've shown better.
This isn't the Lions, this isn't the Seahawks, this isn't the Chiefs. So that excuse goes out too. So now what do you look like against a team that maybe is closer to your level?
What has, just because we're here, obviously, what has been like the experience at home kind of watching Washington practice here? Like it's so bizarre. Just generally when I'm at practice and I tweet out what the coaches say or a video of the players, there's like a ton of interaction. But because it's all happening so early, I feel like this game might be kind of off the radar at home.
Hell, when they wake up, half the day is over.
Right.
To be honest with you.
So I'll be really honest. It's maybe a little too TMI. On what day did they? What is today? Thursday. So on
they left Monday, got here Tuesday morning.
Yeah. So whenever Will Harris was announced that his 21-day practice window was opening, it happened like literally at 4:00 in the morning here time. And I caught it in real time because Mother Nature called and I needed to go do some things. And I looked at my phone and you guys were tweeting that they had just made that announcement. But if I don't wake up at 4 in the morning, I don't see it till several hours later. And yeah, it has kind of flown under the radar because most of the things that are happening are taking place while we're all asleep. And then again, the reality is unfortunately, no Jaden. It feels like the competitive part of the season has kind of faded off. So I haven't gotten a ton of sense of like people are like super duper excited for this one, other than it's new and it's different. But look, they're going to be there on Sunday. They're going to watch the game. They're going to hope for the best. But yeah, the time difference and the fact that the team is not playing at a good level right now, I think has kind of made this thing far more muted than it would have been otherwise.
I agree. I also think if they were 3-7 and it was Marcus starting and this game was just in Miami, I think it'd be muted also.
Yeah.
I think there will actually be on Sunday more interest. I think you might have more Commanders fans watching on Sunday a pair of 3-7 teams than we would if it was a 1:00 game, because it's 9:30. It's standalone. Just watch it. You know what I mean? Unless you're playing golf or have early kids sports, or maybe you're going to church. Like Sunday at 9:30 is a pretty relaxed time for most folks.
Yeah, no doubt about it. JP, I debated going out to Vegas this week as like, since I to avoid any kind of FOMO perhaps of building up, that I was like, let me go do something, and I was like, man, I got to get up at 6:30 to watch, or be up at 6:30 to watch this thing. That was a little bit much. 9:30 is fine, but it is that national window, right? I mean, not that they've had plenty of other national TV games here, so this is the new, but that national window, especially in the morning, I feel like that's when people are like, I'm going to wake up for this. You better play good football.
That may become our new national time, bro.
9:30 is not waking up that early, dog.
Well, I mean, for people who do their usual football routine, I mean, you're I mean, just plus 9:30 here. I mean,
If
you
it's
got the whole rest
9:30, you up and Adam already been. You got to get there by what 10, 11.
Ben might not be up and at him at 9:30.
Oh, well, look, I'm up and at 'em, but I'm just saying, if you're a tailgater, 9:30 is early. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it's kind of fun. A little coffee golf.
Go out here, beat Miami, and then they start putting us on more early morning games.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Do you think this game is going to get flexed? The next game against the Broncos. You think that we get flexed out of that Sunday night spot?
I don't know what Denver has. What, Kansas City this week? I think. I mean, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know what. I think this is all on Denver. If Denver keeps winning as they have been for the most part, then maybe this game stays because they are, by record, a legit contender in that conference. Sean Payton, Bo Nix. I don't know if that does enough for national audience, but there's that. But yeah, Washington's not helping that cause. So I think Denver has to stay on. Otherwise, I don't see how they don't flex it out.
We shall see. All right, buddy. Thank you for the time.
Hi, Ben.
You fellas enjoy your time over there. Very jealous, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, dude.
Don't sleep past 9.
Stop
Later,
cat.
man. Yeah, get that cat to wake you up. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. I want to play some Amon-Ra St. Brown audio because it's an interesting situation what happened to Duran being suspended this week. And Duran can't throw that punch, period. But you wonder if it gets to that level, if it's properly flagged in the first place. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me talk about the great work the folks at Metropolitan Moving and Storage can do for you and your family. Listen, Metropolitan Moving, I've known these guys a long time. They've been great for me and my family, and they can do the same for you. When we had the flood in my house, my boy McCarty reached out to me right away, said, how can we help? Put me in touch with a contractor, got me a whole bunch of boxes to box stuff up. That's the level of service you get because these guys are the best. They're trusted by real estate agents. They're trusted by commercial lease experts. They can move your house or your office, whatever it is you need. They can also do some storage. Say you want to sell your house, you want to get it staged, they can come to your house, box everything up, put it in storage, and then when you sell your house, close on your new house and move in, deliver it then. You never have to share truck space with these guys. They'll give you a free on-site estimate with one of their moving consultants, and whatever it is you're looking for, say you've got high-end art or sculptures, they could put that in specialized crates so nothing gets damaged during moves. They're the best. Look for them. DCMetropolitanMoving.com. That's Metropolitan Moving and Storage. DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Florida Panthers and the Washington Capitals take the ice in Eastern Conference play tonight at 7 p.m. You can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan as the Capitals are trying to make it 2 in a row after they beat the Hurricanes on Tuesday. And former NFL star wide receiver Antonio Brown walked out of a Miami jail earlier today. He was released on $25,000 bail after pleading not guilty to a second-degree attempted murder charge. Now, he is required to wear a GPS ankle monitor as he awaits trial. He faces a potential 15-year prison sentence and a fine of up to $10,000 if convicted. Big dreams, small price tag. At Prince George's Community College, you'll find flexible classes, career training, and transfer programs that'll move you forward. Prince George's Community College, freedom to learn. Enroll today at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. This is one of these tricky situations because you and I have been crystal clear that Deron Payne can't do what he did.
Yeah.
And the ejection and unfortunately even the suspension are earned based on slugging a dude in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of reaction following that game where Javon Kinlaw came out and explained that Deron actually got punched first, and people were like,
Yeah, right.
Oh, he's whining like a baby. Who cares? You can't do that. But in the subsequent days, on Tuesday, I want to say, is when we found the footage of Deron getting punched by St. Brown. And it wasn't once, but it was twice, and it was pretty egregious. St. Brown at first denied anything ever happened, said, I don't know why he punched me.
Because he was because the referee didn't call it.
Right.
Yeah, listen, to me, of all the stuff that happened, the referee should be fined or reprimanded, point blank.
He won't be, but you're right. You're
He should
100%
be.
right. But St. Brown does a podcast, I imagine once or twice a week. I don't know how often the St. Brown podcast comes out. But he obviously now there's video out, right? Like I put it out. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people put it out. Deron put it out on his Instagram. His Instagram is private. Otherwise, this thing would have gone super nuclear. Amon-Ra St. Brown has now responded to the video being out. Here it is.
This whole thing stemmed 2 plays ago. So 2 plays before that, I'm blocking. I believe it's number 20. It's like backside run. I'm cut off. I'm blocking him. He's driving me. He got under me. He's driving me all the way back into the pile. Like the play's kind of dead, and he drives me down. Boom. So now I'm on my back. He's on top of me. Good play by him. He caught me off balance. So he drove me down. I'm on my back. He's on top of me. Boom. Pause. I get up. Pause. I get up. And, he's talking to me, whatever. I wasn't even saying much. And Payne comes out and bumps me. I'm like, what the f-? So I hit him. And then he starts talking. And then I hit him again. And I accidentally hit him in the face. I didn't even mean to, jab him in the face. I just mean to, push him off. And I so happened to hit him in the face. And at that point, I was like, damn, I shouldn't have done that. Probably flag, whatever. Ref was standing right there. He didn't throw the flag, so that's that. After I do that, though, he grabs my face mask, and there's a scuffle for 5 seconds. It's not on the, they don't see it. But right after that, he grabs me. There's a scuffle. He's got my face mask. What the fuck, talking this, that, and the other. And then, boom, they break it up. Play clock was going down. They raise it, gets back to 30 seconds. We run the next play, whatever. 2 plays after that, we scored. Jameer scores. And, I'm walking back to the sideline. He's standing there, and I'm just talking regular, regular football talk. Nothing crazy. Nothing you would be like, oh, yeah, I deserve the punch. It was just, I don't remember what I said. It was in the moment. And then he didn't say anything. He just whined back and punched me. I was like, honestly, I didn't even expect it. It happened so fast. I did not expect that a 300-pound dude was about to slap the shit out of me.
All right, he's still trying to lie about what happened. He didn't just push him; he punched him twice.
Right.
Okay. And when you punch a guy,
Clearly got his own
you punch a
version
guy
of
in the
that.
helmet or the neck area, he's going to try to get you back, and that's exactly what happened. The fact that as he stated, the ref didn't do anything.
That's the biggest problem.
He said he thought he was going to get, and Duran, he said, slapped him. Didn't punch him, slapped him, he said. I don't care. The referee, the person who could have controlled the whole thing, never did. NFL, get off your ass and stop sitting up here faking with these refs. Make them do their damn job, because if he does his job, that slap, that punch, whatever the hell it is, doesn't happen. And next time,
that's a question. If there's a flag there, do you think Duran feels a little differently as the game goes?
I think if there's a flag that Duran does nothing afterwards. Nothing. Because you saw when he got punched, he immediately went to the ref. So when the ref steps in and tell you to just get off and whatever, now you feel like, okay, well, you're not going to police it, I'll police it.
Right.
That's the way players think. Now, still, he can't do what he did. But if the referee had done his damn job, he does nothing after that. I would put my life on that.
Now, a lot of people came out with some really, really harsh criticism of Duran Payne and Javon Kinlaw. Kinlaw got wrapped in this thing because he told the truth after the game, and people said it was like a crybaby, right?
People are full of crap, man.
I liked this. Now, you had a part in this, it seems. So Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp do their podcast every night. There's been some wild, entertaining moments from that podcast. Certainly that one interview that went super viral back over the summer.
With Cat?
Yeah, with Cat. But
I don't think Ocho was even doing it at that moment.
that also they might have different. That might have been Shannon's show and not the one he does with Ocho. But regardless, you and Tana were talking.
We were flying here, and Ocho was coming out here to hang out with his boy who plays for Real Madrid. And he was talking about that play. We showed him the video. That was Tuesday. Today's Thursday. That came out either Tuesday or
I think this was from Wednesday night's
so
Shannon and
yesterday.
Ocho show. Yeah, right.
They did it
after you showed him the video.
After we showed him the video.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
This is Shannon and Ocho.
Duran Payne reached out to me today on DM, and he was very, very respectful. And I'm not going to get to specifics, but basically he was saying, OG, I appreciate you. I love the way you played the game, everything that you were able to accomplish. You were great. He said, but I didn't unprompt just unload on old boy.
Yeah.
And he sent me the video. Let me be the loudest and say, bro, I'm sorry. Javon Kinlaw, I owe you an apology too, because you said he did hit Duran Payne first, and I didn't believe you. So I want to apologize to you. But the biggest apology goes to Duran Payne. I'm sorry, bro. I am so sorry as a man. I'm never going to be too prideful. I'm never going to be too wealthy. I'm never going to be anything where I can't say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Duran Payne, I was wrong. I wish you'd have knocked his ass out.
Oh, whoa. Hey, don't talk about my...
Nope. Keep your hands to yourself. Ocho, your grandma told you that. Yeah. Your mom told you that.
I love that.
I'm with that. See, but listen, bro. You're right. We were right about saying he can't do it.
Period.
But bro code is bro code. You hit me, you know you're getting hit back. You know it's coming. And it probably was like Duran was like, I ain't going to get a chance to hit his ass regularly, so I'm going to just pop him.
Right, because Duran doesn't get any chances at him.
So listen, man, that's why I tell people a lot of times. A lot of people got a lot of comments, a lot of complaints, a lot of things. You don't understand half of that stuff that goes out on that field, man. It's some brutal stuff. And, you got me and your little referee sat up there and didn't do nothing about it. Okay, I get you. He has to find a better tact.
Sure.
It was too out in the wide open.
It was too
If
way
you
too
you
out.
should have ran over to a pile, jump on that pile, and while jumping on the pile, right before the whistle's blown, you jump, but your elbow kind of land first, or your knee goes into a rib. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Little stuff like that. And I've never done nothing like that, but
Sure.
that's the type of thing you do.
Just guessing.
Yeah, I'm just realizing how you could do certain things, but you could get them back in a legal aspect.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they won't have Deron Payne this weekend. That's obviously a blow for this defense. Payne is one of, if not their best player, and you're not going to have him. And Devon Achane, the Dolphins running back, is really good, and you got to have real questions about what Achane could do this week. But I do feel like none of this is justice. Like, Deron still can't do what he did. He's still suspended.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we kind of set the record straight.
Wanted to bring that out so other people can know. And let's be real. Some people that see this, they're not going to change their mind.
Sure.
Because you know what? People get the right to say what the hell they want these days, and they don't have to back up anything.
Right.
But they want that player to always give them the level of respect
Right.
that they won't give the player.
Right.
So, for Deron, one finger salute to y'all.
Let's give a salute with more fingers. One thing that is cool about us being on Monumental Sports now is that we're in Madrid. I'm away from my family, but my wife is able to put the TV on, and Shelby and Ainsley are watching at home. So we're saying hi to the girls. We appreciate you. We miss you. I'm home Monday, so it's not that far away. This is
And he promised he got a $100 bill for both of y'all.
B. Between Landfill playing the Stop Singing drop and B offering that Uncle B Mitch has $100 for
Uncle
each
Daddy.
of you.
Uncle Daddy has
Loaded weekend in the NFL. Far beyond the likes of a pair of 3-7 teams playing in Madrid. Loaded weekend. Let's go through some of the biggest matchups this weekend. You're watching B Mitch and Finley. Hi, girls. Hey, folks, JP Finley here. I've told you about all the great work Better Services did at my home. Check it out on Facebook. I posted photos of the beautiful appliances they set me up with. Our refrigerator is incredible now. It's way bigger, and it has a water filter. Whatever it is you need, hit up Better Services. If you need new appliances like I did, hit up Better Services. Say you've got some handyman work around the house you need done, hit up Better Services. Or if you're thinking about a kitchen reno, a bathroom reno, any sort of project, hit up Better Services. They're family owned. They've got a showroom in Kensington, so you can go check out all the appliances they have available. You can get same day or next day delivery. And you know the holidays are coming up. Thanksgiving, Christmas. You're going to have a lot of people at your house. You better be sure everything is running right. Hit up Better Services. You better get better. BETTAR. Check them out at betterservices.com. B. Mitch and Finley and Ace of Base live right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can check us out on the YouTube stream at the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. Coming at you live from Madrid, Spain. We're out here in advance of the Commanders game against the Dolphins on Sunday from Bernabeu Stadium. Real Madrid's home field. Been at Real Madrid's practice facility all week. Been pretty damn cool, man. It's a pretty sweet stadium.
True.
I think they'll have the roof closed Sunday, don't you? It's been raining on
Should
and
be.
off.
Should be.
They're not going to play in the rain on how these people value their grass. These Real Madrid people take this stuff serious, man.
Yeah. And that they should.
You're not allowed to walk. Like, it's a buttoned-up operation over there. I can tell you that.
Get off of my grass. You talk about stay off my lawn, mess with their lawn and find out what happened.
Well, if you'd like to watch a game in person this weekend, it's not going to be the Commanders unless you're flying to Madrid. What about just driving to College Park? Caller number 10 to 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to see Maryland football Saturday, November 22nd against Michigan. Join Maryland Terrapins football for its 2025 home finale against the Michigan Wolverines. Don't miss your last chance to see Maryland football in Terpsville this season. All right, well, I didn't realize that game's next Saturday. But caller number 10, you win a pair of tickets. Well, you're not going to see the Commanders next weekend either.
They'll be off.
They got a bye week. B, I don't know how much football we're going to watch this weekend, but
we have a chance to watch a lot of it.
So
our game will be over.
Right, but it's just going to be late. I will definitely probably watch the end of the 1 o'clocks. I think my work will be done by then. So the game's here. 1 o'clock is 7 o'clock. 4:30 is 11:30?
10:30, bro.
10:30. And if you want to watch Sunday Night Football, that joins, like tonight's Thursday night game starts at 2:15.
I won't be watching that.
I will not be watching that. Tonight's game.
You might do better trying to watch it. No, you want to go to sleep because when we get back home, we'll need to have our timing all messed up.
No. Tonight's game's kind of a clunker, I think. Jets, Patriots. The Patriots should roll them. Maybe it's a closer game. It's a division game. I don't know what the weather's like in New England. But the Pats are 12.5-point favorites. Like, this is a significantly large point spread.
Yeah. But you know how things go, man.
But, B, there are good games this weekend.
Who you got?
You want a 1 o'clock game that you would like to watch?
Give it to me.
Bucks, Bills.
I got to watch both of the quarterbacks that rubbed me the wrong way halftime.
Both teams are 6-3. You don't seem to think either are true contenders. In that game, Tampa's a 6-point underdog.
Mm-hmm.
Who, if you could only pick one of those two teams as your Super Bowl team, who would it be?
I would pick Tampa.
Why?
Because I want to see Ty Bowles win a Super Bowl or go to one as a coach.
But you know Sean McDermott, too?
Yeah, but I know Ty Bowles way better than Sean McDermott.
Okay.
Ty Bowles is my boy.
Wasn't
Sean
McDermott
was
on the Eagles staff when you were there?
On the staff, but I played with Ty. There's a difference.
Okay. So that's your
like
one.
I hang out with you. Some other people, I don't know them like you.
I get it.
All right.
I got a 4 o'clock. I got a couple 4 o'clock games for you to watch.
Give it to me.
Seahawks, Rams.
Mm.
That's a pair of 7-2 teams, I believe.
Yeah.
That's a tight spread, just LA -3, home field advantage. Who do you think that game means more to?
It means more to the Seahawks right now because they're trying to get back into action. They want to prove that Sam Darnold is correct. Sam Darnold is the guy.
Rams are at home.
Yeah.
And the winner of this is going to be in first place in that
Sean already
division.
got a Super Bowl, though, so he can use it. He can bounce back a little bit more for this.
There's
Sam Darnold to keep people. If he wants Landfill to believe in him, he got to win this game.
What about you?
I started to believe him a little bit after a while. I'm not completely against him like Landfill.
So you don't believe in Baker or Josh Allen, but are starting to believe in Sam Darnold.
I think Sam Darnold is starting to change the narrative.
Landfill?
I just think Baker and see, I don't judge Baker. Sam Darnold was here.
Right.
So he can get here, and I think he's good. Baker and Josh are judged based off of up here.
Right. That's fair.
And they hadn't always played up here.
Landfill, if Darnold gets home this weekend, Seahawks on the road in L.A., Are you prepared to start changing your tune?
Nope.
What does he have to do for you to change your tune?
Nah, go an entire season without sucking.
Last year, he pretty much did that.
Nope, that is not correct. There was the end of the season part, which is an important part of the
Yeah,
season.
Joe, you forgot that part.
Arguably the most important.
If Sam Darnold can win a playoff game, are the demons exercised?
I mean, there's the NFL expanded the playoffs, so winning a playoff game, doesn't count as much as it used to.
You need to see Darnold in a divisional round or an NFC championship game.
We'll see.
All right. We got more good football, though. Chiefs Broncos on Sunday, B. Who does that game mean more to?
Broncos. The Chiefs been to 5 Super Bowls. Pat has been already solidified to a lot of people as one of the best ever play. If the Broncos want people to believe in them, they have to go out there and unseat them.
I understand that. But for this season, if the season ended right now, the Chiefs would be on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
They're 5-4. Denver's 8-2, and the Chargers are 7-3. So they're swimming upstream, dude, just to get in.
I understand what you're saying, but they have enough stuff in their cupboard to be able to not make the playoffs and still have nothing happen.
Here's a crazy stat. The Chiefs and the Jags have 5-4 records, but the Jags have the tiebreaker because of that head-to-head win.
Yeah, 'cause they beat them. Yeah.
Wild to think. If Roger Goodell would never say this, he might rewrite the tiebreaker rules.
If the Jags make
You mean Taylor Swift's not in the playoffs because Trevor Lawrence is?
Yeah, we need everybody watching.
So that's another 4 o'clock game. Then the Sunday night game is awesome. Lions-Eagles.
The one that we're not going to be watching.
We're definitely not watching. Yeah. I think I got a better chance of maybe watching the very end of it at like 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m.
What time is your flight?
My flight's actually at 11. That should be good.
Okay.
Who does that game
I thought your
mean
flight
more
was at
to?
1. something.
Detroit, Philly. You got direct going home, right?
It's more for that fight, that game. Who more?
Lions are 6-3. Eagles are 7-2. As far as the playoff picture goes, both are firmly in. The Eagles right now would be the 1 seed. The Lions would be the 3 seed as the NFC North winner.
Well, I think it's more for the Lions because the Lions don't want the Eagles to have home field.
And the Eagles are defending Super Bowl champs. Like the Lions have to prove they can get over that.
Yeah, true.
That's a really good game. The Monday night game, Cowboys, Raiders. I'm kind of surprised by this spread, which makes me really like the Raiders. What do you think the line would be for Cowboys, Raiders in Vegas?
Cowboys, Raiders in Vegas. It's Cowboys, dog. Probably 7.5.
That's kind of, I thought it'd be 6-ish.
What is it?
3.5.
That's it?
Seems like Vegas wants you to bet Dallas.
No, it seems like Vegas just don't believe in Dallas.
Hard to believe in
They
Dallas.
score that many points, and they only put them a 3.5 points favorite.
Yeah. When we return, Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, will join the program.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The Jets have ruled out wide receiver Garrett Wilson for tonight's matchup with the Patriots. Wilson exited Sunday's game with a knee injury, underwent some imaging on Monday. The Jets have only ruled him out for this week, but ESPN is reporting that he's expected to miss at least the next 3 to 4 weeks. As for the Commanders matchup this weekend, only 2 Dolphins did not practice yesterday. That's offensive lineman Aaron Brewer, he's a foot and ankle injury, and cornerback Rasul Douglas. He also is dealing with a foot ankle injury. For Washington, both linebacker Frankie Louvu with a shoulder injury and safety Quan Martin with a shoulder injury were limited in practice yesterday. This November, only score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Back no. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Hoping to have Frank Schwab join us soon. Yahoo Schwab. A lot going on in the world, B.
Mm-hmm.
Our guy, John Talty, wrote a tough story, and maybe we examine this next week when we're home. You got Jim Smith installed as the new athletic director at University of Maryland. A lot of optimism, trying to build things right. I really like Jim. They got a lot of money coming in.
Yeah.
Now they got trouble, though, with locks. That Rutgers loss, that really makes things difficult, man.
Mm-hmm.
And you just wonder what happens next. And is there money to pay for what's required? And, dude, if you got to make a change in college football this year with the level of big money jobs that are going to be open.
Yeah.
Like,
if they want to play, they're going to have to pay.
A lot.
If you feel you have to make a move, either you make a move or you put more money behind it. Let's be real. In this day and age, it's the money behind it. The coach from JMU goes Indiana. They put a lot of money behind him. The coach is good. I don't know if he's that damn good. You get enough horses with you, you could be better. But you can't put a guy out there in a Volkswagen Beetle and say go win this Indy race.
Think about this. Maryland has increased its spending significantly. In 2021, when all this NIL stuff started happening, Terps were spending $20 million on football. Indiana, honestly, was probably worse than Maryland at football. Like, they were probably lower on the totem pole.
They were.
They both spent about the same money in 2021. Now in 2025, Maryland has increased spending almost double. They're at $37 million. Indiana's at $62.
Listen to what you just said. They came in and spent exactly what Maryland spent first year, per se, when they started spending money. Now they damn near doubled them. Well, they have doubled them plus. If you want to compete, you got to spend. Point blank.
Totally, man.
And listen, they go get another coach and do the same damn things they've been doing, they're going to be average.
And you got to buy out locks.
Listen, man, Nick Saban, everyone says a great coach, right? When he found out the field was being leveled, the playing field was being getting leveled a little bit, he ran away from it because he couldn't be that great coach anymore just by himself.
I think the transfer portal was something.
Transfer portal.
If you're Saban
money,
and you're Bama, you're not worried about the money.
You're not worried about the money. You're worried about the competition now.
Saban's also 70. I don't know that Saban ran away.
Don't care how he ran away, JP. A lot of coaches in pro level and all ran from free agency too. Let's be real. if he is in there when he's doing all the stuff and everybody act like the Alabama is so legal, of course it's cool.
I mean,
because
Bama's
he's
still
winning
a
everything.
top 5 program.
They've been a top 5 program, but you know what? Though?
Say 74.
Who cares? What's Carp 70-something years old? He's still out here. Pete Carroll. I'm just trying to tell you, when the field would get equal, when now you got to be much better instead of just having all the 5s and the 4s. See, when you got all 5s and 4s, yes, you're a better coach than everybody else.
Right.
But if they start taking a lot of them 5s and 4s, now you got to prove it.
See, my thing with Locke specifically is nobody recruits better locally. I mean, the fact that he has the quarterback he has, that the end he has, I mean, those are big-time players with big-time offers that he gets to stay home, right?
If that quarterback is there, if Locke is there and that quarterback is there, that quarterback more than likely to stay. Locke leave, that quarterback gone.
There's a chance Malik Washington leaves anyway. I mean,
he'll stay probably quicker if Locke is there and you're spending.
100%.
Yeah,
But like,
if you're not spending and Locke is gone and you spend a little bit more and Locke is gone, he probably gone too.
specific to Malik though, couldn't you see LSU or somebody offering him $10 million to come there this
I can see
summer?
anybody offering, but you know what?
Well, and Locke's
Maryland is very reputable. If they say we ain't letting him leave, they can keep him.
Locks also has the number 3 overall recruit in the country committed for next year. Now he still has to sign. He hasn't signed yet. That happens, I think, in the winter.
He waiting to see what goes down.
This kid, Zion Ellie. Hopefully I'm saying that right. A 6'4", 220 DN from Baltimore. Set to come to Maryland. I don't know, man. That's a really, really difficult situation.
It's a tough situation for a lot of people. But just like players have to adjust and accept stuff, coaches got to adjust and go with it. Schools got to adjust and go with it. This is new, on the horizon, and a lot of people don't understand it. Hell, Indiana jumped into it real quick. They were a quick study.
They also got a coach that just wins games. Everywhere he's been, that dude has
If he'd
won.
have just went there with the players he had at JMU and they didn't spend the money, they spent $62 million, he wouldn't have won there. He wins games because they made sure he had the right people. And at JMU, he had some legit players on there too. But the whole thing is, if you're a school now who wasn't competing at a level, who wants to compete at that level, you're going to have to compete with the spending at that level.
We were hoping to get Yahoo Schwab. It doesn't seem like that's happening. So I'd like to take a brief moment to discuss this drink I just bought from the vending machine. So I'll hold it up for the stream and for those watching on Monumental. This is called Aquarius. Dawning of the New Age, right? Aquarius. Everything is written in Spanish. I'll tell you what I hope to accomplish by purchasing this can.
What you wanted to accomplish?
Doesn't this look just like a bubble water? To me, I thought I was just getting a like a seltzer water.
Yeah,
Just a bubble water.
Yeah.
It says con sales minerales.
Mineral water.
Mineral water. So I thought it'd just be some bubbles.
But mineral water is just regular water.
Okay. I wanted bubble water. But then it says hydration diarrhea. How do you pronounce that word? Diarrhea?
Yeah, it's not diarrhea.
Diaria.
That's not diarrhea, dog.
Diarrhea?
Yeah, I'm sure it's something like that.
So now I've had a couple sips of this, and it's interesting.
What it taste like?
Would you like to try a sip?
No, don't want to try it.
Please.
No.
I think it might be. So I drink those hydration packets that are like really salty. I think it's an attempt at one of. I'm gonna have another sip to try to figure this out.
I deal with this every day, Lauren.
It does not have bubbles.
Speaking to your wife now.
Not great.
Yeah, I deal with this every day. It's my friend, though.
It does not have bubbles.
Let me ask you a
I don't
question.
know what it's trying to accomplish.
So if you wanted bubble water, I guarantee there's a water in there that's bubble water. That's probably
everything in there looks to be soda.
But it's water in there. All you have to do
Everything else was like lemon.
is ask someone.
These people are working.
Why not use Google Translate?
A lot of people walking around.
I was at
just
Google
ask
Translate.
somebody.
What is this, Jeff?
Stands for daily hydration.
Okay.
The bottom part that you think says diarrhea.
All right. I could use some hydration. I think
You gonna get the hydration.
I haven't had a chance to dehydrate myself very well yet, but tonight I might. All right, so shout out to Aquarius.
This dude is hilarious.
Who?
You.
Nah.
Oh, who?
JP thought he was drinking laxative water.
It tastes weird, but it's all right.
Why is Ben calling me right now when he sees me working?
Maybe he knows about
He's
the
probably trying to tell you
Aquarius
about the
water.
diarrhea water, huh?
Diarrhea, not diarrhea.
Well, that's what you said. So
Um,
we got to keep your little thing going.
So, Jeff, you think this is good for me then, right? You've never steered me wrong.
I just think it's regular water, JP, served in a can. That's it.
Nah, it definitely has like added electrolytes.
So regular
They say they're trying to translate for you.
mineral water.
Shout out to mineral water. I know the content game. I came up in the content game. My man Alex K is a writer for Bleacher Report.
Okay.
Alex K has listed the top 5 most overrated quarterbacks in the NFL.
Ooh.
Number 5, Brian.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence,
Okay.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
All right.
He got paid, hasn't really delivered.
He was balling early this year, though.
They're in line to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I could take or leave Trevor Lawrence being overrated. Number 4, I think you might agree with this one. Dak Prescott, Dallas Cowboys. Dak is really good, but they just don't have any playoff success.
They don't seem to have it, but I don't know. That cooking this year, though.
Dak's been really good when he stays healthy.
Yeah.
That offense cooks.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't play any defense.
So, but that ain't his fault. He's doing what he's supposed to do.
Lifetime 2-5 in the playoffs.
Not that good. Same amount of victories as Jaden had in 1 year.
Dak has 14 touchdowns, though, in 7 playoff starts.
How many interceptions?
I don't know. Number 3, Justin Herbert. You think Herbert's overrated?
For the respect he gets and the love he gets and what people say how great he is, and for the production that he's had and success he's had, hell yeah. People loved him when he came out because he was a good-looking dude, had the perfect size and everything. Doesn't win enough to be considered how people think he is.
I think this year could change that if they go on a
Possibly.
run.
How many years he been in the league? About damn time he have a year like this.
I bet Herbert is in his
6th, 7th year.
No.
5th year?
I was going to say he was in the same draft as Chase Young. That was 2020, right? So this is his 5th season.
2020 is his 6th season then.
20, 21, 22, 23, 6th season.
Yeah.
I think what kills Justin Herbert is they had a 27-0 lead over the Jags in the playoffs and lost.
I'm just saying.
I also think
the
he had
lack
a
of
terrible
success.
coach. I think Brandon Staley was terrible.
All right.
You agreed with me on that.
Yeah, he's horrible. But still, the quarterback can show you a lot.
Last year, in that wild card game, everybody thought LA would win. He was 14 of 32 for 240. And the Chargers lost by 20.
That had a lot to do with it, too.
Yeah. All right, number 2 on this list. I'm curious where you land because this is a rather polarizing QB.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Love, Packers. Had so much success his first year as a starter.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he's overrated. I think Jordan Love is good. I don't know if he's great just yet, though. But I don't think people consider him great. I don't think Jordan Love has been considered by the masses as that dude. I think he's been shown to be a damn good quarterback.
Being paid
but
like that
not
dude,
that
but
dude.
that's the position.
But everybody get paid in the NFL, dog.
Last year in the first round game against the Eagles, he threw 3 picks.
Okay. But the thing about it, though, is people making close to his money that probably don't have that level of success he's had already. The league, they just pay quarterbacks.
Number 1, I'm going to shout out my man one more time
Mm-hmm.
because I know the content game. Alex K, number 1 on his most overrated quarterbacks list.
I can imagine.
Guess.
He's going to say Jaden.
No.
Who?
Lamar Jackson.
He's smoking crack. That man's smoking crack.
I'll read.
Mm-hmm.
because I think this is just one of the wildest statements I've ever read. Lamar Jackson may not just be one of today's most overrated active quarterbacks, but also of all time. While his regular season statistics and team success are undoubtedly impressive, his 73% win percentage is one of the best in history. He hasn't found a way to deliver when it truly counts. The Baltimore Ravens star has been a 4-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro for his inflated regular season marks, but his 2-time MVP status is borderline fraudulent. His credentials simply don't measure up to the other legends who have won the award on numerous occasions. Of the 10 players who have joined the multiple MVP club during the Super Bowl era, Jackson is the lone member without a Super Bowl ring. All the others, a list that includes Johnny Unitas, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Brett Favre, Joe Montana, Steve Young, Kurt Warner, and Patrick Mahomes, were able to take their team to multiple Super Bowl appearances and won at least one. Jackson has yet to even reach the big game, let alone help raise a banner. He has a 3-5 lifetime playoff record, a .375 winning percentage in the postseason. Rodgers is the second lowest on the list with a .524 playoff win percentage after going 11-10 in the playoffs. Until Jackson can prove he can take the Ravens beyond the AFC Championship game, a stage he's reached just once, a 17-10 defeat to the Kansas City Chiefs, during which he had more turnovers and touchdown passes, he'll remain overrated.
He said he didn't name Dan Marino not making it to a win in the Super Bowl. And I'm sure he was the MVP more than once.
I'm guessing he wasn't. Otherwise, the article's incorrect.
It could be. If we just test it a little bit. Did
I'll
Marino ever win 2 MVPs?
I'm pulling it up as we speak.
Because I guarantee he don't say Marino's overrated. He didn't win one either, did he?
He didn't win a Super Bowl, but he only won one MVP award.
But I don't think if you are at that level of winning 2 MVPs and some of the greatest of the greatest.
And maybe a lot of people thought he was going to win last year.
Should have won third one. But the thing about it, that's not overrated.
I think multiple things can be true. I think calling Lamar overrated is silly. I think it's stupid.
You win the MVP for what you do in the regular season, right?
I do think Lamar's lack of playoff success will mar his record until
it will mar his record from him being considered,
just as it does with Marino.
But every time you talk about great quarterback, Marino name does get popped up.
And then you say, but he never won a Super Bowl.
But still, his name gets popped up. So if you still popping up his name, he hadn't won a Super Bowl. Tell you how damn good he was. For this man to sit up here and try to say, well, 2 MVP, you win that for regular season, right? He did his job then. When you get to the playoffs, it's not all on Lamar to win it. So when Pat Mahomes lost to Tampa, you know how I feel about Pat. Was that all on Pat? No, he didn't have a damn day to throw the ball.
Lamar's performance in that AFC Championship game, I was there. It was bad. I was pretty stunned by it. I think the overall performance by the Ravens offense was bad in its entirety. I thought the play calling to get away from the run, only down a touchdown, was pretty crazy. But in Lamar's playoff losses, and a lot of them, there have been wild bad play. Like Mark Andrews dropping that pass last year. It may have not been in the perfect location, but he should have caught it, period.
It was in his hands, in his bucket area.
Right. Like
so
you gotta
my
catch
thing
that.
is, it's just, but like you said.
I'm agreeing that this is nuts.
You say it, content game. Okay? And that's why I normally give content game the one finger salute. Because when you got to just do something just to get people to click on it, it's BS. When you speak about facts and truth, people will click on that too. But if you just go to doing outlandish statements just to get people to like your stuff, BS, 100%.
I mean, there's a reason that at 1-5, knowing Lamar was coming back, the Ravens were still the favorites to win their division.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I got to pick one quarterback today, it wouldn't be Lamar, but he's still a great quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, that's just silly. I'll be honest. You know what that did? Allow us to kill a segment when a guest blew us off. That's the truth. That and the diarrhea water. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. The Capitals travel to Florida to take on the Panthers tonight at 7 p.m. The Caps are dressing the same lineup they deployed in that 7-1 win on Tuesday where they beat the Carolina Hurricanes. You can listen to that matchup live right here on 106.7 The Fan. 7 p.m. starts game action. Tonight, also, we have Thursday night football between the Jets and the Patriots. Wide receiver Garrett Wilson and cornerback Az Thomas have been ruled out for the Jets. For the Patriots, you have Ramondre Stevenson, their running back, wide receiver Keyshawn Boutte, both of them ruled out, along with tight end Austin Hooper. He's in concussion protocol, and linebacker Christian Ellis for tonight's Thursday night matchup. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Grinding all my life. Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
B. Mitch and Finley live in Madrid, Spain. You're listening to us on 106.7 The Fan. You're streaming with us on the 106.7 YouTube page, or you're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. However you get the content, we appreciate it. We also appreciate our friend Mr. Peter Rosenberg making time for us this week and every week. Peter's everywhere, ESPN, WWE, Hot 97, ESPN New York. Peter, what's up, dude? A part of me thought a Madrid trip would be on your list.
Well, if it had been on my list, it would have been off my list by now.
I don't think you're alone in that regard, dude. Have you ever been to Madrid?
I've never been to Spain at all, actually.
Wow. That surprises me.
How's
That's a hole on
it
your
been
resume.
so far? It is.
Good,
It is.
man.
How is it?
Good. Real good.
Spain is cool, man.
I'm liking it.
These trips are a ton of work, so I haven't got to do too much. I'm hoping to explore a little tonight, and then we get an off day Saturday where I want to go see the actual tourist stuff. It has been interesting, though, being here. This is the first game where Dan Quinn's going to be calling the shots. What, if any, expectations do you have for the defense to perform better with DQ running it instead of Joe Witt?
Man, how do we even do this anymore? You guys are doing this every day, so the least I can do is power through for 10 minutes, right?
Thank you.
I mean, how? Yeah, I think you should be better than the worst team in the NFL, because that's what they are right now. They're the worst team in the NFL. So be better than the worst team in the NFL for starters. Don't give up 38.5 points. At least show, if you're Dan Quinn, don't you want these guys to show that they're playing for you? That there's an increase in effort level, because I swear to you guys, over the last 3 weeks, and this is based on only my feeling, not based on anything I'm reading or anything, I feel like Dan Quinn went from one of the most secure coaching jobs in the league to, I'm not saying the hot seat, but I'd say you could, if you feel close, you could feel a little warmth coming from that seat. Maybe when with the seat warmers in the car, like the first level, it's not the third one, but there's a little warmth on the seat now, because now you're embarrassing yourself. Now you went from glory and, oh my God, we're back, to not just we're not playing good football, but to no, it feels like the worst of times. It is unfathomable how bad the last 2 weeks were. I do not remember the last time, and I'm sure you guys could probably remember better than me, but I don't remember the last time in the previous several years, the Jay Gruden years, whatever, where we really didn't show up at all. We're literally every possession, the opposing team is scoring. I mean, I watch, we all watch the whole NFL. I didn't watch another team where there's that much of a gap for every catch that the opposing team makes.
It's been disgraceful. It's been an absolute, utter embarrassment and disgrace on every level. The player effort, the effort level has not been good. The coaching has been bad. I have nothing positive I can really say about this football team at this moment.
You're not wrong, dude. Defensively, it's historic, right? What has happened over the last month is historically bad. They're the first team to lose by 3 touchdowns or more in 4 straight games in almost 25 years. So you're not wrong in saying that. Dan's seat is an interesting one. We try to equate this to money, right? To capital. Whatever amount of capital you think Dan acquired last year in that magnificent season, and let's just say it's 100 units, right? He's plus 100. What do you think he's at right now? Because I still think, to your point, in no way is that I don't see any chance, even if they lose out, maybe, but I don't think Dan is getting canned, period. But it does change the what needs to happen next year kind of vibe. Where do you think he's at right now?
I would say, sorry, my daughter's being so cute right now. My feelings on Dan Quinn's how much capital. I would say he's down to if you had 100 points in capital at the end of last season, I would say he's got 40. He's going to finish the year and they're going to bring him back next year. I mean, listen, if they lose the rest of the games like this, he's gone, and he has to be gone. And there's if he's not, then I start to question Adam Peters. I mean, if they were literally they play Miami in Madrid and they give up 45, right? And then this just keeps on going after the bye. At that point, there's zero capital. But I don't think that'll happen. I assume they'll pull it together somewhat. Dan Quinn knows how to do this. Mm-hmm. And assuming he pulls it together, maybe even they win a game or two, beat the Giants or do whatever and finish the year. You bring him back next year. You hope it was a crazy aberration, a real freakish injury situation mixed with some mistakes in free agency, and you give him another shot. But there's no question it's at least in half at this point. I mean, we were ready. We were all getting ready for a Super Bowl run, and now we're literally. I mean, do you guys think I'm wrong? My friend asked me the other day. He goes, "Hey, I have Jonathan Taylor in fantasy, but he's on bye. I was going to sign Rodriguez. What do you think?" I said, I don't think I can advise you to take anyone who's playing on the worst team in football. That's what I think.
Dude, I've had people hit me up about the Commanders' running back position repeatedly on fantasy, and I say, don't do it. It's just so you don't know who's going to get the workload, and then whoever does, it's been up and down.
All right, I don't think Dan's going anywhere, Peter. I'm being honest with you. I think this year is going to be one we're going to forget about in a few years. But
by the way, I agree. I want to say I do agree. I think that's the most likely result too.
I think we look at it and the running back position. None of those running backs control how many times they touch the ball. How often do we stick to the damn run? No matter what the situation,
never.
We don't stick to the run. So Bill, McNichols, or Rodriguez don't control that. Defensively, defensively, I think the injuries killed them. But then again, the thing I can't excuse is tackles. If you touch the dude and he's still running and you haven't hit the ground and he didn't hit the ground, I got a problem with that. That's something a player can control. But I just look at this whole thing where you started getting all these injuries and all of a sudden you got seconds and thirds out there playing, you're not competing with the rest of the guys. It's simple as hell, a simple comment, but people don't like to look at that. When their ones are playing your seconds and threes, you're not winning.
No, and not at the
position. It seems simple and it's crazy, but that's a fact.
Well, especially depending where those spots are, right? We could have handled Eckler, right? You could handle. There are a couple injuries that are bad. I'm not saying these aren't real players, but then they start to stack up, and then I just think we can't overstate. You can't overstate the Jaden stuff too, because the Jaden stuff sucks the soul out of the team. So, and then the Terry thing, and I saw the conversation you had with Zabe the other day, JP, and I thought it was really well said. People have been really gross for being mad at Terry. Obviously, it's unfortunate. The timing stinks. But let's be realistic. This is a guy who played full seasons year after year when everything else was terrible. Frankly, we're probably lucky he's out this year because I don't think 17 was going to make the difference between this being a Super Bowl contender or not. So it might as well have been this year. But those injuries, though, numbers like 5 and 17 not being there hurt everybody.
even the backups, I think everyone's less effective because you're like, well, what chance do we really have here, right? And you look at the teams that just run this league that somehow manage to do it every year. Guys, the number one thing they have in common, the quarterback's there. Josh Allen's always there. Mahomes is always there. Jalen Hurts is always there. Like, so that we can't remove that. That's been bad luck too. But the defensive part to me, guys, I just think the coaching job has been so poor. And I guess Dan Quinn really cares for Joe Witt, because I thought a firing here was the easy way to go. But whatever they think will get it done, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, it's. I think it says a lot about kind of who DQ is and how he runs his operation that he didn't want to fire the guy. I am really curious how next year goes. There's usually a lot of coaching staff changes year to year anyway in the NFL. Washington didn't really have those last year, but I think it's certainly a non-zero chance Cliff leaves and takes some of the offensive guys with him. And then I wonder if they don't bring in – I don't think DQ is going to be the D coordinator next year. I think they're going to bring somebody new in. My name to watch – assuming he gets canned in Arizona, Jonathan Gannon runs really good defense. I'm curious what happens there. Our poll question today, the AAA poll question of the day, they have 7 games left, including Miami here in Madrid. They do get to play New York in New York. Of the 7 left, how many of them do you see them winning?
1 or 2. Or that'll be, again, I'm not saying this to be performative. At this moment, when I've watched you guys could, if either of you disagree, please tell me. When I flip the channels, they're the worst team in the league.
Last month they have been.
I watch the Jets every week. This team ain't as good as the Jets right now. The Jets are competing. The Jets are terrible. They have a quarterback who is so much worse than Mariota. The Jets would kill to get Mariota for Justin Fields, okay? The guy cannot play. Russell Wilson at the end of that Giants game, they would kill to have had Marcus Mariota. The guys cannot play, but the teams are competing, at least in some phase. The Jets had 2 special teams touchdowns. They're finding a way to compete. So, like, yes, I'm not nearly as mad at the offense as I am the defense, but overall this team isn't competing. So I think if you were to say that they're going to win more than 2 games, you'd be nuts. And furthermore, if I were a betting man, I would put as much money as humanly comfortable on the Dolphins this weekend. Under 3? A team that just beat the Bills?
Dude, I like that. Your logic right there is exactly why I like the Skins this week. Everybody likes Miami this week. People in the NFL tend to be so reactionary week to week. I kind of like Washington.
See, beating Miami,
no, listen.
Miami beating Buffalo, it's just like when you watch Washington when they're horrible beat Dallas.
When
the Giants
when Washington went up to Philly a couple years ago with Rivera, with Heineke, Philly's undefeated Monday Night Football, and Washington gets that win. Those division games are funky, man.
Listen, I get why you're saying that from a betting standpoint because of with the way everyone's looking. Miami should. This is a game that, in theory, the way we know betting, the Commanders just win outright, and you're like, oh, that makes no sense. You're right, but what I'm saying is remove like the betting part of it. The logic of what I've seen, I would put everything on Miami.
Defensively,
they've played hard a couple weeks in a row.
Defensively, they've been historically awful. So you're not wrong. Like, we're not making the numbers up. The numbers are what the numbers are. I'm curious, just while we have you, what's the status with Giant fans right now? You fire Daboll. Is Dart hurt? Like, what is going on there?
Everyone was ready for Daboll to go. I think everyone feels good about that. Everyone here seems to be sure they have the quarterback. I'm not as 100% as everybody else is. I think he looks pretty good, though. We all know that they're a very talented team up front on defense. And they didn't have Neighbors all year, and, of course, they lose Scadaboo. So I think what everyone's feeling right now is the Giants have a bunch of pieces, and that becomes a pretty appealing proposition for a new head coach to come in. The X factor here might be Mara's health. Mara's sick and battling cancer, and nobody knows exactly what's going on there. He didn't travel last week, which, as you guys well know from being around these teams for so long, Mara always travels. Right. So that's an odd thing that people, I think, are a little bit concerned about him. So that's probably why Shane stayed in place. Although, guys, I think, frankly, if you look at the job Shane has done talent-wise on the Giants, I'm fine with Joe Shane. To me, Daboll was the issue.
and Shane Bowen, the defensive coordinator, him and Joe Witt need to go away together for a while. Joe Witt and Bowen need to go on the vacation and spend time reevaluating things. But they decided to let him rock, and they're going to let Kafka run the team. But I think Giants fans are mostly feeling positive, frustrated, but positive mostly about Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I think Dable just didn't carry himself professionally well enough.
Nope.
He was a
be
kid on the
head
sideline.
coach. And I think I mean, you brought up the Shane Bowen thing. To have enough beef with an established defensive mind like Wink Martindale, to just have too much ego to make that relationship work, let Wink go or get fired, however that truly shook out, and then to backfill that with just his boy that is not of the same caliber in Shane Bowen is pretty telling.
You think he didn't let Wink go because Wink could have taken over the coaching
Sure,
job?
whatever it is, that was enough.
But now it blew up in his face so bad because then Bowen comes in, he's horrible, and you can't let go of him because you already got rid of the real coordinator to bring him in.
Right.
So you just had to sit there and watch the whole thing come unglued. And by the way, he was so bad with Daniel Jones. I don't know if you guys remember 2 years ago, the opening night, the Monday Nighter against Dallas, when the Giants got destroyed.
Yeah.
And they just left Daniel Jones in that game at 40-0 to get pounded. He just never treated him with any respect, and now Jones is just shoving it right up his you-know-what.
Thank you for the time, brother. Take care of that little girl.
Have fun, enjoy delightful Spanish cuisine, and let's hope they win.
All right, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right, later.
That's our friend Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. When we come back, we got bets to make.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, too. Jimbo and his crew do great work. The best part of these Rude systems, they control the humidity, which means you get performance and balance perfectly balanced in your home. You can also save a bunch of money. B-Mitch, you got to tell them about the tax money. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right. All right, man. Day 2 live from Madrid in the books. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I heard a promo. Are they out of studio today at a bar? Go check Grant and Danny out at the bar. You can check me and B-Mitch out, or at least me.
Did you hear the part of that promo where it said Friday?
Yeah, it's Friday, Jay.
Nope. I just heard him saying we're going to be at this bar.
And it said Friday on there.
All right, Grant and Danny are going to be at a bar
Danfield,
tomorrow.
thank you, because I was about to say it. You beat me to it.
It's the diarrhea water, man. It's getting
Nah,
to me.
man. I think it's that brain you got diarrhea of.
Let's make some bets.
Was heard it here first. Gather around, gather around. Heard it here first.
White Brian.
JP was the only winner.
Let's go.
Wow.
I don't remember what I took.
What happened?
What did I take?
You took the Rockets, and
Nice.
they killed the Wizards.
I only did that because Jeff took the Wizards.
They didn't kill them.
What'd they win by?
We let up off the gas.
Yeah, y'all sure did.
You took the Wiz too.
No, I took the Lakers.
Oh.
And the Lakers got destroyed.
Well,
That's what I tell people about Luka. You playing against the Thunder, you lose by, damn,
What'd they lose by?
29.
Damn. All right, who likes what tonight? We got football.
I'm never betting on Luka again.
I'll take a Travion Henderson anytime touchdown.
I like that.
Look like
Jeff.
a touchdown, Jeff.
Under 42.5.
What does you look like a touchdown, Jeff, mean?
I'm taking Ecuador to
I
beat
don't
Canada
know.
at soccer.
Ecuador to beat Canada. Who's favored in that joint?
I think it's Ecuador.
I just look at the times for these basketball games. Toronto, 1 a.m.
Probably not watching that one.
Is everything back? But I'm going to take the Jazz. Yeah. Take the Jazz plus 2.5. You give me the Cavaliers minus 7.5.
You're not going to watch Pacers Suns at 3 a.m. local?
Hell to the no. I'm not watching none of these at the time, to be honest with you.
No, I'm not either. I am going to do something tonight, though, that I'm not thrilled about. But sometimes you...
I think the score tonight is going to be 15, minus 15.
White Brian, what's the number for the Jets tonight? Give me 13. You got 13 available?
Sure.
Bang. Jets plus 13.
Minus 15.
We could
Drake's
middle it.
taken down.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today.
You didn't get that, did you?
I did. Thank you to Ben Standig for joining us. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in. Grant and Danny, not on location. They're on location tomorrow. Grant and Danny in the studio, I presume, today. They're coming up next. You can listen to the boys. We got one more day live from Radio Marca. Thank you to the people here at Radio
Yeah, it's
Marca.
been great, man.
Been tremendous hosts. Where are you headed tonight? Where's your dinner?
Petite Azca.
Enjoy Petite Azca.
CK, I'm going to send you a picture of these chairs. I love these chairs.
These chairs are wild. They're like the chairs soccer players sit in on the sidelines. Tonight, I'm going to a restaurant, Tatel Madrid. Shout out to the restaurants. If you see us in these streets in Madrid, say hello. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Peace.
Or a Aquarius.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The Florida Panthers and the Washington Capitals take the ice in Eastern Conference play tonight at 7 p.m. You can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Capitals trying to go for 2 in a row after they beat the Hurricanes on Tuesday. And we get to see if Ovi adds career goal number 902. And some pretty big news. Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase was arrested by FBI agents this morning after being indicted by the Department of Justice for sports betting and money laundering. Clase was arrested at JFK International Airport. He was in the Dominican Republic, which is where he's from. Clase and Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz were indicted by the Justice Department on Sunday. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. November 13th, 2025. You are listening live to The Fan. In 1 hour at 3 o'clock, we'll be joined by Ben Standig, Substack Standig, to chat about the Commanders hiring an architect. Big step in the stadium process. We'll talk about that, plus get his thoughts on Commanders Dolphins. And at 4 o'clock today, in 2 hours, we're giving away tickets to see the Caps. They are coming back to Capital One Arena after one more road game tonight. They're in Sunrise to take on the Florida Panthers. Danny, what's up?
Not much, my friend. How are you? Thursday Night Football's right back. Right back on the horse, man. I like the rhythm of the week right now. I'm going to miss it when it's gone.
We always miss it.
I know.
Football's not there for you as a friend, keeping you company every single 2 or 3 days. But yeah, Thursday Night Football tonight, the Jets, the Patriots. New England is a very heavy favorite.
Rightfully so.
Confidence points picks day. We'll get to those in the 6 o'clock segment before we say goodbye. I got to say, the line's a little too big for me to take the Patriots. I believe in what Mike Vrabel's doing, a potential coach of the year. Big Drake May believer. He's an MVP candidate. But 12.5 points in a division game.
It's a Thursday night thing, too. Weird stuff happens.
How many times have we been wrong Thursday night picking the favorites to roll? I don't think the Jets are good enough offensively to upset New England, but I do think the game will be pretty close.
I have not picked a Thursday night game correctly. No, it's not like I picked many games correctly at all, but I am not doing a Thursday night game anymore. Like, each time I go, okay, this will be the time that the upset happens, or it's close, and then you get the blowout Thursday night game. I'm over. I'm not even doing it.
So quick lay of the land on the DC sports teams on our way to the Commanders here in a couple of minutes. First things first, the Wizards did exactly what they should do last night.
That is correct.
They lost to the Houston Rockets to fall to 1-11. That top 8 protected pick is currently very, very protected, I would say.
Yes.
They're doing an exceptional job.
It is armored at this point.
Make sure that armored vehicle is not penetrable. And that's what they're doing at 1-11. But I will say, even though last night he only played in like right around 30 minutes, this Alex Sarr development has been incredible. 25 points and 11 rebounds for him last night. They got 16, 9, and 7 for Keshawn George. I still want a little bit more out of Trey Johnson most evenings in terms of minutes and scoring. He had 12 points last night with a rebound and an assist. But this is exactly what should be happening. Wizards fans should be very excited. I bumped into a guy in the Navy Yard today who was telling me he's jacked up about the kids and how much they're losing, but also developing. They are threading the needle beautifully so far.
This is why we're here. This is why we're here. This is why, to me, for regarding to Trey Johnson, thank goodness he started last night, even though still it's not enough. I just let the kid sink like they did with Alex Sarr last year. You got to know if he can handle it. Like, in other words, for Sarr, they put no guardrails on it, said, go play your game. And he's shooting 32% from the field, throwing up bricks, bad shots, turnovers, getting bullied on defense, etc. But they knew, because they knew the kid, he could take it. And he comes back in year 2 and looks like a completely different player. Looks like a young French Kevin Garnett, the way that he's in and around. Again, I'm not comparing the two. That's a Hall of Famer. But Sarr looks the part, man. That athletic, that, able to affect things on both ends, running to the rim, knocking down shots. He looks really good.
I think if you're a Wizards fan, excited probably isn't even strong enough. You should be giddy about how well he's played early this season. Because you're just looking for potential studs.
That's it.
And if Alex Sarr is one, and then if you think Trey Johnson could be one, and then he's not a stud, but like half of a stud, maybe in Keshawn George, and Bilal Coulibaly, who's a role player maybe, or somebody else, whether that's Bub Carrington or whoever is another half player. Now when you draft 1, 2, 3, or you move back and you draft 5, 6, 7 in this great draft this year, maybe you add your son of the solar system. And then you've got your best player with Sarr, with George, and now you've got some money freed up where you could spend a little money. This could be the last year like this. That's kind of the hope.
Yep.
The Capitals, as I said, play tonight in Sunrise. They're trying to make it 2 in a row. I've been worried about the Caps. I think this Pierre-Luc Dubois injury is going to be, if it's not a death sentence, it's going to be damaging and detrimental for sure. But they played an awesome game against the Hurricanes. Ethan Frank, one of their young players, played one of his best games. And if you can get that type of production from down the roster, you can kind of overcome. They've got another chance to do so tonight against the Florida Panthers, 7 o'clock puck drop. And then the brutal schedule continues. They come home to take on first place New Jersey. But at least, Danny, they're going to be home a bunch. They play the Devils, the Kings, the Oilers all at home. Then after playing the Canadiens, they come back to take on the Lightning, the Blue Jackets, the Jets, the Maple Leafs. 7 of 8 games at home after tonight, which is much needed for this team that's been on the road for over a week.
Yeah, they loaded up on home games to start the year. I think they had 2 road pieces to go with maybe it was like 7 or 8 home games, right? And then you got to pay the piper at some point, and you'll pay for it later on in the season. But they're doing it right now too, where they go through a little bit of a road gauntlet, then it's back home for a little bit. But yeah, I mean they haven't quite hit their stride yet. And what I mean by that is not individual games. Like they played great the other night against Carolina, for example. There have been awesome moments. They beat the brakes off Seattle and Columbus, who's the second division type club. But they looked awesome doing it, going combined 9-2 over those couple of nights. But then there's been moments where you go, are they going to be okay? There's a scoring punch, and this power play looks like they've never met each other, and they're blindfolded. Like, what's going on here? I just looking for kind of some of those signs where I'm not as concerned about November and December. Is this group capable of playing really good hockey come springtime? And you see enough of those signs, you feel good.
You got to get to the springtime first. And right now they're not playing at a level that would make you think they're a springtime team to that point. So that's where they've got to get more consistent. Special teams have been a fiasco. They have allowed the fewest goal total in the National Hockey League at even strength this year. So when they're 5-on-5, they play really good defense.
Yep.
The goaltending you get from LT has been fantastic. He's been as good as there is in the league. Should be a player for Team Canada in the Olympics this winter. But they've got to be better, to your point, on the power play, on the penalty kill. And at least for a game against Carolina, special teams fixed itself. And that was the first thing Spencer Carberry addressed after the game with the club was that they'd gotten right in that way. Which brings us then very quickly to the Nationals. The GM meetings are ongoing. So these are like the warm-up meetings for the winter meetings that are coming next month. The GM meetings, unofficial kickoff of the offseason where there's some moving and shaking. It's kind of like the coaches' breakfast in the NFL where like everybody's sitting at a table and you pick and choose who you want to talk to. I read the piece today in the Post that Spencer Nussbaum wrote. He was on the Beltway Blitz yesterday with us. And I got to say, like, essentially that was the chance they got to talk to Paul Taboni about their offseason plan. And the takeaway was they're open to adding catching and first base help, and they want to add starting pitching. Now, it costs money to do those things, and we don't know if they're going to spend any money. But if you read the story that I read from Nussbaum, Taboni is saying nothing. I mean, he is giving you no answers.
He went to the Adam Peters Graduate School of not saying anything.
And I don't think it's like that's what he's always going to be or that he doesn't want to provide information because the baseball culture as a front office executive is different than football and others. I just don't think he doesn't even have his staff filled out yet. I don't know that they have their blueprint and their plan. So how could I possibly answer how we're going to operate when I don't know how much money we're going to spend and what year we want to be back in the playoffs, or are we rebuilding? Is this a 2-year plan, a 4-year plan? But I will say, reading that story, it was like, man, I hope we get more information on Monday when they introduce Blake Butera. We're going to have him on the show, the new manager of the Nationals on Monday. We'll also talk to Paul Taboni as well. But so far, the question is like, do you want to add pitching? Yeah, absolutely. We'd love as much pitching as possible. What kind of pitching are you looking for? Pitching that gets strikes and doesn't throw balls and strikes people out. It's like, yep, I like that too. But there's just not a lot of information.
Do you like hitting? I do. Do you want hitters? Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we'll talk to you next week.
I just don't know how far along in their planning they are.
No, and I understand that. I mean, there's internal evaluation has to happen. You don't know what you need until you know what you have. There's a million things before the rubber meets the road. You got to get your ducks in a row. You got to do it quickly though, because the off season is, it's here now, but that kind of heat up, let's start signing people type deal, let's fill out the rosters is going to be here before you know it.
Speaking of the offseason, it is still 7+ games away for the Commanders, but it feels closer than that, doesn't it?
Yes.
As we've turned our attention now to where they rank in the draft order and looking at the schedule to try to figure out whether or not they bring Jaden Daniels back and how many more games you can get to further develop your sophomore quarterback. But where I wanted to start the show with the Commanders getting tuned up for the Dolphins in Madrid is on just how bad this season's gotten and whether or not this is fixable in an offseason. I think this is actually a fascinating conversation. Are they a really productive offseason away from being good again? If you were to fast forward 1 year from today to 10 weeks into next football season in 2026, year 3 of Jaden Daniels, which also is year 3 of Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, is the expectation with a last place or close to it schedule that they would be more like last year's team, where they are a front-running, potential playoff team, one of the talks of football? Daniels looks more like he did in his freshman year than his sophomore year? Or do you view what has happened this year as actually a lot more revealing that they're far away and as evidence that this isn't a quick fix? That an offseason where you sign 3 or 4 impactful starters and have a draft class isn't enough to kind of change things? Because I think there's 2 different ways to view this season.
Mm-hmm.
There's the camp of people that look at this and say, the injury situation ruined this year, and this is going to end up being an outlier for this program. Which, if that's your takeaway right now, I think you could argue with that, but it's reasonable enough based on the fact that when they were healthier 1 year ago, and when the quarterback was healthier, they were a 12-win team that didn't just make the playoffs, but they won 2 road playoff games against good teams, Tampa Bay and Detroit, who they walloped, both on the road. Then there's the other camp, Danny, that looks at this and goes, this is the oldest team in the league that is not layered very well because of the previous regime, and so there's not a lot of extra talent and spare parts that can't withstand injuries. You're going to lose a ton of players to the market this offseason because of all the one-year deals you've signed with these older players. And there are now questions about everything from the front office decision-making to the coaching staff, coordinators on both sides of the ball and your head coach, to the quarterback, who is a second contract guy. I think most of us would agree a franchise QB will be the starter here for years, but is he the elite MVP candidate of a year ago, or is this more in line with what it's going to look like? All the way down to the roster where you go, last year was super fun, but that was the outlier, not this year. So that's the conversation I want to have. Do you feel like this is just a lost season based on injuries, that they're limping, but as soon as you get to pit road, you're going to bang on the car a little bit, it comes back out and you get back to first place next year? Or should we not be expecting that if you fast forward into next season, that they're back in the postseason mix trying to win the division again?
Yeah, I don't think it's 1 year. And the reason for that for me is you're trying to fit what should have happened in retrospect. In real time, I didn't have an objection to what they were doing. But you should have been doing 3 years worth of talent layering, go young, build your core, acquiring draft picks, etc. They got the fewest picks coming up in the NFL this coming draft. They didn't do anything about it at the trade deadline. They had the fewest draft picks last year. This is not a built for rebuild thing. This is a right now thing. They need future stuff. You can only add so many draft picks, so many young players, so many guys on rookie deals. You're not capable of it. You don't have the horses right now. And they squandered that opportunity to try to capitalize on what happened in year 1, which again, I'm not criticizing that, simply acknowledging that a pivot is needed. There's no space for it. There's no way to acquire enough young impact talent to get faster, stronger, quicker, more impactful, more dangerous on both sides of the football. Injuries aren't why Bobby Wagner can't cover anybody out of the backfield anymore. Injuries aren't why Frankie Louvu is a shell of himself for whatever reason as a pass rusher. I I mean, I understand how impactful the injuries have been. I'm not a crazy person. I don't just yell next man up. But injuries aren't why Zach Ertz can't separate. Injuries aren't why.
But Wagner's not going to be here. Ertz is not going to be here.
Totally.
Those were 1-year rentals, and you could have new, better players at those positions. So I don't view that as
you don't go
detriment to the cause of being really good again next
You don't just get to go to the new player store. I mean,
No, but they have money and they have picks.
Right, and you can fill some needs because you have very few picks.
And those are primary needs.
Yeah, you have very few picks, and they didn't do anything about getting more picks to this point. And
there was not really a chance to yet. I mean, you're mad that they didn't get a couple 7th-round picks, which I get, but that wouldn't fix the linebacker.
It doesn't fix everything.
The
But
tight end
you
problem.
needed years of draft classes that they don't have because they didn't do it last year either. They traded away picks, and they don't have enough picks this year. They didn't have enough picks last year. You need to cram in multiple years of young talent acquisition on affordable deals or draft picks into one offseason. I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, and it's not possible both because they haven't done it, but also because it's not how the league works anymore. You know, there aren't 24 to 26-year-old guys becoming available. Free agency classes are older now, and if you want the 25, 26-year-old who rarely does hit the market as an elite talent, you're paying a premium, which they have not really been willing to do. But specific to the drafts, that was a omission on their own part. I mean, that was their own planning.
Yeah, they chose a different path, which I got in real time. I get it.
And I think most of us did, but it is the reality of part of how you've gotten here now. But the argument for them being good again next year is not very hard to make, I don't think. First, it centers around Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, he's fine. He fixes it.
Daniels plays like he did last season. And it doesn't honestly even have to be at that level, which was MVP caliber. It just has to be considerably better than this year, where he was much closer to league average. Where Marcus Mariota right now has a better EPA per play on the season, ranking 15th in the league, than Daniels did, ranking 17th in the league. Where, Mariota scrambles at a lot lower rate leaving the pocket than Daniels did, and stays in the pocket and pushes the ball down the field at the highest rate in the NFL, 42% of his throws over 10-plus yards, and just sees it down the field a little bit better. So you've got to get Daniels back healthy enough to play in the summer and play in the preseason and to play and practice all season long so that he could play at the level that we know he's capable of, which is what happened last year when he had all the time on task and time on the grass, which I think was probably the biggest reason for some of the regression that we talked about with the Kurt Warner tape and all those things the last couple of weeks. But Daniels elevating his play elevates the tide for the whole team, in my opinion. So that's number one. And then number two, you're going to have to bat higher in free agency and in the draft than they have. Clearly.
Yep.
I think you get younger and you get faster, and that'll help them a lot. But in the same way that they were doomed to some extent by their schedule, by the quarterbacks they played this year, by leveling up and going varsity with your opposition, you're going to benefit from the swing backwards next year. We've seen this around here forever, by the way, where these rarely, but this team would have a really good year. They'd win 5 in a row to get to 10-6, or 4 in a row to get to 9-7, or 7 in a row to get to 10-6, and they'd get to the playoffs. Griffin, Cousins, Mark Brunell, whoever it was, Todd Collins in for Jason Campbell. But then the next year, you get the tougher schedule because your record says it's time to level up, and then you got to pay the piper. So that ebb and flow is something we're used to, where last year, you were this year's Patriots. A really easy schedule you took great advantage of, never beating any winning teams, but winning a lot of games. And so now you play a much harder schedule, and just naturally it was going to come back to the pack a little bit. Next year could be a regression positively, where things get a little bit easier, and because of that, the same exact team would have had a better record. So I think that's some of this. Also, I ask you this. I agree with you. Injuries are part of the problem. They're not the whole problem. You just eloquently laid that out. What is their record if they're a reasonably healthy team? Instead of being 3-7, what would you have them at through 10 games? Normal health. I'm not saying perfectly healthy.
Right.
Like
normal
last year's
league
health,
average,
which was, last year they suffered very few injuries. You could convince me they could be 7-3 or 6-4. But a normal, unhealthy, injury-prone, riddled team, whatever, at an NFL extent, what would you say? I would think 5-5 is probably their record.
Yeah, so it'd be like, you look at the Pythagorean wins and losses, it'd be like 4.5 and 5.5. It'd be like that. So somewhere between 4 or 5 wins. So 1 more or 2 more.
How much different is this conversation right now?
Very.
If they're 5-5 and their losses are by 7 or 9 points.
Yeah, it's just regular. Oh, this is disappointing. It's a bummer, right? Versus, oh my God, I can't wait for the offseason.
So this is going to be really boring, but my long-winded answer here is, They won't be anywhere near as good as they were last year.
Mm-hmm.
They won't be anywhere near as bad as they are this year. That's 12 wins as your kind of apex. This year looks like it's going to be 11 losses, let's say, 12 losses maybe, as your floor. And so you're going to be smack dab in the middle of those two. And I think they are a middling, solid, competitive team that's probably in like that 8 and 9 window is what I would bank on next year. So maybe it's neither. But if the question is as simple as, is this fixable in one offseason? I guess I answered the question with the question of to what end? To be back in the playoffs? Yeah, I think they could be a wild
They could be in the
card
mix.
team. No doubt. To be an NFC championship caliber team without some crazy run in the playoffs? I would say no. They got bigger problems and bigger fish to fry. That's where your answer comes in, where it ain't all injuries, friends. There's a lot of real issues here that have been exposed.
Yeah, there's a major overhaul needed at a lot of spots. I mean, I haven't actually counted it up. Maybe I'll do that at some point when you look at free agents and starters that need the upgrading and changing out and swapping and paradigm shifts. And, what if there's a new offensive coordinator who wants to run something different? Do you need different personnel in that regard? And there's a million different things that have to change. I mean, we're all seeing it, right? Again, injuries are a factor. If you deny that on either end, you're a crazy person. They are. You're worse without Terry McLaurin. You're worse without Dorrance Armstrong. That's obvious, right? But it's also not the end-all be-all because, again, there are guys that they are counting on who have underperformed dramatically for whatever reason, whether it's the guy next to him's injured and they got more exposed, whether it's offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators, as the case may be, figuring something out against them. I don't know, but the answer is yes to all of it. It has been a major step back when they had to level up a difficulty, to your point.
We're going to open up the phones for you guys on this at 800-636-1067 and make this our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. So the way we're asking it is, a year from now, do you think the Commanders are good and over 500 and a playoff team again? Or is this the beginning of a tougher stretch here for this regime? A different way to ask this would be, Danny, and you tell me if you think this is the same question or not. This is another way I'm thinking about it. Is this a good team having a nightmare season? Or is this like a mediocre team suffering a correction? Is that a fair way to ask?
That's a great way to put it because I think the latter is exactly what it is.
800-636-1067 is the number. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
The next step towards getting things moving for that new Commanders Stadium came together finally today. The Commanders have appointed HKS, the global architectural and design firm, as the lead architect for that almost $4 billion roof stadium they're going to build where RFK is. You might have heard about it. Get ready for the jokes, though, because the firm just so happens to be located in Dallas. It's a big-time resume, though. Not only building Jerra's World, but SoFi in L.A., U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis as well. So some really good stadiums there. And Capitals visit the Panthers. Puck drops at 7 here on the Fan. Caps 4-3-1 on the road this year. Patriots, Jets tonight on Thursday Night Football. Pat's almost a 2-touchdown favorite in this one. You're not going to see Garrett Wilson out there for the Jets. Justin Fields still the starter quarterback, though, for the 2-7 Jets. No Ramondre Stevenson also for the Pats either, while former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown walked out of a Miami jail on Thursday, released on bail. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
Thanks to John Carlson. Hopefully he and the Caps get a second straight win tonight. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on The Fan, taking you up to 6:30, 4 hours from now. And Caps hockey tonight here on your flagship home for puck and baseball in the district. The question we're asking you is Washington fixable in an offseason? Are the Commanders a really good free agency period and a winning draft away from getting right? And the answer could be as simple as, what kind of year does Jaden Daniels have, and does he bounce back to year one form next year? But how do you view them? Is this a really good process and team and organization just having a nightmare injury-riddled season, or are they a mediocre team that is suffering a real correction after a fortuitous 2024? 800-636-1067. Danny, I think knowing what we know now, this is probably like an 8 or 9 win team, a mediocre team that has been pillaged by injuries that's going to end up being one of the doormats in the league because of it. But that with health, they'd be in a lot of these games and losing them, and they would ultimately fall short of what I expected anyway, which was a 10-7 wild card season. I think they would have probably settled in as an 8 or 9 win team if they were normal levels of healthy. And I do think they'll be better next year. I think a new draft class, a new free agency, Daniels being healthier and having more practice time will play at a higher level, and he's the answer key here. But I think we got to lower the bar. I think we've got to change the outlook for this regime early on here. Coming into the season, they're a Super Bowl contender and one of the better teams in the NFC. And even if they're healthy, that's just not a reality anymore.
We had this really nasty leak in our basement where water came up because the pipes that were in the house were old, from like the 1940s or 50s, whatever the hell it was when the home was built. And we had a choice when it was time to fill in all the stuff, fix the pipes, put the floor back down. It was, do you want to do a quick fix where you might have to do something again in 10, 12, 15 years? Or do you want to pay through the nose one time so that this doesn't happen until, your kids sell the house 50 years after you're dead?
I'm a quick fix guy.
I would have loved the quick fix because it was much cheaper. They went quick fix. It was leaking and they quick fixed it. I understand that. I get, it depends on where you are.
Duct tape and bubble gum.
Yeah, we chose the long term and we have no money because of it, but that's what we had to do. And that's kind of the point here, is they chose a quick course correction, the kind of short-term thing, to be good. They now have to do a long-term answer and kind of dig up the roots, so to speak. I think this was a mediocre team last year that caught a million breaks, and Jaden Daniels was transcendent. They were a 9-win team probably last year with 6-win talent. They're a 6-win talent team this year, and all those guys are hurt, so now it's even worse. Like, Daniels was going to make them an 8 or 9-win team this year with some of the magic. That's been taken away.
Let's go to Ellis in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Ellis? How are you?
I'm doing great. What's up, guys? How are you doing?
Hey, dude.
Hey, Danny, I disagree with you in the fact that they chose the quick fix thing. I don't think they chose the quick fix. I think they set a foundation. And I agree with you that last year we were a mediocre team that played above our status. I think this season actually sets us up for long-term success, for us to dominate the NFC for the next 10 years. Reason number one, Jaden Daniels has learned, hopefully he's learned, that he can't be Superman and think he's going to win the game by himself, right? So he has to distribute the ball. He can't just run every play, right? He has to actually play from the pocket, play in the structure. And number two, Adam Peters has learned he can't shop at Walmart and think, oh, because I have a star quarterback, I can budget the rest of the team. Adam Peters actually has to build great roster around Jaden Daniels for him to be Superman. So those two things we've learned this year, and that sets us up for a great season for the next 10 years.
So your argument is not that they did something this season, purposefully setting themselves up for the future. You're saying the tribulations of this down year and some of the things that have spiraled off the rails will lead to Washington being better in the future based on what they learn. I suppose that's very possible. I certainly think Adam Peters will operate differently this offseason than the last 2 years.
One would think.
And by the way, last offseason for him was a bit of a heat check. You came in here, first time you ever ran a team, a lot of things went right. You get to the NFC Championship game, it stands to reason you're walking around with your chest out going, this is pretty easy. I think whether it's NFC executive or plumber or radio host, if when you first get your job, everything goes really smoothly and everyone's telling you how good you are, you might keep leaning into whatever you were doing.
Yeah, I'll kind of keep that process going. So what I called a quick fix, you called laying a foundation. That's what they would call it too. Because that's what it was. They decided, they had a choice. Do we get our teeth kicked in for a little while and layer some talent and draft and bring in a whole new roster over the next couple of years? Or do we try to establish some winning? And they went with establishing some winning. And it worked like a charm. So if you're cynical like me, you call it a quick fix. If you're, maybe get your pom-poms out a little bit. I'm not ripping you. I think it's a good call. But you would say that's laying a foundation for winning. And to me, you're paying the piper this year for that.
I also don't know how much of a lesson learned this season is for Jaden Daniels, right? I think a lot of this will just get chalked up to the talent around him and the injuries and things like that. I look at certain numbers like scramble rate. And for Marcus Mariota, who's scrambling on 13% of dropbacks in the same offense behind the same line, which is on par with league average, which is about 12.8%. That's 10 percentage points below where Jaden Daniels has been this year at 24%. That ratio's got to come down, not only to avoid hits and contact, but to turn some of those scrambles into throws, into explosives, into plays that are available down the field. And maybe there is a lesson that has been learned there, and that 24% next year it's never going to probably be league average. Shouldn't be because of his talents and explosiveness, but maybe it's 17, 18%. You slice that 12 percentage point deficit in half, so to speak. Let's go to Lou in Silver Spring on the Fan. Hey, Lou, how are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think that they could definitely get back to being a 9 or 10 win team, wild card team. I think it's going to take a combination of things, though. I think it's going to take Dan Quinn making some tough decisions, whether that's his coordinators or, to your point, Grant, about the whole brotherhood thing. I think that's kind of forced us into making bad decisions and leaving people on the field too long when they shouldn't be. Just putting us in bad situations, Lattimore, stuff like that. I don't think our secondary is as bad as it seems right now. We really got to get a game wrecker, some pass rush, and it's going to take Adam Peters to get some hits, more hits than misses as far as the draft goes. And I think they need to look at changing out some of our scouts, because what I understand is a lot of them have been around since the Rivera days and prior. So I think that they really need to take a hard look at that as well.
Thanks, buddy. I was on point there with the Brotherhood Bell.
That was as quick on the draw.
No hesitation.
No hesi.
Let's go to Chuck, who's in D.C. on the Fan. Hey, Chuck, is this a disastrous year for a team better than this based on injuries? Do you think a year from now, in 365 days, we're talking about a team on the right side of 500 again?
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say no, gentlemen. I really can't see this team winning next season. I can't see them winning over 7 games.
Wow.
I'm with Danny. It's too many unknowns right now. We don't know what type of defense the new defensive coordinator is going to run.
How sure are you there's a new defensive coordinator, by the way?
Yeah, no, you and I are hopeful on that, sir.
I'm not so sure there's going to be a new DC. I mean, if you're going to fire Joe Witt, This week, when he got demoted, is when you would have done it.
Right. There could possibly be a new offensive coordinator. So, how Daniels going to make that adjustment? And I just don't see it. I mean, there are too many things that have to go right. You just have too many holes that you need to fill. And I can't see the majority of your needs being filled in one offseason.
Thanks, Chuck. By the way, the only way you have a new offensive coordinator is if Cliff Kingsbury gets a head coaching job. We had Robert Mays of The Athletic on the show yesterday, and I asked him about that, and he said he doesn't think Cliff is going to get many interviews in this upcoming cycle, barring a major shift down the stretch, which I found really, really interesting. But let's get into the coaching side of this.
Yep.
Is the staff going to be entirely intact year over year? And do we think Joe Witt is back next season? I know it's easy for everyone to assume they'll have a new defensive coordinator. He just got demoted. They didn't fire him. If you can get through this, like the worst part of the storm, so to speak, Danny, at the end of this season, it'll be easier to hang on to him than it would have been to hang on to him through this 4-game stretch. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Offers like this are why FanDuel's an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. Thursday night football tonight, Jets Patriots. To get in on Thursday action, all you've got to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or the last touchdown, you can win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to take a shot at the jackpot. FanDuel.com/GP for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21 in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token or select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who hit on the bet. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet. Expires in 3 weeks. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
A lot of owners are very, what have you done for me lately? They want like the hot guy who's coming off of a great season, and that's just not going to happen. I don't think there's anything about the offense as far as what I've watched that's like disqualifying or kind of sours me on what the Kingsbury experience has looked like in Washington. When he gets Jaden Daniels back and Jaden Daniels is healthy next year, I'm sure they'll be okay on offense. But I'd be surprised if he was like at the top of all out of lists by the time we got to the end of the year.
Robert Mays of The Athletic on the show yesterday. That's got to be the first time Cliff Kingsbury's ever heard that people looking for the hot guy won't be looking for him.
He's not a hot guy, apparently.
That's a tough thing to hear.
That is tough.
And by the way, he's never heard it before. I'll tell you that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Handsome Cliff's like, what do you mean I'm not the hot guy? In his very deep voice. So, really good chance he's back then if you buy what Mays was selling yesterday. I would bet you he gets an interview for a head coaching job this offseason. You agree with that?
Yeah.
How would he not? Will he get multiple interviews? If I set the over-under at 1.5 interviews for Cliff, would you take the over or the under?
Interviews over.
You would?
Yeah.
I'm leaning that way, too. Do you think he's a finalist for any jobs this offseason?
Yes.
I do, too. Do you think he gets a job this offseason?
No. That's as far as I go.
How many openings are there going to be in the NFL? Where are we at on that right now? Let's look at that for
That's a very good question.
The Giants are currently open.
1.
The Titans are currently open.
2.
Both of them have rookie quarterbacks and should be hiring offensive-minded head coaches to pair with their QBs that they need to develop.
Although that's not the chatter in New York.
It's not, but they don't do anything correctly. I'm
Have
sure
some
they'll
fun.
hire a DC who's been a coach 3 times. I'm not doing a bit. I was listening to WFAN on the stream a couple days ago, and the name that kept popping up was Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator from the Chiefs. They're like, we got to get Spags in here. Let's get Spags in here to run the defense. He's like Coughlin 2.0, you know? Can you imagine that?
Yes, I can.
But anyway, Jackson Dart looks
go
like the
Big
real
Blue.
deal. Cam Ward does not at all. He's been terrible this season. I don't know how much of that is situation, organization, or him. But if those are the only 2 openings currently, what else comes open at the end of the season?
Cincinnati?
Oh, that'd be a hell of an opening. By the way, should be offensive-minded. Although you could convince me they need to fix their defense and Burrow and those weapons. Well, you know, you can get the offense right without that. You don't have to develop a quarterback, so to speak. So that's one.
Cleveland? No Stefanski?
Very possible. If Stefanski's out there, I think he'd become the head coach of the Giants. That's one of those where, like, if he's gone, he's going to take another job. So it's not like there's another opening. But that's possible. I think the Dolphins.
It's 5.
I'm going to say Cliff surprisingly gets a job this offseason. I know right now that sounds crazy, but here's my caveat. Ryan Clary style. Here's my
big butt.
My big butt on Cliff getting a job this offseason is if this offense continues to play at this level for the rest of the year, you can't do it. You can't hire him. It's just not exciting. You can't preach, look at this. Look at what they were doing in Washington. But I am assuming Jaden Daniels comes back and the offense has its best quarter of the season still to come. And if that happens, I think Cliff gets a job. But the chances are not over 50% by any means.
No, you're counting on a couple of dominoes to fall there.
Is Joe Witt back?
No.
I think he will be.
Do you really? In the same capacity?
I do. I really do. I guess it depends on how bad it gets. Come back and ask me in a month. Do I think he should be back?
We need to do the Joe Witt check once a week.
Where
your weekly
in
Witt.
the world is Joe Witt? Yeah, do that. Will Joe Witt be back? Because here's why I say this. In most organizations, this week he would have been fired when you made him no longer the play caller. A lot of DCs would have been like, wait, you're telling me I'm not the play caller? I'm just going to help Dan Quinn and take this public demotion as you chop me off at the knees? No, I'm not doing that. Not questioning him doing it, but he did. He accepted it.
Yeah.
But I think this is like the couple that stays together at the most perilous time. Like if you find out that your spouse is cheating and you stay with them then, why get a divorce 6 months later when you're pissed off about something they did? It's the darkest, theoretically, hopefully, right now, when you've given up 1,800 yards in 4 games and 150-plus points, averaging 40 points per. And if it doesn't get better for the rest of the year, again, come back in 6 weeks. Now I'll say, okay, maybe they make the change. But it's kind of darkest right now. And instead of firing him, Dan Quinn did the thing to save him, his buddy. So I think there's a real chance by the offseason you go, all right, now we're healthy. Now we're going to be aggressive, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. And then you preach the Joe Witt way.
Interesting. I got a different marriage analogy for you. This is the trial separation when we already know you're getting divorced. This is I don't want to do this now. We'll do it quietly and give you a chance. And if you're free agent now, no one will care about you. You're probably not going to get another gig. He's trying to do right by his buddy. Like what should have happened is, when Rivera and Old Dust Up were buddies, and he fired him, finally couldn't handle it anymore.
You think keeping him on staff for the rest of the year and cutting his legs out from under him as a non-play caller in embarrassing fashion is better than just firing him?
Well, not in my world, but in theirs, where everything's loyalty, we're pulling the rope in the same direction, brotherhood, and all the cliches. You live and walk that path all the time. It's like he's still part of this thing, man. He's still going to be instrumental in what we do. A little bit less so now.
I missed it. You said brotherhood.
Yeah.
Let's go to Shane in Spain on Grant and Danny. What's up, Shane? How are you?
On the plane.
Commander Danny, how y'all doing today?
Hey, buddy.
It's cold and rainy over here. God damn it, I should have been back in D.C. I don't know why I came. But here's what I'm saying.
Find Toby. Get a nice meal with Toby. He's out there.
That's what I should do. He should come over to our house over here. We got it's going to be fantastic. So, but anywho, look, this roster is going to be worse than next year. You got number one, they're getting a year older, right? You got Lattimore is going to be out half the year anyway with the ACL, so you're not going to get nothing out of him. These one-year contracts, they're going to be gone. So what are you going to do? Fill them with what? Unexperienced players? How are you going to do that? Adam Peterson right now is a big question mark right now for me. I do see a defensive change. I see him losing out. I don't see him winning the game. And if Dan Quinn loses out and it's not even respectable, he'll be gone. Like, why would you retain him if he's lost every game from here on out and he's giving up 40 points a game?
So that's actually a fascinating question, which is not really on the table right now, but because you just brought it up. If they were to lose out and lose a lot, well, let's not say a lot, but a few more times by 20 or more,
right?
Is there any path to Dan Quinn possibly being in trouble at the end of this season after an NFC championship game in year one?
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so.
I mean, they would have lost 12 in a row.
Yes, but 12 wins, NFC title game. First time this franchise has done anything of note in 30 years. And Josh Harris is a patient to a fault. He'll sit there and wait until that contract's done.
I agree. That's what happens if that comes to fruition. But when you lose 12 in a row with 7 or 8 really embarrassing losses, everything's on the table.
It's on the table, yeah, for sure.
I mean, that doesn't happen in this league. There's just not precedent. The worst teams ever have that happen. Ben Standig joins us next on Grant and Danny. Substack Standig on the team finding an architect for their new stadium and some of the news and notes from Madrid. We'll get to him next on G&D.
Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Caps down in Florida tonight to see the Panthers coming off that 4-1 win over the Hurricanes. Now first in the NHL in goals against per game, allowing just 2.38. Puck drops at 7 here on the Fan. No Garrett Wilson tonight for the Jets against the Patriots. Thursday Night Football. Injured his knee on Sunday after a just 3-target, 0-catch game. Patriots 8-2, more wins than the last 2 years combined. Big difference this season. The NFL also filed a grievance against the Players Association, asking the union to stop their annual team report cards, saying it violates the CBA. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program is exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori & Murad. In 1 hour, we're going to give away Caps tickets on G&D. You better be listening if you want to see Connor McDavid at Capital One Arena.
Condori and Morad, they can do a lot for you, like estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The Commanders have an architect that's going to help them design their new stadium. We want to talk about that and everything going on in Madrid. So let's go to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, our buddy Ben Standig. Substack Standig joins us from the States, where he is still here in the DMV. Ben, what's up, man? How are you?
Guys, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on, as always.
Indeed. So what's the deal with this architecture hiring / they landed on somebody? What's this process been like? And for the average fan that's excited about the stadium but doesn't know a whole lot about anything else with this stadium, how much should they care about this development today? What does it signify?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we all, appreciate the fact that it's going to happen, but every time there's a new announcement, it's like, oh, okay, this is actually happening. They're really going to go forward with this and build a stadium. And, they picked the architectural firm that handled SoFi Stadium in L.A., AT&T Stadium in Dallas, a.k.a. Jerry World, the U.S. Bank Stadium up in Minneapolis, which I think is great. All these 3 stadiums are, pretty impressive in their own way, and, have a modern look to them. And I think that's, I don't know how many people are in this space. They interviewed a few different firms, settled here. And, it should be a pretty modern look at, I think they do a pretty good job, from what I gather, of finding ways to make the stadium connect to the local, topography, architecture, something, the history, something. I don't know what that would be for here, but, all things considered, it seems like a pretty good choice. And now we'll wait and see what the actual design is. We know it'll be roughly, a 65,000 seat stadium, have a roof on it, and beyond that, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get into Art Deco or Art Nouveau or whatever from like something about Mary or George Costanza, pretend to be an architect. I have no idea about any of the terms or anything like that. But you kind of touched on my question, Ben. That is, we're just going to make a new sleek looking thing, or is there some deference towards the locale? And my editorial is, Nationals Park to me is fine. If you didn't know it was Nationals Park, it was in D.C. for a long time, you wouldn't know that it had any connection to D.C. And they started to do a better job of that, but there's nothing that says D.C. about it. It's just sort of, boring gray concrete. Are they known for being able to say, hey, this is D.C., you can tell by fill in the blank?
Yeah, I feel like Minnesota is a good example. I mean, the stadium looks like a pirate ship, basically, from the outside. It's very cool looking. And obviously it connects with the Vikings name. So in this case, sounds like, but this is just my guess, but from what a little bit I gather, that will somehow connect with, the DC of it all. I don't know if it's going to look like the Capitol or the White House or anything along those lines, but have something. My guess is it's going to, in some way, shape, or form, resemble or give you some feel that it is part of DC. Because, like you said, with Nats Park, it feels like it's pretty generic. And same thing with like FedEx Field, which obviously was built, or not FedEx Field, but Northwest Stadium now, built back in the day. And it was a sort of like, it existed, but it didn't have anything to do with kind of anything. And I get the sense that this one should have some sort of specific aspects of it that's going to make you recognize where you are.
Ben Standig on Grant and Danny. With them leaning into the architects that helped design SoFi, it gives me some hope of this idea that they want where you can still feel like you're outside while you're inside. They've talked a lot about this. We know that it's going to be very likely a domed stadium. I know they've said it's not official that it won't be a retractable roof, but everything I've heard, and I'd be curious if you've heard anything different, is that they really have no plans on a retractable roof. I think this ownership feels like that's a lot of money. It would be a huge expense to add to this project that they don't feel like is necessarily worthwhile.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't get the sense that the retractable aspect is going to happen. I get it. Come on, you're in for a dime, in for a dollar. What's another few, millions and millions of dollars? Just go for it. But yeah, that other part you're mentioning will be interesting because SoFi, obviously, you're out in LA, so being outside in the elements, even when you're sort of under that roof, is, it's great weather. Here, we know how part of the year it's not going to be super fun. So I do wonder about that, especially if they're going to have Final Fours and other events like that that are not necessarily designed to be in the elements in any way, shape, or form. So I don't know how that works. But look, this is a pretty exciting scenario. Who knows what this will look like, but like we were just saying, between the original, Jack Kent Cook World and the Nats Park, kind of relatively underwhelming from an architectural standpoint. And I have high hopes for this one. Maybe I'm foolish for that, but I do kind of feel like, especially now having hired this firm, that this is going to be something that's going to be pretty eye-opening. What it ultimately looks like and how it plays out, do we approve? We'll see, but it should be pretty impressive facility, I would imagine.
I just think they got too many sharp people and too much money involved with really, really successful people who have backgrounds in some of these types of things. Like Mitch Rales, he has Glenstone, where it's art, and I just think there's no way they screw this up with the money they're going to be dumping into the project in the city. You get one shot to do it. We're talking to Ben Standig on Grant and Danny. Specific to the indoor stadium, what's your thought on this? We get a lot of blowback from people who don't want the stadium to be domed and who want an outdoor stadium and to be in the elements. I've always kind of felt like this is one of those, like, oh, if this guy wins the presidency, I'm going to leave things. Like, I'll like it less. Until you're sitting inside and it's 68 degrees on a snowy day. And then all of a sudden you don't care as much. Like, do you agree, or do you actually think they're going to alienate some people by going indoors?
Well, they will probably alienate some people, but yes, to your point, it's easy to say that when you're at your house watching the thing on TV and you like seeing, it's like, when everybody likes watching the snow games, you don't want to necessarily be at the snow game, so I do think there's some of that going on. Look, this is why I do wish it was a retractable, because it would be fun, depending on what level of elements we're talking about, for it to feel, like it's winter. This is the one thing I've always thought was weird about the NFL when it comes to like Super Bowl locations. Everybody wants snow games and football played in the elements and all that, except for the biggest game that they only want in, a hermetically sealed dome or in 75-degree weather, even though we all view football as a game played in the 20s and 30s. So that part's kind of weird, but yeah, I think, look, again, this is not just about, it is about this football team, but they're viewing it as far more than that, and the far more than that aspect of it does not work as well at all for an outdoor, certainly not a pure outdoor stadium. If you want to have, these other events, you can't do that. But if you want to have a retractable roof, to me that would be completely fine. It's not my money.
Ben Standig with us here on G&D. So 2 questions for you. I'll ask you the first one first. Grass? That's the wave now. Everybody's mad at the turf.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I missed it. Have they said what's the deal with this?
I'm just thinking if it's an indoor stadium, it's going to be hard to have grass unless you really think about it. Like, is there a way to have player-friendly grass in there, or are people going to be upset about it?
Well, ironically, right, they're over in Spain right now, and I think Real Madrid, where they're playing, has like one of these crazy setups where they can, move the turf, in and out, and it gets
under the stadium.
They
grow it under the stadium. It's crazy.
Right. It's crazy technology, and maybe there's something like that. I mean, like the Arizona Cardinals have something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we're at a point where that's just sort of the norm, or gets close to that by the time this thing is ready to go, and they do that. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, if it's not grass, then I don't know what the most modern version of non-grass grass is, but hopefully it's that at a minimum. But you're right. I mean, this is a huge deal. Players complain about it all the time. I think we complain about it because we don't want the players to get hurt. So hopefully, whatever they do, it's going to be the best case scenario and not just some sort of, hey, we don't want to spend any more money, so give us the cheapest surface possible. I don't see that happening, but that would be the worst case for sure.
So this is going to sound like I'm joking, but I am not. Are they willing to cheat? And here's what I mean. I want sun glares on the opponents. I want nonsensical noise amplifying echo technology to make it so they can't talk to each other, but Washington can. Will they go all out and make an actual home field advantage like a lot of teams seem to not really be willing to do? Like Seattle did it, and I want everyone to be like that.
Well, the Dolphins have the best version, right? Their sidelines in the shade, the other team is baking in the
do that
South Florida sun. Yeah, I'm all in favor of that. I would think that they would. I mean, look, I always think with Josh Harris, he's the guy that was willing to do the process. He was willingly allowing his team to lose games in a very public, loud way, alienate people, probably hurt his ticket buying, opportunities because they thought that was the best way to go. So, yeah, I leave out there for hope of some chicanery in the way you're describing here, where maybe they come up with hey, what's the best way to give us some sort of advantage? I can see that happening. Will they? Who knows? But I can see it happening. Sure.
Check out Ben Standig's Substack at Last Man Standing on the Substack feeds. So go check that out. Ben, we had a poll of the day that we posted in our first hour. Got a lot of calls on. I want to ask this question to you. It's been such a disastrous season, but if you fast forward 365 days from right now, is Washington over 500 and a playoff team again? Do you view this as fixable in one off season?
Oh, man. Here's my caveat to saying yes or no. I got to know what we think of these last two draft classes by the end of this season. Because if these two draft classes release enough of these players by the end of the year, we're going, okay, Mikey Sanderson, whatever was going on with him earlier in the year, he's worked it out. He now looks like a legit slot going forward. Bobby Wagner, maybe it's, this is the end for him, but we now think, hey, Jordan McGee, he's got this crazy athleticism. He's ready to take over that spot, et cetera. If these things happen, if enough of these guys can show they're viable, then I think an off-season could be enough. Look, I do think as much as we want to pillage the defensive staff and players, the amount of injuries this team has just been unsustainable. And I think ultimately that's the big reason here. Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, et cetera, are the most obvious guys. So if they get these guys back and these draft classes start to show more than we've seen so far beyond the quarterback, then I think one off season could, help turn this thing around. But if it's where we are right now, where we're kind of not sure about a lot of these guys, and they're going to have the third fewest players under contract next year, this team has been obviously the oldest team, and how they're going to replace all these people, then I don't know if we can say one off season gets it done. But look, I think with Jaden Daniels, you talked about the records before. Like I had them at 9-8, but largely that was 9 because I thought that's the floor with a healthy version of him. We obviously haven't gotten that. So if that maintains true, that as long as he's on the field, you can be a winning record team, then, maybe an off-season helps. But like I said, let me know what these draft classes are all about, and then I'll tell you where I think this team will be in a year from now.
What's their most dire need that they could use right now, but obviously you can't do much player acquisition? What's their biggest need now and then kind of heading into that next year as we revamp?
I mean, I think on defense, it's a combination of the pass rush has been non-existent. They only have 7 sacks in the last 5 games. I mean, that's partly no Dorrance Armstrong, but also just they didn't have a lot of depth in that spot. But also, I just think on defense, they've got to find a guy who is a player that the other team has to constantly worry about. It doesn't have to be a pass rusher, and it's easy to say like, hey, Kyle Hamilton, like with the Ravens, they just move him all over the place and he becomes a weapon wherever he is, or it's a Fred Warner type linebacker or whatever. But they need somebody on defense that is a true difference maker, somebody that the offense has to constantly account for, run away from, whatever it might be. If they can do that, again, that's not going to be. That's easier said than done, but I still think, like, in general, that's what they need. But pass rush, ultimately, if you don't have a pass rush, everything else behind that doesn't really make it much difference.
Ben, if they get a top 5 pick, there's going to be a lot of excitement about using it on a player like the one you were just describing. But I think they got to trade back. They don't have enough picks. They got to recoup. Do you endorse this message?
Oh, yeah. I'm always an endorser of this message. I broke the seal today, guys. I had up my first mock draft today up on my Substack. I did.
No, you
That's
didn't.
great. That's
Today
great.
was the day?
Oh, yeah. I people have been joking about it for a few weeks, and going into the Detroit game, I'm like, okay, I think they're about to get smushed, and what am I going to do here? So I reached out to somebody I know who works in the front office for another team. I was like, hey, I haven't looked at the draft at all. I need your help. But anyway, so we did the first 15 picks. It kind of gave me some thoughts as we went through it. But then I said, give me a couple of names of some guys in day 2, a receiver and a cornerback, because we went for defensive line in the first round, who, if they trade down, might be somebody to keep an eye on. Because I'm with you. This is, there's going to be a lot of unfortunate things that are going to happen in this offseason, and one of them is going to be the reality of no second-round pick, no fourth-round pick, and yet each of those picks might be top 10 in the round based on where things are right now. So that's going to sting. And then, when you only have a first and a third in terms of getting, any kind of immediate help, that's not going to be nearly enough. So I think trading down, like you said, makes a lot of sense. The biggest thing I would hope for if I'm a fan, if you want this approach, is you need some of these quarterbacks to really show out the rest of the season. Because right now, talking to the person I was just talking to, and then just what you read in general, this quarterback class this year has really fallen apart. But that can change quickly. We know how desperate teams are, and that's where you can maybe, if you have a top 10 pick, get some good value trading back. But I'm with you in general, Grant. I don't get the quick sense that there's some dominant, amazing, you can't pass on this guy players where they're potentially going to be picking. But who the hell knows? I didn't think they'd be picking in the top 10, let alone potentially in the top 5. So what do I know?
Ben, you cover this team and you're around these folks a lot. I know they're pretty notoriously tight-lipped in terms of a lot of things, but just give me your best sense. What do you think they think? In other words, are they going, God, these injuries, and that's the reason? Or are they looking in the mirror going, our whole approach to go old and 1 year and short term really backfired and we're hurt a lot? In other words, do you think, otherwise that I happen to believe are pretty competent, smart people that get it, whereas, the Bruces and the Vinnies of the world probably didn't. But do you think they think this is just bad luck, or do you think they know what's needed here to going into this offseason of a total paradigm overhaul?
Well, I think my guess would be that the injuries would be where they would lean into. Again, it was early in the year, but they were 3-2. And obviously things have, injuries have completely derailed everything since, especially when, your biggest difference maker and the quarterback is out for a bunch of these games. Your one big offensive weapon is out for a bunch of these games. Again, I think that these injuries have exposed their issues at depth. I think if you go back and look a year ago when Dan Quinn made the point of saying it's not a rebuild, it's a recalibration, that was a bunch of hooey. Now, I understand why he said it, but in real time I was like, I don't know about that one, my guy. And then you see where the roster is. I think it is more of a rebuild than that statement allowed. But, of course, last year then happened, and they made it all the way to the NFC Championship game because, young quarterback who was amazing. Everything else just kind of broke their way. And, they got the best version of everybody. Plus, I still think we probably don't discuss it enough. You can't prove it. But whatever, reverse karma they got or positive karma they got for finally unloading Dan Snyder and the whole era, for last year was a really, the first time that it was a no Snyder. I really think there was a lot there that just played out perfectly for them as well. So all that said, I think that they probably think that they're still a team that can contend. Look, this is the NFL. Their schedule next year shouldn't be as complicated as this one or as challenging as this one, and that'll help. But, yeah, I mean, I think you would hope that at a minimum they have to look in the mirror, not so much the old guy part, but, like, what, are we not getting the right guys for what we're trying to do? Because clearly on defense this year, there's been some massive disconnect, and whether that's the play calling or the players, something is way off, and they need to figure that out for sure.
How do you spell hooey?
Is it like Hooey?
That's what I think.
I wouldn't know. That's a great word, though. I might have to work it into the lexicon, especially the way this season's trending at this point. Check out Ben at his Substack. It's Last Man Standing. Ben, thank you, buddy. Good info today.
Thanks, Ben.
Guys, always appreciate it. See ya.
Yeah, always love checking in with him. Does a great job on the Commanders beat. All of our football conversation on the show is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Week 11 gets started tonight. There's some really, really good games this weekend, and you'll get to enjoy them with the Commanders playing first thing in the morning. We'll get into the schedule next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Little Thursday night foosball tonight. Jets, Patriots, 4, New England. Kayshon Boutte is out. Ramondre Stevenson, running back, is also out. And Antonio Gibson is on IR. I think you know what that probably means for New England, who's getting the football an awful lot. We'll go over what the Jets have going here in a second. Tight end Austin Hooper has also been ruled out of this one. For the Jets, no Garrett Wilson. Not only is he out tonight, probably going to miss several weeks there. For them on defense, a beat-up defensive line. Harrison Phillips, Will McDonald, a couple of first-round picks over the last several years on the defensive line, are both questionable and banged up. No Azariah Thomas at cornerback, and a depleted Jets D is pretty banged up here on short rest against a hot New England team with a couple good offensive pieces. And that is today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. I mentioned it, football. It's in full swing. Let's be real. There's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. So don't wait for a bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first half injury. They've got your back. Some books protect you maybe for the first quarter, some do nothing at all. But not Fanatic Sportsbook. They flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game, whether it's QBs, running backs, receivers, any eligible player prop. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. That means if your player gets hurt in the first half, your bet plays on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned right into a win. You can also track your progress, your player performance in Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speed is lightning quick as well. So bet with the book that always has your back. That's Fanatic Sportsbook. I'm telling you, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
The next step towards getting things moving for that new Commanders Stadium came together finally today. The Commanders have appointed HKS, the global architectural and design firm, as the lead architect for that almost $4 billion roof stadium they're going to build where RFK is. You might have heard about it. Get ready for the jokes, though, because the firm just so happens to be located in Dallas. Big-time resume, though. Not only building Jerra's World, but SoFi in L.A., U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis as well. So some really good stadiums there. And Capitals visit the Panthers. Puck drops at 7 here on the Fan. Caps 4-3-1 on the road this year. Patriots, Jets tonight on Thursday Night Football. Pat's almost a 2-touchdown favorite in this one. You're not going to see Garrett Wilson out there for the Jets. Justin Fields still the starter quarterback, though, for the 2-7 Jets. No Ramondre Stevenson also for the Pats either, while former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown walked out of a Miami jail on Thursday, released on bail. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
G&D on the Fan. Thursday Night Football tonight from Foxborough. It's the Jets and the Patriots. New England has become one of the best stories of the NFL season. They are 8-2. Those poor fans in Boston. I just feel terrible for Patriots fans who had to endure a couple of seasons of not very good football. At the end of the Mac Jones era, they saw some Bailey Zappi, and now they've got Drake May and Mike Vrabel, and they're 8-2, and they're leading the division once more. Some cities are just lucky, man.
Yep, this is not cool with me. They deserve, just by what they achieved, probably, I'd say, I mean, just being kind, I'd say 75 years of barren, cold darkness in all sports, but they're not going to get it. They'll be right back, and little Jimmy from Southie's going to go to like his 20th parade for the next couple of years.
Looking at Coach of the Year going into tonight, where Vrabel is one of the top 2 odds getters right now with Shane Steichen. Who would be your favorite at this moment to win that award? Vrabel has the Patriots at 8-2, but Steichen has the Colts as maybe the biggest surprise in the league when you take schedule into account.
Yeah, for me, it's Vrabel, just given how horrendous that program was before he arrived, right? I mean, that's kind of my Coach of the Year barometer. The Colts weren't atrocious. They weren't good. I'm not telling you they were, kings of anything, but they were hovering right around 500 each of the last couple of seasons. Tells you that there was something there. There was a good mold to clay. When Vrabel walked into that room in New England, it was a barren wasteland of nothingness, and they might be the 1 seed in the AFC.
They had blown out a head coach after a season, albeit one in Mayo who probably shouldn't have never been hired, as we found out as the year went on last year. But Vrabel's plus 120, a little better than even money odds, and then Steichen's plus 145.
Both deserving, by the way.
Absolutely, and they're head and shoulders the favorites above everybody else. There's only one other guy who's kind of separated himself from the rest of the pack. There's like 3 tiers. It's Vrabel and Steichen together. Then the second tier is Mike McDonald by himself, who is the head coach in year 2 now in Seattle. He interviewed for this job with Washington. When Dan Quinn got the job, he went out to Seattle, accepted the Seahawks gig, and is a 4-1 favorite to be Coach of the Year. I think they're the best team, most complete team in the NFL right now. He is a defensive-minded guy. He's got their defense playing brilliantly. They were a top 10 unit second half of last season. They've carried that over. And he brought in Clint Kubiak as his coordinator, who has done an incredible job with Sam Darnold, with Jackson Smith in Jigba. I'm excited to see how the rest of the year goes for them. Then it's everybody else, led by Ben Johnson, Sean McVay, Sean Payton, Dan Campbell, all in the 25 to 30-1 range. But basically right now, you'd have to say it's a 3-horse race between Vrabel, Steichen, and Mike McDonald.
I think obviously, this is not very high profile or excellent analysis here, but the finish is going to matter a lot. The last taste in people's mouths, I think, is kind of the thing that ends up governing it. So if Indianapolis kind of stumbles as they have each of the last couple of weeks, I mean, they're 1-1, but they didn't look right against Atlanta. If they kind of come back to the pack a little bit, still winning that division, probably they got a 2.5 game lead over Jacksonville. Houston's on the rise, winning a little bit more lately, but Indianapolis head and shoulders above them. And the Patriots finish with their easy schedule, making this up 13-4.
Yeah.
I think it ends up going to Vrabel. But if, you win that buzzsaw of a division in the NFC West if the Patriots stumble a couple times down the stretch, and McDonald and company win against San Francisco, and they beat out the Rams, which would end up putting them at probably maybe the 2 seed overall. You'd go, there's some consideration there. But to me, Vrabel should be the favorite.
Right now, this moment, if I had a vote, I would vote for Shane Steichen, actually. And my logic is, coming into the year, he was on the hot seat and expected to be fired. Think about that. I don't think anybody thought Mike Vrabel, who was entering his first season, was going to have New England at this record, but they were favored to win 11 games in look-ahead lines. So just basically par the golf course and win the games you're supposed to. You're a 10-ish, 11-ish win team, which is still where this thing could end. They're on pace to do better than that. But the Colts were supposed to finish, depends on where you're looking, but for a lot of people, third or fourth. Like, let's not forget that there was a competition between Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones this spring, and people crushed Shane Steichen when he named Daniel Jones the quarterback, lest we forget. And that the point was that the clock had started, that he's going to get fired, and that Daniel Jones would be the biggest reason why. Jones, no longer necessarily an MVP candidate after the last couple of weeks with turnovers, but has played at a very high level, has been one of the top 7 or so starting quarterbacks in the NFL. They've got the number 1 rusher in the NFL. And talking to Logan on Take Command, his favorite offenses to watch this year in terms of scheme and play calling, on a very, very short list, he's got the Colts and Steichen. He's been that good offensively. As a guy, remember, who got the Eagles to the Super Bowl as their play caller before he left, and they took a step back for a season prior to last year. So I would go with Steichen as my coach of the year. Second on my ballot would probably be Mike McDonald, honestly. I just think what they're doing is incredible. And I think their defense is awesome.
Yeah, they're awesome.
And he's the reason why. I'm not trying to take away from Vrabel, but it's the same thing I kind of say with May when it comes to the MVP right now. I think schedule and competition has a lot to do with what's going on. So if they keep, when you get a chance to beat Buffalo, you do it. When you get a chance to beat Tampa Bay, you do it. Then at some point, I just got to give you more respect. I don't even think it's disrespectful to say I've got you narrowly third out of a 3-horse race right now.
And
Vrabel.
I know it comes across for me as Vrabel bias because I'm a huge fan of his.
That's your guy.
But I'm putting that aside for a second. 2 years ago, New England had a similar schedule like they do this year, and they went 4-13 and got outscored by 70 points over 2 weeks.
Well, they didn't have a quarterback.
Well, I know they did. They had an unproven guy that had some potential this year. When you tie your previous 2 years combined win totals, because you were a joke in the wake of Bill Belichick and his terrible management since Tom Brady left, that program was a disaster. They were an embarrassment. They were a punchline. Looked like they were in store for a nuclear winter. And here he comes, correcting everything, still under-talented in a lot of places, with a defense that's top 10, an offense that's 8th in points. Yes, a quarterback certainly helps that, but they couldn't have taken advantage of an easy schedule under previous guys. End of Bill Belichick and during Mayo last year. To me, that's what I look at. When DeMeco Ryans goes to a ridiculous, terrible clown shoe of an organization that has fired coaches and is turning through guys and can't figure out which way is up, and they win double-digit games and go to the playoffs, coach of the year. Like, to me, that's what I care about. Like, when you take a joke and turn him into a juggernaut, that's my criteria. Doesn't take away from the job that Steichen has done. I agree with everything you just said.
Yeah.
They're awesome to watch. The Colts. Remember the Colts? The team that frustrates you, that's like, God, you're perpetual 8-9. I'm so bored by you. They're a blast to watch. Seattle's, I'm with you. They may be the most complete team in the league. They're a Darnold holding the fort away from being a Super Bowl contender. But to me, the Patriots' turnaround is the story to me. But it's eye of the beholder.
All three are deserving.
Totally.
It's a matter of like who's most deserving. So it's a good conversation. And there's still 7 games to go that'll determine the fate of all three as they try to gun for the award. There are 4 great games in the NFL this weekend. Tonight doesn't count. On Thursday Night Football with the 2-7 Jets and the 8-2 Patriots. Could end up being close. But here are the 4 games that stand above the rest, in my opinion. In Buffalo, the 6-3 Bucks play the 6-3 Bills, a matchup of 2 playoff teams, one from the NFC, one from the AFC. Tampa Bay coming off of a bad loss to the New England Patriots, 28-23. Buffalo's coming off of a worse loss to Miami. So one of these really good teams is going to have lost 2 in a row. I think the Bills handle their business at home, but they're a bottom 7 defense in the NFL. They do have some warts. Josh Allen has these kind of just hard to explain away games where he plays at a lower level than his traditional MVP self, and he's coming off of one of those where he just can't snap the team out of a funk. So give me Buffalo in the game, but I think that one's really good. Another great game this weekend, Danny, is the 7-2 showdown in the NFC West for first place. One of the best games on paper all NFL season. Seahawks, Rams in LA. The winner gets to 8-2 and will be in first all alone out west in the NFC. Then you've got an AFC West clash, the other of the really good games on that side of the country. Kansas City's playing Denver, 4:25 kickoff at Sports Authority Field out there, Mile High. Chiefs 5-4 coming off of a bye, playing the Broncos at 8-2. If Denver wins, they have an 80-some% chance of winning the division. If they lose, it drops under 50% for them to win the West. So it's a huge game. And then the last one would be Lions-Eagles. Detroit just hung 44 on Washington and could have scored more. Philly couldn't do anything on offense, and yet you know how their season goes.
That's what they do.
2 minutes left. They're going to be up by or down by a point and right there in the thick of things. But that's a potential NFC championship game between the Eagles and Lions. So 4 games that are pitting playoff teams against one another.
And I'll throw an honorable mention, Chargers-Jaguars. I know it's not as sexy as the other ones and shouldn't be considered as such, but the Chargers are getting healthier. They've been resurgent since that Washington loss. And the Jaguars are trying to hang on for dear life, where they start off so well. Remember, this is not exactly a rematch. It's been enough time removed, but this was the signature moment of Trevor Lawrence's career. Down 27-0 against the Chargers. They come roaring back to win a postseason game and set a bunch of dominoes to falling that ultimately led Jim Harbaugh to be the head coach, I think, ultimately in LA. But the Chargers trying to save their season, basically, as some regression is set in.
Last month for Jacksonville, they lost to Seattle and the Rams. No harm.
No shame in that, right?
That happened. Then they beat the Raiders by 1 point.
A little shame.
Then they lost to the Texans by 7 with that dramatic comeback you're just referencing where, Houston was down by 1 million. That game can't be lost if you're the Jaguars, and it was. So they've got 1 win, and it's by 1 point over a bad team in their last 4. That's the only reason I don't put that one in there. But yeah, it's at least 2 teams that are trying to get to the playoffs, but it's going to be a great weekend of football. And I know you hate morning ball.
I do.
But the good thing about the 9:30 a.m. start time for Washington, we get to enjoy the entire day's worth of games. It's going to be busy in the 4 o'clock window specifically, I think. But the 1 o'clock games highlighted by Bucks-Bills. You get Packers-Giants, which I think could be entertaining. Jameis Winston getting the start at home for New York against Green Bay, suddenly pretty desperate. The Bears-Vikings in the 1 o'clock window should be really good as well. Chicago, if they could get to 7-3, is very much in the conversation for the playoffs. Minnesota's defense is playing a lot better. And then at 4 o'clock, you've got that Seahawks-Rams game. You've got Chiefs-Broncos, Sunday Night Football, Lions-Eagles. Just going to be a great day of football.
Who do you like in that Lions-Eagles game, by the way?
I've gone back and forth in this all week. I think I'm going to take Philly because of Detroit's offensive line being so banged up. Washington could not take advantage because they're not any good. But I think the Eagles will be able to take advantage. They're very good defensively.
Eagles favored by 2.5 in that one. I felt like Detroit found something with Campbell calling plays this week, but
that's because they were playing the Commanders.
You stole my bit. It's like maybe they found themselves playing Washington. Yeah. Maybe that's all that was. But yeah, I still consider Detroit to have that high ceiling, but I don't know. The Eagles are doing the annoying Eagles thing.
Double play is next. I've got a new TV show that I watched the first 2 episodes of last night.
Oh.
What do you got?
I got a food that I think is worth trying if you're trying to cut carbs.
I'm very excited about that. That's next on The Fan. FanDuel is an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. What's up, guys? It's Grant. Every NFL Thursday, that's today and that's tonight, your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/GP for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token or select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who make the correct first or last pick. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. It's time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
I'll do this real quick, GP. I'll get out of the way. I think you got something brewing over there. You and I think a lot of Americans and folks around the world are always on the hunt for low-carb, low-sugar type items for Operation Less Fat. And pasta and carbs, they go together. They're friends. And
They go together like deliciousness and wonderfulness and all the good stuff.
like lemon tuna fish. And that's what you miss. When you start cutting cabs, that's the first thing you start thinking about is rice and pasta and tortillas and chips and pretzels and all the crunchy, salty, delicious things that made me need to cut carbs in the first place. I get no benefit from this. I'm just telling you, this is something I tried and I think people are going to like. I found it on the Amazons. Pete's Low Carb Pasta, creatively named. Pete's Pasta. Good.
Where'd you get Pete's pasta from?
Amazon. I'll show it to you right now.
Can I get it at like Costco?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not because we don't have a Costco membership. It's not pragmatic for us because there's not one close by. But I would. I'm gonna try. I hope I don't mess up Ryan Clary's camera. That's just all it is right there. It's red bag.
It's got the little mustache.
Yeah, the guy with the mustache on. It looks like Mario kind of.
Familiar with Pete's work.
You know about Pete? Pete's Pasta. I had it last night and it was good. Like most of the time when you eat a low carb alternative, like it's cauliflower, but it's like rice. No, it's not. It's a lie.
How low carb is it?
I don't have like a funny zing. 7 net carbs. It's like, how low carb is it? It's so low carb that it's 7 net carbs
for the whole box
for a serving. So it'd probably be twice that for you and I size serving because we eat too much.
But so what would a normal serving of real pizza be? Non-Pete's pasta.
50, 60.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
like
think
your
it's
daily
significant
allowance.
Difference.
Yeah.
This is such a win when you find something like this that is moderately, like or
Yes.
just fake healthy, but tolerable.
Yeah, that's all it is. Because again, all the substitutes, like you could just drink water, or it's not rice, it's cauliflower pasta. No, it's not. It's ridiculous and it's terrible. Everyone should be ashamed. This stuff is good though. That's what I got for you.
Is it good
Yes.
or is it good grading on a curve?
Great question. It's not. I'm not sitting there telling you it's the best pasta I've ever had. I would never do that. But it's legitimate. I go, oh, that's good. If I didn't know it was a proteiny, low carb option, I wouldn't think twice about it. It's like your normal store bought pasta. That's what it tastes like.
Okay.
Yep.
I like that. It's time for my double play. Danny, I've got a television show that I want you to check out at your leisure.
Okay.
The show is called Death by Lightning. Have you heard of it?
It's in the queue on the old Netflix. I saw it. I was intrigued.
This is a TV mini-series with 50-minute episodes.
Mm-hmm.
I have watched the first 2 episodes, and I am hooked. Now, I'm not going to be able to watch any of it tonight, sadly. The wife will be disappointed to know that, because I got Drake May and the New England Patriots taking on the New York Football Jets.
Well,
this
sure
evening.
you do, yeah.
So we'll be watching that little ditty. But maybe I'll sneak in one while the wife's asleep this evening and then go back and watch episode 3 with her. Death by Lightning is the drama series, stranger than fiction, true story of the 20th president of these United States of America, James Garfield, and this weirdo admirer of his, Charles Guiteau, who ends up assassinating him. I'm not burying a lead here, or I'm not.
Whoa, spoiler alert, dude.
Exactly.
Yeah, what's
Those of you
200
that
years ago?
know anything about history know that the 20th president of these here United States, who served from 1881 through September of 1881, got assassinated. Well, the guy that killed him is also featured in this show, and through 2 episodes, basically, they're going back and forth with this like juxtaposition between Garfield and this dude that's eventually going to shoot him, who's just, you could see it tick off and what have you. But it's a drama series about James Garfield. And I got to tell you, so far, it's a little bit moany.
Super underrated, by the way. Just lost to history. Nobody really pays him any mind, which is always weird to me. Like, there's certain presidents, like when we're talking about, like, you go through history class or whatever, they're like, well, we got to talk about what Harding did. We got to like, no one remembers James Garfield.
So my youngest, Lincoln, his middle name is Garfield.
How about it?
That was not my idea. That was not something I was particularly thrilled about, if I'm being honest.
Oh, okay.
That was the wife's idea. And I combated that idea. We had a debate about it.
And who won the debate?
And now his name is Lincoln Garfield.
Oh.
But the point of the dude's story is, this is my wife's favorite president. But Garfield is played by Michael Shannon, who Danny sleeps on.
I'm sure.
You have no appreciation
I'm sure.
for Michael Shannon, and it's downright ridiculous.
I'm sure I have no appreciation.
You did not watch Succession?
I did.
You did. So Matthew McFadden or McFadyen is how it's spelled. This guy from Succession plays Guteau in this series. Apparently, he was really good in Succession as well. I didn't watch that.
Which guy is he in Succession?
I don't know. You'll have to look him up.
Succession?
Is it Succession?
Succession?
Secession. No, that's a different. Series.
Secession is when you take over.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Tom
Apparently he's good.
Wambskamps.
So
he was also you know him from the latest Deadpool movie.
Oh, I didn't think about it. Okay, yeah, you're right. That's definitely him.
He was the dude that was doing the thing.
You know who's silly in this show too is Nick Offerman, who's a sneaky, really good actor. People think he's just like a funny guy,
which he is.
Old Ron Swanson, but he plays Chester Arthur in this.
The vice president.
He is the vice president to James Garfield, and for people that don't know Chester Arthur, he's kind of a mess up, and the way he becomes the vice president is kind of comical, but there's a lot of things about the story you probably don't know. I've heard most of this stuff because my wife is pretty obsessed with James A. Garfield and read a book about him in the last couple of years, and now our kid's middle name is that. And he'll have that name forever, by the way, if you're curious. Like in 6th grade, they'll be like, hey, Garfield, hey, little cat who likes lasagna, and he'll be like, hey, how's it going? But you got to check out the show. It's pretty good.
I love that.
Yeah.
You and I, we discovered this. I think Netflix gave us this gift. You get, like, in the past, if you told me, hey, there's a show about James... James Garfield. I'd be like
James A. Garfield.
Like, okay, tell me more about that
also
history
known
class.
As Jag. He's not actually known that, but for our purposes.
Yeah. Now, because I've seen so many documentaries about the mildly obscure and the off the beaten path, I now crave that. That's all I want is like that genre of thing.
Clary, I'm going to go to you. I could go to Darius or to Wes because they both won't know it either, but I'm going to go to you for a little Clary Explains It All. Do you have any file on how James A. Garfield actually got the nomination to be a candidate running for the presidency of these here United States?
I've got no file on this, actually.
I don't think most people do. It's actually pretty amazing and ridiculous. He went to nominate a gentleman who asked him to do so from his state. And so back then, the way that they did it was every delegate would be there and vote. You weren't necessarily, there's no like election like we do now where the delegate then casts the vote on the behalf of who won the election, but rather the 300 plus people voting on your behalf to get to the majority on site were all of the votes, and those were the delegates. But so he goes there, and you're just pitching people to run against me, of all people. Grant had won 2 straight elections. He was going for a 3rd term representing the Republican Party, and he was trying. They didn't want him to be the guy, and so he was the heavy favorite. And so Garfield went to nominate Danny, so to speak, like his guy. And while he gave this incredible speech to talk about how great Danny is, people were like, damn, I like the cut of this.
Danny's not that awesome, but this guy's good.
This Garfield guy's kind of a stud. And so one guy puts his name down initially. One puts his name down as a delegate voting on his behalf. And then they can't get the majority. And so for a month, they're trying to figure out who's going to come out of this convention, who's going to be the guy. And little by little, Garfield gains steam. And he's Rick. He's like, please stop voting for me. And eventually, he just becomes the candidate. It's amazing. And it's real life. It's what happened, man.
You sleep on the fact that he was a Civil War general, too, I think.
I don't sleep on that after watching the first 2 episodes. But
I think I've got my time frame right.
I did going in. I don't know if he was a general or not. He definitely was heavily involved in the war.
Yeah, I know he fought a bunch. I'd be willing to bet like almost a dime that he was in charge of a lot of people. I'm gonna say general, but I'm not sure about that. He was something high ranking.
Something high ranking is a good way to put it.
Yeah, now I'm couching.
Let's give away Caps tickets as soon as we return on Grant and Danny. The Beltway Blitz is next.
Brought to you by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. Caps down in Florida see the Panthers tonight. They're coming off that 4-1 win over the Hurricanes, and now they're first in the NHL in goals against per game, allowing just 2.38 per game. Puck drops at 7. We got your coverage right here on The Fan. No Garrett Wilson tonight for the Jets against the Patriots. Thursday night football in a game that's match of two teams going two different directions. Patriots 8-2, more wins than the last 2 years combined now. The NFL has also filed a grievance against the Players Association, asking the union to stop its annual report cards, saying it violates the CBA. Lamar Jackson, also back at practice for the Ravens, did sit out yesterday with knee soreness. In Fairfax City, entrepreneurs don't just start, they scale. Techstore, an open-source intelligence company, grew its business at Mason Enterprise Center with affordable office space. Fairfax City gives business room to grow. Learn more at business.gofairfaxcity.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals Wednesday, November 19th against the Edmonton Oilers. It's 80s night with the Caps, and they're turning back the clock to the 80s. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/contest. This is courtesy of the Washington Capitals.
We, Grant and Danny, we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll talk NFL and college football today. Let's kick it off on the ice. We start you off with the Caps, who play tonight in Sunrise against the Florida Panthers, and we will start with Katie Florio of the Capitals Radio Network. Katie, how about the win over the Canes going back a couple of nights ago? 4-1 final, maybe the best win of the season for Washington. They're trying to build on that tonight.
Yeah, I mean, just a solid 60 minutes of hockey for the Capitals to finally win the special teams battle. And again, you get your secondary of scoring for 2 games in a row now with Brandon Duhaime in that fourth line, and once again, Logan Thompson just outstanding in net. So a really, really good win for the Capitals against a tough team, and just a good piece of hockey for them to build off of and hopefully continue that momentum and try to win tonight here to come back 500 on this road trip and turn things around.
In terms of kind of stacking some of these good bits of progress, Katie, that's kind of to me what's been missing here in this stretch where they've lost, I think, what is it? Is it 6 out of 8? Where you're going, I've seen step forwards. I saw a great game against St. Louis and then not so much against Pittsburgh, or, kind of the same deal in some of the other sequences. Do you feel like maybe they turned a corner with that win against Carolina the other night?
Well, I guess we'll find out tonight, but I hope so, and I think they did. I think, it's we've seen these guys. It's a lot of the same guys from last year. Of course, losing PLD hurts, but it's players that are capable. You just maybe haven't seen the offense like you have, and again, simply put, they're other than the exception of the Ottawa game, they weren't getting blown out. It was 4-3 losses and 5-3. And so once again, I go back to special teams, and when you can win that battle and turn it around, there's, the outcome of your game. And so we saw everything against Carolina there again tonight. And the consistency is the only way. We've reached that point in the season where, especially looking at the Eastern Conference and how tight everything is, so many teams just a point apart, 2 points apart. I mean, it could be anybody up for grabs, and so you can't afford to go through stretches now the rest of the season where you do drop 5 of 6 or 4 of 6 and things like that. And so the consistency is going to be the difference between whether this team does or doesn't make playoffs. But with that said, I don't think there's any reason to panic just yet. With the injuries they saw earlier in the year, thankfully they have Dylan Strome back. He's right back to producing Rasmus Sandin back from the IR as well. We know what he brings. And so as long as they can stay healthy, they have every reason in the world to show that consistency and turn things around.
Katie, the Florida Panthers tonight, back-to-back champions. They beat Edmonton in 7 and 6 games, respectively, in the Cup final the last couple of years. But this team is not quite at the same level this year to start. They've had some of their own injury to deal with. What do you see from them?
Yeah, I mean, similar. It's, coming into this game, they have the exact same record as the Capitals. And, of course, it's a huge blow for them to be missing both Barkov and Tkachuk. Their road versus home record is very interesting. They have really struggled on the road this year, but success at home. And so I think even without two of their top guys in Tkachuk and Barkov, they just play a gritty style of hockey that they are on you the entire game. And so they're finding ways to win without those two. It's not an excuse for them to have an off season, and so it's another team that you have to try to get by tonight. I know earlier today at Morning Skate, Carberry compared Tampa Bay, Florida, and Carolina as all those grind-style teams that he really looks at. If you want to measure a good win, those are the teams that you need to beat in order to kind of see where you are on the measuring stick. So if the Capitals can find a way to beat Carolina and Florida on this road trip, I think they'd be pretty happy with that.
Katie, thank you as always. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, of course.
Got it. Hit that NFL sounder, please. We'll grab Mike Jones in a moment. GP, you and I can banter about it. Can you imagine a world where New England, after tonight, is 9-2, very much in the driver's seat? Not only the AFC East, but the AFC in general. We could talk about home field for the Patriots do with their schedule.
And it'd be 8 straight wins for them, too. Like, forget who you're playing, and there'd be 2 pretty quality wins in there with Buffalo and Tampa Bay. But it's hard to win 8 straight games in this league. It doesn't happen for most teams in any given season. So it'd be quite an accomplishment. It's a nice national showcase opportunity for them. Let's talk to Mike Jones of The Athletic about that. What do you make of this New England team? Vrabel, a Coach of the Year candidate, May an MVP candidate. This defense is coming into its own, and they are a huge favorite to get to 9-2 tonight.
Yeah, it's a team that you knew that they were going to play harder. They were going to be pretty disciplined because of Mike Vrabel, but I don't think that anybody expected them to do this well this soon. They have made steady improvements on all fronts. They're getting contributions not only just from their offense and their defense, but also special teams. They're dangerous there. So they really understand the concept of complementary football, and they're benefiting from that, and they have a real chance to win their division.
Who's the best team in the NFC West, if healthy?
I think that it's the Rams. I think that they are the team that they've got a really good offense that can come at you in a lot of different ways. They can spread you out with multiple receivers, or they can throw 3 tight end sets at you. They can run the ball. They can throw the ball. They can do everything they want, and they've got a really good defense, a lot of young guys along that front. And, when you look at some of the other teams like the Seahawks, a good team, not quite as consistent in the run game as the Rams are. Unfortunately for the 49ers, they can just never stay healthy. So I even if they were healthy, I still think that the Rams are probably the most well-rounded of the bunch.
Rams, Seahawks, 4 o'clock on Sunday. They're also going to be playing a 4 o'clock game to determine the AFC West top spot, at least initially, with several weeks to go. Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs, all jumbled up. Same question, AFC West. How do you see that division shaking out?
I think the Chiefs are going to wind up clawing their way back to the top of this thing. When you look at the Broncos, yes, they've got a good record, but when you look at the teams they've played, not a lot of winning teams in that. Their offense is really up and down. Their defense has saved them a lot of times. They've got a lot of fourth-quarter wins, but you can say that means they're resilient, but they very easily could be 2-7, 3-7 right now instead of the other way around. And so the Chargers, their injuries are just going to wind up taking a toll on them. I think the Chiefs are the team that wind up climbing to the top and winning that division again.
This is an editorial here for a second, Mike, then I want your reaction. I don't like the Carolina Panthers. They make me annoyed. I like my 5-5 teams kind of like in most games and fairly consistent and maybe just a play or two away. It's like 1 week they lose by 31, then they beat a good team by a field goal, then they lose to a terrible team by double digits. I don't like it. I like being able to predict, and they're so unpredictable, but not in a fun way. Your thoughts?
I think they're young and immature because I think that they go out there and they play a really good team and they get a win against a team like the Packers, and then they start feeling themselves and they go out there and wet the bed the next week. And so still learning how to, it's hard to win games. You got to learn how to win a game in the NFL, but then you also have to learn how to bring that consistency every single week. And they have not shown they have the ability to do that yet. And yes, I agree with you. They're frustrating, maddening. I'm with you. I don't like them.
Mike, right now, the 49ers wouldn't make the playoffs. They're 6-4, first team out. And there are 3 NFC North teams in, including division-leading Detroit at 6-3. And then the last 2 wild card teams right now are the Bears, good offensively, terrible defensively, and the Packers, who are like the worst great team or the best bad team of all time. I'm not sure which. Do you think all 3 of those teams in the North make the playoffs?
I feel like the Packers will, the Lions will. I don't know. The Bears right now, they look like it, but I have a trouble believing in them because of that defense. I mean, I know that they are a team that forces a lot of takeaways, but at the same time, they don't rush with the consistency that they should. There's just a lot of frustrating things about them. And so I don't know. I think they might just narrowly miss it.
AFC North, how does it shake out?
Baltimore wins that thing, and Pittsburgh will get in there as well. But Baltimore has got, it's not a easy stretch, but I think it shakes out favorably for them. It's a little tougher stretch for Pittsburgh, and so they look like they are about to get really old and run out of gas, but I think they're going to limp into the playoffs, just like Mike Tomlin teams always do, and they're probably going to lose in the first round once again.
I saw an incredible stat the other night. The Steelers are on pace to have a negative scoring differential and a winning record for the 4th time in the last 5 years.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Nobody does it like them. Like, I've always said Mike Tomlin might be the first guy I would want to play for in the NFL. It's certainly not working anymore, though. I mean, they're so limited in their ceiling the way that they do it.
Yeah, well, this is the problem. I think they need to go get a real talent evaluator. When Kevin Colbert left, retired, that's when they really just became very mediocre. Omar Khan is a salary cap guy. He's not a talent evaluator. Mike Tomlin, not a talent evaluator. He can't get it right with quarterbacks. And so I think that you need a guy that really has an eye for talent, pair him with Mike Tomlin, and then they will, start ascending again. But if they keep doing it this way, they're not going to get anywhere other than first round of playoffs, loss again.
Mike, thank you, bud.
See you guys.
Be good. Let's talk college ball. Our guy Denton Day joins us to do that on the Beltway Blitz. Denton, I want to start with the Heisman Trophy chase. Fernando Mendoza has that incredible finish with an amazing touchdown pass to beat Penn State. He is the favorite right now on FanDuel at plus 130 to win the Heisman, but nipping at his heels, very quietly behind him, the quarterback of the best team in the country, Julian Sayin of the Ohio State Buckeyes. Who's going to win the Heisman?
It should be Fernando Mendoza, solely on the fact that Ohio State is not playing a lot of real good competition. Julian Sayin is putting up really good numbers, and it's not their fault that Penn State completely, collapsed earlier this season. That was supposed to be a really great game, but if you look at the teams that he's playing, where's his Heisman moment? They're blowing teams out, and they're not good teams. So Fernando Mendoza, that drive last week was awesome. I think that is the cherry on top of what we've seen. He beat Oregon, at Oregon, beat Illinois, completely curb stomped them. I think right now he is the favorite. He should be the favorite, and I think Julian Sayin, while he's had a great year, I don't know that he has the resume right now to say he should be the Heisman Trophy winner.
Denton, give me a team that's outside looking in of the playoff picture that you think makes the playoff picture.
Maybe this is a cop-out, but I do think Miami still has an opportunity as an at-large. Pitt and Notre Dame this weekend is a big one, and if Notre Dame loses a third game, then Miami
right?
should already be over Notre Dame, but if they lose a third game, they should definitely jump them to get an at-large bid. I know a lot of people think that can't happen, but I think an avenue is still there.
What do you make of Oregon and how legitimate a national championship contender they are? I think they're sitting at number 8 right now.
They are not. Their offense is not good enough. They can't throw the ball. If you look at what happened this weekend against Iowa in a vacuum, cold weather game, rainy, at Iowa, fine. but they put down together 2 back-to-back games where the passing offense has not nearly been good enough. Once against Wisconsin and then this weekend against Iowa. I think they have a lot of talent, but they need to throw the ball if they want to contend with teams like Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, and Alabama. And I don't think their passing game is good enough. It's not healthy enough right now. So I don't think they're a national championship contender.
All right, Dan, let's do a little exercise, okay? We're talking neutral site situation. I'm going to give you some opponents for Indiana, and you tell me who you think would win that game on a neutral site. All right, here we go. Indiana and Texas A&M.
I think Texas A&M would win by 2.
Alabama.
I think Bama will win by 4.
Georgia.
Indiana.
And is that is that where the line is for you then? Around, so really that means Indiana's probably the 4th or 5th best team in the country?
Yeah, I would say so. I thought if you asked me this 2 weeks ago, I would say Indiana's right there with Ohio State. But then to see how Indiana played Penn State after Ohio State played Penn State, and to be fair, Penn State had the best fourth quarter of its season against Indiana. But there's a level that Ohio State has that nobody else does. They're just too good. They're too talented, and still nobody can score against them. So I think Indiana is at best probably the 4th best team, but you can get really into it with them in Georgia.
Just rapid fire some of the projected first-round games right now. Who would you have winning? 8-9, Oregon, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame by a field goal.
Okay, and then they'd get Ohio State. What about Georgia and South Florida?
Georgia by a lot.
Yeah, that would be not even that competitive. Ole Miss, Texas.
Ole Miss,
and then
by a touchdown.
Texas Tech, Miami.
Tech. I think Tech would. I would think Tech would beat Miami.
And then lastly, so Wes, who's a huge Ohio State fan and loves to mark out about the Buckeyes, is in studio today. Just make the case why Ohio State is extremely overrated, so that he has to listen to it.
They have no idea what happens when they get punched in the face. They haven't been punched in the face yet, and eventually someone's going to get them. And we've seen this time in and time out over the course of the years. There's a team that just completely has a cakewalk of a schedule, and then they finally get punched in the face, and they don't know how to respond. It happened to Indiana last year. There's a reason to believe that could be Ohio State. Now, I wouldn't put my hard-earned American currency on that, but if you're looking for a reason, it would be that they don't know how to respond when they're playing from behind.
And if you were Wes, what deficiencies about Ohio State would you be really worried about? Like what area?
Like imagine panicking. Yeah.
Yeah, they can't run the ball very well. Now, you don't have to when you have Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, but they have shown no ability to be dominating in the run game.
He's so mad. Look over there.
I don't look at him. I can't face him.
A little bit salty. Wes, how you feeling? Is everything okay over there?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. The run game is a lot different than when you had Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, but Bo Jackson, a true freshman, he's doing pretty well. The O-line needs to get some work in, but I don't think getting punched in the face as of right now, I have no reason why they wouldn't respond to that.
You just don't know until
although you've never seen it. I mean, you don't know what it looks like.
I think Caleb Downs and Arvell Reese is going to be, they're going to be all right.
You cut this guy open, a Buckeye falls out. He probably does feel that way. Denton, thank you as always, brother. We appreciate you.
Yep, fellas, be good.
Thank you, dude.
I know 2 things about Wes. 1, he loves Ohio State. 2, he loves the Buckeyes. That's what I know about Wes. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, Robert Mays said something on the show yesterday. Our guest from The Athletic was really, really sharp, went around the league with him, about not wanting to tweak Washington's offense because you might lose some of the Jaden Daniels running ability. Is that really a reason why they shouldn't make some changes? Let's get into that next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Ruya here from my friends and my realtors, Sarah, Debbie, Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. Selling your home shouldn't feel like a constant waiting game or guessing match. Let them, Sarah and Debbie Reynolds, take the stress and uncertainty out of the process and bring you real results. If your home doesn't sell, every week on the market's costing you time, resources, and money. The Reynolds and Power Home Team steps in with aggressive marketing, real buyer connections, and a history of turning homes that sat on the market into happy closings. In fact, I've seen this in my own neighborhood. There's a house not too far from me that has been on and off the market a handful of different times over the year. They're trying to put up all sorts of signs, everything short of the wacky inflatable tube man to try to get people inside. It can't move. They need to hire Reynolds and Power Home Team. They're so confident And there are services that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree on. That's their guarantee. Give them a call, just like we did. They sold our place a couple years ago. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
The next step towards getting things moving for that new Commanders Stadium came together finally today. The Commanders have appointed HKS, the global architectural and design firm, as the lead architect for that almost $4 billion roof stadium they're going to build where RFK is. You might have heard about it. Get ready for the jokes, though, because the firm just so happens to be located in Dallas. It's a big-time resume, though. Not only building Jerry's World, but SoFi in L.A., U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis as well. So some really good stadiums there. And Capitals visit the Panthers. Puck drops at 7 here on the Fan. Caps 4-3-1 on the road this year. Patriots, Jets tonight on Thursday Night Football. Pat's almost a 2-touchdown favorite in this one. You're not going to see Garrett Wilson out there for the Jets. Justin Fields still the starter quarterback, though, for the 2-7 Jets. No Ramondre Stevenson also for the Pats either, while former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown walked out of a Miami jail on Thursday, released on bail. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
We'll take you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny. Welcome back. You're locked into The Fan. So yesterday we had Robert Mays on the show from The Athletic. And I was asking him about the offenses around the NFL that have the most success. And most of them operate from under center. And a lot of them operate from 12 and 13 personnel in the passing game, meaning 2 and 3 tight ends. And they get you to go into heavy formations. And then they often go with play action shots for their vertical passing game. And I think it's kind of like almost straight down the line. You can look at the really good passing explosive offenses in the league, Danny, and they are operating from under center at a really, really high rate. And the bad ones right now that are struggling don't. Seattle, 70% of the time is under center. The Rams, 69% of the time is under center. The Lions, over half of the time. The Bills, over half of the time, which is actually shocking to me. That Josh Allen.
Like when I close my eyes and picture them, it's him looking at everything, raising the one leg, doing a clap.
I can't even think of times where he's under center, but it's over half the time. The Patriots, with a second-year quarterback who was in the gun probably most of his time in college, and Drake May, are under center 47% of the time. Then you look at the teams in the bottom 5 in that area: the Saints, the Bengals, the Chiefs, the Commanders, and the Falcons. So as of right now, this moment, of the top 5 teams under center, all 5 of them are headed to the playoffs. Of the bottom 5 teams under center, none of them actually, because the Chiefs are currently on the outside looking in. We all think they're going to make it, though. Only one of them is a playoff team, basically. And then the Commanders and the Falcons, who are dead last in this stat. The Falcons have a broken offense that everyone's trying to figure out what's wrong, and the Commanders have some of the same issues. So I want to mix in more of the Shanahan stuff to help out the quarterback, to make the throws easier. Do what the Bears are doing and what Ben Johnson's doing for Caleb Williams, where you get easy middle-of-the-field throws for him because linebackers are getting sucked up. Washington's asking Daniels and Mariota to do what I think is the hardest thing to do in the league, which is to win in the straight drop-back game without the benefit of play action and some of the stuff from under center. It also helps with the timing of the run game and some other things. But when I brought this up with a guy who I really, really think is as sharp as anybody covering the sport, Robert Mays, he had a different take. He doesn't think Washington should lean into this stuff because he actually thinks it would take them out of what they do best and it would maybe pull them away from the Jaden Daniels run games. This is what he had to say yesterday.
I think with the way that they're built specifically, I mean, especially when Jaden is playing, you lose a lot of the quarterback run game when you're going to go under center, as far as like being able to flip the math that way. You know, the best comparison that I would make is that it took a long, long time, and it took like multiple seasons of really struggling for stretches offensively before the Eagles have decided to do this, right? I mean, the Eagles are doing it because they didn't have anywhere else to turn. And I think, you know, with Baltimore is another good example of this, where for years they weren't really an under center team. Now they're starting to do a little bit more of it. I get that to an extent, but I think that especially the numbers when Jaden is in there, you're losing part of what makes him great if you're going to more under center stuff. And so maybe over time they do some of that, but I think their personnel is different enough that I don't think that's something that gives me like a ton of concern, even if it's not in line with a lot of the other good offenses in the league.
So I love him, and I love his analysis. He's smarter than I am. I disagree with them on this, but I want to get your thoughts before I go any further.
Yeah, the Baltimore counter, so to speak, is to me the best counter argument. And hear me out. The years where Lamar Jackson is healthy, and I'm going, this is going to be a big part of the discussion for me. When he's healthy, they are top 3 in yards per play, top 3 in points, top 3 in yards. You look at 2024, last year, they were head and shoulders better than everybody else in yards. You go back to 2019 where he was healthy. They were second. They had a 6th year where they were 4th in total points, etc. Then there are years sprinkled in where he's missed multiple games, like this year, where they are not in the top 3 or 4 in yards per play, and the offense suffers tremendously. Injured a bunch in 2022, they were in the teens. Injured a bunch this year, they're in the teens. So that, to me, is kind of the, when it's right, man, is it lethal, right? Where you've got a running back who might keep it, the quarterback who might keep it, and then when he keeps it, he might throw it. And you've got all sorts of lethal options off that, and you could beat a lot of people a lot of ways. In a lot of 12-5, 13-4, 14-2 type seasons, when it's going well for an offense where you've got someone that's that dynamic. When it's not, ... you get this. And that's kind of the point to me. So I don't love hearing that the point is to emphasize the running of Jayden Daniels. I don't care about the design runs of Jayden Daniels. Do it once every so often to show it, or you need a 3rd and 1, or you get a touchdown on an old Cousins quarterback draw out of empty. I'm fine with that. But generally, to me, the running is valuable to escape danger. The running is valuable where plays were dead for everybody else in this league, save a couple of guys, and you can make something out of nothing. That, to me, is the secret sauce. I think there's 30 quarterbacks on any given week that when it's 72 and sunny can drop back, pat the football, hit their first read in the mid-60 percentage points. And that's really a throw or two per game. That's different between the 68 percentage guys and the 64 percentage guys. It's very, very little. To me, the differences are those superhuman 3rd and 8 plays when everyone knows you're passing, or you've got to have some kind of miracle out of your tuchus. That's what Daniels is special at. That's what Mahomes is special at. Allen, Lamar Jackson, and the rest. I don't care about design runs anywhere near as much. Not only that, but also not to make that the reason I can't run other stuff. The reason that's the focal point of my offense, that to me is a paradigm I'll disagree with from a really smart guy.
Yeah, so I have several thoughts on this. The first is, I'm not saying you've got to be under center 75% of the time and lead the NFL, or Seattle's 70%, or the Rams 69%, or the Lions 52% even. But you got to be under center more than 7 out of every 100 plays. That's number one. I want more under center, even if you're not majoring in it. And I don't think that would really show up in any statistical way as taking away your quarterback run game. So that's the first point. The second point is, when he says you'll lose some of the run game, the only way I would buy that is to say that you would lose some design quarterback
That's
runs,
what I mean, yeah.
which is what you were just getting at, which, to your point, have not been as effective this year anyway. I don't have a problem with design quarterback runs. Like, I would prefer Daniels run on designs more than scrambles, because I think his scramble rate is way too high, and too many possible passes that could be big explosives get killed when you leave the pocket and run, occasionally from clean pockets, but even from non-clean, muddy pockets. Instead of resetting and throwing, you're just taking off to run. And that was kind of the muscle memory of the season that developed. But I think, I'll bet you your scramble rate may go down doing it this way. His scramble rate, which is twice league average, by the way.
You mean it would go down under center?
I think so.
I agree with you.
Here's why.
I agree with you.
Because I think you'd get him easier throws. I think you would get him quicker, more decisive pop passes in the middle of the field, ball out of his hand stuff, where you drop back from under center in traditional play action, and you do that quick, extent, like the Peyton Manning, almost like it's a stretch run. Now I stand tall and I got the little pop pass to the tight end, or the dig in the middle of the field. The middle of the field throws, which we talked about a lot with Jayden coming out, he's made enough of those over the last couple of years to suggest that he can do it, but it is not a part of this offense really at all. Watch like the Bears for what I'm talking about. A year ago, with how they operated with Caleb Williams versus right now, these are easy, wide open, Jared Goff Detroit offense kind of throws where you got everybody moving, you got people coming up because you're going play action out of the run game, and now you're throwing it behind them. Think of the old Kyle Shanahan drift package in 50 series, where they used to do this all of the time in the Shanahan offense. So I actually think his scramble rate, which is up around 24%, league average is like 12.5%, would come down doing this. So I'm not even convinced that you would take away from the quarterback run stuff. Maybe you lose a design run here or there if you do it a lot.
You lose that zone read capability out of the shotgun.
He talks about part of what makes him great. Part of what makes him great. And I have made this case all season. I'll continue to make this case. Jaden Daniels isn't the number 2 overall pick probably, if not for the running ability. People hear that and they take great offense as if I'm saying anything's wrong with the passing ability, which is not what I'm saying. I think the beauty of Jaden Daniels and the reason he could be special and awesome and win an MVP and hopefully get you a Super Bowl ring at some point is because he can also win from the pocket, which would be my rebuttal to Mays on this. Jaden Daniels should be able to do everything that Caleb Williams is doing with Ben Johnson right now. He's a way more accurate passer than Caleb Williams is. It's not particularly close. Caleb's got a little bit more arm strength because he's got an elite arm. Like Jaden Daniels' arm strength is plenty good. It's well above average. This is not an issue. This is like a 65 on a 20/80 scouting scale. So I come back to this question then. Is Mays suggesting that Daniels wouldn't be able to do this stuff at a high rate? And that the way to get the most out of Jaden Daniels is out of the gun and out of pistol and out of, people hear this as a pejorative, it's not, like this college-style offense that they run essentially. And that you can't have him do the traditional Shanahan, Ben Johnson-esque stuff? Because if that's what he's saying, okay. I don't believe that for 1 second, though. If the answer is, here's what I'm going to ask you. I guess I'll make this succinct.
Yep.
Can Daniels do that stuff? If your answer is yes, and mine is, then you should be asking him to do that stuff. Because it is what works in the league at the highest rate right now, and it is the best way to give your quarterback easy answers and really open second-level throws to hit on some explosives.
Play action pass. Right now, it's the cheat code in the league because of what's happening with running games, and it's always been effective. It's now extra so. So the thing that you lose, just again, devil's advocate, because I agree, we're in lockstep. Speaking about easy throws, what's supposed to be easy, it hasn't been because now they cannot wait to call the ineligible man downfield. But what's supposed to be easy is the RPO. That's supposed to be your cheat code. That's the new version of the drift play, where if you all you're doing is counting. If you're the quarterback, you go, okay, there's 1, 2 there. I'm going to throw it. Oh, there's 1, 2, 3 there. I'll hand it off. And it's supposed to be the easiest thing. Lineman run block, and you go about your business. Well, now if your helmet goes more than 1.1 yards down the field, they throw the flag. It's all of a sudden getting beaten out of people's offenses. So that's supposed to be their version of the easy play, right? Now, a big part of that hurts is you don't have a guy that can win all the time. And some of those quick routes, a slant or something fast up there. Guys getting off the line of scrimmage pretty quickly. That's an issue when it comes to the receiver game. But that's what's supposed to be the easy layup stuff in this permanent shotgun type offense. It's not working right now, but that's the design.
The best offenses in the league and the best passing games in the league do this and have done it for a long time. And I just think they're making life harder on their QBs, including Mariota, by the way. But Daniels specifically is the guy we care about here by doing it the other way, by doing it Cliff's way. Not to mention, just from a personnel standpoint right now with their injuries at receiver, there's no reason why you aren't using more tight ends. All 3 of your tight ends are healthy.
Your tight end room is fine. It's the only place that is.
You got Ertz. You got a $7 million guy you just paid in Bates. You got a second-round pick in Sinnott. And yet you don't really run much 13 personnel, which theoretically could help you be more effective in the run game, but is where some of the explosives could come from in the passing game as well. And if you get up under center with those extra tight ends and you get bootlegs and get people moving, I think it would unlock a lot of things for them. Do you guys want to see more of that, yes or no? And do you think it could work for Daniels? Because if the answer is yes, then I don't get why they're not trying it and why they wouldn't do more of it. It has never really been a Cliff thing, but being an OC isn't about running your thing and finding a way that your thing's going to work. It's about adapting, and he watches every play in the offseason. Ben Standing did a piece on this. From every NFL team and the top 25 college teams in America. He watches every single play to get ideas. He knows what works.
Here's a pretty good one.
800-636-1067 is the number. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? G&D for our pals at Window Nation. You want your home to be comfortable year-round, right? Right? Your family protected, an investment you can feel great about for years? Take advantage of Window Nation's end-of-year sale through November. 50% off all windows. You could get 0% interest financing for 5 years. Replace your old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation.
What a deal from Window Nation. Half off all windows. You could get 0% interest financing for 5 years to replace those old builder-grade windows. Do what I've done and do what Danny's done. Do what a lot of people have done it. 96% customer satisfaction rating, 45,000 five-star reviews. Window Nation's installed over 3 million windows. You're going to call 866-90-NATION like I did, 866-90-NATION like Danny did. Hurry, this sale is ending soon. Go to windownation.com. Commanders Dolphins on Sunday. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, getting ready for the Madrid game, a morning kick at 9:30. We'll see if there's any tweaks to the offense. Robert Mays of The Athletic, who's a very sharp X's and O's guy, was on with us, and I brought up the point that the really good offenses in the league, and almost to a man, that the best teams that are going to the playoffs are all under center a bunch, and Washington just isn't. And I get that they have a different collection of personnel, but the Eagles, as an example, this is my best example, and he actually references it, but Jalen Hurts is never under center, ever, ever, ever. And their offense was broken beyond repair. And then the last two games before this past week, they went under center over 40% of the time in back-to-back games. Something they had never done once, and they did it 2 straight weeks. And weirdly, their passing game was fixed. Now, they weren't under center as much, again, this past week. It didn't go as well. I don't think it's a binary thing where all you got to do is get under center and it's good. But I also don't think it's not nothing. This is when they were under center and they got some easy throws for Hurts and play action and some deep shots to Devontae Smith, it worked a little better. This was Robert Mays on the show yesterday talking about my idea. He's not as convinced because he thinks you need Jaden Daniels in the gun more often so that he can run around more.
I think with the way that they're built specifically, especially when Jaden is playing, you lose a lot of the quarterback run game when you're going to go under center, as far as like being able to flip the math that way. The best comparison that I would make is that it took a long, long time, and it took like multiple seasons of really struggling for stretches offensively before the Eagles have decided to do this, right? The Eagles are doing it because they didn't have anywhere else to turn. And I think, with Baltimore is another good example of this, where for years they weren't really an under center team. Now they're starting to a little bit more of it. I get that to an extent, but I think that especially the numbers when Jaden is in there, you're losing part of what makes him great if you're going to more under center stuff. And so maybe over time they do some of that, but I think their personnel is different enough that I don't think that's something that gives me like a ton of concern, even if it's not in line with a lot of the other good offenses in the league.
And my rebuttal to that would be that I don't want him to not run. Superman isn't flying, then he's not Superman anymore. But I want to prioritize making his life as a passer easier over the run game with the quarterback. And I want to set him up for having more success as a passer, even if it means a little bit less in the run game.
Pretty fair trade-off to make, because that's all this is, by the way. That's what every decision pretty much that you're going to make as an adult, as an offense, as a defense, it's all trade-offs. You blitz more, you give up more stuff down the field, but you might get more sacks. If you back off, you might give up more first downs, but fewer plays over the top. Same thing with the offense. You might have to sacrifice something to get something. And last year, no complaints, man. I was bummed that he hurt himself in a freak way against Carolina, and the rib was broken, and we played through that, but very little complaints. This year, people got right to complain. This isn't gone anywhere near as well, and it looks like people have caught on to a degree. So now let's adjust to the adjustment. And again, make a trade-off.
CJ's in D.C. What's up, CJ? How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing? Great show, man.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, buddy.
I think what you're saying, I think it's a situational thing. I can agree with you there, but I don't think that the way the roster is constructed, that I'm comfortable with Jake Daniels turning his back to the line at all. First and foremost, when you go on play action works when you have a pretty good dynamic run game, which we don't. In those instances, it helps the pass game because you have guys on the perimeter that can beat one-on-one, which we don't. These things will complicate it by going more 3 tight end. I can agree in certain situations, yeah, we can do that. But we're not set up because we don't do anything well. So in the situation that we're in, we can always say that we should do this and we should do that. The bottom line is we don't do anything well for the defense to respect us offensively.
I hear you on that, and it's a good phone call. My rebuttal is, and it one of the great moments for all the analytics nerds in the history of the sport, I'm not even being hyperbolic, was when Chris Collinsworth, in his chuckling way on Sunday Night Football, acknowledged the thing that all the nerds have been screaming for years. There is no correlation between the quality of a team's run game and the effectiveness and success of play action. There isn't. The conventional wisdom is what you just said, that you got to be ripping off 7 yards of carry for people to respect it. It's not. The play action pass, whether it's a rhythm thing, whether it's a flat-footed thing for defenders, whether it's them buying the whole deal and sprinting up and having to go, oh, crap, I'm in the wrong spot, whatever it is, it's the cheat code right now for effective passing in the NFL. Again, on 3rd and 19, I'm with you. Nobody's buying that run fake. Everyone's going to stay at home and let you hand it off and laugh at you. But on 2nd and 6, that's when you got the sweet spot. On 1st and 10, that's when you got the sweet spot.
If you look at play action rate in the NFL right now, the Rams at 20%, the Bears, who weren't running it that well, 19%. The Colts, the Cardinals, the Chargers, all in that 17 to 20% range, are at the top of the league. Air yards per attempt, shotgun rate, different, ways to view this. But the highest shotgun rate in the NFL is the Commanders at 95.2%. They also, by the way, huddle go no huddle, I should say, almost 70% of the time. The number 2 team in the NFL, no huddle rate, the highest is the Saints at 22%. The Commanders are just shy of 70% no huddle rate. I think that makes life harder on the defense, but I also think that there's something to be said for getting in and out of the huddle occasionally and just, again, tweaking things, changing up personnel. I'm all about tempo. I'm all when it's working, but this isn't. I disagreed with his last point, too, in addition to the fact that nobody respects the run game or whatever. They're the number 6 rushing team in the league, by the way. I know they haven't run it that well the last few weeks, but that's the microcosm. The 10,000-foot view is, out of 32 teams this year, they're the number 6 rushing offense in the NFL. So the idea that no one would respect their run game, I disagree with. But the other thing is he said something about, like, you need receivers and like they can't win or whatever. That's precisely why I'm doing this, by the way. What Cliff is doing is saying, they're going to get open. I'm doing the straight drop back. They're just out there in 11 personnel. We got 3 or 4 receivers at a time, and we're just running routes, and we'll beat man. No, you won't. I've been watching it. It's not happening. That's why I'm doing what the Seahawks are doing. That's why I'm doing what these other teams are doing that line up with heavy personnel groups and getting the whole defense flowing and going play action and booting and getting easier throws and scheming guys open, which has not happened here. Sean in Falls Church, what's going on?
Hey, guys, I appreciate you taking my call.
Yeah, man.
You guys have been talking about how Cliff probably, there's a good chance he just won't get those calls for head positions. The reason being is because your Andy Reids and Sean McVays are willing to adapt from what they know. And I think Cliff is just so stuck in what he knows. He's trying to go and, square peg, round hole kind of situation, not use the tight ends, not use what he has on offense. And it's frustrating, but I think that's the reason he's not getting calls.
Appreciate you, buddy. I don't know if that's what. Well, first of all, he got a lot of calls last year. I mean, he could have had a job if he wanted it. But if your point is when Mays says he's not going to get calls this year, one of the reasons why is because he's just beating his head against the wall trying to do his thing rather than be adaptive. That's certainly not a strength. And it does seem like it's what he's done in his career.
Yeah, hence the Cliff.
The Cliff thing, the not motioning, the not moving guys around. I would have thought that if you went through a stretch like this, or you had so many injuries, you would have an about face where you go, okay, well, let's get in the lab. Let's just figure something out. They have not really done that. They just say, instead of McLaurin and Noah Brown, well, now it's Robbie Chosen and Treylon Burks, but let's run the exact same stuff. It's kind of what they've been doing. And the result is the result. You've seen it.
Yeah. I think that's a great way to put it, right? Where it's like, we're just going to operate as if we have McLaurin, Deebo Samuel healthy, Noah Brown, and a regular complement, except it's Robbie Anderson, the artist formerly known as, Treylon Burks, and another practice squad, Peter. And you could see the results.
Let me ask this question this way. When Mays says, I wouldn't do that. Let Jaden Daniels be great. Let him be Jaden Daniels. I'd like to follow up, or when we get him back on, maybe I'll ask him, do you think Jaden Daniels can operate this way? Can he go under center? Can he turn his back to the defense? Can he do the traditional play action stuff that now the Bears are asking Caleb Williams to do? Which I think he can. But if you do, I don't see how anyone would say that he'd be worse off. If you think he can do it, then let him do it, because it's going to make his life so much easier. But that's the question I want to pose to people. Do you think he needs to do what basically he did at LSU, kind of live in the gun as a dual threat, running the offense this way to keep the run game part of it? Or could he be a more traditional passer in a more traditional NFL offense? I'm not saying Jared Goff, but like that looking offense. Handing it off, getting under center, play action, booting occasionally, that type of stuff. 800-636-1067. Plus, let's do this next, Danny. Chick-fil-A is going to change the world. They're trying to change the world in front of our eyes, and we're excited about it. We'll explain next.
Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Caps are 4-3-1 on the road this year. They just had a 4-1 win over the Hurricanes, and they're the number one team in the NHL in goals against per game, just 2.38 per game. They got the Panthers tonight. That puck drops at 7 right here on the Fan. No Garrett Wilson tonight for the Jets against the Patriots. Thursday Night Football is going to be without the top receiver for the Jets, and it won't just be this week, probably multiple weeks. Injured his knee on Sunday. Patriots are 8-2. They have more wins this year than the last 2 years combined. The NFL also filed a grievance against the Players Association, asking the union to stop its annual report cards, saying that it violates the CBA. Lamar Jackson also back at practice for the Ravens after sitting out yesterday. At Prince George's Community College, their continuing education programs help you build skills, discover passions, and open doors to new opportunities. Affordable, flexible, designed for you. Explore your freedom to learn. Enroll today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
The show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. Tomorrow, we are at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly. We're going to be out at Pupatella from 2 to 6:30, right off of Route 50. So come on out to Chantilly. Pupatella Pizza. Hang out with us for a Friday field trip.
We love those guys. They have been so generous to us, and they're DC sports fans. Just excellent establishment. Neapolitan pizza, but all kinds of delicious appies, desserts, gelatos, the whole 9 yards. It's a great, great spot. We had our flag football team party at the Pupatella in Fairfax, and, just everything was first class. The whole thing was perfect. I just could not love those guys more.
Yeah, hard to do it as well as they do, and I'm excited to get back out there. It's going to be fun. They do food very, very well. They do fellowship even better. So tomorrow, 2 to 6:30, field trip Friday. Come on out. Get ready for football and the Commanders and the Dolphins from Madrid with us at Pupatella in Chantilly. So, Danny, I wanted to bring this up, though, speaking of food, because Darius, I believe, put this in the chat a couple days ago. And I've been thinking about it a lot since then, I got to say. So this is going to be a quick little respite from the normal show.
Okay.
For just a couple of gentlemen who enjoy cuisine to talk about food. Have you guys seen what Chick-fil-A is about to do?
Listen.
To change the game a little bit?
You're going, oh, what's going to happen? What are they doing? I don't know if you're ready if you haven't seen it.
Chick-fil-A. That Chick-fil-A.
Which one?
My Pleasure, Chick-fil-A.
Mm-hmm.
Chick-fil-A will be testing the chicken and waffle sandwich starting on December 1st. Now, there's a catch. There's always a catch.
Mm-hmm.
There's a catch. I'm going to get to the catch in a second. We'll have a catch, Dad.
This will be San Francisco 49er Brent Jones end zone against the Cowboys.
The catch.
The catch.
Yes. But I want to tell you more about the sandwich first. The breakfast sandwich.
Come on.
And then the lunch entree sandwich. Both of them look similar, the only difference being that the breakfast sandwich is a little bit smaller. I want you to think about Chick-fil-A's normal chicken on the chicken sandwich.
I'm thinking about it.
Okay? They've got bacon on it, and then instead of the bun that you're used to for your chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A,
which is pretty good if I can say
the bun is made up of waffles. So you're holding waffles on either side of the chicken and the bacon, and now you've got chicken and waffles. That's the breakfast sandwich. The entree sandwich is the same thing but larger.
Okay.
It's chicken, it's a lock. It's a lock. Now, Clary, it's been a year and a half, maybe 2 years since you were.
We forget he was puffy at one point.
He was really puffy at one point. Have you ever done that move where you had to pour out the cup in the drive-through line to make room for the new cup that's coming into the car?
Yes, of course. I have done that a lot. They even had trash cans at my local McDonald's growing up in Annandale, and I would throw out the fast food cups that I had in there from probably the day before in that trash can. I'd get out of the car just to save myself from the embarrassment.
Would it be a fatter thing to do for us to drive to Baltimore to try this? Like, would that be my new fatter thing?
So let me respond to that.
Also, what's the fattest thing you've ever done? Now I'm curious.
Well, as
800-636-1067.
As a show bit, it's a show bit. If you just went fat, you see what I'm saying? If you go, it's just too important to me. I can't wait around for Ryan and Darius and Toby and Danny, and I'm not waiting for schedules to be aligned.
So, like, we've talked about it.
Yeah.
We're possibly going to go next week, and then I just on my own, like tomorrow night, everyone goes to sleep. It's 8:56. The wife went to bed early, and I'm sitting around twiddling my thumbs on a Friday night, and I go, there's a Chick-fil-A in the Baltimore market that's 48 minutes away. And I just drive up
and
there.
You just go. So December 1st, whatever day of the week that is, crack of dawn before everyone gets up, you just head out the door. You go ahead and go get the breakfast one, and then you hang around and loiter until lunchtime. You get a lunch one, and then come to work. That would be super fat.
I think you're onto something.
Yeah. But we can do it a show bit. A show bit's a show bit.
So, but then it's still fat. You're just saying it's excused.
Yeah, it's way more forgivable.
Because it's like saying, am I a bad dad on Sundays when I sit there and watch football all day long? I'm still a bad dad, but it's for the show.
Yeah. Like if we're being entertaining, or trying to be, and we end up getting in trouble at the homestead later because of something that kind of slipped out in the name of doing bits on the air, it's part of the gig. Sorry. That's what this is to me. That's part of the gig. If it comes up that we got to go eat chicken and waffle sandwiches from Chick-fil-A as part of the show, it's part of the show.
Is there a chance, though, that San Antonio and Baltimore drop the ball and we never experience this?
Here's what would happen realistically. It'll be about the logistics of making of the waffles. Can they pull it off? Because McDonald's for so many years wouldn't do breakfast all day because their point was logistically it's way too complicated to have multiple menus and two things going. And I'm like, come on, figure it out. You've got so much money. Figure it out, please.
It wasn't
I need it.
cost efficient.
Yeah, it wasn't cost efficient.
They started doing it again. They brought it back, and I made good use of that breakfast menu all day long, and then they got away with it again.
And that's what they argued for so many years that they just couldn't do it. This is about that, I think, is where they're going to test it out at various stores to be like, okay, someone ordered it, fire that waffle. So put the waffle maker on. Can we make it in 30 seconds so that now we get the chicken and the pickle and the bacon and the whatever? Can we do it efficiently? That's more the test than if it's delicious. Because I got news. It's delicious.
Right.
I haven't had it. And I would bet this arm, and these legs that it's delicious.
It's got to be. How could it not be? What a slam dunk of an idea.
Yeah.
I'm always fascinated by the meeting where this had to have come up a million times before. There's no way no one had ever suggested or said, what about waffles as a bun and do a chicken and waffle?
Yeah, like Steve's the chicken and waffle guy. Finally, someone listened to him.
They go to him in the meeting and they're like, all right, Steve, any ideas? And they're all like nudging each other like, he's going to say it again. And then he goes, I think it's time to try chicken and waffles all day long on the menu. And they're like, you got it. And then how do they decide San Antonio and Baltimore? You got Chick-fil-A's in every market in America.
That's what I don't know.
They're not just East and Mid-Atlantic and Central, right? I mean, by now you could get Chick-fil-A in California. This is not like a Jack in the Box bit,
No,
right?
I think they're everywhere.
So they're all over the country, and you choose San Antonio and Baltimore for your chicken and your waffle, and the rest of us get nothing? We get bupkis? To quote Danny Rouillet, you love saying bupkis.
I do. I say bupkis a lot.
Is it bupkis or buttkiss?
Bup with a P.
It seems like it should be buttkiss. We get buttkiss.
Buttkiss is a different thing. That's more of either a linebacker or kind of a kiss ass.
Dick Butkus. Let's go to Steven in Virginia on Grant and Danny. What's up, Steven? How are you? Steven, are you there? What's up, man?
Dallas. A couple of days ago, I looked at that article online. I'm like, ain't no way Chick-fil-A is doing this, and they bringing it to Baltimore. I work in Annapolis, so it's a quick trip to Baltimore for me. Hopefully, they might have it in Annapolis because that's considered the Baltimore area. But I am definitely copping a feel on this sandwich as soon as it comes out.
Well, when you do, I know a couple of guys who need a full report.
We need reviews.
So go ahead and give us a call. So that's the other big question that need answering here. Darius, I have two questions I need you to do some research on at your earliest convenience. One, what day do these sandwiches drop?
December 1st through January 24th. I'm already on that.
Done.
I got that one.
Second, when they say Baltimore, what do they mean? Is that just in city? Inner city Baltimore?
So the only tweet I've found so far from an actual Baltimore area Chick-fil-A is the Chick-fil-A in Westminster, Maryland, which is outside of the city of Baltimore. But yeah, that particular Chick-fil-A has tweeted that they are having it starting December 1st.
But there's no way it's only that one, right?
That's a good question. I can do some more research.
I got someone here on Twitter who says there's a Chick-fil-A on West Nursery off 295 near BWI. If you don't want to go deep into Baltimore proper, hashtag Fatman Secrets, which thank you for that tweet, by the way.
That's a great tweet.
But, like, is that Chick-fil-A?
So-
Like, I
so I'm
got a flight
saying-
out of BWI during that window. I'm going to be picking people up from the airport. It's the easiest thing in the world. If I could just go to that Chick-fil-A and get this thing, done. Is it going to be there?
So I'm saying a couple other locations. So I got Westminster. I'm saying Wall Chapel and Linthicum are a couple of the other
Tim
locations.
Lincecum's gonna have 'em?
Maryland. Yes. Those are a couple other locations that are saying that they will have this on December 1st.
Springfield, Virginia. You didn't say that.
I did not say that.
Fredericksburg.
No.
You didn't say Fairfax.
Not on the list, unfortunately.
Baltimore gets this?
Balmer.
They've got one over on us.
Yes, they have.
After all these years, Baltimore did
Yeah,
it.
we've been waiting for our number to come in for so many years, and now we finally got it.
Let's go to Scott in Leesburg on Grant and Danny. What's up, Scott? How are you?
I'm well, guys. How are you?
Hey, dude.
So I'm a fantasy football guy. Do it with my boys in Philly. Before we used to do it online, we'd do it in person. So I always go up to Philly, get my cheesesteak fix. So there was one year in particular, I went for the trifecta. Right before the draft, immediately following the draft,
Oh, man.
and then 2 hours later, a third cheesesteak, all three times with crisp cuts and cheese. It was the most piggish thing I've ever done.
Did you polish them all off?
Oh yeah,
100%.
Oh, wow. That is a fat day. Way to go, bud.
That's a brick in your stomach.
Let's go to John in Ashton. John, what's the fattest thing you've ever done?
I have so many fat things. I'm just going to tell you the one that I told the screener when I called in. I would go to Five Guys to pick up food for my family with the fries, and by the time you get home, the grease is all the way through the. It's so good.
Yes, it is.
But what my family
So
did
good.
not know was that I would always pick up some what I call kickers, hot dog kickers. A couple of dogs with mustard, onions, and chili sometimes, and I would crush those animals on the way home. So that when I got home, and nobody knew.
No one knew.
And
Yes.
quite often, I would do what you just did, and that's stop by a trash can to get rid of the frickin' evidence and get
Yes.
rid of the receipt, just in case my wife said, "Whoa! How much did you spend there?"
Oh, that's
Anyway,
another thing.
so,
John, you just reminded me. Thank you.
I was going to bring it up.
In the fattest thing that you've ever done category, I have absolutely hidden McDonald's bags in my neighbor's trash cans. 100% I've done that.
How many times have you done it?
Many
Be honest.
times.
Be honest.
I mean, it used to be Hans all the time.
Poor
Because one
Hans.
time he was like, what are you doing, GP? And I'm like, I don't want my wife seeing this. She used to tap her foot at me. She'd open the door, make sure there was no McDonald's bag in there. So I just started hiding my trash in Hans's trash can. That way, if she's lifting up the lid, she's no smarter for the activity. So that was definitely a thing I did.
Poor Hans
But
Gruber.
As far, there's so many things I could tap into here. Another fat thing I do, I'm 100% the guy that over orders for the ride home. So like when I go to Jersey Mike's, I'll get 2 bags of chips, one to eat on the way home, and then one so that when I get home with my sandwich,
With your Sammy.
I can eat my chips. The other one I'll do is Chipotle. If I get Chipotle, I will get the mini bag of chips to eat on the way home, so that when I get home, I still have the normal chips for my sandwich. 100%. And that's like a week ago. And I'll do that anytime I get Chipotle. The little chips, because otherwise I eat the chips the whole way home.
Yeah.
And I get home and I don't have my side.
I
item.
have your side. Yeah.
So yeah, I've done it with fries too, all the time. Not in a long time on this one, but for sure I've done this. And I bet you Clary did it in the past. I know Dad's done it. But you're like, okay, I'm getting a burger and fries.
Yeah.
If I know
I need my road fries.
I used to just eat in the car, but my wife gets Rick when I don't bring the food home right away for everyone, and I sit there and eat by myself. So we got to eat at the table or whatever. If the kids are getting their Happy Meals or something, so I'll get a small fry or a medium fry to just pummel on the way home. Toss that in the trash can. Walk in, pull out my large fry with my burger.
You pull out the small fry and throw it in Hans's trash can.
Yeah, absolutely. Right in Hans's can. Nobody knows the difference. Let's go to Todd in Florida listening on the Odyssey app. Todd, pretty fat thing. We're considering driving to Baltimore for a Chick-fil-A sandwich. What do you think?
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Robert.
What you should do is just get a listener to drive a couple of them down to you in the studio there,
Might have to do that. Welcome in one of our Baltimore-based listeners one day with chicken sandwiches in hand. We might have to work on that.
No, got your chicken sandwiches there, hon?
Exactly. Oostros, Natty Boos, and chicken and waffles.
Chicken
at
and
Chick-fil-A.
waffles here, one.
Oh, yeah. So I used to live in the Virgin Islands, and we would go to this place on our lunch break every day, and they had a special. It was like $10. This was a while ago. And this one day, it was a grilled cheeseburger. I'm like, all right, I'll get that, $10, thinking it's a grilled cheese with one burger inside. This thing comes out. It is a grilled cheese sandwich on top, a grilled cheese sandwich on the bottom, 2 burger patties, not McDonald's smash burger patties, like 1.5 inch thick, medium rare, bloody burgers, bacon and cheese. I mean, this thing was 1.5 pounds. Crushed it.
Crushed it.
Attaboy.
Crushed it.
You sure did. December 1st.
Yep.
What day of the week is that?
Let's look that up real quick.
I think we do it day 1.
December 1st is a Monday.
Okay.
December 1st is a Monday.
That one of those locations that I mentioned,
Yeah.
Wall Chapel, it's only about 25 minutes from my house.
Really?
Yeah.
I think we got ourselves a volunteer, boys.
Is this a scoop and score situation?
This might be a scoop and score on Monday,
We call
December
that
1st.
the Chase Young against the San Francisco 49ers. The play that Chase Young made. Let's make a play, Dad. Let's shake that ass a little bit, huh? Shake the tail. What is the thing? Shake the tail.
Shake the tail when you walk. Kids are watching.
Let's go get some Chick-fil-A Sammys for the boys on December 1st. Taking you up to 6:30 an hour from now. Grant and Danny getting you ready for the Commanders and the Dolphins in Madrid over the next couple of days. Want to discuss a Barry's for Luga column that asked which Commanders are real, last year or this year, as we continue on The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. For the FanDuel Sportsbook, you know I'm a FanDuel guy. Love me some FanDuel on Thursday nights because they've got a great offer for you as the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. Thursday, tonight, Thursday Night Football, FanDuel, they're giving away $2 million to share among a bunch of winners in bonus bets, and they do it every single week. To get in on the Thursday action, here's what you're going to do. You're going to place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP, for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 and present in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in 3 weeks. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The next step towards getting things moving for that new Commanders Stadium came together finally today. The Commanders have appointed HKS, the global architectural and design firm, as the lead architect for that almost $4 billion roof stadium they're going to build where RFK is. You might have heard about it. Get ready for the jokes, though, because the firm just so happens to be located in Dallas. Big-time resume, though. Not only building Jerry's World, but SoFi in L.A., U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis as well. So some really good stadiums there. And Capitals visit the Panthers. Puck drops at 7 here on the Fan. Caps 4-3-1 on the road this year. Patriots, Jets tonight on Thursday Night Football. Pat's almost a 2-touchdown favorite in this one. You're not going to see Garrett Wilson out there for the Jets. Justin Fields still the starter quarterback, though, for the 2-7 Jets. No Ramondre Stevenson also for the Pats either, while former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown walked out of a Miami jail on Thursday, released on bail. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Our football discussion is brought to you by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus, The Return of Landman. What a great show. Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, provides this Academy Award-winning Billy Bob Thornton-starred program. He is back, by the way, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore and Andy Garcia, Sam Elliott. Landman, new season, streams November 16th. Only on Paramount Plus. Danny, Barry Svrluga wrote a piece in the Washington Post today that I wanted to get into here on the Commanders. He is over in Madrid. He writes that in Spain, the Commanders are trying to interpret what has gone wrong. And he asked a really, I thought, prescient question a handful of paragraphs into this story. He says, which puts all of the questions on the table. Was last year a fluke, or is this year the blip? And that's the question I want to pose on our listener lines right now. Which season is more authentic to who this team actually is? He lays out the fact that they won 12 games last year, and they could be on their way to 12 losses this year. Polar opposite campaigns. They were a Final Four team last season. It ended up picking, because of it, the very bottom of the first round. And with a loss this weekend, they would be picking 7th in the first round at the worst. I mean, they could even climb higher than that. They could be a bottom 5 to 7 team in the NFL going into next week after being a top 5 team last year.
Yeah.
It is antithetical. It's the antithesis of what we saw. So his question is, was last year the fluke, or is this year the blip? And that's the question I want to pose to people. Yes, they're somewhere in the middle probably. I said that earlier. But if you had to choose which is more authentic to what they are last year or this year, what would you say? 800-636-1067.
It's going to sound simplistic and defeatist to say this year, because what happens a lot is mediocre team bottom falls out. That's normal. That's pretty typical, right? Where you have a team that's probably in that 7 to 8 win bucket, which now we kind of feel like maybe they are. A bunch of things go wrong. It's worst case scenario at every single turn. You don't get a single break. You play good competition, and you have a terrible season. That's football. That happens here and there. That's pretty normal. Going on the charmed ride of all charmed rides with 7-win talent, which is probably what they had last year, a rookie quarterback doing something that no rookie quarterback has ever done, going to the NFC title game in the first year of a new regime, taking over for one of the most buffoonery-riddled, cartoonish enterprises in the history of the sport, Dan Snyder, the Rivera, the Marty Party, and everything that came before it. That's flukier than this. So that's the answer, but it's not because I'm like, yeah, they sucked all along and it's so stupid. This is a more normal football season that happens where a mediocre team has a bunch of things catch up to them. Regression happens. The wildest ride, one of the wildest rides in the history of the sport, one of the flukiest, craziest things to ever happen, that's a little bit more inauthentic, I would say. It doesn't diminish what the accomplishment was. It was amazing. I had fun too. But I think this is probably closer to real than that one was.
The flip side of that, though, is that this year has been the extreme in the other direction. I don't know what the antonym for charmed is, but I'll say unlucky. Yeah. I mean, they can't have more things go wrong than have. Look at the Treylon Burks situation. Yeah. You get this guy off of the waiver wire. You get him on the field within a couple of weeks. In his second game, he actually looks the real deal. 3 catches, 54 yards, boxing people out, using his size at 6'2", 225, and then immediately breaks a finger and needs surgery and isn't available this week. That is the microcosm for their season, where you've had clustery injuries that have destroyed your defensive end room. You can't set an edge. You can't stop the run, which is the one thing you're supposed to be good at defensively, oh, by the way, at this point. And we talked about this at the start of the show. All of their problems aren't traced back to their injuries, but a lot of them are. And if it's true that last year was this really fortuitous, lucky, magical carpet ride season, and we're dismissing a lot of the success and the wins and the good things that happened by saying it was just great fortune and the ultimate fun, fluky stretch, then you've got to do the same this year with how bad things have been. That it's not actually this bad, that the injuries piling up, that the bad breaks and the bad bounces and the things that have gone their way kind of cancel out. I do think this year's also more realistically what they're going to be. It's kind of close for me when I debate between the two, but I think the answer is probably in the future of Jayden Daniels. Last year he played as a top 5 quarterback. This year he played as a top 20 quarterback. If he's going to be, right now EPA per play among QBs, he's like 17th. If he's going to be that the next couple of years, well, then you're a much more middling average team. All these injuries are why you became terrible, but you're probably a 7 as a floor, 9 as a ceiling kind of team if that's the level he's playing at. Last year, he played at a top 5 MVP level, who was leading the NFL in that category for much of the season, where he's now, fighting to be in the top 20. And not surprisingly, he dragged you into the fight and dragged you to a bunch of wins. A 6-win defense and a 8-win offense without him, or 7-win offense probably, won 12 games because he played like a 15-win quarterback or something like that. So what is Daniels next year, I think, is a big part of the answer. What kind of health do they have? What's the schedule look like? Like, that's all going to be a factor. But I think if the Berries for Luga question is as simple as, like, we're going to make it a binary here, and you've got to answer this or that. Was last year the fluke, or is this year the blip? Hopefully this is extreme like last year was, but I would say last season was the fluke. Mm-hmm. Because maybe it's recency effect. It's just hard to imagine. I mean, these are a lot of the same guys. I think you said this a couple days ago. We were talking about this, though. Quan Martin had a pick 6 against Jared Goff and the Lions in Detroit. The defense turned Goff over 5 times. Yes, they've got some injuries, but a lot of the same guys are on the field. Frankie Louvu was good in that playoff game. A
lot of carryover.
Bobby Wagner had some big plays in that playoff game. Quan Martin had a pick 6. Mikey Samerstill was awesome in that playoff game. Those dudes are on the field, and none of them are playing as well as they did last year.
Right. Again, this is something we pointed out all offseason. Nobody wanted to hear it. But when you go, hey, by the way, rookie quarterback, just real quick, second half of the year, we don't have a run game. Brian Robinson's going for 2 a pop, except for the Tennessee game. Could you also play ball control? Could you also run the ball for us, be our run game real quick, so the running totals still look respectable? Please and thank you for a defense that, as you said, is atrocious. They were not good last year. They're worse this year, of course, but they were especially not good last year. Just nothing sustainable about it. Miraculous, amazing, awesome. Tip of the cap to Jayden Daniels and then some. Whatever he wants, I'll get for him. But nothing sustainable about that. That, to me, is more unusual, and that's the basis for my answer. I keep coming back to that. That's the crazier of the things to have happened. A mediocre team underachieving because every bad break goes their way, or goes against them, rather. That's far more commonplace in this league. It happens almost every year. That charmed life does not happen.
Well, here's the other example of why maybe this one's more authentic than that one. Is week 18 last year, you beat the Cowboys in the final minute with a come-from-behind win. Week 17, it took overtime to beat the Falcons, and they had an injured kicker, remember, who wasn't close on like a 55-yard field goal, which in the NFL, as we know this year, is like a 45-yard field goal. The Eagles win. You won that. I'm just working in reverse from the end of the season. Yeah. Week 16, Jalen Hurts gets hurt when it's 14-0 and they're on the move. They're up by 2 touchdowns on you. You end up coming back to win that game 36-33 against Kenny Pickett. Week 15, we were there in New Orleans in December when they beat the Saints by 1 point, a bad Saints team. The Saints missed kicks in that game, and they had a 2-point conversion or whatever it was at the end.
Juwan Johnson in his hands.
Win it. I think you referenced that one. Go back through week. I'm just again game by game here. Week. Well, there was a Hail Mary in there. I mean, so my point is, all those games that were so close that could have gone either way. This year, here's your losses recently. You're not just getting beat; you're getting destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
You lost by 22 to Detroit, doubled up. You lost by 24 to Seattle, more than doubled up. You lost by 21 to the Chiefs, tripled up. You lost by 22 to the Cowboys, doubled up. Like, that's the last month. So you tell me which one is more authentic, when you're just getting waxed by teams or when you were narrowly winning on, the margin of one play over and over and over again. Let's hit the phones next. 800-636-1067. Barry Svrluga wrote a piece today. I found this paragraph powerful. He said, which puts all the questions on the table, talking about a quote from Marcus Mariota, and then writes, was last year the fluke or is this year the blip? What's your answer to that question on Grant and Danny? With Danny, I'm Grant. You're locked into the Fan, and we're taking you up to 6:30. In our final segment, top of the hour, I want to play a clip from Sean McVay talking about how to get the most out of an offense when you're dealing with a bunch of injuries. Seems fitting around these parts, doesn't it? You will hear from McVay on that. Plus, we'll do some confidence points picks ahead of Week 11 on the Grant and Danny radio program, a Thursday staple. All coming up on the Fan, but right now we are talking about Washington's regression this year and which year is going to end up being the outlier. 2-3 seasons from now, will it have been the 12-5 deep run in the playoffs, or will it be this disastrous campaign that is injury-riddled, where we're going to look back in a year, they're going to be back in the playoff hunt, and we're going to go, see, Quinn was onto something. They were close. They just got destroyed by the injuries. This comes from the Barry's Faluga column in the Post today. He's in Madrid, where he asked, was last year a fluke, or is this year the blip? To the phones we go. Elijah's in D.C. What's up, Elijah?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. I didn't know which way to go for a while, but I'm thinking more fluke, and I think that Adam Peters was forced to reward this fluke. And it makes me think of this movie. I know you're a movie guy. Semi-Pro, when Will Ferrell, he does this thing called the moon shot, and this guy, he's sleeping, and he hits it from half court. And he's like, I don't even have enough hot dogs for the whole stadium. And I feel like we didn't have enough, but we was forced to, because winning gets rewarded.
Yeah.
And I think we got rewarded. And that's why the Marshawn Lattimore thing is certain. Even think about your kid that you know isn't going to be no shade, but isn't going to necessarily make it. But you're like, oh man, they're going to need the gear because they're going. You gotta,
right.
You're not going to have your kid there without this stuff because they're there.
Elijah, I love the semi-pro reference, bro. That's a great call, because it actually speaks to something I asked you a couple weeks ago, which is, do you think any part of those guys behind the scenes, like in private moments, were like, oh, damn. Like after they beat the Bucks or after they beat the Lions, because you just know.
Yeah, after the euphoria wore off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like the bottom's going to fall out. They knew they weren't really there yet. It's like Rivera's first season.
Yeah.
Where you make the
fraudulent
playoffs
7-9. Yeah.
7-9, and everyone's like, oh, they're a playoff team. Look, next you're going to be 9-7 or 10-6. You're like, nope, we still don't have a quarterback. A bit of you's got to be going, we are setting ourselves up for the bottom to fall out.
This one's going to be harder. Yeah, I mean, I think you'll see that they're not going to treat this as the fluke. I don't think they're going to go, let's do some more one-year veterans. Let's find the next Cleveland Farrell and Dante Fowler and throw a bunch of 34-year-olds at the wall.
I think they treat this as a wake-up call?
Yeah, so that'll tell you that they believe that this is closer to reality, right? I mean, when they respond.
I think that's probably true, but I don't think it'll be solely that. I think, number one, yes, this is definitely a cold water being dumped on them season, no doubt. But I also think eventually that was going to have to happen anyway.
Sure.
You can't just go year to year on your credit card and kick the can down the road 1 year at a time. Peters has talked about wanting to be a draft and develop organization. They felt like this was the way to cut the corner after last year to kind of just continue trying to push toward a Super Bowl. But I think it was always going to be a necessity, whether it was this coming year or the year after. They were eventually going to have to take a step back and probably stop doing the 1 year old player thing. Let's go to Chris in Maryland on the Fan. What's up, Chris? Was last year the fluke, or is this year the anomaly? Chris, you there? You will get nothing.
Nothing, Chris.
And you will like it.
0.
Let's go to Paul in the district. What's up, Paul? How are you?
All right. How's it going, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I think last year, it was like a fairy tale. No injuries, everything going the way you wanted, everybody getting along, happy. And this year, the NFL showed up on us. We had injuries. We had the schedule was different and everything. And most importantly of all, our quarterback wasn't prepared for this right here. I don't think it's a sophomore slump or anything. I don't think he did the things that he needed to do, man. Because even before I seen the YouTube thing that Warner did, I called this guy out in the first game, man, and I was very disappointed in the way he came in here. I'm sorry, fellas, man. Y'all have a great day, man, and have a happy holiday, fellas.
Appreciate you, dude. So the only thing I would push back on is it wasn't a lack of work ethic. It wasn't like he's feeling himself, so he's about that money boss doing commercials instead of going to OTAs. this was they kept him out of preseason action and didn't have him do stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what he meant. I don't know if he was saying on his own time he didn't do enough, because that's a lofty allegation, and I don't think anybody.
Because I haven't seen that.
No, nobody said that. Nobody's floated that. I've never heard that. Everyone I talk to over there raves about his work ethic and how much he cares and what he puts in. And from a dude standpoint, it sounds like, hey, marry the daughter. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, be the role model for my son and be our babysitter. I think everybody over there loves him. But maybe he's saying he wasn't ready. He didn't put in the work in the way of the team not asking him to. Like training camp, you didn't get to work with Terry.
Then that might be fair.
Preseason, you weren't getting the reps. I think that could be more along the lines of what he's talking about. We'll put a bow on this conversation next. Which year is going to end up being the fluke? And then we'll look ahead to Week 11, make some of our picks. Before we get out of here at 6:30, Grant and Danny on The Fan.